Grasping Evil Chapter 229 to Chapter 258. The rainbow-colored gate of light teleported all the great cultivators away. Within the 70 million li * 500 m per li region, Ning Fan stood on a mountain peak with the map of the secret realm in his hand. With a sweep of his divine sense, it covered a radius of 3,000 miles. After observing the terrain, he confirmed that he was in the eastern region of the secret realm. He frowned. The demonic spiritual energy in this place was so dense, as the name suggests. Demonic spiritual energy is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that only demonic cultivators can absorb and cultivate. The amount of demonic spiritual energy here was so great that it was almost like the demon clan was blessed by the heavens to cultivate. If converted to the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the human clan, the density of the spiritual energy here was 10 times that of the metal spiritual energy of the Joyous Union Island. Even the high-grade cultivation countries in the Endless Sea might not necessarily have such a level of spiritual power. Perhaps only the cultivation countries with Void Refinement Realm and Void Fragmentation Realm experts would have the possibility of possessing such spiritual power. Such a dense amount of demon spiritual energy is indeed enough to allow a demon beast to cultivate at an extraordinary speed. However, if ordinary demonic beasts were to evolve into desolate beasts in a few hundred years, it still wouldn't be enough. Furthermore, if it was just a place with dense spirit energy, demonic beasts wouldn't just evolve with magic power that was comparable to desolate beasts, their cultivation realms would also increase. There was something strange about this place. There should be other reasons for the demonic beasts to increase their strength. However, due to the demonic spiritual force, Ning Fan's plan had some changes. According to Ning Fan's initial plan, he was going to open up a cave in this place and improve his strength first. Then, he would use the remaining time to wipe out the false wild beasts. However, to refine the Mother Earth nether milk, firstly, there wasn't enough time, and secondly, the location wasn't right. Furthermore, it was not a good place to refine the Dao fruit and the blue phoenix flame. The heaven and earth spirit chi in this place was too thin. If he wanted to increase his strength in this place, the most suitable place would be to increase his demonic power. Demonic power. Ning Fan stood at the peak of the mountain and his eyes narrowed. He had only been in this mystic realm for a few breaths, but several bird-type demonic beasts had already flapped their wings and attacked him with vicious cries. At the end of the sky, there was a group of more than 10 black-feathered eagles. Each of them was more than 1,000 feet long and had the demonic power of a nascent soul cultivator. The silver-winged eagle in the lead was even more than 1,000 feet long. Desolate beast, Ning Fan's sword sense swept across and the black light dispersed. The nascent soul realm demon eagle's body was immediately crushed and its blood splattered across the sky. His demonic power needed to reach the nascent soul level, but his realm was still at the early golden core stage. The sword sense was enough to kill him. Rays of red light that could not be erased rose around Ning Fan's body. It was evil chi. This murderous aura was enough to make a real desolate beast afraid. However, this fake desolate beast seemed to be possessed. Its eagle eyes were blood red and it did not know fear. With a flap of its wings, a black wind blew. The black wind covered 1,000 miles and turned into black feathers. Each of them was powerful enough to kill a late-stage golden core cultivator. This eagle was called Black Falcon. Black wind turning to feathers was just a gene down level Yao art. However, with the demonic power of the soul formation level, the black feathers covered the sky and the sun. There were probably tens of thousands of them. In other words, it was not difficult for the eagle to kill tens of thousands of golden cores with a single flap of its wings. Even a nascent soul cultivator would find it hard to defend against tens of thousands of black feathers. It is ultimately a pseudo-desolate beast. It can't even control heaven and earth essence force, much less the heaven spirit art. Ning Fan completely ignored Heiyu. He took a step forward and with a flash of his half-transformed black smoke, he directly crossed the distance of several thousand zhang * 333 m per zhang, and appeared on the head of the giant eagle. With a cold glint in his eyes, he raised his foot and stomped down. His stomp was like the fall of a devil mountain. Wherever he stepped on, countless cracks spread across the sky. Under the immense strength of the Jade Life Realm, the giant eagle's head was crushed by Ning Fan's stomp before it could even struggle. However, as soon as the eagle's head was crushed, a black wind immediately swirled and another head was born. This was out of Ning Fan's expectation. The demonic beasts in this place did not have strong techniques, but their lives were pretty tough. One should know that cultivators would usually slack off after killing their enemies. If their enemies were to come back to life and deal a fatal blow to them, they would probably die due to carelessness. No wonder 40% of the cultivators in this place would die. As expected, when the eagle's head was reborn, the giant eagle revealed a furious expression. The black feathers on its body fell like swords and pierced towards Ning Fan, who was on top of his head. However, Ning Fan was still standing on the giant eagle's head with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes focused and a faint jade-colored astral spirit rose around his body. It was like a huge jade-colored cocoon of light, enveloping him within. This jade-colored astral spirit could only be used by Jade Life Realm cultivators. By using the strength of their physical body to suppress the primordial chi of heaven and earth, they would transform the primordial wind of heaven and earth into the astral spirit's protection. Even a strike from a peak nascent soul realm cultivator would not be able to destroy this astral spirit. As long as these black feathers were elementary-grade astral spirit shields, they would immediately be burnt into nothingness by jade-colored flames. Tens of thousands of black feathers were burnt to ashes. The astral spirit had only used up 1/3 of its spiritual power and it had yet to dissipate. That's all you've got? Mountain crushing. Ning Fan pointed his finger and the mountains within 1,000 li * 500 m per li, began to crumble. Every time a mountain crumbled, the force of his finger became stronger. When the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, 1,000 li * 500 m per li, of ruins were destroyed. The blood-red eyes of the giant eagle revealed an instinctive fear for the first time. However, this fear was already too late. Just as the sphere rose and wanted to escape, it was annihilated by that unknown blood-red color and turned into an immortal battle intent. Roar! The giant eagle frantically shook off its black feathers to attack Ning Fan even though it was futile. All of its struggles stopped when Ning Fan pressed the sword light on his fingertip. A dark yellow finger sword was born. The sword light was like an aurora. With a tremble, it went into the giant eagle's head. Then, it exploded within its 1,000 Xianxia * 33 m per li body, turning into countless hair-thin sword threads that were torn apart. A moment later, the giant eagle's 1,000 Xianxia * 33 m per li body exploded into a mist of blood. Blood rained down on the ground within a radius of several thousand Xianxia * 33 m per li. Ning Fan stood in the sky and flicked his sleeve. A fist-sized black demon core appeared in his hand. Then, he waved one of his hands and grabbed at the blood rain. Be it the blood mist that was drifting away or the blood that seeped into the ruins, all of them were drawn back and turned into a large black blood ball that floated in front of him. After continuously compressing the blood ball, it slowly condensed into a drop of glossy black demon blood. The blood of a false wild beast. Ning Fan kept the demon core and left it to Su Rushan. However, this demon blood was a great tonic that could increase one's demon power. In this place where the demon spiritual power was extremely dense, if Ning Fan had enough demon blood, his demon power cultivation base might reach a terrifying level. A drop of this false wild beast's black blood was enough to increase one's demon power by 1 level. However, Ning Fan did not devour the black blood immediately. His eyes eventually fell on the demon blood and his gaze suddenly froze. Within the black demon blood, there was an extremely thin trace of pale golden blood that was slowly dissipating in the air. This is, Ning Fan flicked his finger. The black blood trembled and the faint golden color within it was forced out by him. It was then absorbed into his hand. It was a trace of pale golden blood. However, the demon power it contained was almost 2 times that of the black blood. Moreover, this trace of pale golden blood revealed a kind of aura force that was even stronger than Dong Su and Yu Lingkong's aura force. Without a doubt, this was the blood of an expert of the demon race. It was even stronger than a peak divine transformation realm expert or a half-step void refinement realm expert. It must be the blood of a void refinement realm demon marshal. The blood of a demon marshal? Could it be that this blood is the reason why the demon beasts turned into the false wild beast? Is it the reason why the giant eagle did not dare to run away even though it was clearly afraid of it? This pale golden blood was so dense that it could not be devoured immediately. It could only be devoured with the help of demon herbs. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and kept the trace of pale golden blood into a jade bottle. However, at the next moment, another jade bottle in his storage pouch seemed to resonate with this bottle of pale golden blood. That jade bottle was the one Ning Fan snatched from the companion demon of the carp when he was in Great Gene. He remembered that there was a drop of extremely powerful demon blood in that bottle. With Ning Fan's harmonious spirit realm back then, he must not devour that demon blood. Now, however, his body was strong enough to withstand the power of that demon blood. He remained silent. Then, he took out the jade bottle and probed it with his spirit sense. Inside the bottle was a complete drop of pale golden blood. An entire drop of demon marshal's blood. This drop of blood should be condensed from 100 traces of blood. A trace of pale golden blood could increase the demon power of 2 units. A drop of pale golden demon blood could increase the demon power of 200 units. After keeping the 2 jade bottles, Ning Fan opened his mouth and swallowed the black blood of the giant eagle. It did not take him too long to refine it. His demon power had increased to 67 units. The speed of absorbing demon blood in this place was unimaginably fast. However, the speed of refining items that could increase one's magic power was surprisingly slow. The blood of a demon marshal. Why would this item appear in the secret realm? Could it be that there is a demon marshal whose cultivation base is comparable to the void refinement realm in this secret realm? Moreover, the golden blood that I obtained from the giant eagle's body and the one that Li Ban possesses are obviously from the same demon marshal. Li Ban. The reason why the secret realm exists might not be simple. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the map again. He stared at the empty area that was 70 million li * 500 m per li, away with a solemn expression. Could it be that there is a demon marshal in that inaccessible area? Could this place be related to the secret of the ancient demon race? After keeping the map, Ning Fan shook his cauldron ring and summoned the Wind Lady and the Tea Lady. After being plucked by Ning Fan, the 2 of them only had gold core realm demon power left. However, after a period of nourishment, their complexion became much better than before. The 2 of them seemed to be discussing something. As soon as they saw Ning Fan summoning them out of the red misty space, their bodies trembled and they stopped talking. "Greetings, Master. May I know what orders you have for me?" The 2 of them lowered their heads at the same time. Their beautiful hair covered their faces. Their faces were still full of scars. "I'm sorry. I promised you that I would concoct the appearance restoration pill, but I didn't have the time to do so. Is that so? Even if Master doesn't concoct the pill, I wouldn't dare to resent you." Under the purple hair of the Wind Lady, a hint of disappointment flashed across her eyes. She was naturally disappointed that there was no appearance restoration pill. However, so what? She was Ning Fan's cauldron. Even if Ning Fan lied to her, she could not resent him. "However, I have already gathered all the spiritual herbs. Don't worry. As long as my cauldron is beautiful, it will be fine." Ning Fan smiled faintly and caressed their cheeks with his palm. Immediately, the Tea Lady revealed a coquettish smile while the Wind Lady was slightly touched. So, the 5th revolution pill, the appearance restoration pill, naturally required 10,000 years old spiritual herbs. Ning Fan had already gathered enough spiritual herbs in such a short period of time. Thus, he naturally placed the task of healing their appearances in his heart. It was hard for the Wind Lady not to move. When she was a demon companion and had a lowly status, she had no choice but to disobey even if the demon general wanted to destroy her appearance. However, her new master was actually willing to restore their appearances. "Thank you." The Wind Lady smiled for the first time. Even though her appearance was extremely ugly, her smile was very beautiful. "If you want to thank me, wait until the day the pill is concocted. Now, I want to ask the 2 of you, do you know about this place?" From Ning Fan's point of view, if this place was really related to the ancient demon race and the demon marshal was involved, the 2 ladies who were the companions of the demon general would more or less know something. However, when the 2 ladies saw this place, they immediately revealed a look of surprise. Master, how did you find this place?" "This place? This is the land of slumber. There might be demon generals or even demon marshals in slumber. It's extremely dangerous." As human cauldrons, the 2 ladies were concerned about Ning Fan's safety for the first time in their lives. the land of slumber? If that's the case, there really is a demon marshal here? Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. Yes. If I'm not mistaken, this place should be the first world. The first world? It was Ning Fan's first time hearing about it. The master should know that the demon spirit land is the heaven realm where heavenly demons ascend. The heaven realm of the human race is divided into 4 heavens, while the demon spirit realm is divided into the awakening realm and the dream realm. Demon General Li Ban and me are the ones who awakened from the dream realm. They were ordered by the demon marshal to find the demon generals and demon marshals in the sleeping place in the lower world to wake them up and complete a certain mission. As for the details, we don't know about them since we are lowly demon companions. Li Ban. Ning Fan frowned. No wonder this demon was so domineering and dared to trigger a demon tide without permission. No wonder the Rain Palace did not dare to kill this demon easily. It turns out that he is someone from the higher realm. What is the sleeping place and what is the first world? Ning Fan continued to ask. Master, the sleeping place used to be a part of the dream realm. There were also ancient demons sleeping there. Due to some reasons, the dream realm was broken and separated. Then, it flowed into the lower world in the form of a broken realm. This secret realm of the broken world is actually a sleeping place. There should be demon generals and demon marshals sleeping there. The most obvious feature of the sleeping place is that the first world is raising demons and the second world is where the demon general's egg is. If there is a demon marshal, the demon marshal would be sleeping in the third world. The demon spiritual chi in this place is so shocking. It is highly possible that there is a demon marshal. This place is very dangerous. The 2 ladies' eyes were filled with concern. Is it possible to pass through the first world, the second world and the third world? No. Unless someone sets up an ancient demon formation, uses ancient demon sacrificial tools, chants ancient demon scriptures and sacrifices a certain amount of demon blood, only then can the passage be opened temporarily. The demon nurturing in the first realm is to provide nourishment for the demon generals in their slumber in the second realm. The demon generals in their slumber need demon companions to protect them, while the demon marshals in their slumber need the demon generals to protect them. If the passageway can be entered at will, it will be dangerous for the ancient demon clan in their slumber. Is that so? Ning Fan pondered for a while. If the first world and the second world were not connected, he would not be in danger even if there was a sleeping demon marshal here. It wasn't dangerous, but when he thought of the faint golden blood, Ning Fan's interest towards the so-called sleeping demon marshal suddenly rose. The sleeping demon commander is unable to retaliate. If I kill that demon commander, I wonder how many drops of golden blood I will obtain. A drop of golden blood contained 100 blood traces, which was equivalent to 200 units of magic power. If Ning Fan has 50 drops of golden blood, he might be able to break through to the divine transformation realm with his demon power after killing this slumbering demon. It was not easy to turn into a god with magic power, and one still had to make preparations to turn into a demon. However, with demonic power, there were fewer such concerns. If I can infiltrate the second realm or the third realm, I will be able to find a way to kill the sleeping demon marshal. Once I succeed, I will be able to break through to the divine transformation realm with my demonic energy. However, putting aside the fact that Ning Fan did not understand ancient demon formations or the ancient demon language, it would be rather difficult for him to enter the second world. Both of you are from the ancient demon race. Do you know about ancient demon formations and ancient demon runes? Ning Fan's eyes lit up. A little bit. But master, why do you ask this? Could it be that you want to, that's right. I want to enter the second realm and find a chance to enter the third realm to slay the demon commander. The demon commander was powerful and Ning Fan was no match for him. However, if it was in a slumber state, it might not be impossible for him to kill it. This was a great opportunity. If it wasn't for the 2 ladies, Ning Fan would not know the true face of the secret realm. If it wasn't for his powerful abilities, he would not be able to see through the trace of faint golden demon blood hidden in the fake desolate demon blood. Since the opportunity had come, it would be a pity to miss it. The 2 ladies were still doubtful. Putting aside the scarcity of materials required to set up the formation and the harsh requirements for blood sacrifice, there might be many demon generals in the second realm who had awakened to protect the demon marshal. If Ningfan entered the second realm with his cultivation base which had yet to reach the divine transformation realm, he would be in great danger if he was chased by the demon generals. Don't be afraid. Unless I die, the two of you will be fine. As for me, I, Ningfan, will not die. Tell me, what materials are needed to set up the demon formation in the second realm? Master, we need to grind the purple demon rock into powder and inscribe the formation using spirit sense. We also need at least 10 million immortal jades to fill the formation eye. However, our status is low and the amount of ancient demon runes that we can read is limited. We might not be able to successfully activate the grand formation. Moreover, the most crucial factor to successfully activate the passage of the world is the blood of the king beast as an offering to the demon ancestor. The two girls were touched. Ningfan's words were obviously arrogant, but because of his extraordinary strength, it was like a calming pill that could always make people feel at ease. I've gotten quite a lot of purple demon stones from Su Rushan. It should be enough. Immortal jade is not a problem as well. As for the blood essence of the king beasts, I should be able to collect some along the way to the North Region realm passage. As for the two of you, you're not proficient in the ancient demon characters. If you really fail, even heavens can do nothing about it. There's no need for the two of you to feel pressured. Ningfan gently patted their beautiful hair to comfort them. If he couldn't enter the second world, then he could only give up and not force it. However, if he could, he would definitely find a way to obtain the demon commander's blood and break through to the divine transformation realm. 1 month passed. In the vast secret realm of the broken world, Ningfan traveled all the way to the north. With his instantaneous movement technique that was comparable to a divine transformation realm expert, it was not difficult for him to travel 1 million li * 500 m per li, in a single day. Ningfan did not conceal his chi at all as he held the Tea Lady and Wind Lady in his arms. He even smeared the demon enticing fragrance on his body. He had traveled all the way to the north in order to reach the blank area of the northern region that was 15 million miles away, the world passage that led to the second realm. Under the temptation of the demon enticing fragrance, all the false wild beasts within a radius of hundreds of thousands of li * 500 m per li, attacked him. There were giant mountain apes that were taller than mountains and black turtles that were as large as islands. However, no matter what kind of wild beasts they were, none of them could stop Ningfan's footsteps. After traveling for 1 month, Ningfan had almost flown across 15 million li * 500 m per li. Behind him, there were 7 gigantic black apes that were chasing after him crazily. Each of them was 1,000 zhang * 33 m per li, tall. Behind the gigantic apes were several hundred zhang * 500 m per li, tall green apes. Each of them had at least the chi of a nascent soul realm cultivator. He had already lost count of how many times they had chased after him. There were at least 300 false wild beast demon cores in his storage pouch. Ningfan landed on the peak of a barren mountain and put the two ladies down. Holding the profound heavenly spirit-slaying sword in his hand, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Soul extraction. He made a grabbing motion with his hand and the souls of mountains and rivers that were 10,000 li * 500 m per li, were sucked into his hand. With the support of 10,000 units of magic power, he swung his sword horizontally. A green thread connected the sky and tore the hollow space within 10,000 li * 500 m per li, apart. Wherever the green thread passed, the heavens would be torn apart. 7 black apes and several hundred green apes were killed with a single slash. 7 false wild beast demon cores and several hundred false nascent soul realm demon cores were obtained, 7 drops of black beast blood, several hundred drops of deep green beast blood and 7 traces of faint golden demon martial blood were also obtained. After cleaning up the battlefield, Ningfan returned to the peak of the mountain. He felt a little exhausted. After getting rid of the bewitching fragrance on his body, Ningfan consumed a few hard essence pills and silver blood pills to adjust his magic power and physical strength. There are many more wild beasts here compared to the map. This map was recorded by Su Rushan when he entered the secret realm. It was thousands of years ago. After thousands of years of cultivation, there should be more than a few hundred wild beasts here. I'm afraid there are more than 1,000 of them. If he could wipe out 1,000 wild beasts, not only would he obtain 1,000 drops of false wild beast blood, but he would also obtain 10 drops of demon martial blood. His demon power would probably increase by 3,000 units. In other words, even if he could not enter the second world, it would not be difficult for him to break through to the peak nascent soul realm with the help of the false wild beasts in the first world. If he succeeds in entering the second world, there were only a few million li asterisk, 500 m per li, left before he reached the northern region realm. While Ning Fan was refining the medicinal power, the two female demons guarded him carefully. Even though their gold core realm demon power did not make a difference whether they were guarding him or not, their intentions showed that they had gradually accepted Ning Fan as their new master. Moreover, they began to respect him from the bottom of their hearts. The Tea Lady admired Ning Fan's temperament while the Wind Lady respected Ning Fan's courage and strength. For the past month, the Wind Lady had witnessed Ning Fan single-handedly annihilating 300 wild beasts and tens of thousands of false nascent soul realm demonic beasts. This man definitely had the strength to wipe out the entire first world. The Wind Lady could not even imagine that Ning Fan had mastered the void fragmentation realm divine ability, soul extraction, before he attained the spirit severing realm. Extracting the souls of mountains and rivers was like adding a secret technique to his body, allowing him to break through 10,000 units of magic power for a short period of time. Then, he activated the incomplete profound heaven treasure and killed his enemies with a single slash. Even Demon General Li Ban, who had a spirit-severing realm cultivation base, was only this powerful, wasn't it? Moreover, compared to Li Ban's coldness and indifference, Ning Fan's treatment towards the two women was unknowingly gentle. The Wind Lady could not help but chuckle when she recalled that she had chased after Ning Fan for the All-Heaven relic. I'm really, very foolish. She took out a purple jade slip and imprinted dozens of ancient demon characters in her sea of consciousness onto it. After Ning Fan exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi and recovered his essence, qi, and spirit, she passed it to him. This is. The ancient demon characters are just the most common type of demon characters. Moreover, I'm not talented and can only recognize these 31 characters, is that so? I heard that the ancient demon characters are extremely obscure and the large clans seem to have inherited some special characters such as the dragon language and the phoenix language. Moreover, every stroke of the ancient demon characters contains a talisman pattern. Even if you search your soul, you won't be able to find out the meaning of the characters from the ancient demon sea of consciousness. As a member of the demon race, it would be a great crime if you leak the ancient demon characters to the human race. Don't you regret giving me this jade slip? As long as Master doesn't betray me, I naturally won't regret it. Will Master betray me? The Wind Lady raised her head. Although her face was ruined under her purple hair, her eyes were infatuated. What do you think? Ning Fan smiled and stroked her purple hair. Then, he carried the two ladies and teleported to the Northern Realm passage. He did not say much. The evaluation of him in the external endless sea was that he was ruthless, cunning, arrogant, despicable, and shameless, lustful but not cold-blooded. His embrace was not generous, but it made her feel at ease. In the end, Ning Fan did not continue to hunt the false wild beasts after traveling for several million li asterisk, 500 m per li. The demon cores that Su Rushan needed had already exceeded his quota. Moreover, he was already very close to the realm passage. If he were to cause a huge commotion here and attract the attention of the demon generals of the second world, he might be besieged by the demon generals as soon as he sets up the formation to open the realm passage. Moreover, he did not have enough time. 1 month had passed and there were still 4 months left. He must leave the secret realm after 4 months. The way to leave was simple. He just needed to set up a low-grade nascent realm formation, separation formation, and he would be able to leave this place. This kind of formation was widely used in the exploration of the secret realm. There were even people who specialized in selling the formation plate of the separation formation to the cultivators who were exploring the secret realm. When they encountered danger, they could just activate the formation plate if they had no time to set up a formation. He was not sure if 4 months was enough for him to rush to the third world from the second world. If the second world was a few hundred million li asterisk, 500 m per li, wide, Ning Fan might miss the chance to meet the sleeping demon marshal. Since everything was still uncertain, Ning Fan could only give it a try. 2 days later, he was still a million li asterisk, 500 m per li, away from the realm passage of the northern region. At this distance, he could already see a 7-colored barrier blocking the path between the first world and the second world. Perhaps it was because they were afraid of the seven-colored light. There were not many wild beasts that dared to stay in this place. However, at this crucial moment, Ning Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold and he stopped in his tracks. This was because a teleportation light suddenly lit up a few hundred li asterisk, 500 m per li, in front of him. Almost immediately, Ning Fan carried the two ladies in his arms and used the sense concealment art to hide their traces. Teleportation formation plate? Each of the teleportation formation plate was engraved with a spirit-severing teleportation formation that could teleport 100,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li. It was usually used by spirit-severing realm cultivators to escape after they were defeated in a battle. It was extremely precious. The formation plate could be used repeatedly. However, it would cost 100,000 immortal jades for every 100,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li. Moreover, it could only be used for the second time after 2 hours. After entering the seven-colored light gate, even though the 40 peak nascent soul realm cultivators were teleported separately, most of them were tens of millions of li asterisk, 500 m per li, away from the realm passage of the northern region. This person must have spent at least tens of millions of immortal jades to travel to the realm passage of the northern region with the help of the formation plate. I'm afraid his objective is not simple. After the light of the teleportation formation disappeared completely, the person who appeared was actually the sixth elder of the demon sealing sect, Chu He. This was out of Ning Fan's expectation. What is this Chu He planning to do by rushing to the realm passage of the northern region? Could it be that the demon sealing sect is planning something in this secret realm of the broken world? Chu He held the formation plate in his hand and took a step out of the formation light. Suddenly, his eyes turned solemn and he turned around and shot out a red sea of fire at Ning Fan's direction. After seeing that the sea of fire did not burn anyone, Chu He's expression relaxed. However, there was a strange look in his eyes. I clearly sensed the aura of other cultivators, but it turned out to be an illusion. Forget it. It's most likely that there were cultivators who passed by this place but they had already left. The mission is more important. There are still 1,000,000 miles to the world passage. I should be able to reach the world passage tonight. I wonder if the people from the second realm have arrived. It's not difficult to open the secret realm's world passage, but the demon realm's world passage is a little troublesome. The demon realm will send at least 10 demon generals here. If we neglect Lord Liban, it will be even more troublesome. After Chu He finished speaking, he flew for 2 hours in the sky. Then, he used up another 100,000 immortal jades to travel another 100,000 kilometers. They continued to travel like this. After Chu He walked far away, Ning Fan appeared. His eyes narrowed. As a force of the rain world, the demon sealing palace actually colluded with the demon world. Judging from their words, it seems like they are going to set up a formation to directly open the world passage here. However, there are 2 world passages. One leads to the second world and the other leads to the demon world. The demon general of the demon realm was coming to this mystic realm. Among them, there was a name that Ning Fan was extremely familiar with, Li Ban. Carp Ban. Interesting. Let's follow and see. Ning Fan hugged the 2 girls and quietly followed behind Chu He. One day later, under the rainbow light realm, Chu He halted his footsteps and landed on the ground. He did not sense that Ning Fan was following him. Not only did he use the sense-concealing art, but he also consumed a high-grade 4th revolution pill together with the 2 ladies. In this way, even if a spirit-severing realm demon general were to descend, he would not be able to sense Ning Fan. For the sake of safety, Ning Fan was still 10,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, away from Chu He. With Ning Fan's spirit sense, which was only at the half-step divine transformation realm, he could only detect up to 3,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li. However, he had secretly left a trace of hidden fragrance on Chu He's body. With that, it was enough for him to track Chu He. In order to keep a close watch on Chu He, Ning Fan consumed a mid-grade 4th revolution pill, the sense-increasing pill. Within a few hours, his spirit sense became thinner and thinner. However, it gradually spread to a range of 10,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, which was comparable to the range of a spirit-severing expert. However, the essence of his spirit sense remained unchanged. These were all pills that Su Rushan had given him, but at this moment, they came in handy. He was very careful. After confirming that there was no one around, he began to grind the purple demon stone into powder, determine the eye of the formation, and inscribe the formation runes. A day later, the ancient demon array was completed. Although it was a transcendent array, it had a faint connection with the rainbow light realm. This formation was the key to opening the world passage to the second realm. With Chuhi's cultivation, he was able to set it up. Once the formation was complete, Chuhi took out dozens of ancient demon sacrificial artifacts. After arranging them, he only needed to chant the ancient demon scriptures and sacrifice the king beast to open the path to the second world. However, Chuhi didn't immediately sacrifice the king beast. Instead, he left the formation and took out a six-legged bronze beast demon statue. He placed it in another location. Then, he took out 8 dried corpses and placed them around the demon statue. Every corpse was a true desolate beast when they were alive. Chuhi took out 8 merfolk king beasts one after another. After killing them, he smeared their blood on the dried corpses. Then, he once again infused the powder of the violet demonic stone into his spiritual sense to carve arrays. When the formation was complete, he recited ancient scriptures and bowed to the demon statue. With every kowtow, the demon statue would tremble. After 10 kowtows, the first corpse crumbled and its blood energy was absorbed by the demon statue. After 100 kowtows, the second and third corpses were crushed. After 1,000 kowtows, the fourth, fifth, and sixth corpses were crushed. After 10,000 kowtows, the seventh and eighth corpses shattered. After absorbing the blood energy of the 8 corpses, the demon statue emitted a trace of ancient and mysterious light. A crack appeared on the top of its head, extending all the way to its feet. It was as if he was on the verge of collapse, but his vitality was insufficient. 10,000 li away, Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. This demon statue looked ordinary, but there was a trace of white mist rising from it because it was kowtowing. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, that white mist should be the power that only a true immortal would possess, the power of Joss flames. This demon statue contained the incense that the demon sealing hall had collected for thousands of years. With this power, he would open the path to the demon realm. The royal blood isn't enough to ignite the incense. How troublesome. It's all that Zhou Ming's fault for killing so many merfolk king beasts. Chuhi had brought 12 beast kings with him. 8 of them had been killed and 4 were left. The remaining 4 were to be used to open the world passage in the future. But now, even the demon general was a problem. If the demon general could not come, what was the point of opening the second world passage? Forget it. Let's focus on the demon generals first. We'll talk about the rest later. He killed the beast kings again and sacrificed their blood to the demon statue. After he killed the 10th beast king, the demon statue completely shattered. A ray of white mist that was dyed dark red pierced through the void, forming a dark red misty door. The moment the misty door was formed, it was already connected to the demon realm. Through the misty door, one could observe the scenery of the demon realm. Meanwhile, 10 divine transformation realm chi and hundreds of nascent soul realm chi were approaching from the other side of the misty door. Ning Fan was very familiar with one of them. Li Ban. Interesting. Li Ban really went to the demon realm after leaving Jin country. Now, he even brought reinforcements from the demon realm and teleported them to this place. This demon and I have an ill-fated relationship. I wonder if this demon will die in the void if I destroy the portal when he transmigrates to the demon realm. You destroyed my teleportation formation that day. Today, I will destroy your portal. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He had never forgotten the grudge from that day. If it wasn't because he was lucky enough to escape, he would certainly die in Li Ban's hands. The reason why he allowed Chuhi to set up the formation and did not kill him was because he was waiting for this opportunity. He did not hide his words from the 2 girls in his arms. However, both of them had complicated expressions in their eyes when they heard that Ning Fan wanted Li Ban. In the end, they did not dissuade him. If Li Ban knew that the 2 girls had lost their virginity to Ning Fan, he might kill them mercilessly. If they had to choose between Ning Fan and Li Ban as their master, they would rather choose Ning Fan. The chi was getting closer and closer, when a divine transformation realm demon general walked out of the portal with half of his body. Ning Fan's sword sense secretly pierced through the Joss flames of the portal and broke it. As soon as the crack was broken, the portal immediately collapsed and the void closed up. The demon general who walked out of the portal was directly torn into pieces by the power of the realm. Ah! Countless screams came from the closed portal at the same time. Then, nothing could be heard anymore. However, Ning Fan frowned. Li Ban's voice was not among the screams. It seemed like the divine transformation realm demon general who was torn apart by the power of the realm was not Li Ban. Moreover, Li Ban did not die in the void. Chu-He was dumbfounded. He had spent a lot of effort to set up the formation and connect the passage to invite the divine transformation realm from the demon world. However, the result was the collapse of the portal and the fate of the demon general was unknown. Why did the portal collapse? Could it be that I, Chu-He, was reluctant to sacrifice the blood of the Beast Kings? Was it because the amount of Beast King's blood was not enough? If I killed 12 Beast Kings and didn't spare the other 2, perhaps the portal wouldn't have collapsed. Is it my fault? It's over. If I fail the mission, Lord Demon Venerable will definitely not let me go. Chu-He's eyes were filled with fear. However, the void in front of him suddenly collapsed. 9 demons and 1 soul walked out. 10 figures were filled with anger, especially the Divine Transformation Realm Demon General. He was the only late Divine Transformation Realm existence among the 10 demons. However, before he could awaken the Demon Marshal, his demon body was destroyed because of the collapse of the portal. If it wasn't for his powerful demon soul, he would have most likely died in the endless void. You are the person sent by the Demon Sealing Palace to set up the formation. What formation did you set up? How could the portal collapse? You deserve to die. The demon soul had the appearance of a silver-robed white-haired young man. His expression was cold and his eyes were bloodshot because of his anger. The big hand tore Chu-He's body and nascent soul apart. However, out of the white-haired young man's expectation, after Chu-He's nascent soul was destroyed, it was rebuilt by a strange force. Eh? This junior seems to know the fate art. The white-haired young man sneered. He took Chu-He's trembling nascent soul into his hand and wanted to swallow it to vent his anger. No matter how many lives you have, you will definitely die if you are swallowed. Wait. General Wang, please calm down. If we kill this person, someone will help us send a message to the Demon Sealing Palace. An early Divine Transformation Realm Demon General in purple clothes tried to persuade him. Alright. I'll spare his nascent soul for now. Tell me, why did the portal collapse? The white-haired young man said sternly. It's too big. Maybe it's because the Beast King's blood is not enough. Chu-He's little nascent soul was really scared to death in the white-haired young man's hand. Although this person's physical body was destroyed and his cultivation base was greatly damaged, he was originally a late deity transformation cultivator. Even though he had lost his physical body and only his demon soul remained, he still had the battle prowess of a mid-deity transformation cultivator. Mid-stage soul formation cultivators were considered top experts even in the inner sea. Chu-He couldn't afford to offend them. Not to mention, this person was a demon general from the demon spirit land and someone from the sky demon realm. How could he, a mere nascent soul cultivator from the lower realm, dare to offend him? Chu-He naturally did not expect that the collapse of the realm gate was not due to the lack of king beast blood but Ning Fan's tricks. With that, hundreds of nascent soul realm demon companions of the 10 demon generals died in the void. With this collapse, the late-stage soul formation demon general's physical body was destroyed. Not to mention completing the mission and obtaining the reward. Even if the white-haired youth didn't kill him, he would still be punished by the demon when he returned to the demon sealing hall. Why am I so unlucky? Yes, it's all because of Zhou Ming. If it weren't for him killing Beast Kings, I wouldn't have been so reluctant to sacrifice a few royal mermaids. Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming. If I, Chu-He, do not die, I will definitely kill you to vent my anger. I lost an innocent life, but I still have 6 lives. With 6 lives, I must kill that Zhou Ming even if I have to risk it all. Chu-He did not expect that this time, he really did not wrongly accuse Ning Fan. Coincidentally, the spearhead was pointed at the right person. However, the pitiful Chu-He immediately triggered the white-haired youth's anger when he said insufficient king beast blood. He clenched his fist and crushed Chu-He's nascent soul again. The reconstructed nascent soul still had 5 lives. You said that the collapse of the realm gate was due to insufficient king beast blood? Ah. When he clenched his fist again, Chu-He cried out in pain. He still had 4 lives. King Beast. Haha. For the blood of a mere nascent soul realm beast king, Wang Zhao's demon body was destroyed. This joke isn't funny at all. Bang. The white-haired youth ruthlessly crushed Chu He's nascent soul again. Then, he threw Chu He's nascent soul to the ground like a pile of mud and stomped on it. Bang. He still had 2 lives left. Boom. The last stomp caused the mountains and rivers to collapse. Chu He only had 1 life left, the white-haired youth sneered. It seems like you can't die, right? Humph. When you go back, tell your master to prepare a late spirit severing realm demon corpse for me to melt and devour to reconstruct my body. Quickly set up the passage to the second world. If there is any mistake, I will take your life. The white-haired youth continued to trample on Chu He. The other 9 demon generals, including the red-haired red-scaled Li Ban, did not dare to stop him. As long as the white-haired youth did not kill Chu He and did not interfere with the mission, no one was willing to offend Wan Xiao for an irrelevant junior. Even Li Ban did not dare to do so. Because Li Ban was only an early spirit-severing realm demon general. Among the 10 demon generals, 3 were mid-spirit severing realm demon generals and 1 was late spirit severing realm demon general, who was the injured Wan Xiao. Interesting. I didn't kill Li Ban but I managed to kill the strongest demon among the 10 demon generals, Wan Xiao. With my current strength, I have 80% chance of winning against Li Ban and 20% chance of a draw. I have no chance of winning against the 3 mid-spirit severing realm demon generals, but I have 70% chance of escaping. If I fight against Wan Xiao who only has his demon soul left, I still have 10% chance of escaping. If he is not injured, I will not be his opponent. A late spirit severing realm demon general and he seems to have the immemorial demon bloodline. I can even sense a trace of 8th grade demon intent from him. If he is at his peak, he might be able to fight against the 7 weakest demon generals in the internal sea. Chu He's tiny nascent soul revealed an aggrieved expression. He only had 1 life left now. No matter how much he hated Ning Fan, he would not dare to risk his life to find trouble with Ning Fan. Chu He, the 7 lives, was supposed to be meritorious in welcoming the demon generals. With this meritorious service, it was highly possible that he would be granted the path of spirit-severing realm by the demon venerables. However, because of a single mistake, he lost 6 of his 7 lives. I'm really unlucky. He cursed inwardly. Then, he took out the last 2 merman king beasts and sacrificed them to the formation. However, 2 mermen were certainly not enough to open the passage. Haha. 2 king beasts trying to open the passage. No wonder the gate collapsed. Is this how you opened the gate to welcome me? The white-haired young man was so angry that he burst into laughter. He wished he could kill Chu He on the spot. It was common sense to prepare at least 18 king beasts to open the passage. Did the demon sealing sect not have such common sense? This is troublesome. Forget it. There should be quite a number of false wild beasts in the first world. I should hunt some of them before the world collapses. There should be some beast kings among them. General Wang, please wait. There's no need to waste so much time. Li Ban has a few king beasts with him. His blood can be used. The red-haired Li Ban sneered. He patted his storage pouch and took out 17 illusory demon infants. These demon infants were his companions this time. However, most of them were buried in the void. The 17 of them did not die not because of Li Ban's kindness. It was because these 17 demon companions were king beasts. General Li, these seem to be your demon companions. Isn't it inappropriate to sacrifice them? The purple-clothed demon general tried to persuade him. Inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Everything that belongs to the demon companions belongs to us demon generals. Why can't we kill them and sacrifice them to the formation? Li Ban's fingers turned into claws. With one swipe, the 17 demon infants were crushed and died. Li Ban waved his sleeves and sprinkled the 17 demon infants' blood on the formation. Immediately, the formation light lit up with an ancient demonic blood light. Li Ban stared coldly at Chu He's remnant demon infants and said sternly. This time, if anything happens to the passage, you will die. No, I don't dare. There are 19 demon beast king blood. It's enough. It's enough. He was terrified. He activated the formation light and chanted the ancient demon scripture. A path slowly appeared above the seven-colored world of light. This time, all of you will walk in front. I will walk behind you. The white-haired young man said in a deep voice. It seemed like he was traumatized by the passage. Understood. The other demon generals naturally did not dare to disobey Wang Zhao's order. The 10 of them entered the light door one after another. This time, it was really not easy for Ning Fan to break the passage of 19 demon beasts' blood. He could not trick them. Moreover, even if he could trick them, this place was not the void and the passage was broken. The demon generals would be fine. At the moment when the demon generals passed through the passage, a flattering voice was heard from the other end of the passage. I'm Liu Bei. He. Greetings to the demon generals. As for Chu he heaved a sigh of relief. This time, the passage did not collapse. However, he did not know how he was going to explain this to the venerated demon when he returns. Moreover, there were still some matters that he needed to discuss with the people who welcomed him in the second world. Why am I so unlucky? He wanted to cry but had no tears. 10,000 li * 500 m per li away, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with hesitation. With He opening the passage, it saved him a lot of trouble and he did not need to worry about the female demons failing to set up the formation. This entrance could still be opened for a few days. After Li Ban and the others left, Ning Fan could follow them and sneak into the second world. However, with the involvement of 10 demon generals and 4 of them being stronger than him, the danger of the second world had undoubtedly increased. To enter or not to enter, while he was hesitating, the 2 women in his arms were feeling bitter. Li Ban's merciless act of killing his companion made the last bit of guilt they felt for betraying him dissipate. Li Ban is not as good as my master. Their expressions gradually became resolute. Ning Fan had more than 1,000 human cauldrons. However, these women were living peacefully in the cauldron ring. Even if Ning Fan encountered danger, he would never let these women help him, not to mention Li Ban and the others who used their subordinates' lives to pave the way for their future. Ning Fan might be cruel to his enemies but he treated his own people very well. At least as long as they became Ning Fan's human cauldrons, the Wind Lady and the Tea Lady would not have to worry about Ning Fan torturing and killing them for fun one day. What's wrong? Why do you look so serious? Are you having mixed feelings after meeting your former master? Ning Fan teased. We only have one master. The 2 women said firmly. Oh? Ning Fan smiled faintly. The 2 women seemed to have become more loyal to him after seeing Li Ban's true colors. It would be best if that was the case. The 2 of you enter the cauldron ring first. The second world is very dangerous. You don't need to get involved, thank you for your kindness, master. The 2 women bowed. With their gold core realm cultivation base, they would not be able to protect themselves in the second world. It would be safer for them to enter the cauldron ring. Ning Fan kept the 2 women and slowly descended to the ground alone. His eyes were filled with seriousness. In the past few days, he had been waiting for the demon generals to leave. However, a huge change happened in the secret realm of the broken world. The teleportation of the 10 spirit-severing realm experts caused the originally unstable secret realm to collapse. Of course, it was only the first world that collapsed. From the west to the east, the void was shattered. Countless old monsters activated the separation formation plate and left the secret realm in a panic. There were also a few old monsters who perished in the void forever. Outside the secret realm, Su Russian's expression changed drastically. The secret realm is collapsing. As for Su Choling, her face was pale and her eyes were filled with anxiety. On the slaughter tablet, the names of the old monsters turned from black to gray. Dead, young Master Zhou. What happened to you? To be continued. 1 month, in just 1 month, Zhou Ming's name seemed to have become a legend. On the slaughter tablet, Zhou Ming's name, which was ranked first, was now as red as blood, red name. Of course, he had killed more than 100 beasts. However, Ning Fan's red name was much redder than Zhu Yan, who was ranked first in the past. Su Russian naturally felt relieved. With such a red name, Ning Fan had probably killed more than 150 wild beasts or even more than 200 wild beasts. After all, Zhu Yan had killed 274 false wild beasts in the past. Ning Fan's name was even redder than Zhu Yan's. Demon Core. That's enough. Hee. Venerated Giant will definitely not make things difficult for me now. Besides, I have also helped Venerated Giant find the person he has been waiting for. My contribution is not small. At the same time, Su Rushan was also shocked. In just 1 month, he had killed more than 274 wild beasts. With Ning Fan's combat strength, which was comparable to a divine transformation realm expert, he probably used all of his means to kill non-stop. This seriousness was naturally because Ning Fan kept his promise to Su Rushan. He would definitely fulfill his promise. He drew his sword without saying a word and killed people with a promise of a meal. Su Rushan was not the only one who was shocked. The old monsters who were paying attention to the secret realm of the broken world were also shocked. In just 1 month, his name became red. Cultivators who were below mid-nascent soul realm could not even open their eyes when their eyes fell on Ning Fan's name. This person was arrogant, but he had the ability to be arrogant. In that case, it was not arrogance but confidence. The shock lasted for an entire month. When the news of Zhou Minghong's name spread, countless old monsters of the outer endless sea and the inner endless sea swarmed to the outer endless sea to have a look at the person who defeated soul formation realm cultivators and became the number 1. However, this shock was replaced by another shock at the end of the month. The secret realm of the broken world had collapsed. Moreover, it was not just a small area but a complete collapse. Impossible. Even a true divine transformation realm expert could only destroy a region if he entered alone, but not the entire realm. Such a large-scale collapse would only happen if a large number of divine transformation realm experts entered. But how is this possible? We were guarding outside the secret realm and none of the divine transformation realm cultivators entered it. Su Rushan's expression changed drastically. The collapse of the secret realm of the broken world was completely out of his expectation. The collapse of the secret realm was not a small mistake. As the master of the secret realm, he would most likely be blamed by the giant demon clan. But that was not all. Now that the secret realm has collapsed, I wonder if Ning Fan can safely leave the secret realm and bring the demon core out. Su Rushan was indeed concerned about the monster cores. It had only been a month, and the other great cultivators were practically out of the question. For 39 people to be able to gather 20 monster cores was already a rare occurrence. If it weren't for the 200 beast cores, the venerable giant's daughter would be critically ill, and he, Su Rushan, would have to bear the responsibility. Compared to the demon core, Su Rushan was more concerned about Ning Fan's safety. Ever since they first met, Ning Fan's had shocked Su Rushan time and time again. From flattering him to treating him as an equal, to respecting him, to looking up to him now. This person's personality was similar to Su Rushan's. What was more precious was that this person seemed to have feelings for his daughter. How can my son-in-law die in the broken world mystic domain? But why hasn't this kid come out yet? Why is he still in the mystic realm? The secret realm of the broken world collapsed when the 10 semi-god realm cultivators entered. From west to east, in less than 2 hours, millions of miles of land had collapsed. The grand cultivators and old monsters managed to escape the secret realm with the help of the separation array disc. However, they were all drenched in cold sweat and their hearts were pounding. With every breath, thousands of miles of land would collapse. The collapsed void made the old monsters who had yet to attain the divine transformation realm feel their scalp go numb. The void. Even ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators would definitely die if they were sucked into the void without any powerful means. 10 great demon generals and hundreds of nascent soul realm cultivators were sucked into the void at the same time. If it wasn't because there were 4 great experts among the 10 divine transformation realm cultivators and the 10 of them worked together, Li Ban, who was an early divine transformation realm cultivator, would probably be buried in the void. Even divine transformation realm cultivators were in danger. It was normal for grand cultivators to die in the void. Other than Ning Fan and Chu He, only 25 of the remaining 38 old monsters survived. The names of 13 of them turned gray and were buried in the void. 1 day later, the secret realm of the broken world completely collapsed. Ning Fan and Chu He had yet to leave the secret realm. Su Qiuling's heart was filled with anxiety. Even if she had blind faith in Ning Fan, she was still worried when Ning Fan did not show up. Young Master Zhou, for no reason, she felt like crying. When she saw Chuhi's name turned gray, her mind went blank. I'm afraid Ning Fan is the only one left in the secret realm. The secret realm of the broken world had completely collapsed. All that was left was the void. Ning Fan was not dead, but he had yet to leave the secret realm. He was probably struggling in the void. Young Master Zhou, what happened to you? I'm afraid he's in danger. Even a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the void without any powerful treasures. Perhaps he's hiding inside a world treasure? Dong Su sighed. Only void refinement realm cultivators could travel through the void. Even divine transformation realm cultivators were not strong enough to do so, let alone Ning Fan, who was only at the late nascent soul realm. No. He'll be fine. Su Qiuling gritted her teeth and raised her head stubbornly. Just as she was feeling anxious and restless, the seven-colored door of light flashed. A storage pouch and a jade slip floated out of the secret realm. The moment the jade slip left the secret realm, it crumbled and turned into a chuckle. Fellow Daoist Su, I'm sorry. The secret realm has collapsed. However, the 200 demon cores are still here. You don't have to worry too much. I might come out a little later. However, I don't need to limit myself to the promise of 5 months anymore. Thus, you don't have to wait for me here. I'll pay you a visit after I leave the secret realm. With Miss Su's personality, you must be worried about me right now. However, don't worry. My name will only become redder and redder. It will never turn gray. So, you don't have to worry. Su Rushan held the storage pouch and stared at the 200 demon cores that had yet to dry up. His mind was filled with shock. The secret realm had completely collapsed, but Ning Fan was still able to teleport out of the jade slip safely. Could it be that he can stand in the void and not die? The same thought and shock rose in the hearts of the old monsters. However, none of them said it out loud. What kind of person could stand in the void and not die? Void refinement realm old monsters could travel through the void. However, it was still difficult for them to do so. Only void fragmentation realm old monsters could survive in the void. Only void fragmentation realm old monsters could break the void and seek for the true immortal realm. How did he do it? Judging from his tone, he didn't hide in a treasure. If he isn't cultivating in the void, he must have gone to the empty area outside the secret realm. No matter which one it is, it's unbelievable because I can't do either of them. Dong Su's eyes were filled with life. He sat cross-legged on the ground without any intention of leaving. Ling Er, you probably won't leave until your brother Zhou comes out, right? I want to wait for young Master Zhou. No matter how long it takes. If he says he's fine, he'll definitely be fine. All right. I'll wait with you. The secret realm had collapsed. Within a day, the mountains and rivers within 70 million li * 500 m per li collapsed. Countless false wild beasts were buried in the void. Chuhi took a step forward and passed through the realm passage. He entered the second world. That was why he didn't die. He would wait for the guide of the second world to return after receiving the demon generals. At that time, he would need to hand over the task to that person. Looking at the void on the other side of the realm passage, Chuhi felt his scalp go numb. However, his heart was filled with a twisted sense of satisfaction. I wonder if that Zhou Ming died in the void. Hee. It's good if he's dead. It's good if he's dead. Unfortunately, Chuhi's wish couldn't come true. Ning Fan stood in the void with a small golden bell in his hand. A faint golden halo rose from the golden bell and enveloped him. The Eastern Ocean Bell. With this bell, I won't be afraid of the power of the void. I won't have any problems even if I travel through the void. The collapse of the secret realm seems to be a good thing for me. At least, I don't need to spend so much effort to travel across 70 million li * 500 m per li of mountains and rivers to kill all the false wild beasts. Their demon cores and demon blood will come to me on their own. The wind from the void blew over like a black sharp blade. Once it hits the target, even a Jade Life Realm cultivator would die a violent death. However, when this black wind touched the golden light of the Eastern Ocean Bell, it trembled slightly and immediately parted. The broken corpses of the false wild beasts were blown over by the black wind. There were also a lot of black blood and demon cores that floated in the void. The collapse came from the west to the east. Naturally, the wind was blowing towards Ningfan. When Ningfan rang the Eastern Ocean bell in the void, a black void vortex immediately rose and sucked in countless demon cores, demon blood, and even the storage pouches of peak nascent soul realm cultivators. Drops of demon blood were kept by Ningfan. Traces of faint golden blood were extracted by him. Adding the 300+ wild beasts that he had killed previously, he had a total of 1284 false wild demon cores, 1284 drops of false wild demon blood and 1284 faint golden blood traces. There were a total of 13 drops of demon marshal's blood essence in his storage pouch. After refining all of the demon blood, it would be 5,000 units of demon power. He had almost completed half of the journey to the divine transformation realm with demon veins. The passage to the second world has been opened. After entering this world, I'll first find a place and refine the demon blood to attain 5,000 units of demon power. After that, I'll think of a way to kill the demon marshal and seize his blood. Attaining the divine transformation realm won't be difficult. His eyes flashed. Step by step, he stepped on the void and arrived at the seven-colored realm path of the second world. He took a step and entered. On the other side of the realm path, the nascent soul realm cultivator of the demon race named Liu Bei was whispering to Chu He. Most of their conversation was about how to build a good relationship with the demon sealing palace in the endless sea of the rain world with the help of the great operation in the demon world this time. Aya. How did fellow Daoist Chu end up like this? I feel sad for you. Liu Bei said with a pretentious expression. Don't mention it. It's all Zhou Ming's fault. However, that bastard has most likely been buried in the void and died without a complete corpse. Only then can the hatred in my heart be appeased. It's good that he died. It's good that he died. Liu Bei did not care who Zhou Ming was at all and whether he was dead or alive. However, while the two of them were talking, a faint red ferocious qi suddenly engulfed the two of them. Under the ferocious qi, be it Liu Bei who was an early nascent soul realm cultivator or Chu He who was a broken nascent soul realm cultivator, both of them sucked in a cold breath at the same time, especially Chu He. When he saw a young man in white robes and a black cloak calmly stepping on the pitch-black void and entering the realm path, his heart suddenly trembled. Impossible. Impossible. You're not a void refinement realm expert nor a void fragmentation realm expert. How can you travel in the void? Impossible. Just now, the two of you said that I died a good death? Ningfan's eyes flashed with cold light. Both of his hands reached out and grabbed Chu He's remnant shadow and Liu Bei's head respectively. The power of this grab was the power of his jade life. The two of them could not break free at all. Soul search. When Ningfan's indifferent voice resounded in their ears, their sea of consciousness immediately collapsed and they became idiots. Chu He's memories were the same as Ying He's. Zigu had planted a purple seal on him. However, with Ningfan's current strength, he could easily break the seal. Naturally, he had seen through all the secrets of the demon sealing palace. Now, he was even more clear about the mission of the demon sealing palace to cooperate with the demon generals of the demon world. This place of slumber and the slumbering demon commander is called Lu Wu. Ningfan swallowed Chu He's remnant nascent soul and chewed it. Then, he smashed Liu Bei's physical body with his palm and swallowed his nascent soul. This demon's name is Liu Bei. He's a winged demon of the Luoyun tribe, the seventh tribe of the Lu clan. This person is cruel and despicable. He has many enemies in the Luoyun tribe but he doesn't have any friends. Moreover, his life soul token was expelled from the tribe because he violated the tribe's rules. Interesting. In this case, no one will know if I kill this person. If I disguise myself as this person and sneak into the Luoyun tribe, no one will know. A winged demon? An early nascent soul realm cultivator. It's almost the same as my current demon power cultivation base. Ningfan swallowed Liu Bei's nascent soul and took a step forward. As he took a step forward, he displayed the spirit concealing art. His appearance immediately changed and he became exactly the same as Liu Bei. From now on, my identity in the second world is Liu Bei of the Luoyun tribe. Now that the secret realm has collapsed, I have enough demon cores to enter the second world. I don't need to leave the secret realm within 5 months. I can send the demon cores to Su Russian in advance to make him feel at ease. In this way, it won't be a problem even if I have to stay in the secret realm for tens of years. As for Su Choling, I'll leave a jade slip on her so that she won't be worried. The land of slumber, the second world, the blood moon hung high in the sky. A white-robed winged demon flew in the night wind. He hid the stars on his brow and dispersed the evil red glow. At this moment, his identity was not Ning Fan but Liu Bei. He was one of the 700 demon soldiers of the cloud-sifting tribe, the 7th tribe of the Liu clan. Demon soldiers must be nascent soul cultivators. A demon general must be a soul formation cultivator. Liu Yun was an inconspicuous member of the 700 monster spirits. From Liu Yun's memories, Ning Fan also learned that the strongest cultivator in the Luo Yun tribe was a titled demon general, Cloud General Liu Daochen. People called him Teacher Liu and he was a mid-divine transformation realm demon. Under this person, there were a total of 7 early deity transformation realm demons that belonged to the Luo Yun tribe. 8 demon generals, 700 demon soldiers, and several 100,000 gold core realm demons. This was the strength of the Luo Yun tribe. However, this strength was only ranked 7th among the 9 tribes. Ning Fan's eyes looked slightly serious. The number of demon generals in the second realm was far more than he had imagined. The first division, the Purifying Flame division, had 19 early-stage soul formation cultivators, 3 mid-stage soul formation cultivators, 1 late-stage titled demon general, and 8,000 nascent soul realm demon soldiers. In this way, in the second realm, there were more than 100 demon generals in total. Demon soldiers, nearly 30,000. Demon Marshal Lu Wu, this man is in deep slumber alone but has 100 soul formation realm experts guarding him. This place is vast and filled with experts. It is comparable to the inner sea of the Endless Sea, the first world which had a circumference of 70 million li *, 500 m per li, was just 1% of the second world's size. With Ning Fan's full speed, it would take him at least a few years to travel across the second world. Time was not a problem. Due to the collapse of the first world, Ning Fan could even stay in this place for tens of years. According to his memories, the location of the third world was only known to the 9 titled monster spirits of the 9 tribes. It seemed that the 9 of them each controlled 1/9 of the realm passage of the third realm. Liu Yun didn't know the specifics. If it weren't for the fact that Liu Yun's ancestor had once been a peak nascent soul expert and had rendered great service to the Cloudsoar tribe, given Liu Yun's lowly character, he wouldn't have been given the surname Liu. In this world, Liu was a symbol of nobility, a descendant of demon commander Liu Wu. However, this Liu Bei was considered a traitor in the Luo Yun tribe. He secretly welcomed the 10 demon generals into the realm, but brought them to meet up with the experts of the first division. If this matter was exposed, it was likely that there would be many beasts in the Luo Yun tribe who would want to kill Liu Bei to vent their anger. He was afraid that Ning Fan would have to take the blame for this. According to Liu Yun's memory, the region they had entered the realm passage seemed to be the border between the Luo Yun tribe and the Lai Tu tribe. It was called Mon Yuan. The 8th tribe, Lai Tu tribe, and the 7th tribe, Luo Yun tribe, had been fighting against each other. Under the boundless night sky, Ning Fan flapped his wings and flew. The small demons he met along the way were all earth-breaking small demons. As soon as they sensed the early nascent soul realm demonic power in Ning Fan's body, all of them fled in a hurry, not daring to peek at him. There were lesser demons in the second realm. There was no time limit for staying in the second realm. In the second world, he could use the female corpse and the stone warrior. To Ning Fan, the second realm was a great opportunity that gave him the hope of attaining the divine transformation realm with his demonic power. If I don't have a reasonable explanation for this Liu Yun going to the border without permission, colluding with the Pure Fire tribe and leaving the tribe without permission, this matter will still be troublesome. If the tribe investigates this matter, I will risk exposing my identity. If I want to find the passage to the third realm, I have to hide in the Luo Yun tribe for the time being. Coincidentally, I am at the border. I will kill some enemy demons and bring their heads back to the tribe. In this way, even if someone investigates Liu Bei for leaving without permission, they won't be able to say anything. Ning Fan's eyes turned resolute. He patted his storage pouch and took out a short dagger axe made of beast teeth. It was a peak high-grade demon treasure. This item was the demon treasure that Liu Bei used when he was still alive. Despite being an early nascent soul realm cultivator, he did not even have a supreme-grade demon treasure. It was enough to show how low his combat power was. Among the 700 demon soldiers, he was also one of the weakest. If Liu Bei wielded this dagger axe, he might not even be able to kill a peak gold core realm cultivator with a single strike. However, under Ning Fan's control, this dagger axe turned into rays of green shadows. 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into 100 and 100 turned into 1,000. When the thousands of shadows dispersed, they took away the lives of tens of gold core realm and harmonious spirit realm small demons within 1,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li. 71 heads. In this case, it does match Liu Yan's combat power. If he kills too many people, it will arouse suspicion. Ning Fan drew out his demon power and formed a thread to tie up the 71 demon corpses. Then, he went to the border of the Luoyun tribe, which was located at the border of the grassland. At this place, a demon soldier and 100 small demons were guarding the place. As soon as he saw a nascent soul realm demon flying towards him, the mid-nascent soul realm demon soldier immediately shouted loudly. His demon flames lit up the night sky. "Who are you?" "Liu Bei of the Luoyun tribe." "What's the password tonight?" "Xiaxun." Xiaxun was a common demon herb in the Luoyun tribe. However, tonight, it was the password of the Luoyun tribe's demon army. Since Liu Bei was able to leave the border, he naturally knew about the password. After searching his soul, Ning Fan also found out about it. Seeing that the other party had answered the password, the nascent soul realm demon soldier immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he heard that the other party was Liu Bei, a hint of disdain flashed across his eyes. Liu Bei? That winged demon who was bestowed the surname Liu by his ancestors? A cripple who could not even complete the second awakening of his demon blood, if it wasn't because his ancestors had made great contributions and were bestowed with 10 traces of the demon marshal's blood, this Liu Bei might not even succeed in forming his demon nascent soul. A hint of suspicion flashed across the nascent soul realm demon soldier's eyes. Liu Bei's combat power was low. However, he was cruel and selfish by nature. Since he left the border without permission in the middle of the night, it was certainly not to kill the enemy. Then, did he collude with the Lai Tu tribe which was at the top of the boundless plains? The nascent soul realm demon soldier's name was Zhao Yuan. This person was very cunning. Thus, he was highly regarded and appointed as one of the demon soldiers in the front department. After pondering for a while, he was almost certain that Liu Bei must have colluded with the enemy. However, he was wrong about one thing. Liu Bei did not collude with the Lai Tu tribe. The Lai Tu tribe was only ranked 8th. It was even weaker than the Luoyun tribe. No matter how useless Liu Bei was, he still knew that he had to walk towards a higher place. If he wanted to collude with the enemy, he would definitely collude with the strongest demon tribe, the pure fire tribe. Although his judgment was slightly wrong, Yao Yuan was able to see through Liu Bei's betrayal. His foresight was not weak at all. He secretly made an order and slit his neck. When this scene fell into the eyes of all the small demons, they all felt a chill down their spines. Kill. Once Liu Bei got close, kill him. However, when the traveling light got closer, the demon flames covered the blood moon in the sky. A white-robed young man with an indifferent expression could be seen holding a demon rope in his hand. On the other end of the demon rope, there were 71 lines of demon force that were binding, 71 demon corpses. His asterisk all the small demons felt a chill down their spines. This scene was too horrifying. As for Yao Yuan, he immediately made an order to stop the killing. His expression changed greatly. Could it be that this Liu Bei did not collude with the enemy, but killed the enemy in the middle of the night? 71 people infiltrated the enemy's territory and killed 71 people in one night. This merit is not small. Is this really Liu Bei's doing? With Yao Yuan's eyesight, he could naturally see the difference in strength among the 71 demon corpses. The weakest among them was just an early harmonious spirit realm small demon with a half-human and half-beast body. Killing harmonious spirit realm small demons with his nascent soul realm cultivation base was in line with Liu Bei's despicable character. However, the strongest among them were a few half-step nascent soul realm experts. To kill such experts in the enemy's territory, it was impossible to use a large-scale demonic technique. Otherwise, it would cause a huge commotion and cause the enemy demons to besiege him. Yao Yuan knew that if he was Liu Bei, he would not be able to kill half-step nascent soul realm experts in the enemy's territory without being noticed. However, Liu Bei did it. So it's Brother Liu. Forgive me for not recognizing you. It seems like Brother Liu has killed quite a lot of demon enemies. Yao Yuan is ashamed. Greetings, Brother Yao. Ning Fan landed on the ground and calmly cupped his fists. The 71 demon corpses behind him were floating in the air, making him look extremely strange. When he took a step forward, the small demons could not help but take a step back. Their reverence towards him was obvious. ****Yao Yuan was once again shocked by Ning Fan's calmness. Rumor had it that this Liu Bei was extremely fond of fame. Rumor had it that he had killed a few gold core realm cultivators by luck. Then, he spread the news without restraint as if he was afraid that the world would not know about it. Today, Yao Yuan had witnessed it with his own eyes. Liu Bei was a person who remained calm in the face of danger and was not arrogant when claiming credit. His calm and indifferent eyes made Yao Yuan realize that this Liu Bei had an extraordinary temperament. He must not be underestimated. Sure enough, rumors cannot be trusted. How can a demon who could inherit the surname Liu be ordinary? This Liu Bei must have offended someone. That's why his reputation is so unbearable. This person must be a hero. Even if his demon power is only at the early nascent soul realm, which is not as good as mine, I'm afraid I won't be his opponent if we fight. This person is extraordinary. Yao Yuan's attitude towards Ning Fan became even more polite. Moreover, deep in his heart, he firmly believed that Liu Bei's reputation was slandered by others. Of course, it was impossible for him to know that the calm and composed Liu Bei in front of him was not the one in the rumors. The real Liu Bei was indeed a bastard through and through. Moreover, he was already dead. Brother Liu, is it convenient for you to follow Yao Yuan to register your battle merits now? Please lead the way, Brother Yao. Ning Fan tugged the demon rope. The 71 demon corpses floated along with his footsteps. In this way, he could be considered to have integrated into the Luo Yun tribe with the identity of Liu Bei. If Liu Bei in the underworld knew that his unbearable reputation would shake the entire Luo Yun tribe because of Ning Fan, it would become a name that would strike fear in the hearts of all demon generals. Liu Bei and Zhou Ming are the same. It seems like they should be grateful to Ning Fan for helping them gain fame. To be continued. In the northern desert city, Ning Fan followed Yao Yuan to pay his battle points and returned to his military residence. Demon soldiers had their own residences while lesser demons could only stay in the military camp. Liu Bei had a bad reputation in the northern desert, but he still had a home. In his bedroom, Ning Fan sat cross-legged on the bed and glanced at the battle points indifferently. Killing 71 people of the Lai Tu tribe gave him a total of 368 battle points. 5 points for an early gold core realm expert, 10 points for a mid-gold core realm expert, 15 points for a late gold core realm expert and 20 points for a peak gold core realm expert. The battle points seemed to be calculated according to magic power. However, including the 368 points that Ning Fan obtained, Liu Bei's battle points had only accumulated to 9,742 points. It was really pitiful. This man had been cultivating as a demon for thousands of years. His standards seemed to be a little low. These battle points could be exchanged for immortal jade. The exchange rate was about 1 point of battle points for 100 immortal jade. Of course, it could also be exchanged for the Demon Tower Scripture, Bloodline Awakening, Demon Egg Cultivation and many other benefits which could not be bought with immortal jade. The Demon Tower Scripture not only contained demonic techniques but also ancient demon language which could be learned. Demon Egg Cultivation could not reverse time, but it could increase the speed of demon power refinement. Bloodline Awakening, Ning Fan's eyes twitched. This Bloodline Awakening made him very excited. He was a winged demon and so was Liu Bei. What was a winged demon? Among all the bird races in the world, any winged demon would become a winged demon when their bloodline awakened for the first time. However, the bloodline of a winged demon was too ordinary. When a demon soldier breaks through to the nascent soul realm, his or her demon blood would awaken for the second time. Winged demons could evolve into the eagle tribe, sparrow tribe, and even the winged tribe and other unorthodox bloodlines. If they were lucky enough, their bloodline could evolve into a remnant primordial bloodline, and they would have the aptitude to cultivate demons that surpassed tens of thousands of people. If this remnant primordial bloodline could complete its third awakening and evolve into a true primordial demon bloodline, then even the primordial demon clan would extend an olive branch to it and recruit it into their clan. In the past, after Li Ban awakened his bloodline, he did not complete the mission immediately. Instead, he transformed into a dragon in Great Jin to complete the third awakening of his bloodline. In the end, he succeeded. Not only did he cultivate the second Dharma idol, but he also evolved the immemorial remnant bloodline into the immemorial Thunder Dragon bloodline. Even though his dragon blood was extremely thin, he was still a carp companion, gaining the qualifications to join the ancient dragon race. As for Liu Bei, his talent was poor. If it were not for the 10 demon commander blood veins passed down by his ancestor, it would have been impossible for him to form a nascent soul. With his level, it was not surprising that he had not completed the second awakening of his bloodline. As for Ning Fan, the reason why he cultivated the demon cultivation method was because of Luo Yu's instigation. He had succeeded by recklessly. However, he had barely awakened his winged demon bloodline. Even though his demon power had broken through to the early nascent soul realm, he had no idea about the method to awaken his demon bloodline. In the end, Ning Fan was the same as Liu Bei. His demon blood had only awakened for the first time, which was the blood of a winged demon. The sad thing was that Great Devil Ning's battle prowess could kill ordinary deity transformation cultivators, but when it came to demon blood and natural endowments, he was almost at the bottom among the 700 demon soldiers of the Luo Yun tribe. This was exactly the same as Liu Bei. Bloodline awakening. I wonder to what extent I can awaken my demon bloodline if I have enough battle merits. The awakening of demonic blood was very important. The type of demonic blood would determine the demonic intent after the demonic transformation. Ning Fan has the divine intent of rain, the devil intent of mountain and the demon intent, the characters of the demon race, the awakening of his bloodline and the sleeping demon marshal. To him, this place was a great opportunity. It's difficult to advance to the divine transformation realm. Even if I have the heart of Mother Earth, I will only have a 10% chance of success. If my magic power, demon power and devil chi are all cultivated to 10,000 units, I will have at least a 70% chance of breaking through to the divine transformation realm. With the help of the separation and reunion pill, it will increase by another 10%. With the heart of Mother Earth, it will increase by another 10%. In addition to my 2 types of divine intents. The day of breaking through to the divine transformation realm is just around the corner. The awakening of demon bloodline could only be completed in the bloodline pool of the demon race. There must be a priest of the demon race who would kowtow to the heavens for a baptism. Putting aside whether Ning Fan could successfully awaken his demon bloodline in the first attempt, he would need 100,000 battle merits just to enter the bloodline pool once, even though Liu Bei had returned after killing the enemies. As a demon soldier of the early nascent soul realm, he had disobeyed the military order and left the tribe without permission. It was still a crime. However, he had made up for his crime by killing the enemy demons. Unless Liu Bei breaks through to the mid-nascent soul realm, he would not have the qualifications to lead the troops to attack. In that case, everything would return to its original point. In the end, he had to increase his demon power first. He was still unable to refine the demon marshal's blood. However, once he refines the 1284 drops of fake wild demon blood and 1084 demon cores, his demon power would break through to 2000 units. With his demon power, he would truly break through to the Grand Cultivator realm. With his demon power, he would even be able to obtain an extremely high position in the army. All the enemies that the demon army under his command killed would be given to him. 100,000 battle merits would be enough for him to gather in a medium-sized battle. As soon as he made up his mind, Ning Fan immediately set up a sense isolation formation in his room. Then, he took out the demon cores and demon blood and consumed them for refinement. With Ning Fan's nascent soul realm demon power, he did not need any pills or spiritual herbs to replenish his demon power. His seclusion lasted for 1 month. During this period of time, Ning Fan did not step out of his room, but his aura force continued to rise. His demon power slowly broke through to 67 units. 68 units, 69 units, 99 units. When his demon power reached 100 units, he was about to break through to the mid-nascent soul realm. However, after his demon power reached 101 units, his cultivation realm did not improve at all. He was still at the early nascent soul realm. How could this be? He opened his eyes doubtfully. Then, he closed his eyes and continued to refine the demon blood and demon cores. 100 units, 101 units. 299 units. When his demon power broke through to 300 units, his cultivation realm should have reached the late nascent soul realm. However, his cultivation realm did not improve at all. He seemed to have understood something. His eyes turned solemn. After pondering for a moment, he continued to refine the demon blood and demon cores. 301 units, 302 units. 1499 units. When his demon power broke through to 1500 units, he should have broken through the bottleneck of the grand nascent soul realm. However, his cultivation realm remained at the early nascent soul realm. This time, Ning Fan did not stop. He just frowned slightly. His heart was not calm at all. 1501 units, 1502 units. He only stopped when he reached 2150 units. Originally, his demon power should have increased by 2368 units. However, as he consumed more and more demon blood, the effect was gradually reduced. 2150 units of demon power. Ning Fan opened his eyes. Once his powerful demon power is released, the area within 1000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang would be razed to the ground. However, the aura force of his demon power, which was comparable to that of a grand nascent soul realm, was forcefully suppressed. After that, he checked his immortal veins and his expression changed. I didn't expect that my cultivation realm would not be able to advance even though my demon power has increased. The reason is because of my demon blood. After looking inside his body, Ning Fan realized that the thing that was stopping him from advancing to the next realm was his demon blood. Originally, he was just interested in the awakening of his demon blood. However, he realized that if his demon blood does not undergo the second awakening, his cultivation realm would forever be stuck at the early nascent soul realm even if his demon power had already surpassed that of a grand nascent soul realm cultivator. As such, his cultivation realm would not be able to advance. Even if he slew a demon marshal and obtained his demon blood, he would still not be able to advance to the divine transformation realm. This is troublesome. Do I still have to gather 100,000 battle points to achieve the awakening of my demon veins? He shook his head and sighed softly. For the 47th time, the sound of a young girl pacing carefully could be heard from outside the door. During the 1 month that Ning Fan was in seclusion, this girl had come to his room for a total of 46 times. Even this time, she still did not dare to enter recklessly as she was afraid that she would interrupt Ning Fan's cultivation. Ning Fan's brows relaxed and he dispersed the sense isolation formation. With a flick of his sleeve, the door opened on its own. Outside the door, there was a little girl who was about 10 years old who was holding a copper basin and a towel. Immediately, she was shocked and the copper basin fell to the ground, dirtying the towel. Her petite body was so frightened that her face turned pale. She hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed to Ning Fan while trembling, begging for mercy. Sir, spare my life. I did not do it on purpose. This little girl was Liu Bei's concubine. She was only 10 years old. He would only accept her when she was 14 years old. In Liu Bei's memory, this woman had a stuttering problem, and the more nervous she was, the more she stuttered. The reason for her stuttering seemed to be because this female demon's blood was impure. As for the reason why she was able to transform into a human, it was because she had lost the shape-shifting grass. However, this girl's appearance was very attractive. Although she was only 10 years old, she would become a beautiful girl in a few years' time. Liu Bei's taste in women was not bad. However, it was a pity that Liu Bei was killed by Ning Fan before he could wait for her to grow up. Thus, this girl should belong to Ning Fan. She was very scared, very scared. Originally, she was here to give her master some water to wash his face. Unexpectedly, she knocked over the copper basin. Such a reckless action might cause her to be killed by her cruel master. One should know that there were already 15 servant girls who were killed by Liu Bei before this because of various mistakes. The tea that was poured into them was too weak, too hot, and their smiles were not sweet enough. Especially when Liu Bei was in a bad mood, he would kill the innocent. Even when it was raining and the air was humid, Liu Bei would blame it on his servants and kill them. Although Liu Bei was not worth mentioning among the 700 demon soldiers of the Luoyun sect, he was still an existence that had broken through to the nascent soul realm among the millions of small demons of the Luoyun sect. He was not someone to be underestimated. She did see that her master's brows were still tightly knitted at the moment when he opened the door. He should be troubled by something. I have made a mistake and it happened when my master was upset. Can I still live? Spare. 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 She was so nervous that she could not even say the word spare this time. Get up. Don't worry. I won't punish you. You don't have to be nervous, Ning Fan sighed softly. Even though he was numb to killing people, he had never killed mortals. This girl had mixed demon blood, but she did not have any cultivation base. She was just a mortal. When Ning Fan was still a mortal, he thought that war was the business of soldiers. As a soldier, it was reasonable to kill the enemy no matter how many people they killed. However, ordinary people shouldn't be slaughtered by soldiers. After Ning Fan became a cultivator, he thought that cultivation was the business of cultivators. In the path of cultivation, in order to fight for limited resources, one had to kill others. However, mortals should not be involved in the cultivation world. Mortals had nothing to do with cultivation. He never thought that he was a good person. However, even if he was guilty of many crimes, he still had this principle. Other than the reason that she was a mortal, there was also an inexplicable sense of closeness that made Ning Fan reluctant to hurt her. He stood up and took a step forward. Like a breeze, he appeared in front of the girl, crouched down and helped her up. Don't be afraid. He smiled faintly. As for the servant girl, she was stunned. Since when did her cruel master become so gentle? However, after holding the servant girl's arm, Ning Fan's expression changed drastically. He finally knew why he felt so close to this servant girl. It was because this girl was one of the 3 souls of the female corpse. Why would Weiliang's soul be in the place where the demon race hibernates? If the first soul was in the demon sinister forest and was connected to the ancient heavenly court, it was still reasonable. However, it was impossible for the second soul to come from the ancient heavenly court to the place where the demon race hibernates. However, he had indeed met Weiliang's second soul in this place. It was as if a huge hand had placed Mu Weiliang's soul in this place, waiting for Ning Fan to receive it. This is not a coincidence. Ning Fan's eyes tensed up. He suddenly remembered that old ancestor Dong Su had said that his fate was a little strange, as if someone had touched it. Is someone plotting against me? Who is it? What's their purpose? When his gaze changed and his aura was released, the servant girl was so scared that she almost cried. Yes, 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 she was so nervous that she couldn't say the words I'm sorry. This little stutterer. Ning Fan's eyes slowly turned gentle. Plotting against me. Interesting. However, I wonder how far a mysterious person like you can plot against me. He rubbed the little stutterer's head. This little stutterer was only as tall as Ning Fan's chest and seemed to be malnourished. Are you hungry? No, no, no. The little stutterer was in fear and trepidation. Are you not hungry, or do you not dare to say it? Ning Fan found it funny. He held the little stutterer's waist and turned into a demonic wind. In a flash, they appeared outside the most luxurious restaurant in northern Desert City. The restaurant was divided into 10 floors. Only gold core cultivators could enter. Nascent soul cultivators could enter the 5th floor. Middle stage cultivators could enter the 6th floor, late stage cultivators could enter the 7th floor, peak stage cultivators could enter the 8th floor, and soul formation cultivators could enter the 9th floor. The 10th floor was reserved for the Luoyun tribe's patriarch. This restaurant was opened by one of the 7 generals of northern Desert City, Lu Sheng. Ning Fan knew that the little stutterer was hungry because she was immortal. He did not hesitate to bring the little stutterer to eat. However, Ning Fan was struggling in his heart. This little stutterer's soul was undoubtedly the soul of the female corpse. If this soul was assimilated into the female corpse, her spiritual wisdom would recover more. However, taking out this soul meant that he had to kill the little stutterer. Ning Fan was hesitating. In order to restore the female corpse's consciousness, he had to kill the innocent little stutterer. If this step was specially arranged by someone, what was his purpose? That person seemed to be waiting for him to kill the little girl and restore the female corpse. I can't let that person get what he wants. But this is Weiliang's soul. Ning Fan's eyes showed a hint of struggle and a bitter smile. Killing her would destroy her Dao heart. If he didn't kill her, Weiliang would never be able to revive. If he killed her, he would fall into someone's trap. To be able to plot against him step by step, could it be a true immortal? Weiliang, if it was you, what would you choose? Ning Fan took a step forward and entered the restaurant. However, 2 guards immediately stepped forward and stopped the 2 of them. My master, young Master Hao Chen, has booked all the floors below the 5th floor for the distinguished guests. Those who have nothing to do with this, get lost. Interesting. Do I need to care about the expression of a gold core ant like you when I bring my wife out for a meal? Break. As soon as this word was uttered, a shocking evil chi rose. Just the evil chi was enough to shatter the demon dawn of the 2 gold core realm guards, causing their cultivation to drop to the harmonious spirit realm. The 2 of them vomited blood and fell to the ground. Their eyes were filled with shock. What kind of person could use evil chi to shatter the demon dawn of others? The little stutterer was frightened by the 2 of them vomiting blood. Ning Fan gently patted her back and comforted her. Don't be afraid. With me here, no one can hurt you. The little stutterer nodded her head. She faintly felt that her master today was different from before. He treated her too well. In order to treat her to a meal, he dared to hurt people in the most prestigious restaurant in the northern desert city. In her heart, she naturally felt a little touched, but she was also a little afraid. Her master had a lot of bad reputation. Could it be that he had an ulterior motive for treating her so well? Unbeknownst to her, she was already led by Ning Fan to the 5th floor. The moment they stepped into the 5th floor, a powerful spirit sense immediately swept towards them. It was like a needle, carrying the power of an early nascent soul realm cultivator. This young master is Hao Chen. How could an ordinary demon soldier like you hurt my subordinates? Break! Ning Fan uttered a word. The evil chi red light rolled towards the spirit sense needle. Immediately, the young man who attacked showed a shocked expression. His spirit sense was shattered. He vomited blood and retreated frantically. He was already severely injured. It's you. Liu Bei. How is this possible? When the young man saw Ning Fan's face, he let out a cry of disbelief. To be continued. Ning Fan held the little maid's hand and walked up to the 5th floor step by step. Then, he sat down at the seat next to the window. He did not plan to go to the higher floors. Every floor above the 5th floor had a pressure formation. If one's cultivation base was not strong enough, he would be injured by the pressure. It was not that Ning Fan's pressure was not strong enough, but little stutterer who did not have any cultivation base would not be able to go up. He was like a sharp sword that pierced through the crowd. Wherever he went, the guests would scatter as if they were trying to avoid an evil star. Most of these guests were gold core realm cultivators. There were a few early nascent soul realm cultivators and some of them were mid-nascent soul realm cultivators. However, none of them dared to reprimand Ning Fan. None of them could maintain their composure under Ning Fan's ferocious aura. Ning Fan only used his ferocious aura to severely injure Hao Chen, who was an early nascent soul realm cultivator. Perhaps only spirit-severing realm demon generals could condense such a ferocious red light. This man is really powerful. However, if he is an elite expert among the 700 demon soldiers, how could he be a nobody until now? Cough cough. You are Liu Bei? Hao Chen was dressed in red, but he coughed out a mouthful of black blood. His eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy. Apart from jealousy and hatred, there was also disbelief. He, Hao Chen, was a famous playboy in the northern desert city while Liu Bei was the other extreme. Hao Chen was domineering, but he was quite strong. Moreover, his father was the priest in charge of the awakening blood pool in the northern desert city. As for Liu Bei, he only dared to be domineering towards Gold Core Realm juniors. His strength was considered as the weakest among the nascent Soul Realm cultivators. His family had already declined a long time ago. In the past, when Liu Bei met Hao Chen in the northern desert city, he even had to cup his fists and greet him politely. Today, Why did Liu Bei's temperament change and become so insolent to injure me? The most unbelievable thing was that Liu Bei, who was known as the weakest nascent soul realm cultivator, actually had a way to injure me with his ferocious aura. It was simply absurd, but it really happened right in front of me. He is the biggest trash of the Luoyun tribe. Liu Bei? Each of the old monsters' expressions changed. Especially the nascent soul realm old monsters. They finally recalled why they felt that Liu Bei was the one who had lost his reputation before. 1 month ago, there was a rumor that Liu Bei had secretly left the northern desert, entered the grassland alone, and killed 71 enemy demons. Initially, no one believed it. From the looks of it, the rumors were still too weak. This Liu Bei truly had the demonic power of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. However, his aura was even stronger than that of a peak cultivator. As expected, rumors could not be trusted. Liu Bei, who had been ridiculed by the outside world, was actually a peerless expert. Liu Bei? On the seat at the center of the 5th floor, there was a voluptuous woman who was surrounded by many people. She slowly stood up and looked at Ning Fan's direction. Her eyes flashed with shame and indignation. What's up? Ning Fan merely glanced at her indifferently and then shifted his gaze away. He did not have much interest in her. This woman was dressed in purple. Her breasts were ample, but her waist was slender. Her face was excessively young, but she was playful and adorable. A child's face and large breasts were perfect for her. However, when she looked at Ning Fan with that adorable face of hers, she was filled with shame and indignation. This shame and indignation seemed to be because Liu Bei had teased and disrespected her many times. As for the details, Ning Fan did not manage to find out much from Liu Bei's fragmented memories. The only thing he knew was that this woman was Lu Wan'er, the younger sister of the northern desert city lord, Lu Xing. Mid-nascent soul realm cultivation base with a bone age of 900 years. This woman's aptitude was not bad. However, Ning Fan did not put her in his eyes. Even the early divine transformation realm demon General Lu Xing was not a match for him in this northern desert city. Huh? Lu Wan'er had originally prepared a few vulgarities to retort when Liu Bei teased her. However, it turned out that she was rejected by Liu Bei for the first time. Something's up. This answer was an obvious rejection. This Liu Bei actually did not seem to be interested in me at all. How is this possible? Lu Wan'er was a little dumbfounded. If she met Liu Bei in the past, he would certainly look at her body with covetous eyes and even tease her. However, today, Liu Bei was actually not interested in her at all. He did not even show the slightest hint of disrespect. It was not a disguise. If he were to disguise himself, there would more or less be some clues. However, Lu Wan'er, who had seen countless people, realized that the current Liu Bei's bearing was completely different from the past. No, it's all right. The Bright Jade restaurant is my elder brother's restaurant. Previously, it was young Master Haochen who was rude. However, since young Master Lu has already taught him a lesson, let's just forget about this matter. Consider it as giving me some face. Alright. As an apology, Wan'er is willing to invite young Master Lu over for a drink. There's no need for a drink. It's just that I don't want to be disturbed here. I won't pursue this matter further. However, if anyone dares to provoke me again, don't blame me for killing them mercilessly. Ning Fan just looked at the little stutterer thoughtfully. He did not even turn his head. Compared to Lu Wan'er, he was more worried about how he should deal with this little stutterer. His indifferent words carried a trace of coldness that could not be erased. Lu Wan'er could not help but shiver. She gently crossed her arms and felt surprised inwardly. If it was in the past, she was afraid that this Liu Bei would immediately pester her like a bee that clung to her without paying for its life. Today, he actually behaved so politely. It's really strange. Since young master is unwilling, Wan'er will punish herself by drinking a cup of wine. This matter will end here. Lu Wan'er drank a cup of wine and sat down again. Haochen also consumed a pill to slightly suppress his injuries. Then, he returned to his seat. The other guests also returned to their seats. However, there was no longer a cheerful atmosphere among the demon cultivators. Each of them felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. As for Haochen, he would even cast sidelong glances at Ning Fan from time to time. His eyes were filled with hatred and fear. Soon, Ning Fan cast Lu Wan'er and the others to the back of his mind. He looked at the little stutterer and the little stutterer also looked at him. However, her stomach was growling. Are you hungry? Ning Fan could not help but laugh. The little stutterer lowered her head. Her face was filled with embarrassment. As a girl, she was so hungry that her stomach was growling. The waiter of the restaurant ordered the dishes timidly. Not long after, a table full of exquisite delicacies was served. At first, the little stutterer was still bashful. Later on, she just minded her own business and started eating. She was indeed a heartless little girl. She had some similarities with Mu Weiliang and the female corpse. Ning Fan remained silent. Even though he knew that this girl was the female corpse's second soul, he could not bring himself to kill her and seize her soul no matter what. This girl is obviously a replica of Mu Weiliang, a 10-year-old version. Sigh, he rubbed the little stutterer's head. Immediately, the little stutterer widened her eyes and raised her head to show her puzzlement. Did I do something wrong? No. Just eat, Ning Fan smiled bitterly. I'm thinking whether I should kill you or not. How can I say such words, little stutterer? Your name is Xiao Huan. Your surname is Mu. You should be called Mu Xiao Huan. Do you know? Her silly look was comparable to Jihe's. The setting sun shone through the window and into the restaurant. The demon lanterns of the northern desert city were all lit up. It has been a long time since I had such a peaceful meal. Ning Fan looked at the little stutterer and a hint of warmth flashed across his heart. Master told me to bask in the sun more often. Damn it. I don't even have so little time to bask in the setting sun. In this simple warmth, the trace of emotion that Ning Fan's state of mind lacked the most was slowly filled. His state of mind slowly improved. Eventually, it broke through to the peak nascent soul realm. At the moment when his state of mind was about to break through, his eyes flashed but it disappeared in a flash. That scene did not attract anyone's attention. In other words, there was no one who was foolish enough to provoke Ning Fan after he had revealed his true strength. Lu Wan'er was the only one who noticed it. Her small mouth couldn't help but open in shock and disbelief. She didn't hear a single word of Hao Chen's flattery and fawning words. He actually achieved a breakthrough in his state of mind during a meal. Almost immediately, Lu Wan'er rose to her feet and stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. This person's state of mind is already at the peak nascent soul realm. There's no doubt about it, his demon power is even denser than 1,500 units of peak nascent soul realm. There's no doubt about it either, however, this person is just at the early nascent soul realm. There's no doubt about it either. His magic power is sufficient but his cultivation realm is not sufficient. Naturally, it's because his demon blood has yet to awaken for the second time. However, with Lu Wan'er's eyes that had seen countless people, she could only look up to Ning Fan at this moment. How could such an existence fail in the second awakening of his demon blood? It seems like the awakening of the demon blood is controlled by Hao Chen's father. Could it be that this person did something when Liu Bei was awakening his demon blood? That's right. If it wasn't for that, with Ning Fan's monstrous potential, how could he fail to awaken his demon blood if he had the bloodline pool? As soon as she thought of this possibility, Lu Wan'er's eyes immediately turned hostile. She looked at Hao Chen and let out a soft snort. There was actually someone in the demon city that was ruled by her elder brother who buried a talent like Liu Bei just because of a personal grudge. When she thought about it again, it seemed to make sense why Liu Bei had such a notorious reputation. Perhaps it was because Liu Bei failed to awaken his demon blood in the past and he was schemed against by others. He thought that he could not show off his abilities before he improved his strength. That was why he sullied his reputation and acted like a playboy to deceive others. He carried the title of the weakest nascent soul realm cultivator and made everyone look down on him. In fact, he was cultivating diligently in the dark and accumulating his demon power. He was waiting for the day when he had enough strength to awaken his demon blood again and break through to the peak nascent soul realm. When she thought of this possibility, Lu Wan'er suddenly felt that Liu Bei, who had teased her every time they met, did not seem to be so hateful anymore. He was a man who could endure patiently. Today's eruption was the signal of his rise. Lu Wan'er did not know that she was completely wrong. The playboy who had teased her repeatedly was indeed the useless Liu Bei. As for the peerless expert in front of her, he was just a fake Liu Bei who did not have so many twists and turns in his story. As for Hao Chen, he was trying to please Lu Wan'er. When he heard her cold snort, he immediately froze. Hao Chen really did not know which of his words had offended this young lady. He also did not know that Lu Wan'er thought that he was an accomplice who caused Liu Bei to fail in his awakening because of various misunderstandings. Miss Wan'er, may I know which of my words have displeased you? Hao Chen smiled apologetically. Today, he was really unlucky to have provoked Liu Bei. However, he did not expect that Liu Bei was actually a person who hid his strength well. He could even kill someone with just a hint of malevolence. Although he had provoked Lu Wan'er, Hao Chen asked himself honestly. His behavior today was especially respectful and cautious. He definitely did not say anything wrong. Why is Lu Wan'er angry? There must be a reason. I'm sorry. Wan'er is a little tired. I'll take my leave first. Young master, please help yourself. Lu Wan'er wiped her lips with a silk handkerchief. Then, she rose to her feet and walked towards Ning Fan with a complicated expression. Young master, are you preparing to awaken your demon veins? How did you know? Ning Fan was secretly puzzled. Could it be that this lady also knows the mind-reading technique? How did she know what I'm planning to do? No matter how smart Ning Fan is, he certainly would not be able to guess Lu Wan'er's cliché thoughts. Young master, why haven't you gone yet? Are you afraid that a vile person will harm you? A vile person? Ning Fan's gaze fell upon Hao Chen, who was standing opposite him. Coincidentally, his eyes met with Hao Chen's resentful gaze and he could not help but burst into laughter. This Lu Wan'er was rather interesting. Hao Chen had treated her to a meal, and she had beaten up Hao Chen. However, in the end, Lu Wan'er had spoken up for her and even called Hao Chen a despicable person. However, it made sense. From Liu Bei's memories, Ning Fan knew that Hao Chen's father, Lu Zongyun, was a great demon cultivator. Lu Zongyun's other identity in the northern desert city was the bloodline pool priest, responsible for the second awakening of nascent soul realm monsters. Today, he beat up Hao Chen, and he didn't know if that Lu Zongyun would take revenge on him. However, Ning Fan did not put Lu Zongyun in his eyes at all. In the first world, Ning Fan had already killed 300 demons at Lu Zongyun's level in just 1 month. I'm not afraid of villains. At least, this person isn't worthy of my attention. Ning Fan shook his head. Then why hasn't young master awakened his bloodline yet? Not enough battle merits. Ning Fan smiled faintly as if he was mocking himself, but his smile suddenly turned cold. In the blink of an eye, a tremendous aura force swept across the entire Mingyu Tower. When this aura force arrived, none of the experts of the demon race could sit still anymore. All of them were suppressed to the ground by the aura force. This aura force is so domineering. However, when this aura force swept towards Ning Fan and Mu Xiaohuan, it was crushed by Ning Fan with just a flick of his sleeve. Liu Bei. You actually remained calm and collected under my aura force. At first, I didn't believe Yao Yuan's words. No wonder he praised you so much. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that Liu Bei, who has a bad reputation in my northern desert city, is actually an expert who can endure everything. My sister Wan'er's question is also my question. You, Liu Bei, as a member of the demon race, should have the ambition to advance bravely and go against the current. How can you conceal your strength and conceal your identity? Why didn't you awaken your demon bloodline again? A young man in black armor slowly appeared beside Lu Wan'er. That domineering aura force was emitted by him. He was the demon general of the northern desert city, Lu Xing. Battle merits? Alright. I'll give you a chance to obtain battle merits. Today, if you can reach the 10th floor of the Bright Jade Tower and withstand the aura force of a mid-spirit severing realm expert, I'll give you 50,000 battle merits. After that, I'll give you 10 days to kill one person. If you manage to do that, I'll give you another 50,000 battle merits. A total of 100,000 battle merits is enough for you to awaken your demon bloodline once. With your potential, you'll definitely succeed in one try if you don't get tricked by some vile person. However, do you dare to accept this challenge? The young man's eyes lit up. In the Luoyun tribe, only a titled demon general could make him feel pressured. However, he actually felt a trace of pressure from Ning Fan's body. The reason why he gave Ning Fan this challenge was because he didn't want to waste his talent and also to test Ning Fan's true strength. An ordinary early nascent soul realm cultivator might not be able to obtain 100,000 battle merits even after going through hundreds of battles. However, the young man had given Ning Fan a great opportunity. He wanted to see if Ning Fan could seize this opportunity. Liu Bei, you might be able to reach the 10th floor of the Bright Jade Tower. I can't do it. Ning Fan said indifferently. What? The young man's eyes were filled with disappointment. Could it be that he had overestimated this person? If I forcefully reach the 10th floor, this tower will definitely collapse. The young man stared at Ning Fan deeply. This young man's eyesight is indeed extraordinary. The suppressive force formation of the Bright Jade Tower was extremely unique. The first 9 floors were fine, but the 10th floor had a special formation. Only a titled demon general could enter. Those below the mid-spirit severing realm would not be able to enter. If someone managed to enter the tower, the formation would be triggered and the tower would collapse. A titled demon general would never allow others to share the same room with him. Ning Fan was able to see through the 10 floors of the tower collapsing formation. Just this eyesight alone showed that this person's Tao of formation was astonishing. What an arrogant young man. This Bright Jade Tower was built using the moonlight crystal of the demon world. Even if it collapses, it can be rebuilt with the moonlight. You don't have to worry. Ever since this tower was built, it has collapsed 3 times. If you can make it collapse for the 4th time, the 50,000 battle merits that I promised you will belong to you. If that's the case, I, Liu Bei, accept this challenge. Little girl, don't eat first. Wait until we reach the 10th floor and continue eating. Ning Fan held the little stutterer's hand and walked towards the 6th floor. The black-armored young man's expression changed and reminded him. The aura force of this Bright Jade Tower increases according to the number of people. If you bring this mortal girl up the tower, the aura force of the 10th floor will be comparable to a late spirit severing realm expert. The 9th floor will be comparable to a mid-spirit severing realm expert. You might not even be able to reach the 9th floor. Are you sure you want to bring her up the tower? That's right. I won't feel at ease if I leave the little girl alone. Ning Fan took a step forward and stepped on the jade stairs. The moment he took a step forward, the entire Bright Jade Tower trembled violently as if it was trembling in fear. With the Eastern Ocean bell on his body, Ning Fan's back at this moment emitted a kind of aura. When his back swayed, almost all the demons at the scene felt like submitting themselves to him. Under this back view, the black-armored young man's heart trembled as he faced Ning Fan for the first time. This young man's back view is a little. This back view gave the black-armored young man an extremely familiar feeling. He gradually recalled that it was during the 3rd awakening of his demon blood. After he kowtowed to the stone statue of the demon ancestor, he was bestowed with the ancestral atavism. With that power, he completed the 3rd awakening of his bloodline. That was the illusory shadow of the demon ancestor that bestowed him the ancestral atavism power. Its back view gave off such an oppressive feeling, demon ancestor. The black-armored young man's eyes gradually filled with disbelief. To be continued. Ning Fan's pace was slow, but every step he took made a sound on the ground, causing the entire Mingyu Tower to shake. His back was silent and dignified. At this moment, none of the demons dared to underestimate him. Even young Master Hao Chen, who harbored a grudge against Ning Fan for revenge, felt his blood boiling. When he saw Ning Fan's back, he could not muster up the slightest bit of disobedience. Liu Bei. This person was Liu Bei. Don't provoke him. Ning Fan was unaware of all these. His ears could no longer hear any sound from the moment he stepped on the jade stairs. Even if it was the sound of the wind, no one knew that Ning Fan's mind was currently immersed in a series of questions. Inside the storage pouch, the silent Eastern Ocean bell was ringing in Ning Fan's mind. Faint golden halos, the sound of the bell had the ability to freeze one's body. When it rang in his mind, even his thoughts were almost frozen. Eastern Ocean bell. Ning Fan's eyes flashed, but he didn't stop his steps. What is the relationship between the Eastern Ocean bell and the Eastern Ocean heaven of the 4 heavens immortal world? What does it have to do with the demon race? The design of this bright jade building was extremely ingenious. The ancient Fey Pagoda's deterrence array was set up on the 5th floor. This formation was rumored to have been created by the ancestral Fey. It was a formation used to intimidate enemies. How is this formation related to the Eastern Ocean Bell? Originally, Ning Fan only hoped to ascend to the 10th floor and obtain 50,000 battle points. Now, however, he was trying to find out the secrets of the Eastern Ocean Bell. Gritting his teeth, he stepped onto the 6th floor and stopped. However, the moment he stopped, the ringing of the bell showed signs of stopping. He seemed to be lost in thought as he held Mu Xiaohuan's hand and stepped onto the jade staircase. They climbed up to the 7th level, and as soon as they began to move, the tolling of a bell could be heard, dong. Dong. Dong, the sound of the bell rang in Ning Fan's heart. Ning Fan realized that the red light of the evil qi that he had accumulated from all the killings he had committed throughout his life had lost control at this moment. It was glowing with red light, as if it was responding to the bell. Under the sound of the bell, the evil aura seemed to show signs of transformation. The pressure was invisible. However, Ning Fan could feel that his aura was slowly being dyed with a dark red blood light. With the addition of the crimson glow, the pressure became even stronger. His demonic power was comparable to that of a grand cultivator, but his aura was still slightly inferior to that of a half-step divine transformation cultivator with 5,000 units. However, at this moment, its aura was slowly climbing towards the half-step soul formation level. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with surprise. This Eastern Ocean Bell could actually condense evil qi and increase its aura force. Of course, with the inheritance of the yin-yang locket, Ning Fan was not afraid of the pressure below the void fragmentation realm. Even if it was above the void fragmentation realm, he could still resist a little. However, he was ultimately unable to withstand the might of a perfected immortal. Moreover, the aura of the locket belonged to the ancient Chaos Immortal Emperor, not Ning Fan. The might of this evil qi was something that Ning Fan had cultivated step by step. It belonged to him and he had unlimited room for improvement. If this Eastern Ocean Bell is able to gather ferocious aura and enhance its aura, I might not be able to improve my cultivation, but it's highly possible for me to possess the aura of a true immortal in the nascent soul realm. However, why is the Eastern Ocean Bell ringing this time instead of behaving like this before? Perhaps the ancient demon runes carved on the bell recorded a technique to increase the pressure. The pressure formation set up by the bright jade building is similar to the method of controlling treasures recorded in the ancient demon runes. As a result, the Eastern Ocean Bell's prestige divine ability was activated by coincidence. Void evasion, heaven sealing technique, increase pressure. The secret of this Eastern Ocean Bell is truly shocking. It's definitely not an ordinary ancient Fey sacrificial artifact. If it was in the past, Ning Fan would not mind taking out the Eastern Ocean Bell in front of everyone. However, after witnessing all kinds of miraculous abilities of this bell, he knew that it was inappropriate to take out this item which had an extraordinary background right under the nose of the ancient demon race. If that's the case, I'll pay a visit to the scripture tower of the demon city to learn the ancient demon writing and decipher the true method of using the Eastern Ocean Bell. In the future, I'll have a way to increase the pressure of the bell. For now, I'll go to the 10th floor. Ning Fan withdrew his thoughts and stepped into the 7th floor. The 7th level of aura was comparable to a peak nascent soul cultivator, but it was not enough to stop him. The bell continued to ring. Thump, 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 the pressure of the bell was still increasing. When Ning Fan stepped into the 8th floor, all the evil qi entered his body and merged with the aura. At this moment, Ning Fan's body was shrouded with a strong dark red aura force. Under the aura force, most of the demons on the 5th floor were suppressed to the ground, unable to move. Spirit Severing Realm Aura Force. The black-armored demon general's eyes were filled with surprise. In his eyes, Ning Fan's demon power was still at the early nascent soul realm. Even though his aura force was strong, it was only comparable to a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. However, as he continued to ascend the tower, his aura force actually increased steadily. When he reached the 8th floor, it had reached the early spirit severing realm. In fact, Ning Fan's current aura force was even slightly stronger than his demon general Lu Xing's. This young man has hidden his strength well. If it wasn't for Yao Yuan's recommendation, I wouldn't have known that this Liu Bei is actually a ruthless master who kills people like scything flax. His evil qi is even weaker than mine. However, this person has merged his evil qi into his aura force to increase his aura force. I have never heard of such a method before. However, this person's aura force has reached the early spirit severing realm. However, his evil chi has been exhausted and there is no more room for it to increase further. This is already his limit. He can go up to the 9th floor alone, but he can't go up with his little daughter. The black-armored demon general felt slightly regretful. This Liu Bei is indeed a genius. If his bloodline awakens successfully, he might be able to go up to the 10th floor alone. However, it was impossible for him to do so now. You can go down now. Even if you haven't gone up to the 10th floor, you have opened my eyes. I will remember this 50,000 battle points for you. Lu Xing, who was clad in black armor, revealed a smile. No matter what, his purpose of finding out Ning Fan's true strength had been achieved. Originally, the 50,000 battle points was just a bait. Even if Ning Fan couldn't ascend to the 10th floor, as long as he was a talented person, Lu Xing would give it to him. It could be considered as Lu Xing's sincerity to recruit Ning Fan. Demon generals were known as generals. They would need powerful demon soldiers to guard a region. Ning Fan was probably one of the strongest among the 700 demon soldiers in the Luoyun sect. She was worthy of Lu Xing deigning to befriend her. The demon general's words caused the demons who were prostrating on the ground to be secretly shocked. Lu Xing's words were not only a friendly gesture to Ning Fan but also a warning to everyone present. If anyone dares to offend Ning Fan in the northern desert city again, it would be equivalent to not giving face to a demon general. However, Lu Xing's words didn't waver Ning Fan's heart. He stood silently on the 8th floor, holding the young maid's hand. He closed his eyes and sensed the evil energy in his body. The evil aura had already completely merged with the pressure, causing the pressure to rise to the early stage of deity transformation. This was an unexpected gain. However, at this stage, it was not enough to rely on his evil aura to raise his prestige. The evil chi was formed by killing nascent soul cultivators and harming the harmony of the world. The malice chi, on the other hand, was formed by killing soul formation cultivators and enraging the will of heaven. Evil chi. That's right. In order to raise my prestige to the mid-divine transformation realm, I must have evil chi. Moreover, I need to kill at least one deity transformation realm expert to obtain evil chi. Only then can I break through to the mid-divine transformation realm. I have never killed a deity transformation realm expert with my own hands. Today, I can kill the first one. Moreover, I want to break through to the mid-divine transformation realm with this person's evil chi. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch, took out a jade bottle and crushed it. A remnant primordial spirit that was sealed within the bottle was sucked into his palm. Then, he immediately swallowed it. It was the soul of the vice sect master of the Black Buddha sect, Xie Guang. After devouring this ferocious soul, Ning Fan's body gained another trace of evil chi for the first time. With a single step, he stepped onto the jade stairs that led to the 9th floor. No one knew what Ning Fan had swallowed. However, the trace of evil chi that appeared out of nowhere made Lu Xing's heart turn cold. Evil chi? This young man is just an early nascent soul realm cultivator. It's impossible for him to kill a deity transformation realm expert. How could he have evil chi? However, this aura that makes me feel cold. If it's not evil chi, then what is it? Initially, Lu Xing was certain that Ning Fan would not be able to reach the 9th floor. However, his judgment was shattered by Ning Fan's step-by-step, *dong****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** floor, the aura force that was comparable to the mid-divine transformation realm pierced towards Ning Fan, causing his sea of consciousness to ache. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. After the nascent soul realm, every step was a world of difference. Once one reached the spirit-severing realm, the difference was like a chasm. At such a close distance, even Lu Xing would be sent flying by the aura force if he tried to resist it recklessly. However, only a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Ning Fan's mouth. Lu Xing frowned. He realized that he could not see through this little winged demon named Liu Bei anymore. On the 5th floor, each of the demons from the Luo Yun sect held their breath. None of them dared to make a single sound as they were afraid of disturbing Ning Fan's ascension. Ning Fan's back became heavier. Under his back, each of the demons felt like they were as insignificant as ants. As for Ning Fan, he was like a star in the sky, unreachable. Just one more step and he would be able to reach the 9th floor. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. As soon as he took the first step, the bright jade tower let out a creaking sound. The tables and chairs shook and were on the verge of collapsing. As for the baleful qi that he obtained from devouring Xieguang's primordial spirit, it quickly merged with the aura force. A wave of aura force that was as heavy as a giant dragon swept across the place. Under this aura force, even Demon General Lu Xing had to take a few steps back to protect his sister Lu Wan'er. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Mid-divine transformation realm. This young man's aura force has actually reached the mid-divine transformation realm when he is only at the early nascent soul realm. Within the 1 billion li * 500 m per li of the Luo Yun tribe, only the titled demon general Lu Daochen had the aura force of a mid-divine transformation realm expert. This young man must be the most outstanding person in the past 10,000 years of my Luo Yun tribe. We must treat him generously and we must not allow anyone to harm him. If Lu Zongyun dares to harm him when his bloodline awakens, I will definitely annihilate his entire clan. With the aura force of a mid-divine transformation realm expert, Ning Fan would definitely be able to ascend to the 10th floor and crush the bright jade tower if he did not bring Mu Xiao Huan along. In Demon General Lu Xing's heart, he had silently agreed that Ning Fan had won the bet with him this time. Lu Xing also noticed that the baleful qi that Ning Fan borrowed from somewhere had already been used up. It was impossible for the aura force to increase anymore. However, Ning Fan's unexpected actions made Lu Xing vaguely feel that this young man still had some tricks up his sleeves. He was able to bring his people to the 10th floor, it was illogical but Lu Xing felt that way. Will this young man continue to ascend the tower? The 9th floor was Ning Fan's limit if he brought Mu Xiao Huan along. The 10th floor was Ning Fan's limit if he did not bring Mu Xiao Huan along. On the 9th floor, Ning Fan stopped moving but the bell did not stop ringing. It was still the same dull dong-dong sound. From this sound, Ning Fan could gradually make out the human language. It was as if someone was saying something in the sound of the bell. However, he could not hear the content clearly. Who's talking? Ning Fan was hesitant. However, he knew that it would be difficult for him to ascend to the 10th floor unless he used the Yin-Yang locket and ascended with the might of the ancient chaos formation. However, if he used the Yin-Yang locket as a shortcut, it would go against the purpose of the pressure force formation. The 9th floor is enough for me to obtain 50,000 battle points and prove that I have the strength to ascend to the 10th floor alone. There is no need to deliberately use the Yin-Yang locket and expose the fact that I am not afraid of the aura force below the void fragmentation realm. He held Mu Xiao Huan's hand and turned around silently as if he wanted to go downstairs. However, just as he was about to take a step back, the bell suddenly rang loudly in his mind. This time, he could clearly hear the voice that was mixed with the sound of the bell. I am the demon ancestor. This technique is the heaven sealing technique. Prestige secret art is the prestige secret art of the Force secret art. The inscriptions are the incantations. This is the Heart Sutra. The Heart Sutra can only be taught once. When the bell stops ringing, the Heart Sutra will collapse. Ning Fan stopped his footsteps when he heard the voice, Demon Ancestor? The Eastern Ocean Bell was merely a supreme rank magical treasure and was not worth mentioning. However, as an ancient demon sacrificial artifact, it had inherited the demon ancestor's secret technique. Ning Fan managed to glean a lot of information from the demon ancestor's words. The heaven sealing technique was divided into two parts. The divine ability of the Eastern Ocean Bell and the fixed body technique that Ning Fan comprehended through the bell belonged to the first half of the technique, the secret of the word might. As for the second half, the secret of the word force, it was not mentioned. This prestige formula was divided into two parts, the verbal formula and the mental formula. Once the inscription on the bell was deciphered, it should be a mnemonic chant. And this bell that kept ringing in one's mind was the mantra. Moreover, this mantra seemed to only be passed down once. If one could not obtain it after the first time, the bell would collapse and the mantra would be lost forever. Ning Fan didn't know how powerful the heaven sealing technique was, but judging from Stone Warrior's astonishment, it was a peak-level immortal technique even in the Four Heavens immortal world. Now that Zhang Xian had obtained half of the inheritance by chance, and had even triggered the Eastern Ocean Bell by chance and heard its chimes, it was possible for him to learn the heart mantra of listening. If he left Mingyu Tower at this moment, the bell would completely collapse, and he would no longer have the chance to obtain the mantra. We can't retreat. There was no time to choose. He had to obtain the mantra before the bell stopped ringing. There's only one chance. Ning Fan put away all his thoughts, held Mu Xiaohuan's hand and stepped onto the jade stairs that led to the 10th floor. He really wants to reach the top of the 10th floor. Lu Xing had guessed the beginning, but he couldn't figure out what method Ning Fan was going to use to resist the pressure of the 10th floor. Every step he took on the 10th floor carried the might of a late spirit severing realm expert. It struck Ning Fan's mind and set off a storm. This feeling was similar to the feeling he had when he first met the late spirit severing realm demon general Wan Xiao before he entered the second world. Even if he faced Wan Xiao, who had lost his demon body and was gravely injured, he only had a 10% chance of escaping. This pressure was comparable to Wan Zhao's. Perhaps even the Cloud General of the Luo Yun tribe wouldn't be able to resist it. Should I activate the Yin Yang locket? No, Ning Fan wanted to resist it with his own pressure and listen to the bell chimes. 1 step and his immortal veins were about to break. 10 steps and his silver bones were about to break. 100 steps and his nascent soul was about to collapse. Ning Fan's face was pale, but he didn't turn back. That heart sutra was slowly ringing in his ears. He seemed to have seen a golden-robed young man standing on the peak of the stars in the boundless void, looking down on all living beings. The golden-robed young man's eyes had a kind of might. A might that was enough to freeze heaven and earth. Ning Fan's mind was enlightened. Why could the Eastern Ocean bell freeze one's body? The direction of my comprehension was wrong. I condensed magic power to bind and freeze my body, but the direction is wrong. He recalled the time when he entered the Ningbai Peak for the first time to gather herbs when he was young. At that place, the young Ning Fan saw a wolf for the first time. Those dark green eyes carried a kind of ferocious might. Under that ferocious might, the young Ning Fan was so frightened that he couldn't move. This deterrence was the secret of the first half of the heaven sealing technique. Using magic power to freeze one's body could only freeze the person. In order to freeze time, reincarnation, and the heavenly Tao, one would need to comprehend might and momentum. Might word mantra. As soon as this enlightenment rose in his mind, the heavy pressure that almost crushed Ning Fan immediately dispersed like a gentle breeze. His eyes were glowing with a faint golden light. His lips were moving, silently chanting the mantra of the bell. The golden light covered his eyes. Ning Fan seemed to see the lips and tongue of the golden-robed young man who was standing on the peak of the star. He looked down at the starry sky and smiled proudly. With a step forward, the star, which was 100 times bigger than the rain world, was crushed. He raised his head and looked at the sky with disdain. Then, he asked. Stepping on the eastern sea and gazing at the north, I ask, who is the strongest in the heavens? The golden-robed young man's body flashed with blood-red light. A strong and ferocious demonic chi turned the moon into the color of blood. He bent his finger and sighed. The blood-red moonlight was absorbed by him and turned into a moonlight boat. He leaped up and stepped on the moon boat. No one could stop him. Fishing for the demonic moon in heaven and earth, sailing the boat in the wind and rain. The scene ended here. There were only 2 sentences of the mantra. However, the aura force contained in these 2 sentences seemed to hit Ning Fan's face, causing his eyes to widen. The golden light faded and he regained his consciousness. However, after he regained his consciousness, Ning Fan realized that he was only 1 step away from the 10th floor. He did not immediately step onto the 10th floor. Instead, he was deep in thought. Is that golden-robed young man the demon ancestor? His aura force is so domineering. There were only 4 sentences of the mantra, but they contained the aura force of trampling on the eastern sea, aspiring to the heavens, fishing the moon as a boat and traversing the void. Demon ancestor. Ning Fan looked pensive. A ray of golden light emerged from the center of his palm. This golden light was the heart chant bell that had been ringing continuously in his mind. This ray of golden light represented the aura force of the demon ancestor. The mantra could only be heard once. However, this golden light was the best nourishment to increase the aura force. It was even better than the baleful chi. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He swallowed this ray of golden light and stepped onto the 10th floor in a single step. At this moment, the golden light was refined and its aura force rapidly rose to the late spirit severing realm. It was not the aura force borrowed from the Yin Yang locket but Ning Fan's own aura force. At this moment, a golden shadow condensed behind him. It was tens of zhang tall, but it was blurry and faceless. At this moment, Mingyu Tower began to collapse. This Liu Bei can still step onto the 10th floor while carrying another person. This kid's methods are truly monstrous. If I'm not mistaken, this person's aura force has already risen to the late spirit severing realm. However, what I find the most unbelievable is the golden light behind his back. If I'm not mistaken, this golden shadow should be one of the 3 void fragmentation realm abilities, the sovereign shadow. This kid can actually comprehend the sovereign shadow technique at the early nascent soul realm. This kid will certainly reach the void fragmentation realm in this lifetime. It seems like my northern desert city and even the Luoyun tribe have produced an extraordinary demon. This kid has broken through to the demon general realm and advanced to the demon commander realm. It's just a matter of time before he ascends to the demon sovereign realm. Lu Xing was already shocked when he saw the sovereign shadow. His intention to befriend Ning Fan became unprecedentedly solemn and firm. However, Lu Xing did not know that Ning Fan had already mastered the 3 void fragmentation realm abilities, Incarnation, Soul Extraction, and Sovereign Shadow. Mingyu Tower collapsed. However, Lu Xing did not feel distressed at all, because the person who could make Mingyu Tower collapse must be a peerless expert. I declare. From now on, Liu Bei is the #1 demon soldier of my northern desert city. He will be bestowed the Blood Orchid token. The Blood Orchid guards and 10,000 little demons will be given the right to lead the troops into battle. In addition, 50,000 battle points will be given to Liu Bei's War Merit token. No mistakes are allowed. Lu Xing's heart was filled with a sense of pride. It was inevitable that Northern Desert City would prosper because of Liu Bei alone. The Luoyun tribe would also prosper because of Liu Bei in the future. This matter must be reported to Wanluo City immediately and recommended to the titled Demon General. To be continued. In the General's mansion of the Northern Desert City, in the guest room, the simple-minded little stutterer was sleeping soundly on the bed. A 10-year-old girl was naturally sleepy. Ning Fan, on the other hand, sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at the token in his hand. His lips curled into a smile. Destroying the Bright Jade Tower gave him 50,000 battle points. As long as he kills one more person according to the promise he made with Lu Xing, he would be able to get another 50,000 battle points. In this way, he would have enough battle points to awaken his demon blood. Even though his true strength was exposed, Liu Bei had many enemies and few friends. So far, there was no one who noticed that Ning Fan was not Liu Bei. The secret of the Eastern Ocean Bell was solved and he inherited half of the demon ancestor's heaven sealing technique. What pleased Ning Fan the most was the increase of his aura force. The aura force of a late divine transformation realm expert. Not only that, when he ascended to the top of the Bright Jade Tower, he even condensed the Sovereign's shadow. This was far beyond Ning Fan's expectation. The 3 void fragmentation realm abilities were Incarnation, Soul Extraction, and Sovereign's Shadow. Only void fragmentation realm old monsters were qualified to cultivate these 3 abilities. However, it did not mean that every void fragmentation realm expert could comprehend them. Those who could comprehend one of them were as rare as a phoenix feather and a unicorn horn. Ning Fan, on the other hand, had already comprehended 3 of them before attaining the void fragmentation realm. With Ning Fan's current cultivation realm, he could not unleash the full power of these 3 abilities. However, once he attains the void fragmentation realm, the void fragmentation realm is divided into 9 levels. Each level is like the 9 heavens. The difference between them is like heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, a first-level expert would never be able to defeat a second-level expert. However, if I attain the void fragmentation realm, I would be invincible among the first 3 levels of the void fragmentation realm with my 3 great abilities. However, Ning Fan did not expect that he would condense the Sovereign's shadow in the Bright Jade Tower. As such, many demons might have seen Ning Fan's Sovereign's shadow. However, he did not know how many of them would be able to recognize the abilities of the Sovereign's shadow. Perhaps there would be trouble or perhaps nothing would happen. However, there was nothing he could do about what had already happened. To refine the demon commander's golden blood, I need a 10,000-year-old jade fire grass. The Luoyun tribe doesn't have it. However, the cleansing flame tribe has quite a number of it. I can't find it if I want to improve my demon power yet. In that case, he could first go to the scripture pagoda and memorize the demon race's characters. These words must be extremely difficult to learn. Even with the wisdom of the Wind Lady, she could only learn 31 words. If I have these words, I will be able to decipher the chant of the heaven stabilizing might technique. In the future, I will be able to kill divine transformation realm experts and condense its might. As for the awakening of my demon blood, it will have to be done after I kill someone. I wonder who this demon general Lu Xing wants me to kill. Ning Fan rose to his feet and stroked Mu Xiaohuan's cheek, which was in deep sleep. He shook his cauldron ring and kept her into the red mist space for the time being. After that, he instructed his women to take good care of her. Then, taking advantage of the blood moon, he went to look for Lu Xing that night. Lu Xing gave him 10 days to kill one person. The faster, the better. According to Ning Fan's speculation, Lu Xing was the general who guarded the borders. If there were no accidents, he would be tasked to assassinate the enemy's general. General's mansion, White Tiger Hall. Ning Fan pushed the door open and entered. There was already a man and a woman waiting for him in the hall. As soon as she saw Ning Fan enter, the lady bowed to him while the man nodded with a smile. Commander Lu, you're finally here. Liu Bei greets the demon general and Miss Wan Er. May I know who the demon general wants me to kill? Ning Fan cupped his fists. You're straightforward. I like it. This jade slip has the information about that person. Take it and kill him. If you succeed, you can spread the news of his death to the public and destroy the enemy's morale. This will increase the odds of our main force winning the war. Ning Fan scanned the jade slip with his spirit sense. He was not surprised. Sure enough, the person Lu Xing wanted him to kill was the commander of the Broken Peak Guards of the Lai Tu tribe, Xiong Rui. The Broken Peak Guards were the elite guards of the demon general Bai Yuan of the Lai Tu tribe. That Xiong Rui was a peak nascent soul realm expert with a demon power of 3,000 jia. Defeating this guard and killing their commander would greatly reduce the morale of the enemy's main force. When the time comes, Lu Xing would lead the demon army to cross the grassland and launch an attack on the Lai Tu tribe. Ning Fan was not concerned about the specific strategy. What he was concerned about was killing people. This is easy. Ning Fan kept the jade slip after saying that. Then, he cupped his fists and left. It was normal to assassinate the enemy's general during a battle between two armies. As long as it was not a spirit-severing realm expert, it was not difficult for Ning Fan. Wait. Commander Lu, you can bring Wan Er along with you. Lu Xing pointed at Lu Wan Er and smiled mischievously. Lu Wan Er blushed and nodded her head. Ning Fan shook his head. A mid-nascent soul realm expert is a burden. You. Lu Wan Er's initial shyness immediately turned into reproach. Among the 900 years of her life, her aptitude was top-notch. Moreover, she had followed her elder brother and experienced many battles. Thus, she was familiar with the military formations of the demon army. The reason why Lu Xing sent her to follow him to battle was because he was worried that Ning Fan did not know how to lead an army even though he was strong. Lu Wan Er felt very embarrassed and resentful. She was a heroine after all. Yet, Ning Fan actually said that she was a burden. She secretly cursed inwardly. In the past, you, Liu Bei, would pester me every day in order to tarnish your reputation. You even said sweet nothings to me every day. I didn't expect you to be so cold when you reveal your true colors. However, it was this kind of indifference that made Lu Wan Er silently criticize him. At the same time, she looked at Ning Fan in a different light. Forget it. If you don't want to bring me along, then I won't. However, how many troops are you going to bring for this battle? There are 15,000 small demons in the Broken Peak Guards. I wonder if the 10,000 troops you bring will be enough. If it's not enough, I alone am enough. Otherwise, if I were to lead an army, why would I reject Miss Wan Er to follow me? I still understand the principle of being a military supervisor. You want to assassinate Xiong Rui by yourself? Isn't it a little dangerous? Lu Wan Er's tone sounded a little worried for Ning Fan. Wan Er, you don't have to say too much. Since Commander Lu has such confidence, I'm looking forward to seeing Commander Lu kill the enemy's leader alone. It just so happens that we don't have enough troops. It's also a good thing that Commander Lu doesn't want to bring the Blood Orchid Guards with you. I'll transfer the Blood Orchid Guards to you. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. Ning Fan pushed the door open and disappeared into the night. As for Lu Xing, he let out a bitter smile and sighed. Brother, why did you let him take the risk alone? If something happens to him, you won't be able to live anymore? Don't talk nonsense. Lu Wanner's cheeks turned red. Her brother really liked to joke behind her back. Who would have thought that the black-armored demon general who had a cold appearance would be such a lazy person? Lu Wanner had to admit that after several encounters with Ning Fan, she was quite moved by him. After all, an outstanding man like Ning Fan was like a peerless beauty among women. Few men would dare to say that they were not moved by him. However, it was just a good impression. Lu Wanner had not reached the point where she would die for Ning Fan. My brother always likes to talk nonsense. How can a girl's reputation and integrity be used as a topic of nonsense? Brother, in short, I think it's not appropriate for Liu Bei to enter the enemy's territory alone. Why don't I bring the Blood Orchid guards to reinforce him? You're worried about him and want to monitor him? Lu Xing's eyes flashed. No. I'm worried about him. Brethren. Be serious. Lu Wanner seemed to have fallen into Lu Xing's trap again. Alright, let's be serious. Let's talk about this person. I'm a bit worried about this person leading the army, so I sent you to supervise the army and assist him in arranging formations to kill the enemies. However, I seem to have misjudged this person's ambition. He refused to bring the Blood Orchid guards along with him, which made me very surprised. He has no interest in controlling the Blood Orchid guards. 10,000 harmonious spirit and gold core subordinates, yet he has no interest in leading them. If he is the eyes and ears of the enemy, then there is no need for him to do so. His ambition is not to lead an army, it's not enough to be a demon general. Lu Xing looked at the boundless night sky and sighed. I have a hunch that this man will be the key to defeating the Lai Tu tribe. Wanner, it's getting late. Let's gather the troops and set off. It's almost time to set off for the Mongyuan Plain. The night was boundless. Mongyuan Plain, Lianyun Mountain, 15,000 demon experts were guarding this place. Thousands of bright flames lit up the sky. Inside the big tent, a black-faced brawny man was looking at the military map and discussing with a few demon soldiers about the march. However, at a certain moment, the black-faced brawny man's expression suddenly changed. He slammed the table and stood up. His thunderous roar echoed for thousands of miles. Who is it? Come out. You sneaky bastard. The moment his roar resounded, all the bright flames in the camp turned gray. The figure of a white-robed winged demon appeared in the night sky. With the blood moon hanging in the sky, the appearance of this person was even stranger. Looking at Xiong Rui and the other experts who were rushing out of the tent, the young winged demon said indifferently. My name is Liu Bei. I'm here to take your head. Ridiculous. You're just an early nascent soul realm winged demon who hasn't even undergone the second awakening of his bloodline. How dare you come to the encampment of the Broken Peak Guard and speak arrogantly? Pass my order. Demon crossbow camp, shoot this person to death. Following Xiong Rui's order, 5,000 lesser demons lined up in a well-trained formation. In the next moment, each of them took out their spirit-shooting crossbows and shot 5,000 fire arrows into the sky within a breath's time. Spirit-shooting crossbow, huh? It's a nostalgic thing. I haven't seen it for 300 years, the young winged demon's eyes reminded him of the past. When the 5,000 fire arrows approached him, he opened his mouth and swallowed all the fire jades into his stomach, turning them into nourishment for the yin-yang locket. He formed a hand seal with both of his hands and performed a minor demonic technique, fire arrow technique. This minor demonic technique was only at the core realm. Most of the demons in the Broken Peak Guard knew how to use it. However, harmonious spirit realm experts could only produce 10 fire arrows. Gold core realm experts could produce 100 fire arrows. Even ordinary nascent soul realm experts could only produce 1,000 fire arrows. However, when this little demonic technique fell into the hands of the young winged demon, it divided into 10, 100, 1,000 and 10,000 fiery arrows. He only stopped when he had divided 15,000 fiery arrows. However, it was obvious that he still had enough demonic power to create more fiery arrows. An ordinary fire arrow could only kill an early harmonious spirit realm expert, however, the fire arrow of the young winged demon was gray in color. It was enough to kill a gold core realm expert. The corner of Xiong Rui's eyes shrank. The gray flame gave him a strong sense of danger. Earth Vein Demonic Flame. No, it doesn't look like it. Its power is even stronger than the Earth Vein Demonic Flame. What kind of flame is this? Could it be a 6th grade spiritual flame that only Void Refinement Realm demon generals can refine? He was wrong. This was the fusion form of 2 types of Earth Vein Demonic Flames and 3 types of Heavenly Frost Cold Chi. When 5 types of 5th grade spiritual flames fused into one, its power was certainly not inferior to a 6th grade spiritual flame. As the young winged demon waved his sleeves, 15,000 gray fire jades immediately shot down like arrows. The camp of the Broken Peak Guard turned into a sea of fire. In just a single exchange, 7,000 harmonious spirit realm experts died under the fire jades. As for the remaining 8,000 gold core realm experts, each of them had different degrees of injuries. However, they managed to defend against this minor demonic technique. However, all of them either had their defensive magical treasures destroyed or their arms burnt. Their eyes were filled with shock. Oh my god! Is this a minor demonic technique? Is this the enlightenment demonic technique of the demon race? What kind of person could kill 7,000 harmonious spirit realm experts with just a minor demonic technique? Even an early spirit-severing demon general might not be able to do that. Liu Bei. Liu Bei, since this person came to the territory of the Broken Earth tribe to kill the enemies, he was most likely from the Luoyun tribe. However, since when did the Luoyun tribe have a demon general named Liu Bei? This was unheard of. After the gray fire rain, before the demons could even catch their breath, a thick black light lit up in the night sky. It turned into a black sword sense and swept across 3,000 li. Under the attack of this black sword sense, even an intermediate gold core realm demon was instantly killed. With a sweep of the sword sense, the lives of 6,000 gold core realm demons were taken away. In just a single exchange, the Broken Peak Guard's main tent was already in ruins. Corpses were everywhere. Minor demonic technique and sword sense. These 2 simple attacks were too fast. It was so fast that Xianxia was terrified. However, before he could do anything, the demon division had already suffered heavy losses. Before they could achieve victory, all of them were already dead. This was the elite division of Demon General Bai Yuan. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Xianxia took the lead and soared into the sky. He ordered the remaining demons to retreat as soon as possible. He knew that the young winged demon in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. However, he could see that this young winged demon was not a spirit-severing realm expert. His demon power was 2,150 jia. This person was powerful, but he was good at sneak attacks. If it was a fair fight, Xianxia did not think that he would lose. After all, his demon power of 3,000 jia was higher than this person. Even if this person's combat power was higher than his, he could still stop him for a while. However, Xianxia was completely wrong. The young winged beast took a step forward and suddenly turned black. His body shattered and countless ink-colored sword senses swept toward Xianxia like a dot of ink. Black torrent soul-splitting art, Emon Yen swept his hand and Xianxia's body was shattered. Only his demon nascent soul was left. Emon Yen barely managed to escape. He was an expert at the peak of 3,000 jia origin realm, but he could not fight back against this demon at all. The demon nascent soul was frightened and wanted to escape. However, the young winged demon pointed his finger at it. Freeze! At this moment, the aura of a late spirit-severing realm expert was released. At this moment, red threads came out from the demon nascent soul's body and bound it. This was the true form of the body freezing art. It used its aura to suppress the enemy and bound the demon nascent soul from within the enemy's body. This body freezing art could at least freeze an early spirit-severing realm expert for one breath. Furthermore, the demon nascent soul wouldn't be able to escape through self-harm. This was because the body freezing art was from the inside out. Even the demon nascent soul's thoughts were frozen. Break! A gray light flashed and the young winged demon turned into demonic smoke. He appeared in front of the demon nascent soul and pointed his finger at it. Immediately, the demon nascent soul collapsed and turned into a mist of blood. The young winged demon swallowed it. His gaze fell on the remnants of the Broken Peak Guards. He took out his green ancient spear and formed a hand seal. Destroy. 1 was divided into 10, 10 was divided into 100, 1,000 shadows of the spear were unleashed. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, there was no one left alive. Ning Fan looked at the military merit token. He had obtained a total of 94,607 points in this battle. In addition to the previous battle points, he had more than 150,000 points. It was enough for him to learn the demon language, let alone awakening his bloodline. After cleaning up the battlefield, Ning Fan walked to the foot of the Lianyun mountain. He pointed at his glabella and took out the Separation Slayer sword. He waved the sword and wrote 7 words on the mountain. The killer, Liu Bei of the Luoyun tribe, the demon generals of the Lai Tu tribe must have found out about Xiong Rui's death and sent people here to investigate. Once this matter is exposed, the morale of the army would definitely be shaken. Moreover, the fact that a single person could slaughter tens of thousands of demons was even more shocking than sending out the Blood Orchid Guards. It would also boost the morale of the army. Lu Xing would be the one to worry about this. It had nothing to do with him. He was only responsible for killing people. What happened tonight would surely shock the entire Lai Tu tribe. After all, who else could annihilate an entire tribe alone unless they were titled demon generals? 3 days later, the Lai Tu tribe suffered a crushing defeat. In the Lai Tu city, the Earth General Bai Wuzuan held a jade slip in his hand and flew into a rage. Liu Bei. Who is this person? Pass down my order. In the name of the Lai Tu tribe, this person is wanted. Regardless of whether he's dead or alive, he will be rewarded with 30 million immortal jade. Liu Bei's name spread across the second world at an astonishing speed. To be continued. Have you heard about it? The great victory in the Mongyuan plain? Who doesn't know about it? Demon General Lu Xing defeated Demon General Bai Yuan of the Lai Tu tribe with his 100,000 demon army. Then, do you know that there was a person who single-handedly annihilated 15,000 elites of the Trap Peak Guard? Once his name was spread, the morale of the Lai Tu tribe's frontline fell into chaos. Ah. There's such a thing. I just came out from my seclusion. I don't know about it yet. Tell me about it. Tisk tsk tsk. You don't know about it. This Liu Bei is wanted by a conferred demon general of the Lai Tu tribe. He has a bounty of 30 million immortal jades. Tsk tsk tsk. 30 million immortal jades. How many things can I do with so many immortal jades? Liu Bei. This person's name sounds a little familiar. How can it not be familiar? Do you know who this Liu Bei is? He is the biggest playboy in our northern desert city. But just half a month ago, he destroyed the Bright Jade Tower with a single step. Destroyed the Bright Jade Tower? Was he the one who did that as well? Liu Bei. Liu Bei. I remember now. Isn't Liu Bei the shame of the northern desert? Could it be that he isn't a trash but a mid-spirit severing realm expert? Such discussions could be seen everywhere in the northern desert city. A young man in white robes was holding the hand of a young girl who was rubbing her eyes while walking on the street. He did not care about the discussions of the crowd. Once someone recognized the young man's identity, they immediately avoided him as if they had seen a ghost. He's Liu Bei. General Liu of the Blood Orchid Guards. Shu, lower your voice. Ning Fan remained silent. He did not pay attention to these discussions at all. Half a month had passed since the great victory in the Mongyuan plain. During this time, Ning Fan went to the scripture tower every day to practice the ancient demon language. The ancient demon language was difficult to learn. Every stroke contained a talisman formation technique. Even the tactics, meaning, and divine abilities of each word were recorded in a book. That's right. Each word in the book was equivalent to a type of talisman formation. With Ning Fan's intelligence, he only managed to learn 200 words of the demon language within half a month. These 200 words were the entirety of the northern desert city. With these 200 words, he could only translate 1/3 of the incantation on the Eastern Ocean Bell. As for something like a cultivation technique, the difference of a single word was like the difference between heaven and earth. The northern desert city is a war-torn city at the border. Naturally, the demon language is incomplete. If I want to learn the complete demon language, I have to go to the Luoyun prefecture. Cloud General Liu Daochen, also known as Teacher Liu, is rumored to be extremely knowledgeable and proficient in the ancient demon language. In this prefecture, there is even a rubbing of the demon code. If I want to decipher the entire mnemonic chant, I still have to go to the prefecture. Moreover, regarding the world passage of the third realm, I have to get close to Lu Daochen in order to have a chance to find out more. He muttered something to himself that Mu Xiaohuan could not understand. The little stutterer raised his head and nibbled on the sesame seed cake while staring at Ning Fan with his big eyes. Master, where are we going? Go look for Lu Xing. Today is the day we agreed to awaken the demon blood. After staying in the scripture tower for half a month, Ning Fan had not only learned the ancient demon language but also looked up the information about the awakening of his bloodline. Walking beasts absorb the chi of heaven and earth, the spirit of the sun and moon, and the essence of blood and flesh. After the vein-opening realm, they become demonic beasts. As for harmonious spirit demonic beasts, many of them could transform into a half-human half-beast form. When they reach the gold core realm, they could choose to completely transform into a human or a beast. After doing so, they would face the first awakening of their demon blood. When they reach the nascent soul realm, demon cultivators would form their demon nascent souls while demon beasts would maintain their demon cores. This step would require the second awakening of their demon blood. After reaching the divine transformation realm, demon cultivators would become demon generals while demon beasts would become wild beasts. After reaching the divine transformation realm, the third awakening of their demon blood could be achieved. During the first awakening of their demon blood, most of them would be ordinary bloodlines unless they possessed the bloodline of a true spirit race. They were divided into more than 10 types such as winged demons, grass demons, beast demons, sea demons, and spirit demons. During the second awakening of their demon blood, they would undergo specific evolution. For example, Ning Fan's winged demons could evolve into countless demon species such as eagles, cranes, sparrows, pigeons, geese, bats, vultures, swallows and so on. However, all of them belong to the ordinary demon species. The rarer ones would be the hybrid demon species. For example, a griffin that awakened the bloodline of a beast demon and a winged demon at the same time was a hybrid demon species. The rarest of them would be the immemorial remnant bloodline. The immemorial dark sparrow, immemorial fire phoenix and immemorial golden crow were the bloodlines of an immemorial true spirit race. If one was able to activate such a bloodline, then it could be said to be like ascending to the heavens in a single step for a demon cultivator, and they would possess the possibility of ascending and joining a true spirit race after ascending. However, during the second awakening, even if the primordial bloodline was stimulated, it would still be called remnant bloodline because it was too thin. Only during the third awakening would these remnant bloodlines have the possibility of advancing one last time. His target was naturally the immemorial demon vein. Therefore, for the second awakening, he must at least awaken a broken immemorial vein. With a total of 200,000 battle merits, he had at least 2 chances to awaken. In the northern desert city, the east of the city was a forbidden area. There was a 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall gigantic black egg which gave Ning Fan a strange sense of familiarity. This was the egg of a demon general, the egg of a demon general in deep slumber. Ning Fan had read about it in the scripture tower but it was his first time seeing it up close. Demon General's egg, Ning Fan recollected his thoughts and approached them step by step. As they approached the giant egg, several cold voices came from within. Halt your steps. From today onwards, the bloodline pool will be used by the Demon General. Those who are unrelated to this, leave immediately. While they were shouting, a door of light appeared on the surface of the black egg. 12 nascent soul realm demon guards walked out of the door and stared at Ning Fan with unfriendly eyes. However, when they saw Ning Fan's appearance, their expressions changed greatly. They immediately cupped their fists and greeted him. We have offended you. Commander Liu, please apologize for our rudeness. Commander, the commander of all the demon soldiers, the life and death of these nascent soul realm demon soldiers would be decided by Ning Fan. When they thought of how they had offended Ning Fan with their words, their faces turned bitter. However, Ning Fan did not say anything. He just nodded and asked. Is the bloodline demon pool ready? Don't worry, Commander. The blood pool is already filled with the blood of gold core realm demon beasts. Moreover, the demon general has given the order that no one is allowed to stay within 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, of the blood pool. If Commander is not satisfied with the blood, I will immediately send someone to replace the blood. No need. Lead the way. Ning Fan patted Mu Xiaohuan's head and whispered something into her ear. Then, he kept her in his cauldron ring. His expression darkened and he stepped into the door of light under the lead of the demon soldiers. The inside of the black egg was filled with black armored guards. They were guarding Ning Fan's bloodline awakening. It showed how much importance Lu Xing placed on this matter. At the end of the path was the first inner palace. There was a jade wall in the palace. It was the wall of demon shadow. Lu Xing, Lu Wan'er and the others were already waiting for him under the jade wall. Commander Lu, you have contributed a lot in the victory of the grassland plain. Today, you have awakened your bloodline. I, Lu Xing, will personally protect you. If anyone is blind and dares to do anything, I will definitely kill them. Lu Xing's words were obviously a warning to Lu Zongyun and Hao Chen. Hao Chen's body trembled when he felt the aura of the demon general. He immediately lowered his head and did not dare to look at Ning Fan. As for his father, Lu Zongyun, he smiled bitterly and cupped his fists. He had never caused Liu Bei to awaken his bloodline. However, Lu Xing did not believe his explanation. Don't worry, Commander Lu. I will definitely do my best. However, please be careful. Don't fail. Don't fail. If you, Liu Bei Wan, fail again and again, Lord Demon General will definitely think that it's my fault. I have been doing this for nearly 1,000 years but I have never caused any harm to anyone. Awakening my bloodline is a matter of great importance. I will do my best. Hee. That's good. That's good, Lu Zongyun's eyes flashed with surprise. The Liu Bei in front of him right now was incomparable to the Liu Bei in his memory, whether it was his aura or his aura. Among the 700 demon soldiers of the Luoyun sect, Liu Bei was the only one who failed to awaken his bloodline for the second time. Lu Zongyun had a deep impression of that hedonistic young master who failed to awaken his bloodline. In the past, he even asserted that if it wasn't for the Lu family's ancestors, Liu Bei would definitely not be able to form his nascent soul. However, at this moment, Lu Zongyun firmly believed that the Liu Bei in front of him was definitely not a weakling who relied on his ancestors. He had been living with demon blood every day. Thus, he was especially sensitive to it. From Ning Fan's body, Lu Zongyun could feel an enormous demon blood qi which suffocated him. It was as if Ning Fan had killed hundreds of thousands of nascent soul realm demonic beasts and devoured thousands of wild beasts. I must be mistaken. Devouring the blood of thousands of wild beasts. How is this possible? Lu Zongyun shook his head with a bitter smile, thinking that he was really thinking too much. Commander Lu, please leave a trace of demon blood qi on the wall of demon shadow. With this qi, the jade wall will be able to determine your bloodline. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the jade wall. This 1,000 zhang * tall jade wall had recorded tens of thousands of names and the types of their bloodlines. Without saying much, he forced out a trace of demon blood and flicked it onto the jade wall. Immediately, a name appeared at the back of the jade wall. Liu Bei, Winged Demon Bloodline Score, 17 level. The score of 17 level was below 10,000 but it was not the lowest. After all, even though Ning Fan did not know the method to awaken his bloodline, he had more or less devoured the blood of many ferocious beasts. Unknowingly, his bloodline had improved a lot. Rank 17? Fortunately, it's not considered low. In that case, Lord Commander only needs to absorb the power of the blood in the blood pool after you enter it. I, Lu, will kowtow to the demon ancestor in front of the demon statue. Fu Luan will perform the technique to enhance the power of Lord Commander's bloodline. As long as your bloodline score reaches 25 level, you can begin to awaken your bloodline. Indeed, one could begin to awaken their bloodline at 25 level. However, after reaching 60 level, one could try to awaken a hybrid bloodline. If one's bloodline reaches 100 level, one could even awaken a broken immemorial bloodline. To a person who had failed to awaken his bloodline before, Lu Zongyun did not think that Ning Fan could reach 60 level, let alone 100 level. In fact, he was only 70% confident that Ning Fan could reach 25 level. After all, Liu Bei had a dark history of failing to awaken his bloodline. I hope this person can reach 25 level. Otherwise, sigh. Lord Demon General will definitely think that I'm the one who harmed him, Lu Zongyun sighed. To be continued. In the second hall of the inner palace, there was a 100 Xiang*, 33 Emperor Xiang, tall golden statue. It was the demon statue of a six-legged bronze beast. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the statue and his eyes narrowed. This six-legged bronze beast flapped its golden feathers and looked down at the universe. Its gaze was very similar to the demon ancestor's shadow in the Eastern Sea Bell. After reading the scriptures in the scripture tower, Ning Fan already knew that this six-legged demonic beast was the Dharma image of the immemorial Golden Crow. However, ordinary members of the Golden Crow clan would be considered as heaven-defying if they could cultivate 3 legs. If they could cultivate 4 legs, they would be considered as a royal Golden Crow. There was only one person with 6 legs in the entire world since ancient times. Moreover, Ning Fan's demon blood trembled when he faced the demon statue. After refining the golden light of the Heart Sutra, he faintly felt that there was an additional trace of golden color in his demon blood. That golden color should be the demon ancestor's golden sense. At this moment, it resonated with the demon statue. Immemorial Golden Crow, Ning Fan's mind raced. By relying on the demon ancestor's golden sense, I can get rid of the body of a winged demon and achieve the body of a golden crow. However, even though I will definitely succeed with this trick, I can only awaken a trace of my blood with my remnant sense at most. After the third awakening, my trace of blood will at most be at the level of an ordinary golden crow's demon blood. If that's the case, my demon innate potential will be like a carp. The true spirit blood sounds nice and it will make people envious in the 9 worlds. However, in the demon spirit land, the thin true spirit blood is just considered mediocre. Ning Fan frowned. The awakening of demon blood was a random factor, but it was also affected by the individual's will. Should I awaken the trace of blood safely or give it my all? Lu Zongyun, who was the priest, stood in front of the demon statue and began to smear the demon blood on his face. Then, he burned incense and prayed. However, his expression was still full of worry. He clenched his teeth and said, "Commander Lu, please don't treat the awakening of demon blood as a child's play. If it really fails, please prove that I didn't harm you. Don't worry. No matter if it succeeds or fails, I won't slander you." Ning Fan nodded and did not say anything else. He then entered the third palace alone. This palace was thousands of feet wide. The floor was made of dark gold metal, and there were complicated grooves that looked like formation patterns. They were filled with the blood of golden core demon beasts. And at the very center of the formation runes, there was a pool of blood that was hundreds of feet wide. The energy of the green demonic blood was extremely dense. I'm going to awaken my demon bloodline in this lake? Whether or not I'm going to awaken my golden crow bloodline is still up for debate. After all, I have 200,000 battle credits, which means I can awaken my winged demon bloodline twice. Even if I fail the first time, it doesn't matter. Lu Zongyun is right. I need to be cautious when it comes to awakening my demon bloodline. My caution isn't about how to succeed on the first try, but rather, how to awaken my thin-winged demon bloodline to its strongest state. Ning Fan took out the military merit token and touched it with a hand seal. 200,000 battle merits instantly became 100,000. As his battle merits dwindled, the azure blood pool seemed to boil, emitting steam and a fishy smell as it bubbled. At this moment, it was Ning Fan's chance to enter the pond. Wait. Just as Ning Fan was about to enter the pool, a feminine voice resounded beside him. A lady in purple robes walked into the third palace and smiled shyly at Ning Fan. Big Brother said to let Wanner help the commander change his clothes and guard this place to prevent Lu Zongyun from doing anything. As for this 5th revolution pill, it's called the Blood Awakening Pill. It was given to me by a titled demon general. There were originally 2 of them. One was for Big Brother to consume to awaken his demon bloodline, while the other was for Wanner's 3rd awakening. Ning Fan was slightly stunned and looked at Lu Wanner deeply. If this lady helps me change my clothes, doesn't that mean that her chastity will be buried in my hands? Is this really Lu Xing's idea or is this lady's personal decision? Ning Fan asked while looking at the golden pill in his palm, which was filled with boundless energy. Is this pill the demon general's idea or yours? Yes. It's Big Brother's idea. You don't have to feel uneasy. Lu Wanner's face blushed a little unnaturally. Ning Fan sighed. A 5th revolution pill was useful for a spirit-severing realm demon general who was undergoing his 3rd awakening. With Lu Xing's personality, it was impossible for him to disregard his sister and snatch her pill to please Ning Fan. Currently, Lu Xing was indeed sincere in befriending Ning Fan. However, he was befriending Ning Fan as an equal instead of lowering his status. It was not Lu Xing's style to harm his own family and benefit his estrangement. With Ning Fan's eyesight, he could naturally tell that Lu Wan'er was lying. This lady came here on her own accord to protect him and give him the pill. It was because this lady had fallen in love with him. However, this lady seemed to know that Ning Fan's ambition was not in the northern desert city and it was impossible for him to stay here for her. Thus, she did not reveal her feelings. It's hard to repay a debt of love, Ning Fan sighed softly in his heart and turned to Lu Wan'er with a smile. I've long heard that the women of the demon race are bold to love and hate. They are bold and straightforward like a white fox falling in love with a scholar. There are too many such stories to mention. Today, Miss Wan'er gave me such a precious pill behind my big brother's back. Could it be that you want me to be the scholar and have a good night with you, the white fox? Lu Wan'er had the white fox demon bloodline. After hearing Ning Fan's teasing words, Lu Wan'er's cheeks turned even redder. She rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. It's good that you know it in your heart. Why do you have to say it out loud? Besides, you're a devil lord who kills people like scything flax. Who would want to fall in love with you? You can take this pill as my apology to you. During these years, every time you tried to woo me, I always chased you away with cold words. I'm sure you must have suffered some grievances because of your pride and self-esteem. Ning Fan stopped smiling and sighed softly. So that's how it is. This lady did not fall in love with me for no reason. She had the shadow of the main character, Liu Bei, who she had been in contact with for many years. Her impression of Liu Bei was extremely deep, but it was all bad. When he replaced Liu Bei and came to the northern desert, his temperament had changed. The bad impression that this lady had of him turned into a favorable impression. If Ning Fan is really Liu Bei, Lu Wan'er's feelings would turn from hatred to love with guilt. Unfortunately, Ning Fan was not Liu Bei. You've fallen in love with the wrong person. That's right. Lu Wan'er let out a faint sigh. She had misunderstood Ning Fan's meaning. She thought that Ning Fan was saying that the two of them were not like-minded and it was impossible for them to be together. However, this pill is very precious. I owe you a favor. If there's a need in the future, I will certainly help you once, is that so? Lu Wan'er smiled gently and began to help Ning Fan change his clothes. Her jade-like hands groped Ning Fan's body and unbuttoned his clothes one by one. It was her first time helping a man take off his clothes. A lady of the demon race helping a man to change his clothes was no different from pledging to marry him. Ning Fan dived into the blood pool naked. He only brought his storage pouch with him. Beside the blood pool, Lu Wan'er's cheeks were flushed. She did not expect that such a ferocious killer would have such a thin and fair body. He really looks like a scholar, a white fox who loves a scholar, huh? Lu Wan'er was slightly fascinated. Liu Bei, I wish you a bright future. As for you, you don't need to remember me. In the blood pool, Ning Fan shot into the bottom of the pool like a water arrow. 100 zhang below, the green blood was immersed in the viscous liquid. He slowly opened his eyes, opened his mouth and swallowed a mid-grade 5th revolution pill, blood awakening pill. The demon blood in his body was boiling, however, his heart was exceptionally calm because of the blood awakening pill. This pill was specially used for demon generals during their 3rd awakening. It would be too wasteful to consume it during their 2nd awakening. Lu Wan'er was reluctant to consume it since she had just undergone her 2nd awakening. However, she did not think that it would be a waste for Ning Fan to consume it. She heard from her brother that after Ning Fan awakens his blood, he would recommend him to go to the Luoyun province to take part in the Demon General Assessment. If he succeeds, he might even have a chance to attain the Divine Transformation Realm. At that time, Ning Fan would become an existence that was second only to the leader of the Luoyun tribe. In the future, Ning Fan might even break out of the Luoyun tribe and settle the disputes among the 9 tribes, ascending to the demon spirit land. Awakening her demon blood might be the last chance for her to meet him. She decided to let Ning Fan consume the blood awakening pill. She decided to help Ning Fan, the winged demon, condense his proudest wings and fly to a higher place before he leaves the northern desert city. The women of the demon race were the most infatuated and bold. Once they have set their eyes on someone, they would never turn back. However, Lu Wan'er would never know that Ning Fan was not Liu Bei. In fact, he was not even a true member of the demon race. Thank you, Ning Fan muttered to himself. His eyes were gradually shrouded by the faint purple medicinal qi. At this moment, his perception of his own bloodline had become more than 10,000 times sharper. He could even sense the breath of the demon blood. Moreover, Ning Fan could vaguely see that there were 17 green bloodlines hidden deep within his demon blood. That was the thin blood of the winged demon that he possessed. Absorbing the power of his bloodline was actually to increase the number of green bloodlines in his body to increase the density of his bloodline. Absorb. Before Lu Zongyun kowtowed to the demon statue, Ning Fan had already formed 17 green feathers in front of him with the help of his 17 traces of demon blood. The feathers then broke into pieces and turned into 17 green vortexes that began to devour the blood in the blood pool. The process was like burning his bloodline. However, the pain of having one's blood burned was nothing to Ning Fan. He was a monster who could endure the pain of engraving hundreds of devil marks. Almost in an instant, the 18th green vortex was condensed, be it Lu Zongyun or Demon General Lu Xing who was standing under the wall of demon shadows. All of them were astonished. What kind of person could absorb the demon blood into his body without borrowing the power of the demon ancestor's demon statue? The only way was to consume a blood awakening pill. However, such a precious pill was only available to titled demon generals. It was only given to demon generals. Ordinary demon soldiers would never have it. Is it Wan'er? She said that she was going to protect Liu Bei. I didn't expect that she would give the only blood awakening pill to this person. What a silly girl. Why did she have to do this? Lu Xing sighed. His younger sister had fallen in love with someone that she shouldn't have. Lu Wan'er's eyes lit up. Even ordinary demon generals can't condense the 18th green vortex in just a short period of time. Moreover, it was so painful to awaken the demon blood, but you didn't even make a sound. Lu Wan'er, really have a good eye. You are the most outstanding man that I have ever seen. Unfortunately, I am not worthy of you. In the second palace, Lu Zongyun did not dare to be careless anymore. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the demon ancestor statue. 10 kowtows, 100 kowtows, 1,000 kowtows. Traces of white-colored qi rose from Lu Zongyun's prayers and entered the 100 tall demon statue. The eyes of the demon statue shone with a faint golden light. Even though it was extremely faint, at this moment, the demon blood in the bloodline pool seemed to be intimidated and its absorption speed almost doubled. Ning Fan's demon blood seemed to be burning, but his eyes were filled with determination. He bent his fingers and formed a circle. Then, like a vortex, he rapidly condensed the demon blood vortex. 19, 20, 25. When he reached the checkpoint of awakening his demon blood, Ning Fan's eyelids twitched. However, he did not stop and continued to condense the 26th bloodline vortex. The ranking on the wall of demon shadows kept changing. Ning Fan's ranking had risen to the 8,600th rank. Liu Bei, feathered demon blood, 25th Dan. When the number changed to 26th, Demon General Lu Xing's eyes flashed. This young man's ambition is indeed not to awaken his demon blood through ordinary means. What he is pursuing is definitely the 100 Dan remnant blood. There's no doubt about it. At this moment, Lu Zongyun groaned inwardly. While he was kowtowing to the demon statue, he was surprised by Ning Fan's speed of condensing demon blood. It was too fast. When Ning Fan's demon blood reached the 25th level, he heaved a sigh of relief. In this case, Ning Fan's bloodline awakening shouldn't fail. However, when Ning Fan's bloodline continued to increase and reached the 26th level, Lu Zongyun's heart skipped a beat. Is this young man trying to break through to the 60th level? Even though a hybrid demon was weaker than a true spirit realm cultivator, it was still an extremely strong demon species. If it was cultivated to the extreme, it would not be any weaker than a true spirit realm cultivator. Just like the 4 fierce demon species in the ancient times, Hun Dun, Xianxia, Tao Tai. All of them had the body of a single demon. They condensed the demon blood of many different species to form a powerful demon body. This man's first bloodline awakening ended in failure after reaching the 9th level. This time, even though he managed to break through to the 25th level by luck, why didn't he learn from the good ones and insisted on breaking through to the 60th level? If he fails, the demon general will definitely think that it's my fault. Forget it. I'm going to risk it all. Lu Zhongyun stopped kowtowing. He patted his storage pouch and took out a jade bottle. Inside the bottle was a ball of milky white qi. It was the power of the Joss flame. This was the power that he had secretly accumulated as a priest for 1,000 years. In the past, he had used half of it to awaken his son's bloodline. Now, he was afraid that the remaining half would be used on Ning Fan. Alright. If you want to reach the 60th level, this old man will risk it all and help you. Who asked this old man to share both your glory and my loss? Lu Zhongyun crushed the jade bottle. The white qi went into the demon statue. Immediately, the speed of blood condensation in the bloodline pool increased by 3 times. After condensing the 31st bloodline vortex, Ning Fan could clearly feel that the speed of blood condensation had slowed down. The further he went, the harder it would be to condense the blood vortex. The 30-second blood vortex would probably take up a lot of time. However, just as he was pondering, the blood pool suddenly became even more boiling. In just a moment, Ning Fan condensed the 30-second blood vortex. Oh? This Lu Zhongyun seems to be working very hard. The speed of blood condensation in the bloodline pool has actually increased by so much. Putting away his thoughts, Ning Fan calmed himself down and concentrated on condensing the blood. Just like that, he sat there for 10 days, 33, 34. 59, when he broke through the 60th blood vortex, the demon's shadow steel shone with green light. His ranking had risen to the 147th rank, in other words, in the second realm of the vast second realm, his bloodline alone was enough to rank him at the 147th rank. Not only the demon's shadow steel of the Luoyun tribe shone with green light, the steels of the other 8 demon clans and the demon cities also shone with green light. Countless experts rushed to the demon generals' eggs in their respective demon cities and saw the names rising rapidly on the demon shadow steel. Liu Bei. It's Liu Bei. Isn't he a ferocious demon with a 30 million bounty on his head? Rumor has it that he is a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator. But why did he just awaken his demon blood for the second time? Strange. In the province of the Lai Tu tribe, a burly man in silver armor stood under the demon's shadow steel and stared at the jade steel with gloomy eyes. Behind him, countless experts of the demon race did not even dare to breathe loudly. This person was the titled Earth General, Bai Wuzuan. Humph. It turns out that this is Liu Bei. I've sent people to investigate him. Rumor has it that this person had failed to awaken his demon blood and is a trash among trash. I didn't believe this information at first. But now, it seems like there's a reason why he annihilated the Trap Peak guards. Maybe he used some tricks that I don't know about and killed Xiong Rue. Humph. The 30 million bounty on his head is a little too much. In the province of the Luoyun tribe, an old man in beast armor stood under the demon's shadow steel while holding a walking stick with a dragon head. His eyes were squinted and filled with wisdom. Liu Bei. The 8th general that Lu Xing recommended is indeed extraordinary. Sovereign Shadow, Demon Ancestor's Aura. If this person's bloodline is over 100 and condenses the incomplete ancient blood, even if he hasn't reached the divine transformation realm, I'll allow him to be the Luoyun tribe's 8th demon general. In the province of the Cleansing Fire tribe, a middle-aged man wearing a red dragon robe stood under the demon's shadow steel while stroking his beard lightly. Behind him, Wang Xiao and the other 10 demon generals that came to the demon world were also sitting leisurely and did not pay any attention to the demon's shadow steel. This person's demon blood is actually over 60 parts. I didn't expect him to hide his strength so deeply. The red dragon middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. However, his words immediately caused the 10 demon generals, including Wang Xiao, to sneer coldly. It's just 60 parts. Unless this person's demon blood is over 100 parts, it's not worth mentioning at all. It was true that Wang Xiao and the others had the pride of being favored by the heavens. As the elite demon race of the heaven realm, they were born with the primordial remnant bloodline. During the second awakening, everyone could be considered to have the primordial demon bloodline. After the third awakening, a few of them could even improve the quality of their demon blood, becoming an even stronger primordial demon blood. for example, Li Ban, the experts of the Blood Carp clan could condense a thin amount of immemorial lightning dragon's blood with their own efforts. It was natural for them to look down on Ning Fan. No. It's not what General Wang is thinking. This Liu Bei is a spy that our cleansing fire tribe planted in the Luoyun continent. Every one of these spies would choose people with poor aptitudes and conduct. Even this Liu Bei has made me scoff at him because his aptitudes are too low. Last time, he failed to awaken his demon blood and was only at the 9th level. He was a joke. However, this time, he actually broke through to the 60th level. This person is a bit strange. It's as if he has become a different person, haha. General Fire is overthinking. It's more important for us to discuss the important matter. How are we going to plan the map of the world passage of the other 8 tribes, kill evil Commander Lu Wu, and seize the Star of the Heavenly Emperor? As for this Liu Bei, he's not worth mentioning at all. Am I overthinking? The Red Dragon Man frowned and said. Among the 10 people, only Li Ban looked at Liu Bei's name thoughtfully. Unknowingly, Liu Bei's image appeared in his mind. It was not the lowly person who welcomed them into the second world. Instead, it was the image of another man, Zhou Ming. Humph. I don't know if this person died in the immemorial teleportation formation. If he didn't, I'm more than happy to go to the Endless Sea and kill him after the mission is completed. Judging from the position where he entered the teleportation formation, he should have come to the Endless Sea. However, this Zhou Ming must have died in the void after the formation collapsed. The corner of Li Ban's mouth curved into a cold smile. If he knew that Ning Fan didn't die, how would he feel? Northern Desert City, Demon Shadow Steel. Lu Sheng looked at the jade steel with a frown. He firmly believed that the 60th level was not Ning Fan's limit. This person would advance to a higher realm, the immemorial remnant blood. When the 60th level turned into the 61st level, Lu Sheng's gaze relaxed and he laughed. I didn't misjudge him. With this person, who can compete for the position of the 8th general in the prefecture? In the second palace, Lu Zongyun's forehead was bleeding from kowtowing. 10 days of kowtowing. It was 10 days of non-stop kowtowing. In order to show his sincerity, Lu Zongyun did not even use his demon power to protect his forehead. Even with his grand cultivation base, his forehead was bleeding from kowtowing for 10 days. However, when he saw that Ning Fan's demon blood had broken through to the 60th level, Lu Zongyun felt relieved. In this way, this person's efforts were not in vain. He did not waste the Joss flame power that he had collected for 1,000 years. This person has broken through to the mixed demon seed. It's enough. He was about to stand up. However, before he could do so, his knees gave way and he knelt on the ground. Blood and chi rushed to his heart and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. 61. 61. Could it be that this person wants to break through to the 100th level? He's already a mixed demon seed. Is he still not satisfied? Lu Zongyun's heart was filled with the urge to curse. If he wasn't the priest of the Northern Desert, the face of the Northern Desert Demon City, he would really curse without caring about his identity. This Liu Bei really doesn't know what's good for him. If it weren't for me, Lu Zongyun, using my 1,000-year reserves and kowtowing with all my might, do you think you could break through to the 60th phase with your inferior aptitude of failing second sleep? It wasn't easy for you to reach phase 60, but you still don't know what's good for you and want to reach phase 100? You want to obtain an immemorial monster vein? Dream on, this is infuriating. This is infuriating. If Liu Bei fails, Demon General Lu Sheng will definitely take my life. The heavens have taken pity on me. I didn't harm you, and I'm even doing my best to help you. Why can't you quit while you're ahead? Fine, fine, fine. If you don't break through to the remnant ancient bloodline, I fear you won't stop. If you fail, then my entire family will be exterminated by the Demon General, and I won't be able to continue being a priest. This is something passed down from my Lu family ancestor, the lifeblood Joss Flame. Every generation's high priest worships the demon ancestor for 1,000 years and transforms their lifeblood into blood-red Joss flames. This thing was originally used by this old man to break through to the divine transformation realm. You're lucky now. You failed, and I didn't even get my life back. How the hell am I supposed to transform into a god? Lu Zongyun pulled a long face and crushed the jade bottle. A stream of blood mist entered the golden statue of the demon ancestor. At this moment, the golden statue of the demon ancestor was dyed with a faint blood glow. The speed of blood condensation in the bloodline pool increased by at least 10 times. If you fail to break through to the remnant ancient bloodline, I will fight you to the death. Lu Zhongyan's eyes were filled with bitterness, grievance, heartache, madness, and even indignation. He felt that if Liu Bei's bloodline reached the 100th phase and he still didn't awaken his demon blood, he would definitely go crazy. One must know when to quit while one is ahead. Didn't your father teach you that? To be continued. There were 61 vortexes in the green blood pool. At the bottom of the pond, Ning Fan was as still as a corpse. Only the occasional hand seals showed that he was still alive. As the demon ancestor statue sank into the joss flames, the blood in the blood pool became even hotter than lava. Is it Lu Zhongyan who is helping me? This person actually has a way to make the demon blood boil to this extent. Ning Fan bent his fingers and formed a blood whirlpool at the bottom of the blood pool. 61, 62. 69. 3 days later, there were already 70 green blood whirlpools around Ning Fan's body. The speed at which the demon blood was condensing began to slow down. 71, 72. 79. Another 10 days later, Ning Fan condensed the 80th green blood whirlpool. The speed of blood condensation became even slower. 81, 82. 89. 1 month later, Ning Fan condensed the 90th blood vortex. 2 months later, there were already 99 blood whirlpools. Once the 100th blood vortex was formed, Ning Fan could begin to awaken the immemorial remnant blood. The golden sense of the demon ancestor in the demon blood was eager to try. It was as if this thought wanted to lead Ning Fan to the path of the immemorial golden crow. However, Ning Fan was hesitating. There were 2 paths in front of him. One was to awaken the incomplete immemorial bloodline. However, the incomplete immemorial bloodline had different levels of strength. It was highly possible that the immemorial bloodline that Ning Fan awakened was far inferior to the Golden Crow bloodline. The second option was to rely on the aura of the Golden Crow in the ancestral demon's golden sense to awaken as a Golden Crow. If he resorted to such trickery, he would almost certainly succeed. He would be able to condense his remaining blood, but in this life, he would only be able to be an ordinary Golden Crow. If one was not a member of the Golden Crow tribe and cultivated the Golden Crow demonic Tao, how could one dream of becoming a royal Golden Crow? Royal bloodline, Ning Fan remained silent. Even true members of the Golden Crow race who had awakened their royal bloodline were 1 in 10,000. If he wanted to awaken his royal bloodline, he had to awaken a complete demon bloodline at least during the second awakening. Only then would the third awakening have a chance to improve the bloodline beyond the complete bloodline. He had become a royal true spirit in one step. Bright Sparrow, the little pill devil, possessed the blood of the royal dark sparrow. With his royal bloodline, he could make tens of thousands of demons submit to him. Is it possible for me to condense a royal bloodline? Ning Fan asked himself. However, after pondering for a while, he realized that the success rate of awakening the royal bloodline was less than 1 in a million with just his 100 segments of demon blood. Even though he had devoured the blood of 1,000 wild beasts, his success rate was not even 1 in a million. Neither of the 2 paths in front of him led to the royal clan's true spirit. He laughed bitterly. He seemed to have been too greedy. Even a demon general like Li Ban was excited to condense a trace of immemorial Thunder Dragon's demonic blood. The reputation of the Golden Crow was even higher than that of the immemorial Thunder Dragon. Even if it was not a royal bloodline, if he could successfully awaken it for the 3rd time, his bloodline would at least be much higher than Li Ban's. Forget it, let's awaken the Golden Crow's blood. He made up his mind and formed a series of hand seals with all 10 of his fingers, forming the 100th blood vortex. He opened his mouth and swallowed 100 green blood whirlpools into his stomach. At this moment, Lu Zhongyan stopped kowtowing and was overjoyed. Good, good. This child had finally reached the 100th bloodline and had begun to attack the remnant archaic bloodline. From this momentum, it seemed that his chances of success weren't small. If that's the case, then the tens of thousands of times I've kowtowed to the ancestral statue over the past few months were not in vain. Hee. In this case, I can finally report to Lord Demon General now. In the first palace, Lu Sheng revealed a satisfied smile. The current ranking of Ning Fan's bloodline was already at the 49th place. Such a powerful bloodline was even slightly stronger than Lu Xing's. This Lu Zongyun did not play any tricks. This is very good. As for this Liu Bei, I really didn't misjudge him. Lu Wan'er had been waiting for Ning Fan at the edge of the bloodline pool for several months. When she saw the golden vortex rising from the green blood pool, her eyes were filled with surprise. I can't be wrong. This golden color is the remnant archaic bloodline. Judging from its light, this bloodline belongs to one of the top bloodlines among the true spirit realm demon races. Lu Wan'er was looking forward to the moment when Ning Fan successfully awakened his bloodline. At this moment, Ning Fan was at the bottom of the blood pool. Two large golden wings grew out from his back, he seemed to have turned into a golden man. The green demon star in his left eye slowly turned pale golden. Awakening, awakening. All Ning Fan needs to do is to retract and condense his blood and qi, and the awakening would end successfully. However, at the moment when the demon blood was about to succeed, a strong feeling of uneasiness rose in his heart. The more the demon blood condensed, the more Ning Fan felt as if something inside his body was being drawn out. This feeling. Could it be? His eyes were unprecedentedly solemn. Such uneasiness was definitely not an illusion. He patted his storage pouch and took out a milky white round stone. This stone was given to Ning Fan by old ancestor Dong Su after the auction ended. It was called the mechanism stone. Inside the stone, there was an exquisite mechanism technique. Its effect was to detect a cultivator's luck slightly. With the magic power below the void fragmentation realm, it was impossible for a cultivator to detect luck at all. Luck was just like one's life, emotions, great momentum or pressure. It could neither be seen nor touched. However, Dong Su, on the other hand, created such a small stone with his mastery of the Tao of luck and heaven-defying technique. As soon as he held the stone in his hand, Ning Fan's green luck immediately appeared. However, as the remnant blood of the golden crow condensed, the green luck was gradually replaced by yellow. Ning Fan's eyes widened in surprise. He could vaguely feel that the thing that was being drawn out of his body was actually luck. How could this be? Dong Su said that my magic power can't transform into the divine transformation realm. I can only transform into the devil transformation realm. Otherwise, my luck will be drained. Why can't my demon power condense into the golden crow's blood? Ning Fan didn't know where his luck was draining to. However, he vaguely understood something. After all, he was being schemed against by someone. It seemed like the condensation of the golden crow's blood was a crucial step in that person's scheme. If this step was successful, his fate would be irreversible and his future would be miserable. Therefore, his luck was draining away. The remnant blood of the golden crow. The more Ning Fan thought about it, the more terrified he felt. The condensation of the remnant blood of the golden crow was all thanks to the golden sense of the demon ancestor. The golden sense of the demon ancestor was all thanks to the Eastern Ocean Bell. The Eastern Ocean Bell was found in the demon sinister forest. The demon sinister forest was the place where the mysterious true immortal raised demons. No matter what he did, every step he took seemed to be part of someone's scheme. Everything was for the sake of awakening the golden crow's blood today. From the moment he joined Sinister Sparrow Sect to the entrance examination, he was already schemed against. A treasure like the Eastern Ocean Bell was purposely placed in the third level of the demon sinister forest to wait for him to retrieve it. Could it be that the person who schemed against him was the mysterious true immortal who schemed against Bright Sparrow? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with anger. He didn't like being schemed against by others. In fact, no one would like to be schemed against by others. Looking at the decreasing luck in his hand, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. The day when his luck is depleted would be the day of his death. Does it make you happy to scheme against me? I'm going to break your scheme. There were two paths in front of Ning Fan. One was to awaken the remnant blood of the golden crow. The second was to awaken the remnant blood of the ordinary true immortal. The mysterious true immortal must have foreseen that Ning Fan would be able to see through his scheme today. However, the true immortal wasn't afraid that Ning Fan would find out about it. Ning Fan had a feeling. Today, whether he awakened the remnant blood of the golden crow or ordinary immemorial blood or completely gave up on awakening his bloodline, he would fall into that person's scheme. This was an open scheme. You can see through it but you can't avoid it, no. I still have a fourth path. Even that mysterious true immortal couldn't predict it accurately. I want to awaken my demon bloodline and not the remnant blood. In this way, I can step into the royal bloodline and become a true spirit of the royal clan when I awaken my blood for the third time. The success rate is less than 1 in 10,000. However, it's precisely because of this low probability that the true immortal couldn't predict this possibility at all. I'm going to take a gamble. Even if there's only 1 in 10,000 chance, I can't lose. Ning Fan dispersed the golden light and the golden wings. His bloodline eventually stopped at the 100 levels winged demon realm. He failed to awaken his blood. Lucian looked at the demon shadow monument in disbelief. The demon shadow monument clearly showed that Ning Fan had the golden crow bloodline. Why did it degenerate to the winged demon realm at the last moment? Lu Zongyun was completely dumbfounded. He had gone through a lot of trouble and exhausted all his treasures to help Liu Bei awaken his bloodline. But this young man still failed. Lu Wan'er's surprised expression froze. It was because she saw the golden light feather that was about to break through to the next realm shatter. When she saw Ning Fan crawling out of the bloodline pool like a man made of blood and his chi was extremely weak, she felt a heartache. Liu Bei, what happened to you? Are you all right? Did I fail? How could this happen? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't blame yourself even if you fail. I'm here. However, when Ning Fan raised his head, the expression he gave her was neither the dejection of failure nor the pretentious calmness. Instead, it was a smile. Even though it was a smile, his eyes were filled with madness. He patted Lu Wan'er's head and battle intent rose from his body. I didn't fail. The first time I awaken my blood, I want to destroy that person's scheme. The second time, I want to make his plan fail. Lu Wan'er did not know what Ning Fan was talking about. However, she knew that Ning Fan's failure seemed to be his own doing. Ning Fan took out the military merit token and made a hand seal to erase the last 100,000 points. Then, he jumped into the bloodline pool. No matter who you are, your scheme ends here. Above the rain world, there were 4 boundless voids. In the voids, there were 4 immeasurable heavenly gates. On the side of the southern heavenly gate, in a certain world that was shrouded in 7 colored clouds, a silver-haired old man was facing a gigantic starlight chessboard. He was playing black and white chess. He was playing chess against himself. His fingertip moved a chess piece. Sometimes, it turned black and sometimes, it turned white. Sometimes, the chess piece alternated between black and white. Behind him, there were 7 Dao children who were serving him respectfully. Facing the 7th person, the silver-haired old man chuckled and moved the chess piece. Si Ming is here. You are already at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. You are only half a step away from the life immortal realm. As the immortal emperor who controls fate, I have chosen 7 Dao corpses for you. Choose one of them and devour it to achieve the life immortal realm. I choose Kuei Ling, Star Lord of Kuei Sea of the Southern Sea Realm, Rogue Immortal Realm. Si Ming bowed and said. This is not the best choice. Kuei Ling was tricked by me and was suppressed in the eye of the Southern Sea for 10,000 years. He was betrayed by his loved ones and had one of his arms severed by his loved ones. He trained his heart with hatred and sharpened his sword with his heart. He used his sword as his eyes and killed with his eyes. This person's sword eyes are indeed extremely powerful and suitable for you to break through to the life immortal realm. However, Kuei Ling is not the best choice. If that's the case, I choose the sect master of the Mo Yun sect of the Heaven Immortal World, 8th heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm, Golden Rock. Si Ming pondered for a moment and replied. This is also not the best choice. Golden Rock was tricked by me. His family members were all killed and he has enemies all over the Heaven Immortal World. In order to seek the heavenly fate, he severed his emotions. In order to seek power, he killed his master and seized power. In order to seek the metal vein, he gave his wife to someone else. In order to seek longevity, he killed his son to concoct pills. This person is ruthless and unpredictable. His metal divine vein is able to control the metal within a million li radius of the earth and turn it into his bones, body and weapons. His attacks and defenses are heaven-defying. However, this person is not the most suitable Dao corpse for you. The silver-haired old man smiled faintly. As for the Tao child of Ming, his face was filled with confusion. After pondering for a while, he cupped his fists at his master and asked directly. May I know who is the one that master suggests, Ming, to devour and seize his luck to break through to the life-immortal realm? My suggestion is to devour this person. The silver-haired old man moved the chess piece on his fingertip. In an instant, it turned from black and white to gray. The Tao child was slightly startled. This person? This person is just an ant from the lower world. His aptitude is low and his cultivation base is low. This person's inheritance is an incomplete copy of the yin-yang transformation. Moreover, he still needs the chaos truth inheritance that was created before the ancient chaos great emperor created the yin-yang transformation. Only by complementing each other can he have the hope of advancing to the great Tao. This person's cultivation base is even lower. He's only at the nascent soul realm. What's the use of devouring him? There's no need to ask. Ming, I've given you the opportunity. You can choose the 7 Tao corpses yourself. The silver-haired old man smiled faintly and put the chess piece back on the chessboard. Then, he stood up and left. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly frowned. This kid actually gave up on the golden crow's blood? Humph. Stubborn. Does he think that he can escape from the fate that I've set for him? Even if you fail to awaken your blood today, you're still the best Tao corpse for my 7th disciple. Eh? This is... The silver-haired old man's eyes were filled with shock for the first time ever since he became an immortal emperor. On the chessboard, the gray chess piece that represented Ning Fan was tainted by a purplish-black filthy demonic qi. It's dirty. It's actually dirty. It's actually... Fu Li. Master, what's wrong? Ming asked carefully. It was her first time seeing her master frowning. It's nothing. That Ning Fan is no longer a Tao corpse that's suitable to devour. Now, his luck has been tainted. Whoever devours him will never be able to become an immortal. To think that I placed such high hopes on this kid and regarded him as the best Tao corpse. This kid's Tao path has already been ruined. Defying the heavens and changing one's fate was easy to say but difficult to do. Ning Fan did not know that the person who plotted against him was an immortal emperor from the 4 heavens. He did not know that his ending had been predetermined since he was born. But today, he was going to change it. As long as he could make this mysterious true immortal make a wrong move, he could seize the opportunity to break free from the shackles of fate and no longer be plotted against by anyone. He closed his eyes and entered the bloodline pool for the 2nd time. He no longer relied on the demon ancestor Jin Yin. Instead, he made a bold move. He sent the demon ancestor Jin Yin into the demon statue. The trace of Jin Yin quickly melted inside the body of the demon statue. Rays of dazzling golden light emerged on the surface of the demon statue. The condensing power of the bloodline pool was 10 times stronger than when he used the lifeblood Joss flame. I don't know how to condense a complete immemorial bloodline. But perhaps the strength of the demon blood is the key. Condense. He closed his eyes. In his mind, balls of flames with different colors floated in the void. Each of them represented a type of demon blood. There was a golden crow, a fire phoenix, a kuan pung and a dark sparrow. However, Ning Fan did not reach out his hand because none of the demon blood could extinguish the uneasiness in his heart. 101, 102. 199, 200, 201. 299. When he condensed the 300th blood whirlpool, a ball of purplish-black flame suddenly appeared in his mind and disappeared in a flash. The flame disappeared as soon as it appeared, but it gave Ning Fan a bloody and nauseating feeling. However, his face suddenly turned joyful because this feeling made his uneasiness decrease. Every time he took a step closer to the purplish-black demonic flame, the green color of the mechanism stone would decrease by a bit, which meant that its luck was returning. Even though the yellow color decreased, the green color did not move towards green. Instead, it slowly turned dark green and moved towards dark blue. Black luck. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. Black luck had another name in the 4 heavens immortal world, hopeless immortal ascension. However, this black color gave Ning Fan a sense of security. Unknowingly, he felt that if he tainted his own luck, he could escape from the mysterious man's plot. There were 2 paths. One was to die from someone's plot. The other was to have his luck turn black, and it was highly possible that he had no hope of becoming an immortal. Instead of falling into someone's plot, it's better to break free from the shackles and obtain the black luck. I seem to have understood the devil transformation that Dong Su mentioned. This black luck is probably devil luck. If I can't become an immortal and ascend to the immortal world, I will become a devil and ascend to the devil abyss. To me, there is no difference. Moreover, this blood gives me an extremely powerful feeling. However, this is my first time seeing this ferocious beast. What kind of true spirit realm demonic beast is this? Ning Fan closed his eyes and waited. After an unknown period of time, the purplish-black flame appeared in his mind for the second time. Ning Fan grabbed it and swallowed it. All of a sudden, a pair of huge purplish-black crystal wings grew on his back. The wood star in his left eye had turned purple-black. The 300 blood whirlpools collapsed into blood threads and entered Ning Fan's body, condensing into a complete drop of purplish-black blood. The purple star in his left eye flashed and his aura surged. 2,150 units of demonic power. His demonic power continued to break through, mid-nascent soul realm, late nascent soul realm, peak. The purplish-black blood slowly melted in his immortal veins. Because of the 300 blood threads, his demonic power rose to 2,455 units. Ning Fan's ranking on the demon's shadow steel had risen to the 19th rank with the help of 300 pieces of his bloodline. He was only at the second stage of awakening blood, but he was ranked 19th among the 103rd stage divine transformation realm experts in the land of slumber. Liu Bei, 305 pieces of Fu Li demon blood. Fu Li. Is this demon also a true spirit race? Why have I never heard of it before? Ning Fan frowned. However, everything was not over yet. Lu Wan'er covered her small mouth and stood at the edge of the pool, staring at it in disbelief. Under her gaze, a naked man flapped his huge purplish-black crystal wings. His body was slowly covered with purplish-black scales. He had 2 horns on his head and his long purplish-black hair fluttered without any wind. Like an aurora, he shot up to the sky. The roof of the palace and the egg of the demon general were all destroyed by him. He shot up to the 9 heavens. The moment he stepped on the sky, he let out a sharp demonic howl. In the sky, a 1,000,000 Zhang * 3. 33 M per Zhang, tall purplish-black demon shadow slowly appeared. It was illusory and ancient. Lu Xing turned into a wisp of green smoke and floated in the sky, staring at the purplish-black demon shadow in disbelief. He only knew that this demon's name was Fu Li from the demon shadow steel. However, he never knew what it was a taboo. Not even the ancient demon race knew about it. Even ancient chaos did not know about it. However, Lu Xing understood what the appearance of the demon shadow represented. It meant that Ning Fan had awakened his immemorial demon blood in his second blood awakening and not the incomplete blood. Moreover, he would have the chance to obtain the bloodline from the ancient beast shadow of the ancestor of the Fu Li race. When a drop of purplish-black blood that was the size of a fist floated into his hand, Lu Xing felt even more incredulous. This is ancestral blood. Those who could condense the incomplete immemorial bloodline during the second stage of blood awakening were already outstanding. Those who could condense the complete bloodline and receive the ancestral demon's blood were even more outstanding. This meant that the recipient of the bloodline had the possibility of advancing to the royal demon bloodline. However, since ancient times, only 10 drops of true spirit bloodline could be bestowed to a person who had undergone the second blood awakening. No one had ever been bestowed the ancestral blood. The Fu Li demon vein that Ning Fan awakened was a cursed demon vein. For countless years, no one had awakened this demon vein. It was because just by looking at the black luck of the demon blood, everyone would retreat. No one was willing to find out what exactly this demon blood was. In order to break free from the scheme, Ning Fan awakened this demon blood. As the first person to awaken it, the benefits he would get were huge. Ancestral blood. Ning Fan took a deep breath. He did not know what kind of beast the Fu Li race was, but he knew what this drop of ancestral blood represented. The amount of demonic power it contained was at least 5,000 units. An ancient voice resounded in Ning Fan's mind. My Fu Li race has been annihilated for a long time. Since you managed to awaken your blood, you are fated to be with me. I will grant you the royal bloodline and grant you the title of Fu Li demon ancestor. You shall be honored together with the dragon ancestor, phoenix ancestor, sparrow ancestor, and crow ancestor. At the moment when the voice disappeared, Ningfan's demonic power advanced towards 7,455 units under the blessing of this drop of ancestral blood. I didn't expect that I would awaken my Fuli demon blood in order to avoid the scheme. Since I am the only member of the clan, I will be bestowed the ancestral blood. As such, the trouble caused by the black luck is not worth mentioning at all. With 7,455 units of demonic power, not only am I now at the half-step divine transformation realm, but I have also completed 3/4 of the path to the divine transformation realm. If I can devour the blood of a demon marshal, I even have the confidence to break through to the divine transformation realm right now. Lu Xing's eyes were filled with admiration and shock. He had never thought that Ningfan would be bestowed the ancestral blood during his second blood awakening realm. How terrifying would his bloodline be during his third blood awakening realm? This drop of ancestral blood not only increased Ningfan's demonic power but also increased the density of his bloodline from 305 levels to 1305 levels. Once his bloodline surpassed 1000 levels, it would be the royal bloodline. Those who could awaken their royal bloodline during their third blood awakening realm would be considered as peerless demons. In the history of the demon race, there had never been anyone who could awaken their royal bloodline during their second blood awakening realm. In the prefecture of the Pure Fire tribe, Wan Xiao and the other 9 Heaven Realm demon generals were shocked. Second blood awakening realm? A royal true spirit? Although I don't know what kind of true spirit the Fuli beast is and whether it's strong or weak, this man actually became a royal true spirit after his second blood awakening realm. There was no one who could awaken a royal true spirit in the second world. In other words, Ningfan's demon blood was ranked first in the second world. This is impossible. Li Tong crushed the wine cup in his hand. He did not believe that Liu Bei, who was called trash by the titled demon general of the Pure Fire tribe, was an existence that he could only look up to, a royal true spirit. To be continued. In the Lai Tu tribe, an order for arrest was spread across the land of deep sleep. The one who kills Liu Bei will be rewarded with 100 million immortal jades. There was no need to explain who Liu Bei was or why Tu Jiang was afraid of him. The reward of 100 million immortal jades was enough to tempt a void refinement realm expert. Of course, the prerequisite was that there must be a void refinement realm expert in this place. The attitude of the Luoyun tribe was even more subtle. Cloud General Lu Daochen had issued 12 golden orders, ordering Lu Xing to escort Liu Bei to the Du County to participate in the Demon General examination. An early nascent soul realm expert with the true blood of the royal family. There was a reward of 100 million immortal jades for killing him. Naturally, many nascent soul realm demon soldiers sneaked into the northern desert in an attempt to assassinate Liu Bei. However, it had been a month since the awakening of his demon blood. Liu Bei seemed to have disappeared without a trace. He had hidden everything. He was in the Yuanya world, stabilizing his demon power. Beside him was the female corpse and stone warrior, protecting him. In the formation, a little girl was suppressing her cultivation base with great effort. At the same time, she was secretly shocked by the aura of the young man in front of her. She was Yu Lingkong, she was the supreme of the internal sea. Her primordial spirit was reborn because of the mystery of the full moon technique. However, her cultivation base was sealed in her sea of consciousness, showing signs of collapsing at any time. She needed a male cauldron to pluck her energy to channel the flood of magical power that was accumulating in her sea of consciousness. Ning Fan was her only choice. Young man, I have been thinking about it for a long time. That thing. Her face was filled with displeasure as she clenched her teeth. Sorry, I don't have time to dual cultivate with you. Ning Fan stood up, stretched his body and smiled. He wasn't in a hurry. The more Yu Lingkong's cultivation base was on the verge of collapse, the more benefits he could obtain when plucking her energy. Now that he was stronger than her and he was in the land of demon spirits, he wasn't in a hurry to pluck human cauldrons to increase his cultivation base. Yu Lingkong was a little girl with no chest and butt. She had no value in dual cultivating with him in a short period of time. You. I am begging you, how dare you reject me? Be my cauldron and give me the divine space island. Ning Fan demanded an exorbitant price. Don't even think about it. How noble am I? Being able to do it with you once is already your fortune? If it wasn't for the fact that Granny would die if she didn't dual cultivate, do you think Granny would take a fancy to your skinny body? Is that so? What I want to say is that the dignified supreme of the internal sea, Yu Ling Kong, is actually a virgin. If I were to perform dual cultivation with you who is still a virgin, even though I know that you are an old monster, I would still feel guilty. You are too young. You. The little girl was enraged. Her sea of knowledge immediately hurt, and her magic power was on the verge of collapse. Her face turned pale and she suppressed her anger. She thought to herself that Ning Fan was a vicious brat. He purposely said those words to provoke her in order to disrupt her state of mind and accelerate the collapse of her sea of consciousness. What Yu Ling Kong couldn't accept the most was how the spoiled brat's aura had become so much stronger in just half a year. Demon power. This stinky brat is still cultivating the demon power? But his demon power is actually above 7,000 units. Yu Ling Kong firmly believed that this brat didn't have 7,000 units of demon power when they were confronting each other in the past. In other words, this person had gained 7,000 units of qi in half a year. This was unbelievable. Besides, this demon power wasn't forcefully increased by external objects. It was the awakening and evolution of his bloodline that promoted the growth of his demon power. In the internal sea, there were many forces of the demon race, such as the demon sealing sect. Yu Ling Kong never stepped out of her house, but she knew 9% of the world's events and 3% of the world's foresight. However, even the demon venerables of the demon sealing sect definitely weren't as powerful as this little brat in front of her. What kind of demon blood is this? Fortunately, I'm not a demon. Otherwise, even if I'm a half-step void refinement realm cultivator, my aura would still be inferior when standing next to Ning Fan. Putting aside his demon power and demon blood, this little brat's aura definitely has the strength of a late divine transformation realm cultivator. His aura is comparable to a late divine transformation realm cultivator even though he hasn't reached the divine transformation realm. If this were to spread out, it would be too ridiculous. Moreover, his aura, which had no offensive power, seemed to have an additional murderous qi which was enough to injure people, baleful qi. This brat has already killed a divine transformation realm cultivator. The little girl's eyes flashed and she clenched her fists. Since he can kill a divine transformation realm cultivator, this person most likely also has some means to deal with me. This person imprisoned me in this place. He was waiting for the moment when I couldn't bear it anymore so that I could seek his pleasure. At that time I would have no choice but to agree to all of his requests. Humph. Considering that your bone age is still young, this grandma won't get angry with you. Yu Ling Kong had learned her lesson. She mustn't get angry because that would only make Ning Fan satisfied. She squeezed out a somewhat ugly smile and then closed her eyes to meditate. She is indeed a heroine. I'm afraid it will be difficult to infuriate her now that I've aroused her vigilance. By performing dual cultivation with her, I can absorb her excess magic power. When I've channeled part of her magic power, she will withdraw the remaining magic power on her own. At that time, she will at least recover to the mid-divine transformation realm or even the late divine transformation realm. It's difficult to trap her in my palm and absorb the most magic power. But I have patience. I will wait for her moon consciousness to collapse. Ning Fan rubbed the female corpse's hair. His eyes were filled with guilt. Not only because he had neglected her for a long time, but also because he couldn't bear to kill Mu Xiaohuan and reconstruct her soul. I'm sorry. You still have to stay in the cauldron ring for a few more days. Oh. The female corpse seemed to be a little disappointed. But she will accompany you. Her name is Mu Xiaohuan. Ning Fan shook his cauldron ring and summoned Little Stutterer. When the two women saw each other, they seemed to have an innate good impression of each other. It was as natural as the meeting between Ji He and Si Wuxia. You two get along well with each other. With a flash of world power, Ning Fan appeared in his room. It had been a month since he disappeared. As soon as he appeared, he heard a woman's light breathing sound on his bed. She was sound asleep. It was a purple-robed woman with a child's face and huge breasts. She looked like a little fox curled up on Ning Fan's bed. This Luan heir is really bold. She actually dared to sleep on my bed as a woman. If I'm a little more beastly, she will definitely lose her virginity, Ning Fan teased. He covered the woman with a thin blanket and sat cross-legged beside the bed. The demon star in his left eye turned purplish black, giving it an additional ability. It was the innate ability of the Fuli race. See-through illusions. With this eyesight, anyone whose cultivation base was lower than Ning Fan's could easily see through his concealment and break through his illusory formation and fog. However, it was difficult for him to increase his demon power after reaching 7,455 points. The fastest way to increase his demon power was to obtain the Jade Flame Grass and consume the golden blood of the demon commander. If he completed all of these, his demon power would definitely reach 10,000 units. At that time, it would be the time for him to break through to the Divine Transformation Realm. In order to break through to the Divine Transformation Realm, I need to prepare some pills. Before reaching the Luoyun County, it's already difficult to increase my cultivation base. In this world, why don't I concoct the facial restoration pill for the Tea Lady and the Wind Lady as a reward for their loyalty? As for the 5 Revolution pill that can increase the chances of breaking through to the Divine Transformation Realm, I have obtained 2 types of pills from the Scripture Tower. One of them is the General Breaking Pill and the other is the Profound Blood Pill. Both of them can increase the chances of breaking through to the Divine Transformation Realm by 10%. As for the Separation and Reunion Pill, even though it can only be used by Divine Transformation Realm cultivators of the human race, it can also be used by demons. However, its medicinal effect will be reduced by half. With this, my chances of breaking through to the Divine Transformation Realm will be increased by a lot. The only thing missing is the cultivation technique of the demon race. The Mountain Tea Scripture can't be used to break through to the Divine Transformation Realm. However, I have obtained many divine abilities and cultivation techniques of the Fuli clan from that drop of ancestral blood. I don't need to specially cultivate them since they are the memories of the ancestral blood. I just need to familiarize myself with them. This cultivation technique is called the Fuli Devouring Shadow. It is a demonic cultivation technique that mainly uses escape techniques and illusion techniques. With my current demon power and the blood of the royal family, the shadow smoke technique that I cast is comparable to the Divine Transformation Realm teleportation technique. Who is it? The purple star in Ning Fan's left eye flashed. He saw a skinny figure hiding outside the door. He was an early Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. Perhaps he did not expect that Ning Fan would see through his concealment. The early Divine Transformation Realm cultivator was surprised. He immediately turned into a cloud of demon smoke and escaped 10,000 li *, 500 m per li. Trying to run? Ning Fan sneered and took a step forward. His body turned into a cloud of purple smoke. With a single step, he also moved 10,000 li *, 500 m per li. In terms of speed, he was even faster than the early Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. The Divine Transformation Realm cultivator who was hiding had already stopped. However, he did not expect that Ning Fan's speed would be so fast even though he was not a Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. Feeling surprised, he shook his body again and teleported 10,000 li *, 500 m per li. However, the direction he was running in was getting more and more remote. After traveling for hundreds of thousands of li *, 500 m per li, he stopped in a valley and turned around to look at Ning Fan while panting heavily. He saw Ning Fan's figure moving like a ghost. Every step he took was like a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. However, he could cross 10,000 li *, 500 m per li, with just a single step. The mysterious man was waiting for Ning Fan to approach him. However, when Ning Fan's eyes fell on the valley, he immediately saw through him. Instead of advancing, he retreated and sneered. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be Demon General Jingyun of the Pure Fire tribe. Under the blood moon, the mysterious man in front of Ning Fan dispersed his concealment and turned into a burly man wearing a beast armor. Ning Fan had seen this burly man in Liu Bei's memories before. He was the demon general who had defected to the Pure Fire tribe. Jingyun's concealment was first seen through by Ning Fan. Then, he was overtaken by Ning Fan's movement technique. Now, as Ning Fan was approaching him, he felt a sense of oppression that was as heavy as Mount Tai. Inwardly, he praised Ning Fan inwardly. Ning Fan was indeed worthy of being the true bloodline of the royal family. What a strong sense of oppression. Jingyun immediately sneered. The Liu Bei he knew was definitely a mediocre individual, regardless of whether it was his aptitude or wisdom. Sure enough, you aren't Liu Bei. I'm afraid Lord Fire General's guess is correct. I don't know what you are talking about. Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged. Due to the awakening of his royal bloodline, there were plenty of people who doubted his identity. However, the current Ning Fan did not need to explain his true identity to the people of the Luo Yun tribe at all. He only needed to prove two things. Firstly, he was a member of the demon race. Secondly, he was loyal to the Luo Yun tribe. With the help of the vast plains, these two things were self-evident. Therefore, even if Ning Fan was not Liu Bei, Lu Daochen, the Cloud General, would still turn a blind eye to him. However, these words could not scare Ning Fan. Hee. Since fellow Taoist doesn't understand, then I'm just talking nonsense. Hee. Brother Liu Bei, why don't we go to the valley and talk about something important? Lord Fire General has a new mission for you. Jing Yan's expression was polite, but Ning Fan just sneered. I'm not a 3-year-old child. Why would I enter the valley when I know that there is a high-grade divine transformation realm formation and nearly 100 nascent soul realm cultivators? Demon General Jing Yun, do you think I'm a fool? Hee. Brother Liu, you misunderstood me. Jing Yun wore an awkward expression. Inwardly, he thought that Liu Bei's eyes were really sharp. He could even see through a high-grade divine transformation realm formation that was deliberately concealed. As such, I'm afraid I can't use force to obtain this person's royal true spirit blood. Fine. I'll just inform the Fire General first. As for this person's blood, I'll plan to get it after the mission is over. Ning Fan craved for the blood of the Demon General. His royal blood was desired by countless spirit-severing realm experts. This is the mission jade slip of Lord Fire General. After you read it and obtain the items behind it, you can join my Pure Fire tribe with this contribution. You can even be conferred the title of Demon General of Southern Brilliant City. Jing Yan sent out a ray of fiery light which turned into a red jade slip and flew towards Ning Fan. This ray of fiery light was comparable to a spirit-severing realm attack. However, Ning Fan blocked it with a wave of his sleeve. After receiving the jade slip, he directly asked for the reward without even looking at it. I want 100 stalks of 10,000 years old jade flame grass. This is fine. But you better read the mission first. When this mission is completed, I will bring the things you want to find you in the Luoyun County. I'll look at the mission whenever I want. You don't have to worry about me. Farewell. Ning Fan did not bother to be polite. He took a step forward and turned into a smoke shadow, flying away into the sky. After he left, Jing Yan's expression immediately sank. With a wave of his hand, nearly 100 nascent soul realm experts who were hiding in the valley appeared one after another. This kid is so cautious and arrogant. Did he forget the respect he had for me in the past? How dare he be so rude? Humph. He didn't even look at the mission and he dares to ask for the reward. However, this kid really saw through it. The value of this mission is not something that 100 stalks of 10,000 years old jade flame grass could compare to. But, what does this kid want the jade flame grass for? Forget it. I'll leave this matter to the titled Demon General. In the General's mansion, outside the room, Ning Fan sneered. He touched his glabella and summoned the Separation Slayer sword. He slashed at the jade slip. After the Separation Slayer sword hit the fiery red jade slip, it immediately made a buzzing sound. Then, a fiery red demon sense was burned into nothingness. That fiery red demon sense was the attack of a late spirit-severing fire general. It was not meant to kill Ning Fan. Instead, it was meant to break through Ning Fan's body when he was careless and plant a demon seal in his body to control him. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, it was because of Ning Fan's true blood. Secondly, it was to ensure that the mission was completed. This was the reason why Ning Fan did not speak much to Jing Yun and greeted him. There was no need to be courteous since they did not come with good intentions. However, the Pure Fire Division had underestimated Ning Fan too much. This kind of method was not enough to take Ning Fan down. After the fiery sense was destroyed, the jade slip slowly turned colorless. Ning Fan scanned through it with his spirit sense. The mission was to get close to Cloud General Lu Daochen and steal the beast skin ancient scroll of the 9 worlds. Even the places where the ancient scroll could be hidden were marked one by one. Interesting. Even though this pure fire division doesn't have much meaning in befriending me, I didn't expect them to send me the information of the 9 worlds. Besides, if I was a little slower, that Jing Yun would certainly bring some jade flame grass to urge me. Knowing that coercion would not work, he would try to entice me with benefits. The benefits of the benefits could be 50 tufts of jade flame grass or 30 tufts of jade flame grass in advance. Unfortunately, they don't know that I only need 10 tufts of jade flame grass. It's likely that he has already guessed that I am not Liu Bei. The demon sense he used to attack me was not drawn from his sea of consciousness but formed using demonic techniques. He must have considered that I might be able to eliminate the demon sense of a late spirit-severing realm expert. Since he could guess that, the Luo Yun division might not be able to guess it too. However, judging from his current attitude, Lu Daochen doesn't have any ill intentions towards me. He even seems to have the intention of befriending me. Whether I am Liu Bei or not is not the key. The key is whether I can benefit the Luo Yun division or not. Ning Fan muttered to himself. Then, he used his gray flames to burn the jade slip. Then, he pushed open the door and entered the room. He was still waiting for Lu Wan'er to wake up beside the bed. Since this lady was waiting for him here, perhaps she had something to say. At dawn, a swallow flew past the curtains. Lu Wan'er rubbed her sleepy eyes and stretched her body. Her hair was messy and she pushed the quilt to get up. However, when she yawned lazily just now, her thin robe slid down her shoulders, revealing her voluptuous figure under her tube top. At this moment, she realized that Ning Fan's eyes were looking at her. Immediately, she lost all her sleepiness and screamed. Yeah. Liu Bei, why you're shameless? How am I shameless? Did I kiss you or touch you? Miss Wan'er, you seem to have helped me change my clothes. Even after looking at my entire body, I didn't blush at all. If we're talking about being taken advantage of, I'm afraid I have never taken advantage of Miss Wan'er. Instead, Miss Wan'er has taken advantage of me quite a lot, you. Pfft. Lu Wan'er was embarrassed and angry. However, when she saw Ning Fan's lazy eyes, she burst out laughing. It turned out that even if Liu Bei didn't pretend to be a playboy, he would still cry and laugh. She thought that he only knew how to kill people. Miss Wan'er, you stayed in my room every night. I think you have something to say. Yes, I heard from brother that you were summoned by the master to participate in the demon general examination. I want to go with you, but I'm afraid that you will reject me. Besides, I haven't been to the capital county for a long time. I haven't met master yet. Even if I miss him, brother is guarding the border town and doesn't allow me to wander around. The demon general can't leave without permission. Brother was ordered by General Yun to escort you to the capital county, but I have to stay behind to guard the northern desert city. I want to go to the northern desert. Once the yin-yang locket was activated, he could see through her thoughts. Since she wanted to go to the northern desert, there was no harm in bringing her along. It could also be considered as repaying the favor of the pill. I heard that Miss Wan'er is the #1 spirit augmentation master in the northern desert city? Ning Fan changed the topic. Yes, my art of spiritual adhesion has reached the Earth Xian realm. I learned it from the headmaster. The headmaster's cultivation is not the best among the 9 titled demon generals, but he is very knowledgeable. His art of spiritual adhesion and art of alchemy have both reached an extremely high level. When it came to the spirit augmentation technique, Lu Wan'er suddenly forgot about her shyness. If that's the case, I have a magical treasure that needs spirit augmentation. I wonder if Miss Wan'er is willing to travel with me to the capital county. Of course, if Miss Wan'er is willing, I will persuade your brother to stay behind to guard the northern desert. After all, there is no demon general guarding the northern desert. Once the Lai Tu tribe invades, the consequences will be unimaginable. But I wonder if Wan'er is willing. I am willing. No, I am willing to help you spirit augment your magical treasure. Lu Wan'er's face reddened, but her heart was beating wildly. Liu Bei called her Wan'er. The morning light shone into the room. Among the cultivators, there were many famous experts who were not afraid of killing, becoming a devil, or fighting against the world. What they were most afraid of was having entanglements with women. They were either worried that they would lose their primordial young body or consider themselves as emotionless, but in fact, they were avoiding the test of love. The test of love was the test of a cultivator's state of mind. Ning Fan was not afraid of love because he dared to love and hate. He did not sever his emotions for the sake of the devil. Instead, he became a devil because of his emotions. If he gave up on his emotions, he would not be able to cultivate this devil anymore. Spirit severing and devil severing were only two different words. In fact, it was the difference between the heartless Tao and the emotional Tao. Ning Fan faced the test of love that cultivators were most afraid of. With such a state of mind, it was not difficult for him to become a devil. This woman is a good spirit augmentation master. The spirit-shattering whip suction divine ability, please this woman. Along the way, I will let the separation slayer sword break through the ranks of profound heavenly spiritual treasures. In the northern desert city, a streak of golden light flashed by, traveling thousands of miles in an instant. Anyone with good eyesight would be able to tell that this golden light was actually a golden chariot with a speed comparable to a half-step soul formation realm cultivator. This chariot was made entirely of golden demon flames, and it was dazzling in gold and jade. The person controlling this chariot had to be at least a grand cultivator, and they also had to have extremely high control over flames. The only fourth revolution pill master in northern desert city was sent by Lu Xing to drive the carriage for Ning Fan. On both sides of the carriage, there were 41 northern desert demon soldiers, including Yao Yuan, guarding it. What a golden flame chariot! Ning Fan praised. His words contained the prestige of a royal true spirit. However, it made all the experts of the demon race lower their heads at the same time. Their eyes were filled with an irresistible reverence. A royal demon of the true spirit tribe. In the face of such a demon king, unless one's cultivation was far superior or they had the same king bloodline, one would not be able to remain calm. Greetings, General Bei. General Bei. The demon general assessment has yet to be concluded. It's too early to talk about this title. Ning Fan waved his hand disapprovingly. He turned around and looked at the heavens path behind him. His eyes turned cold without a trace. It seems like there are a lot of flies that want to take my life. 100 million immortal jades and royal clan's true blood are very tempting. Ning Fan didn't think much of it. He stepped into the carriage. These assassins were courting death. From the outside, the carriage did not look very big. However, when one stepped inside, it suddenly opened up into a world of golden flames, with countless palaces and pavilions. The golden flame chariot was a heavenly abode magical treasure. It was gifted by Lu Xing on behalf of the titled demon general. Because it was a heaven's grotto heaven magical treasure, the space here was flawed. While people could enter, they could not cultivate. This treasure was crafted by Cloud General Lu Daochen. In terms of talent, Lu Daochen was probably on par with Patriarch Dongxiu. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, this golden flame chariot seemed to be the chariot of the ancient heavenly court, demon commander Lu Wu, Cloud General Lu Daochen. Although this place is not connected to the ancient heavenly court, it seems to have some connection. Lu Daochen might be hinting at something by giving me this carriage. If I enter the prefecture, I'll know about this. Although I can't cultivate here, I can concoct pills. When Ning Fan stepped into the Golden Flame Palace, he did not immediately go to the pill refinement room. Instead, he went to the Spirit Augmentation Pavilion first. The Spirit Attachment Technique was passed on to the Yao clan, and the Inscription Technique was passed on to the Devil clan. As the younger sister of the Demon General, Lu Wanner had caught the eye of Yunjiang since she was young. Yunjiang took her in and taught her the art of spirit attachment. Furthermore, as an Earth Xian spirit augmentation master, this woman had once created a set of Earth Xian middle-grade spirit equipment among the 9 divisions. She was considered a rather famous spirit augmentation master. The reason why she had left the prefecture and bid farewell to her master seemed to be due to some complicated reasons. Ning Fan pushed the door open and saw Lu Wanner squatting in front of the smelting furnace. Her face was covered in dirt while she was fiddling with the fire. She had been attentively adjusting the temperature of the fire for several days. Because this spirit attachment was for Ning Fan's, she had to be more attentive than before. Sensing Ning Fan's arrival, Lu Wanner let out a cry of surprise. She hurriedly wiped her face with a handkerchief and rose to her feet to welcome him. After squatting for several days, his legs were already numb. He staggered and fell down. A smoky shadow flashed by. Ning Fan took a step forward and held Lu Wanner. Wanner, you've worked hard. People say that women dress up for those who love them. Wanner, you've ruined your appearance. Could it be that you hate me? Bah, I have been busy attaching my spirit to you for several days, and you are still making fun of me. Lu Wanner's wrist was held by Ning Fan, but she could not break free from his grip. Thus, she simply let him hold her. She wanted to wipe her face with a handkerchief, but she realized that the handkerchief was already in Ning Fan's hand. I'll help you. He smiled calmly and gently wiped away the dust on Lu Wanner's face. Lu Wanner was flustered and hurriedly said, "You're already a royal true spirit. As a member of the royal true spirit race, if the future ascendants of the true spirit race find out about this, they will definitely punish you." The hierarchy of the demon race was stricter than that of the human race. From the classification of nascent soul realm soldiers, divine transformation realm generals, void refinement realm generals and void fragmentation realm sovereigns, it could be seen that the demon race attached great importance to bloodlines. They placed great importance on dividing demons into different grades and ranks. Ning Fan had awakened his blood for the second time and became a member of the royal family. 3 blood awakenings could even go one step above the royal bloodline. Such a person was not someone that Lu Wanner could afford to associate with. This was the value system of the demon race. I'm a member of the royal true spirit race. However, I'm afraid that even if I ascend to the demon spirit land, no one will welcome me and punish me. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. The Fuli royal clan might look glamorous on the outside, but in reality, this large clan known as the true spirit race had been annihilated countless years ago. Ning Fan had no idea why it was annihilated. He also had no idea why it was cursed by the heavenly Tao. The only thing he knew was that his Fuli demon blood was indeed powerful, but he did not have any backing in the demon spirit land. Unlike the other royal bloodlines, if you touch a member of the royal bloodline, there would immediately be a supreme demon immortal who would stand up for you. No one knew what Fuli was. The Fuli blood that Ning Fan had awakened was something that many geniuses who could awaken their immemorial remnant bloodline regarded as a ghost. If this matter were to spread out, perhaps no one would be willing to snatch this ominous demon blood from Ning Fan anymore. Lu Wanner was unaware of all of this. However, her heart was filled with ripples. It was like the dream of countless young girls, hoping that they would be chosen by a prince. He was a member of the royal family. He was an outstanding demon who awakened his bloodline step by step to become a member of the royal family with the help of his thin demon blood. The more she thought about it, the less courage she had to confess to Ning Fan. He let go of Lu Wanner's wrist and returned the handkerchief to her. Then, he stared at the metallurgy furnace with a strange look in his eyes. With his eyesight, he could tell that the metallurgy furnace in front of him was obviously different from what he saw in the outside world. The metallurgy furnace in the rain world could be used to refine magic treasures and spiritual equipment. The metallurgy furnace in front of him was only prepared for spiritual attachment. Countless characters of the demon race were engraved on it, causing the demonic power inside the furnace to be dense. Spiritual attachment was a secret technique of the demon race after all. The spiritual attachment of the human race was not as professional as the demon race. General Bei, I haven't asked you what kind of demon treasure you want to attach your spirit to. Do you have any suitable spiritual iron? If not, I do have a few types of spiritual transformation grade spiritual iron here. Lu Wanner remembered that when Liu Bei was in the northern desert, his natal demon treasure was an ancient green dagger axe. That dagger axe was not even a supreme grade one. It was just a high-grade spiritual transformation grade spiritual iron. It was a waste. However, if Lu Wanner wanted to attach her spirit to her lover, she would not mind even if it was a waste as long as her lover was happy. However, what surprised her was that Ning Fan did not take out the ancient green dagger axe. Instead, he touched his glabella with one of his fingers and drew out a blood-red lightning. This is, Lu Wanner's beautiful eyes gradually turned serious. This blood-red lightning gave her an ominous feeling of deterrence. If she was not mistaken, this treasure should be a whip treasure. Besides, its quality seemed to have reached the high grade of supreme grade. Damn Liu Bei. He really hit it well. He actually didn't tell me about such a powerful whip treasure. Is he treating me as an outsider? Lu Wanner's eyes were slightly disappointed. However, after taking a closer look at the whip treasure, a hint of surprise gradually appeared in her eyes. The true form of this lightning is the dragon tendon of the immemorial lightning dragon. Liu Bei, did you kill the clansman of the immemorial lightning dragon? This is a great crime. How could you be so reckless? All of her small dissatisfaction turned into worry for Ning Fan at this moment. Her concern warmed Ning Fan's heart. He patted her head gently. Don't be afraid. I haven't killed him yet. I just extracted his dragon tendon. Even if I kill him, so what? So what if I extract the dragon tendon from a carp? So what if I kill Li Ban? He was not afraid, but Lu Wanner was. She looked at Ning Fan solemnly and instructed him like a housekeeper. Remember. Never ever kill an immemorial lightning dragon. This true spirit clan holds grudges the most. However, after thinking about it carefully, Lu Wanner felt a little doubtful. This dragon tendon clearly belonged to a divine transformation realm demon general. However, there shouldn't be any immemorial lightning dragon with the cultivation base of a demon general in this place. Who did he extract this dragon tendon from? Moreover, this Liu Bei already has the strength to extract the dragon tendon of a demon general. She took the whip treasure from Ning Fan's hand. Immediately, her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, a hint of passion gradually rose in her eyes. Immemorial. Immemorial star system. Is this an immemorial divine weapon? Lu Wanner's dream was to attach her spirit to an immemorial divine weapon. However, this item was too precious. Within the 9 divisions of the second world, no one had such a divine weapon. Unless one was a demon general from the demon spirit land of the heavenly demon world who had awakened the immemorial demon veins and had a strong background, they would only be able to forge an immemorial divine weapon if they could get their hands on an immemorial star system. How did Liu Bei get his hands on an immemorial star system? Lu Wanner stood on her tiptoes and moved her face closer to Ning Fan. She was very, very close. Their breaths were on each other's faces. It was as if she wanted to see how many things Ning Fan was hiding from her. I can't see through him. I can't see through him. Holding the lightning whip in her hand, Lu Wanner studied it carefully. However, there was a hint of heartache in her eyes. Ning Fan asked. That trace of heartache did not escape his notice. Miss Wanner seems to have some opinions about the refinement of the spirit-shattering whip? The spirit-shattering whip. Shattering one's primordial spirit. What a domineering divine weapon. The craftsmanship of the person who created it is even more exquisite and peerless. Wanner feels ashamed of her own inferiority. I really want to meet the senior who created this treasure. However, Lu Wanner commented. But, Ning Fan was stunned. After obtaining the memories of ancient chaos, his treasure refinement level was at least comparable to a void fragmentation realm old monster. It was quite appropriate for Lu Wanner to describe such a high level of treasure refinement as exquisite and peerless. However, Lu Wanner's sudden change of tone made Ning Fan faintly feel that something was amiss. He seemed to have overlooked something regarding the refinement of an immemorial divine weapon. But why didn't General Bei's spirit-shattering whip be strengthened with a spirit seal? Spirit seal. Ning Fan was surprised. Take out your real ancient dagger and take a closer look. Lu Wanner smiled proudly. Even though Ning Fan was strong, there were still things that he did not understand. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out Liu Bei's high-grade ancient dagger to study it carefully. This ancient dagger was just a high-grade ancient dagger. He did not pay attention to it at all before this. However, when he studied it carefully now, he faintly felt that this ancient dagger seemed to be a little special. Even though it was only a peak high-grade ancient dagger, its destructive power seemed to be slightly stronger than ordinary high-grade ancient daggers. Ordinary people would not be able to sense it. Only those who were proficient in the refinement technique would be able to sense it. Ning Fan did. It's here. Ning Fan pointed his finger at the tip of the ancient dagger and channeled his demon power into it. At the tip of the dagger, 3 mysterious ancient demon runes slowly emerged. Ning Fan recognized these 3 demon runes as he had learned them in the scripture tower. The first rune was wind, the second rune was sharpness, and the third rune was speed. It was these 3 demon runes that made the ancient dagger slightly stronger than ordinary peak high-grade ancient treasures. So this is the spirit seal? Ning Fan's eyes lit up. Originally, he was curious why each of the demon runes was like a talisman formation and he would need to read a thick book to learn a single word. Now, he understood, it was because the demon runes could be used to refine treasures, augment spirits, set up formations and kill people. The 3 ancient demon runes could be turned into spirit seals, which would increase the might of the ancient dagger by half. If there were 50 of them, this ancient dagger would be a supreme grade treasure. If there were 100 of them, this ancient dagger would be a mid-grade supreme grade treasure. If there were 10,000 spirit seals, this ancient dagger would be a profound heavenly spiritual treasure. So, this is the treasure refinement technique of the demon race? When he thought about it carefully, the spirit seal technique seemed to be very similar to spirit augmentation. However, it did not use spiritual iron but demon runes. This was the treasure refinement technique of the ancient demon race. It was completely different from the human race. You can actually recognize the location of the spirit seal. Your treasure refinement technique is very high. Lu Wan'er stared at Ning Fan in surprise. If he is proficient in the treasure refinement technique, why doesn't he know the spirit seal technique of the ancient demon race? If he doesn't know the treasure refinement technique, why can he identify the location of the spirit seal technique with just a glance? I can't see through him. I can't see through him. In Lu Wan'er's eyes, Ning Fan was as mysterious as the starry sky. However, she did not know that the treasure refinement master that she longed to meet was right in front of her. To be continued. The hand seals of the spirit seals are all in this jade slip. It was personally written by Wan'er. If you want to learn it, take it. Lu Wan'er took out a jade slip from her storage pouch and handed it to Ning Fan. Her face immediately turned red when she accidentally touched Ning Fan's palm. She averted her gaze and tried to talk about something else. By the way, I wonder what kind of spirit iron General Bei wants to add to this whip. This piece. Ning Fan took out a piece of black spirit iron and passed it to Lu Wan'er. Her beautiful eyes flashed. Void grade spirit iron. Mortal void realm ability, absorption technique. Even titled demon generals don't have this grade of spirit iron and you actually have it. How about it, Miss Wan'er? Do you have the confidence to add the absorption technique to this whip? This? Not a problem. Lu Wan'er pursed her lips. This spirit-shattering whip was already a high-grade supreme-grade spirit iron. It's not going to be easy to attach it to a void-grade spirit iron. She might have to spend a lot of effort to apply it on the whip. However, this was the only thing that Lu Wan'er could do for Ning Fan. She did not want to reject him, even though Set in Apricot City's ink like water was attached to the sword. The Separation Slayer at that time was just a low-grade flying sword after all. The difficulty of attaching the spirit this time was definitely not comparable to the first time. Thank you. But don't force yourself too much. Magic treasures are dead objects after all. It's not worth it to damage yourself for a dead object. Ning Fan saw through Lu Wan'er's thoughts. He stroked her hair and left with a smile. Only Lu Wan'er was left beside the smelting furnace. Her face was burning hot. Holding the spirit-shattering whip, her heart became even more determined. It's not worth it or not. It's only whether I'm willing or not. In the pill refinement room, Ning Fan sat cross-legged on a cushion. However, he did not start concocting pills immediately. Instead, he touched his glabella and took out the Separation Slayer sword. Along the way, he had killed many people to sharpen his sword light. The Separation Slayer sword was barely a low-grade supreme-grade treasure. It was still far from reaching the mid-grade. A magic treasure of this grade could not harm a spirit-severing realm expert at all. Spirit-severing realm, immemorial demon veins. Ning Fan had a premonition that he would have to face many immemorial demons like Li Ban in the upcoming battle. If he didn't have a suitable immemorial divine weapon, he would be at a great disadvantage. The soul-shattering whip used very few immemorial stars. The only thing it was good at was its ability to shatter a soul. With the addition of the absorption ability, this treasure would definitely be able to absorb the enemy's magic power in between attacks. It was extraordinary, but the destructive power of the treasure itself wasn't high. The purpose of the whip was to bind, plot, and whip all living beings. The purpose of the sword was its sharpness. It could cut through thousands of images and illusions. The starlight sword shadow in Ning Fan's hand slowly rotated. After Ning Fan exerted his palm force, it turned into a long sword that looked like water. Separation Slayer, Separation Slayer. Your significance is the deepest and the heaviest. You are my first immemorial divine weapon. You are my first immemorial divine weapon. You are the weapon that I obtained after challenging fate for the first time. Ning Fan took out the jade slip and pressed it against his glabella. Immediately, a graceful female voice sounded in his divine sense, imparting the finger technique of the spirit seal. After a long time, Ning Fan put away the jade slip and looked at Separation Slayer with contemplative eyes. It wasn't difficult to learn the finger incantation of the spiritual seal. It was just a nascent-level intermediate demonic art. What was difficult to learn was the ancient demon words that formed the spiritual seal. Each of the ancient demon words was a set of talisman formations that contained great divine power. The number of characters that Ning Fan had learned was only 200. Each spiritual seal was formed by combining the main demon words with a different number of secondary demon words. There were only 3 types of spiritual seals that could be completely combined from these 200 words. Firm, fire, sharpness. Firm spiritual seal could increase the defense of a magical treasure. Fire spiritual seal could increase the power of a magical treasure. Sharpness spiritual seal could increase the sharpness of a magical treasure. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. The most suitable thing for the Separation Slayer was its sharpness. The sword didn't need any fancy divine power or complicated manipulation methods. It only needed to be strong enough to slash the enemy. As if he had made up his mind, he immediately uttered a word and took out the Separation Slayer. He formed a hand seal and drew a few ancient demon words on the body of the sword. Sharpness spiritual seal was formed by the word sharpness and 11 secondary demon words. There was a total of 312 strokes. Ning Fan felt that this stroke of his had consumed 60 years' worth of demon power and all of it had turned into the power of the spiritual seal. He thought to himself that this technique of attaching spiritual seals was really not done by mortals. A single word sharpness required 312 strokes. Only the nascent queen demon race who had at least 312 units of demon power would be able to inscribe such a spiritual seal on a magical treasure. Moreover, every time they inscribed a spiritual seal, they would need to rest for a long time and circulate their spiritual qi in order to fully recover their demon power. Ning Fan's fingertips were shaky. He failed after inscribing 97 strokes. He was silent for a moment, thinking about the finger technique and immediately inscribed the seal again. This time, he inscribed a total of 276 strokes before he failed. He seemed to have understood something and inscribed the seal again. The third time, he succeeded, when the sharpness spiritual seal turned into mysterious patterns and attached to the body of the Separation Slayer. Ning Fan could clearly feel that the body of the Separation Slayer trembled. It was just the power of a single word, but it seemed to have added 60 years' worth of sword power to the Separation Slayer. Interesting. If I inscribe 10,000 sharpness spiritual seals on the Separation Slayer, this sword can be upgraded to a spiritual treasure. The sharpness of this sword is enough to break the void and kill a spirit-severing realm expert. Ning Fan took a deep breath. Traces of demon power turned into spiritual seals and inscribed them on the Separation Slayer. 2, 3, 4. Ning Fan's finger technique became more and more skillful. Of course, it was just the mastery of the word sharpness. After inscribing 24 spiritual seals, Ning Fan's demon power was exhausted. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi and took out a pill to recover his demon power. One day later, his demon power was fully recovered and he inscribed spiritual seals on the Separation Slayer again. 25, 26, 27. After inscribing 49 spiritual seals, his demon power was depleted. Ning Fan realized that the more spiritual seals he had, the harder it was to inscribe them. He took a pill to regulate his breathing. The next day, he inscribed spiritual seals again. Day after day, the golden flame chariot was on its way. The flies behind the chariot were tailing it. Luan Air was attaching her spiritual treasure to her magical treasure while Ning Fan was inscribing spiritual seals. On the 5th day, the number of spiritual seals reached 114 and the Separation Slayer broke through to the mid-supreme grade magical treasure. On the 14th day, the number of spiritual seals reached 328 and the Separation Slayer broke through to the high supreme grade. On the 65th day, the number of spiritual seals reached 1547 and the Separation Slayer broke through to the peak supreme grade. On the 154th day, the number of spiritual seals reached 7455 and the separation slayer became even sharper than the ordinary profound sky incomplete treasures. 5 months, for 5 whole months, Ning Fan had consumed all the recovery pills given by Su Rushan just to refine a single treasure. However, Ning Fan was barely able to inscribe the 7456th spiritual seal. Even if he managed to inscribe it, it wasn't perfect. Presumably, it was because his demon power had only reached this realm. The inscribing of spiritual seals required the demon power of the person who inscribed it to be extraordinary. Ning Fan's eyes flashed as he looked at the starlight longsword in his palm. This sword was very sharp. After being strengthened by 7455 spiritual seals, this sword was even better than the ordinary profound sky incomplete treasures. Because only the word sharpness was inscribed on it, even the sharpness of a true spirit rank flying sword might not be comparable to the separation slayer. Just by placing it flat on his palm, the edge of the sword flashed with a sharp light, piercing through the hollow space, creating a crack. Ning Fan waved the separation slayer and made a gentle slash. The hollow space in front of him was cut open by an ordinary sword, separating into 2 sides. It was pitch black. What a sharp sword! With this sword, even if Yu Lingkong's physical body is at the 2nd level of the Jade Life realm, I can still break her defense with a single slash. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would never just focus on increasing the sharpness of the flying sword and neglect the other factors such as speed, durability, and the ability to change their abilities. Ning Fan did not consider speed and abilities because the separation slayer was not a flying sword. He was also not worried that the separation slayer would break because it was not sturdy enough. This was a sword that was completely refined from the immemorial star iron. It could be defeated but it could not be broken. Ning Fan was extremely satisfied with the result of 5 months of inscribing. A dot of separation slayer turned into starlight and went back into his glabella. After scanning the area with his spirit sense, he found that Lu Wan'er was still attaching her spirit to the spirit-shattering whip after 5 whole months. Ning Fan frowned and felt slightly worried. Is attaching a void rank ability to a supreme grade treasure so difficult? He heaved a sigh of relief when he sensed that Lu Wan'er's aura was still present. In 5 months, the Golden Flame Chariot had flown 240 million miles away from northern Desert City. However, it was still 500 million miles away from the Luoyun prefecture. As such, he could only concoct pills for now and wait for Wan'er to come out of closed-door cultivation. Condense. In the pill refinement room, Ning Fan made a grabbing motion with his hand and 2 illusory pill cauldrons appeared. One was filled with moisture, while the other was filled with demonic energy. Cauldron of Divine Will. It was a necessary technique for a 5th revolution pill master. The first was the Cauldron of Rain Will, and the second was the demonic will of Demonic Mountain. The mountain devil intent was a few times stronger than the rain intent. However, Ning Fan shook his head. With a point of his finger, the mountain cauldron was destroyed. Then, he stretched out his hand and the rain cauldron fell on top of the sea of golden flames. Although the mountain will was strong, its demonic nature was heavy. It was not suitable for alchemy. On the contrary, although the rain was weak, it was extremely nourishing, making it extremely suitable for crucible transformation realm alchemy. There were 4 types of 5th revolution pills that he needed to concoct. Appearance Restoration Pill, Separation and Reunion Pill, General Breakthrough Pill and Profound Blood Pill. Fortunately, all 4 of them were low-grade 5th revolution pills. With Ning Fan's current pill refinement technique, he was able to concoct them. However, this was his first time concocting a 5th revolution pill. Considering the need to accumulate experience and fail, Ning Fan did not start with the Appearance Restoration Pill. Instead, he started with the Separation and Reunion Pill, which had the most medicinal ingredients. The medicinal ingredients for this pill were enough to concoct it 11 times. Ning Fan allowed 10 failures. In order to reduce the time required to concoct each 5th revolution pill, Ning Fan waved his palm and took out the green Luan flame. Now that he had 2 types of earth flames and 3 types of heavenly frost in his body, he no longer needed to look for a cold place to devour the earth flames. Because there was 1 more type of heavenly frost in his body, it was extremely cold. He needed the 3rd type of earth flame to balance the cold power. After devouring the green Luan flame for half a month, Ning Fan's body remained motionless as if he was meditating. Half a month later, his eyes opened and his aura force fluctuated. His magic power began to increase rapidly. With his current cultivation base, devouring the green Luan flame was enough to convert 1/3 of its fire power into magic power. 675 units of magic power. After increasing it by 340 units, it reached 1015 units. Improving his magic power was not his main goal. Thus, he did not refine the geocentric nether milk. His goal was to use the 3 types of earthly flames and 3 types of heavenly frost to form a grey yin-yang flame to refine pills. As such, his concoction speed was 6 times faster than an ordinary 5th revolution pill master. According to his estimation, even if he refined the separation and reunion pill, it would only take a month. Out of the 11 sets of medicinal ingredients, Ning Fan failed 8 times. On his 9th attempt, he concocted a half-finished pill. Instead of feeling disappointed, he was satisfied. After 9 attempts, he had a vague understanding of the concoction of a 5th revolution pill. There were 7 sets of ingredients for the general breakthrough pill, and he had failed twice. On his 3rd try, he had concocted a defective pill. He had only failed once to refine the mysterious blood pill. The 2nd time, he had directly refined a pill that barely passed. Finally, there was the face restoration pill. He failed once and concocted an incomplete pill. After 3 months of failure, Ning Fan had enough experience in concocting pills. He repeatedly pondered, and when he was confident enough, it was time to start refining pills. On the 4th month, the separation and reunion pill was formed. On the 5th month, the general breakthrough pill was formed. On the 6th month, the abstruse blood pill was formed. On the 8th month, 2 face restoration pills were formed. After 8 months of pill concoction, Ning Fan could finally become a qualified low-grade 5th revolution pill master. However, after 8 months of hard work, Ning Fan helplessly realized that the improvement in his pill concoction technique was negligible. If he wanted to raise his pill concoction technique to the intermediate grade, it would definitely be impossible without tens of years of hard work. There was less than a month left until he reached the province. Ning Fan kept the 5 pills and stretched his muscles. Sounds of bones colliding could be heard. Is this the so-called cultivation has no time? 5 months to refine treasures and 8 months to concoct pills. The life of a cultivator is really boring. The promise of 5 months has already passed. I wonder if Su Qiuling is worried about me. There are still 30 years left before the sword breaks in her body. Her life is temporarily fine. He did not immediately summon Feng Nu and Cha Nu to restore their appearance. The face restoration pill had to be taken along with a medicinal bath. As the 2 ladies were demons, there were a few types of spiritual herbs that needed to be replaced with demonic herbs. Fortunately, demonic herbs were not that rare and could be easily bought in the province. He pushed the door open and scanned the surroundings with his spirit sense. Surprisingly, Luan Air was still in seclusion. However, the fluctuations of magical treasures in the refinement room became more and more intense. Is it about to succeed? Ning Fan did not dare to enter the refinement room without permission in case he disturbed Luan Air. However, after a few days, Ning Fan could faintly feel that Luan Air's qi, which was originally normal, was rapidly weakening during the few days when the spirit attachment was about to succeed. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. How could he not know that Luan Air was sacrificing her blood to the treasure at the last moment? The commotion in the refinement room gradually calmed down. The door opened and a pale and haggard lady in purple robes walked out. 1 year and 3 months of spirit attachment was a huge consumption for a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator like her. Not only did she attach the absorption ability to the spirit-shattering whip, she also attached the mortal void realm lightning spirit ability to increase the destructive power of the blood lightning nascent shattering whip. She did not have any mortal void realm spiritual iron. However, from the absorption of the spiritual iron, she could tell that Ning Fan's standards were too high and he looked down on divine transformation realm spiritual iron. She only had 3 pieces of divine transformation realm lightning spirit spiritual iron. Thus, she used the secret technique passed down by Yunjiang, spirit ascension technique. She sacrificed her own blood and extracted 3 traces of lightning spirit and fused them with her blood. Then, she forcefully ascended her spirit and attached the second divine ability to the mortal void realm. This divine ability was obscure and difficult to learn. The success rate was low and it would also harm her body. However, she did not care about it. With her spirit attachment technique, it was her first time using divine transformation realm spiritual iron to ascend her spirit to the mortal void realm. Moreover, it was her first time trying to attach a second divine ability to a spiritual equipment. That was why she wasted a year's time. She might as well succeed, however, because her body was too weak, she could not even maintain her human form. For white fox tails could be seen under her purple dress, she held the spirit-shattering whip as if she was holding the most precious treasure. She pushed the door open and went out. However, she did not expect to see Ning Fan waiting outside. "Eh? Why are you here?" Lu Wan-er smiled sweetly and passed the spirit-shattering whip to Ning Fan, expecting him to praise her. However, Ning Fan's expression darkened and he reprimanded her. "Why are you so reckless? Didn't I tell you that magic treasures are just inanimate objects? It's not worth it to damage yourself for a magic treasure." In ancient times, there were cultivators who threw themselves into the furnace fire to refine Ganjiang and Mosia's swords. From Ning Fan's point of view, it was not worth it. Today, Lu Wan-er sacrificed her own blood and effort for the spirit attachment technique of the spirit-shattering whip. Lu Wan-er's heart ached. She sacrificed her own blood and effort just for Liu Bei's spirit attachment technique. In the end, what she got was not praise but reprimand. However, as soon as this feeling rose in her heart, it was instantly replaced by shyness. She let out a soft cry and helplessly realized that she was carried by Ning Fan and brought straight to the bedroom. Intentionally or unintentionally, Ning Fan's hand touched her fox tail, causing her delicate body to tremble and feel limp and powerless. Liu Bei, don't do it here. With my current body, I can't bear it. She begged. However, there was a hint of expectation in her heart. Bear it? Ning Fan was so angry that he laughed. When your body recovers, there will be a day where you can bear it. We'll talk about this in the future. Now, your only task is to recuperate. Cultivate back the blood and effort that you've lost. If you don't replenish it in time, not only will it harm your lifespan, but it will also greatly affect your cultivation base. I'll bring you to rest. Ning Fan wrapped his arms around Lu Wan-er and hugged her even tighter. He took a step forward and turned into a wisp of smoke, appearing in the bedroom of the Golden Flame Palace. He took off his embroidered shoes, placed a soft mattress on the bed and covered it with a thin blanket. Lu Wan-er was like a shy little fox. She curled up in the blanket, revealing only her eyes. Half of her burning face was also hidden under the blanket. She was hugged by Ning Fan. Moreover, her fox tail, which was the most secret and sensitive part of her body, was touched by Ning Fan. When she thought about it carefully, she realized that the scolding that was originally filled with grievance was actually a sign of concern. Liu Bei is concerned about me. That's why he scolded me. He didn't even look at the magic treasures because he is concerned about me. Lu Wan-er's heart thumped wildly. Idiot. Idiot. He didn't even look at the two types of magic treasures that had the spirit attachment technique, but he only looked at an ugly girl like me. Idiot, Lu Wan-er scolded softly. Take this pill and rest for the time being. I will protect you, But you are not allowed to touch me when I am asleep. Lu Wan-er's eyelids became increasingly sleepy. She felt that Ning Fan's finger that was holding the pill went into her lips and touched her soft and moist tongue. She was a little embarrassed but she did not resist. She gradually closed her eyes as she became more and more sleepy. Ning Fan looked at Lu Wan-er who was sleeping beside the bed and heaved a sigh of relief. If the silver blood pill is consumed in time, it shouldn't cause any damage to the heart. That's good. When he thought about how this girl sacrificed her own blood to give him the spirit attachment technique, Ning Fan closed his eyes and felt touched. From the beginning to the end, this girl had never revealed her thoughts to him. However, Ning Fan knew all of her thoughts and concerns. However, Lu Wan-er did not know about Ning Fan's concerns. If I tell you that I am not Liu Bei, will you regret it? He sighed and touched Lu Wan-er's cheek with his palm. At this moment, the golden flame chariot trembled slightly. This slight tremble made Ning Fan's eyes reveal a cold light. As they were approaching the prefecture, the flies that were tailing them became impatient. Since they could keep up with the speed of the golden flame chariot, these flies were not weak. 3 of them were spirit-severing realm chi. Ning Fan held the spirit-shattering whip in his hand and disappeared from the Golden Flame Palace like a shadow. I will use these flies to test the power of my magic treasure. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked at the spirit-shattering whip in disbelief. Only then did he realize that this whip had 2 types of spirit attachment technique. Absorption technique. Lightning spirit? His heart trembled and his eyes became gentle. I see. The reason why you used the spirit attachment technique for a year and 3 months was because of this second type of spirit attachment technique. You didn't attach your spirit to a magic treasure or ability. Instead, you wanted to attach your own shadow to my heart. You did it, just now. I should have praised you. My tone was a little heavy. He closed his eyes and his gaze became cold again. Let's end this quickly. These flies are disturbing Wanner's rest. To be continued. Yao Yuan's face darkened. The golden flame chariot had traveled hundreds of millions of li, and it had already reached the hinterland of the Luo Yun tribe. However, it had unexpectedly been ambushed here. To be able to follow behind the golden flame chariot and plot against it, he was definitely not a weakling. There were a total of 3 ambushers behind him, and Yao Yuan could not see through each of their auras. However, the powerful demonic aura caused Yao Yuan's heart to tremble. There was no mistaking it. The 3 people behind him were all spirit-severing demon generals. As the 3 of them approached, Yao Yuan recognized one of the demon generals. It was Bai Yuan from the Lai Tu tribe. The other 2 were also from the Lai Tu tribe. The Lai Tu tribe is really bold. They actually sent 3 demon generals to assassinate General Bai. Yao Yuan was infuriated. Bai Yuan and the other 2 had chased after the golden flame chariot for an entire year. Their patience was enough to show their determination to kill Liu Bei. The other side had 3 semi-god realm cultivators while they had no semi-god realm cultivators. Moreover, because this place was the hinterland of Luo Yun, it was far away from the border guarded by the 7 generals of Luo Yun. In fact, millions of miles away was a wasteland. There wasn't even a demon city to help. This place was truly the best place to ambush and kill them. Elder Yu, hurry up. Don't stop. If they catch up to us, we'll definitely die. N. The alchemist surnamed Yu, who was controlling the carriage, complained bitterly in his heart. If he had known that it would be so dangerous to travel with Ning Fan and that there would be 3 divine transformation realm experts intercepting and killing him, he would never have participated in this trip. However, there was no room for regret at this moment. The only thing he could do was run for his life. He did not think that Ning Fan could fight against 3 divine transformation realm experts. In fact, he did not even think that Ning Fan had the strength to fight against divine transformation realm experts. Even if Ning Fan possessed the royal bloodline, his cultivation base was only at the early nascent soul realm. Yao Yuan and the others had the same thought. The 3 demon generals chasing after the golden chariot had the same thought. The silver-armored fiend general Bai Yuan chased after the golden flame chariot with a sneer on his face. Liu Bei? Humph. That day, this person killed my destroyer peak guards and caused me to lose a battle. Wasn't he very arrogant? Wasn't he known as Luo Yun's Liu Bei the murderer? How could he escape like a stray dog? Ridiculous. It's laughable that this man could actually awaken the royal true spirit bloodline. It's laughable that a titled demon general has offered a bounty of 100 million immortal jades to kill him. General Bai's words are incorrect. As a demon general, how can I question Lord Demon Sealer's judgment? If Lord Demon Sealer believes that this child's life is worth 100 million spirit stones, then he must be right. The one who spoke was a black-armored demon general. He was also an earth-splitting demon general, and his surname was Feng Ziki. This Feng Ziki did not get along with Bai Yuan. He used the title of a titled demon general to refute Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan's eyes darkened. He snorted coldly and did not refute. He turned his gaze towards the last golden-armored goblin general and said with a respectful expression. We've chased him for so long. This is the perfect place to kill him. I heard that General Su Ri has awakened his blood 3 times and has condensed half a drop of the primordial fire phoenix's bloodline. He has a heaven-defying ability to restrain fire. General, please extinguish the fire and stop the carriage. N. The golden-armored goblin general named Su Ri seemed to be a man of few words. His left eye flickered and a scarlet star appeared. With a point of his finger, the golden flame chariot, which was tens of thousands of li away, suddenly trembled. Then, the flames dispersed and were devoured by a fiery vortex that appeared out of nowhere. After the flames were extinguished, the golden flame chariot was nothing more than a crystal chariot. After losing its propulsion, its speed became slower and slower. Bai Yuan sneered. He patted his storage pouch and took out 6 3-inch silver nails. He tossed them into the air and they turned into 6 rays of silver light that wrapped around the golden flame chariot. The golden flame chariot swayed once again and was forced to a stop. Yao Yuan and the others on the chariot staggered and lost their balance. In just a breath's time, 3 demonic smoke surrounded the golden flame chariot from 3 directions. Yao Yuan's expression changed drastically. With the golden flame chariot stopped, how could they escape the pursuit of 3 demon generals with their weak strength? Knowing that death was inevitable, Yao Yuan took a step forward and glared at Bai Yuan. General Bai. You're a demon general of the earth-splitting tribe. How dare you trespass into my Luoyun territory? Have you forgotten that the 9 demon tribes have agreed that demon generals are not allowed to trespass into the enemy's territory? Humph. You're just a mid-nascent soul realm demon soldier. What right do you have to question me? The silver-armored Bai Yuan took a step forward. With this step, he exerted an oppressive aura as if he was stepping on Yao Yuan's mind. Immediately, Yao Yuan vomited blood and retreated. He raised his head and looked at Bai Yuan in disbelief. I'm seriously injured. Is this the might of a spirit-severing realm demon general? The might of a single step was something that a dignified 100 battles demon soldier like me couldn't withstand. Yao Yuan can die, but General Bai can't. Where are the soldiers? Kill. Under his command, the other 40 demon soldiers disregarded their lives and soared into the sky one by one. Even if they were afraid of the enemy, military orders must be obeyed. Humph. Bastards from the Luoyun territory are always arrogant. Even if there are 40 nascent soul realm demon soldiers, I have nothing to fear. Seeing Bai Yuan injuring a mid-nascent soul realm demon general with a single step, the black-armored Feng Ziqi's expression turned ugly. Although he, Feng Ziqi, was also a spirit-severing realm demon general, injuring a mid-nascent soul realm demon general with a single step was something he couldn't do. On the surface, Bai Yuan was punishing the enemy ants. But in the dark, he was demonstrating his strength to Feng Ziqi. Feng Ziqi couldn't accept this. Indeed, he didn't have the strength to injure someone with a single step. However, he had just obtained an incomplete heavenly profound treasure, which was extremely powerful. If he were to fight Bai Yuan to the death, his chances of winning were higher than Bai Yuan's. What's there to be proud of? Crouching tiger seal, smash. Feng Ziqi took out a shiny black metal seal. The metal seal was covered with cracks, but when it soared into the sky, it caused the sky to tremble and a tiger's roar could be heard. It almost shattered the sky and revealed the void. On top of the metal seal, there were 1,096 demonic spiritual seals, which made the treasure's power shocking. Incomplete heavenly profound treasure. 1096 spiritual seals. Could this spiritual seal be planted by the number 1 spirit augmentation master of the earth-splitting realm? Bai Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. If the crouching tiger seal smashed towards him, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the seal with his several incomplete heavenly profound treasures. Only a spirit augmentation master with a demonic spiritual power of 1096 units could inscribe 1096 spiritual seals. As everyone knew, the spirit augmentation technique was the hardest to learn. Other than Cloud General Lu Daochen, no one else could master the spirit augmentation technique and attain the spirit transformation realm at the same time. The best spirit augmentation master of the earth-splitting realm was only at the late nascent soul realm. Rumor had it that this spirit augmentation master had already stopped all spirit augmentation techniques and focused on cultivation, striving to break through to the peak nascent soul realm. Unexpectedly, he was able to perform spirit augmentation on Feng Ziqi and even inscribe 1096 spiritual seals. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to inscribe so many spiritual seals without spending a few years. Why would that spirit augmentation master spend a few years in seclusion just to inscribe a magical treasure for Feng Ziqi? This doesn't make sense. It seems like Feng Ziqi must have used some despicable means to force the spirit augmentation master to comply. I didn't expect this Feng Ziqi to have such a magical treasure. In this case, even if I exert my full strength, I might not be able to defeat Feng Ziki. Seeing Bai Yuan's gloomy eyes, Feng Ziki seemed to be extremely pleased. He laughed heartily. His tiger body shook and he pointed his finger at the sky. The black seal immediately started to spin. Traces of heavenly spiritual energy were extracted from heaven and earth and entered the black seal, turning into an illusory black tiger's shadow. Roar! With the strength of the black tiger's roar, the 40 nascent soul realm demon soldiers vomited blood and fell to the clouds. Following the appearance of the black tiger, the black seal immediately enlarged. 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang, 100 zhang, it was as if a black mountain was falling from the sky. Wherever it went, the void would collapse. The seal ruthlessly smashed towards the golden flame chariot. Pale Master Yu's face had already turned pale. As for Yao Yuan, he held his chest and gritted his teeth. Damn it! Damn it, I can die, but I have the military order to escort Liu Bei. If Liu Bei is injured, it will be a dereliction of duty and a disgrace. Even if I have to detonate my nascent soul, I have to protect the golden flame chariot. Yao Yuan's eyes became ruthless. He formed a demonic art and looked at the giant mountain above him with determination. However, at the next moment, a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life appeared. The falling mountain covered the sky, causing rocks and soil to roll down. At the bottom of the mountain, a purplish-black smoke flashed and turned into a white-robed young man. The corner of the young man's mouth curled up into a cold smile. The blood-red whip in his hand lashed on the mountain. Break! The power of the whip did not break the mountain. However, the demon soul in the dantian of the owner of the treasure, Feng Ziki, was bombarded by countless nirvana blood lightning. Puff! He held his lower abdomen and retreated while spurting out blood. He found it hard to believe. The person who appeared out of nowhere and stopped the tiger-subduing seal was the target he wanted to kill, Liu Bei. However, he could not understand how an early nascent soul realm Liu Bei could stop the tiger-subduing seal. Not even Demon General Bai Yuan could withstand it. He could not understand what that blood-red lightning whip was. It actually blocked the tiger-subduing seal and strangely injured his demon soul in his dantian. Treasure extraction, nascent soul breaking. This place was not the endless sea. There was no Zhou clan here. It was Feng Ziki's first time seeing the secret technique of treasure extraction to attack the nascent soul. Moreover, Feng Ziki felt that he had lost a large amount of his demon power. After all, the grade of the tiger-subduing seal was higher. The spirit-breaking whip could not stop it at all. However, this was exactly what Ning Fan wanted. If one whip was not enough, he would whip 10 times. If 10 whip was not enough, he would whip 100 times. He held the blood-red lightning in his hand as if he was whipping an animal. Each whip carried a thunderous sound and landed on the tiger-subduing seal. After tens of lashes, the illusory black tiger let out a cry and collapsed. After losing the tiger spirit, the tiger-subduing seal trembled and withdrew from the illusory form of the magical treasure. Then, it turned into a small black seal and landed on Ning Fan's palm. On the other hand, Feng Ziki's demon soul was heavily injured. He kept coughing out blood and all of his demon power had been absorbed by the 100 whips. As expected, 100 whips are not enough to kill a demon general. The demon soul of a demon general is a spirit-severing realm primordial spirit. It is not as weak as a nascent soul realm demon general. However, I still managed to severely injure this demon. Moreover, this demon's demon power has been sucked dry. It will be hard for him to recover in a short period of time. If he doesn't have a body refining technique, he will be a cripple. The purple star in Ning Fan's left eye flashed and he looked at Bai Yuan and the other two people. From the moment he appeared to the 100 whips, his actions were too fast. Bai Yuan and Su Ri could only see Ning Fan's appearance at this moment. Under the intense gaze of Ning Fan, Feng Ziki, who was originally suppressing his injuries, coughed out blood in horror. He could barely stand steadily. As for Bai Yuan, he took a few steps back before he could get rid of the strange aura. His heart was filled with fear and a hint of submission. This is the aura of a royal true spirit. Even I find it hard to calm my mind. When Ning Fan activated the purple star in his left eye, the golden-armored demon general also activated the half-star in his left eye. He tried to use the power of the fire phoenix to resist Ning Fan's Fu Li aura. However, the fire phoenix blood he condensed was only half a drop. It was not even as good as Li Ban's. In front of Ning Fan's royal demon bloodline, he was simply looking for trouble by daring to resist the aura. Puff Suri coughed out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. His immemorial incomplete bloodline could not withstand a single blow in front of Ning Fan's bloodline. Bai Yuan was stunned. Out of the 3 spirit-severing realm experts, 2 of them coughed out blood. Among them, Feng Ziki was strangely injured. Even Bai Yuan could not see how and why Feng Ziki got injured. He was Liu Bei, an early nascent soul realm ant. What exactly is going on? A mere early spirit-severing realm cultivator dares to block my way? At this moment, Ning Fan lifted his finger and formed a sword with his finger. The mountains within 10,000 li * collapsed. 1 finger, mountain crushing. To be continued. Tens of thousands of miles of mountains collapsed, and smoke rose in all directions. In the midst of the roar, it was like a hurricane that swept across thousands of miles of the wasteland, destroying the plants and trees. Bai Yuan took a few steps back in the midst of the hurricane and finally steadied himself. As for Su Ri, he retreated 10 zhang. As for Feng Ziki, who had absorbed all of his demonic energy, he was almost blown away by the force of the finger. In a panic, Feng Ziki gritted his teeth and activated the 3 layers of low-grade earth profound spirit armor in front of his chest, barely blocking the force of the finger. However, Feng Ziqi's heart was filled with shock. The force of Ning Fan's finger was definitely equivalent to the full force attack of an early spirit-severing cultivator. The moment the sword light shot out from the finger, Feng Ziki felt a chill in his heart and a great sense of danger swept through his heart. The sword light shot out from Ning Fan's fingertip and split into 3, each slashing towards the 3 generals. The speed of the 3 sword lights was unimaginably fast. As they neared the 3 generals, they turned into tens of thousands of sword silks, attacking all the blind spots of the 3 generals. Bai Yuan and Su Ri still had the strength to fight, but their faces were solemn. As for Feng Ziki, his scalp was numb, turning sword into silk. This technique was definitely the rare spirit-severing sword technique that was mastered by the spirit-severing sword cultivators. After turning into silk, the power of the sword would increase by at least a few times. Not good. Feng Ziki's 3 layers of spirit armor and the black general armor collapsed the moment they came in contact with the sword silks. The first layer, shattered, the second layer, shattered, the third layer, shattered, although the 4th layer of the black general armor did not shatter, it was full of cracks. The impact of the sword silks shook Feng Ziki's chest, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of dark blood. His injuries became more and more serious, even his cultivation began to drop. Feng Ziki looked at Ning Fan's resentment and fear. He was resentful because he, a dignified demon general, was injured to this extent by a nascent soul ant. He was afraid because if Ning Fan used another mountain-shattering finger on him, he would not be able to withstand it with his broken armor. Retreat! Retreat! General Bai, we must retreat quickly. Please send reinforcements to Lord Demon Sealer. Feng Ziqi said through clenched teeth. Even though Bai Yuan and Su Ri were shocked by the might of Ning Fan's finger, their demon power was still intact. Thus, they were able to withstand the attack. However, because they had witnessed the power of Ning Fan's lightning whip, the 2 generals did not dare to take them out even though they had broken profound heavenly treasures. Instead, they each used their demonic techniques to disperse the sword threads. Demonic art, White Knight. Demonic art, Fire of the Distant Sun. The 2 of them were worthy of being demonic generals of the demonic transformation realm. Among them, Bai Yuan's finger seals were complicated. The demonic art he executed actually caused the day to descend into the night and dissipate the night. He extracted a sliver of the light of day from sundered night and shook off the light threads, causing them to collide with the sword threads. As for Su Ri, a half-star flashed in his left eye, and a deep red sun appeared in the sky. As soon as this sun appeared, half of Su Ri's body turned into flames, and he reached out to grab the sword threads with his bare hands. As soon as the illusory flame half was pierced by the sword threads, it was immediately reborn from the flames. In an instant, Su Ri's claws flew out and destroyed the sword threads one by one. Other than consuming a lot of demonic power, the 2 generals were not injured by the mountain shatterer finger. Therefore, Bai Yuan only considered Feng Ziki's suggestion of retreating for a moment and immediately rejected it. He said disdainfully to Feng Ziki. To think that you're a demon general. How dare you show weakness in front of a nascent soul realm junior? Ridiculous. The three of us demon generals captured a nascent soul realm junior. Our plan was thorough and our actions were meticulous. If we still fail, what face do we have to face the demon sealing realm when we return? Bai Yuan did not think much of it. Ning Fan's finger had indeed shocked him, but it was not to the extent that he could not resist it. From Bai Yuan's point of view, Ning Fan's spirit-severing realm attack was probably his strongest trump card since he was only a nascent soul realm cultivator. Moreover, it was already heaven-defying with just a few attacks. Unfortunately, Bai Yuan had underestimated Ning Fan's strength. Ning Fan was able to fight against a spirit-severing realm expert when he was at the Jade Life realm. After comprehending the second finger of the sword finger, he was able to kill a spirit-severing realm expert. Now that his demonic power had awakened the royal bloodline and obtained 7,455 units of demonic power, he was able to fight against a spirit-severing realm expert with just his demonic power alone. Bai Yuan should have fled, but he did not. As soon as his voice fell, Ning Fan raised his finger again and pointed at him for the second time. I didn't expect you to use this sword light that can shatter mountains for the second time. Bai Yuan's sneer had yet to end when his eyes were suddenly filled with shock. As for Su Ri, he coughed out blood continuously. He raised his head and looked at the red sun that he summoned with his magic technique in disbelief. The fiery sun turned dark purple under Ning Fan's finger, losing Su Ri's control. Following Ning Fan's finger, the purple sun was ignited with black flames. Second finger, sky shattering. The purple sun was shattered, a huge crack appeared in the sky where the purple sun was destroyed. Then, the sky started to crumble along the crack. A ray of dark purple aurora shot out from the tip of Ning Fan's finger. It turned into millions of dark purple sword silks and attacked the three generals. At this moment, Ning Fan was standing on the peak of an illusory devil mountain, giving off an irresistible majesty. Bai Yuan's expression changed drastically. The power of this finger was too strong. It was strong enough to kill him instantly. He might as well use this finger to attack the three generals at the same time instead of sharing the burden with himself. In this way, there was still a chance for him to withstand the attack. Bai Yuan no longer cared about hiding his treasures. He took out a silver-white banner and waved it. The banner shone brightly and turned into millions of white lotuses. Tens of thousands of white lotuses stood in front of the sword silks. Every time a sword silks were neutralized, a white lotus would crumble. Every time a white lotus crumbled, Bai Yuan's demonic power would be depleted by 60 years. After consuming half of his demonic power, Bai Yuan could barely withstand 1/3 of the power of the sky-shattering finger. However, he was already terrified because he saw the silver-white banner breaking inch by inch after blocking the sword silks. A dignified profound sky incomplete treasure was actually destroyed by 1/3 of the power of the finger. If I am caught off guard and get hit by this finger, won't I die for sure? Bai Yuan's scalp went numb. As for Su Ri, he did not feel any better. He performed a hand seal and bit the tip of his tongue. His entire body turned into 1,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, fiery phoenix. Under the power of this Dharma idol, no matter how many sword silks pierced the phoenix's body, the wounds would be healed by the burning flames. The sword silks could not hurt Su Ri, but the Dharma idol's rebirth in flames consumed too much demonic power. In order to block the sword silks, he had consumed almost 1/3 of his demonic power. What made Su Ri even more incredulous was that the demonic intent contained in the sword silks was too overbearing. After piercing his body, it immediately turned into a demonic intent that disturbed his mind, causing the birth of inner demons. Demonic intent? It's not demonic intent. This Liu Bei is so strange. As a member of the demon race, he has comprehended demonic intent. Moreover, he comprehended it at the nascent soul realm. Su Ri's eyes were not calm at all. The second finger, sky-shattering finger, made Su Ri and Bai Yuan struggle to hold on, but it also crushed Feng Ziqi's body. Feng Ziqi's magical power was focused on magical treasures. His magical treasures were seized, his demonic power was drained, and his protective spiritual equipment was destroyed in the first exchange. With his damaged general armor, he could not withstand the power of the second finger. In desperation, he took out a golden jade token, clenched his teeth, and crushed it. The moment he crushed the jade token, his realm began to collapse, falling from the divine transformation realm to the nascent soul realm. However, a golden barrier rose around his body. blocking the sword silks one by one. Ancestral worship token, sacrificing demon blood to the ancestors, sacrificing one's realm in exchange for a life-saving ability bestowed by the ancestors. At this moment, Feng Ziki was truly in despair. If he did not sacrifice his realm, he would definitely not be able to withstand the power of this finger, given that he had lost his demonic power and was almost a cripple. Being in the golden light and seeing the sword silks being devoured by the golden light, he felt slightly relieved. Once the golden light appeared, it could at least protect him for a few hours. Even a profound heavenly spiritual treasure could not break this golden light. During this period of time, he was safe. Escape, I must escape. Before the golden light disappeared, after escaping, he would cultivate back to the divine transformation realm and take revenge on Liu Bei again. Feng Ziqi's eyes were filled with unprecedented hatred. Using the power of the golden light, he tried to move. However, before he could move, a smoky figure took a step forward and appeared behind him. A palm pressed on the golden light. The tremendous force made Feng Ziqi unable to move. Then, a punch landed on the golden light. Boom! A loud explosion almost shattered the golden light. Feng Ziqi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. Liu Bei's punch almost shattered the golden light of the ancestral token. The power of this punch is definitely Jade Life Realm. This person is definitely not a nascent soul realm ant. He is obviously a Jade Life Realm body cultivator who is on the same level as us demon generals. Let me go. I swear on my heart devil that I will never find trouble with Brother Liu in the future. Even if you have a Jade Life Realm, you won't be able to break the barrier of the ancestral token. Do you really want to fight me to the death? Feng Ziqi forced himself to calm down and said in a threatening manner. Noisy. Since he could not break the golden light barrier with a single punch, he naturally knew how hard the turtle shell summoned by the ancestral token was. However, it was not impossible for him to break this turtle shell. Ning Fan touched his glabella and waved his separation slayer sword. The sharpness of the sword caused the void to crack wherever the sword light passed. The golden light was cut into two halves. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Feng Ziqi's face was filled with disbelief. His physical body was also cut into two halves. His physical body was separated. It was his demon soul that was cut into two. After the demon soul, there was a black void crack that was 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang long. Traces of black void wind blew at Ning Fan, making his long hair dance like a devil. I'll kill one first. Ning Fan opened his mouth and swallowed Feng Ziqi's demon corpse and dead soul, leaving only his head. His baleful qi became even stronger. He raised his head and glanced at Bai Yuan and Su Ri. Both of them had just withstood the second finger attack. Both of them were in a sorry state. Before Bai Yuan could catch his breath, he heard Feng Ziqi's wail. His eyes turned to the place where Feng Ziqi was cut. He looked at the void that was cut by the sword and met Ning Fan's eyes. His heart turned cold and his hair stood on end. Feng Ziqi is dead? He's dead. Even though his demon power was exhausted, he had a general armor and 3 layers of spiritual equipment to protect his body. His defense was as strong as a tortoise's. Moreover, he was bestowed an ancestral worshipping order by the demon lord. Before this, Feng Ziqi had activated the ancestral worshipping order to protect himself. In exchange for a few hours of life, he had fallen from the spirit-severing realm. Even a profound heavenly spiritual treasure could not break the golden light barrier. Even a mid-spirit-severing realm cultivator would find it difficult to break it. However, such a sturdy golden light barrier was cut into pieces by Liu Bei's sword. That sword light was too sharp. It was something that Bai Yuan had never seen before in his life. He had never heard of anyone in the land of slumber who had a sword light that was sharp enough to cut the primordial spirit of a demon soul. Even after a demon general died, his demon soul could not escape, let alone have the chance to possess and reconstruct his physical body. What kind of sword is that? It was like a ray of starlight that floated around Ning Fan's body. It was impossible to see his true appearance. Bai Yuan and Su Ri looked at each other and saw each other's intention to retreat. From the moment Feng Ziqi's demon power was sucked away and he was severely injured for no reason, to the moment he used the ancestral worshipping order to protect his life, his demon soul was still cut into pieces. All of these strange events were enough to make Bai Yuan and Su Ri fearful of Ning Fan. Moreover, Bai Yuan finally felt an absurd sense of crisis. Even if his remaining 2 demon generals attacked together, they would not be able to take down this nascent soul realm demon soldier in front of him. So this is Liu Bei. This kind of person can even put up a fight against a mid-spirit severing realm demon general. Retreat. The 2 generals looked at each other and nodded. Then, they moved to the west and the east respectively. While retreating, Bai Yuan imitated Su Ri and summoned his demon blood avatar. It had a single horn, a pair of wings, 4 legs and a tail. Its white fur was so long that it touched the ground. It was also a beast with the remnant blood of the immemorial era. Bai Zai, in the eyes of the 2 demons, at least one of them would be safe while the other one had the avatar to protect him. Thus, it would not be difficult for him to escape. Trying to run? Don't you think it's too late? Freeze. Ning Fan pointed his finger and displayed the heaven-freezing technique. Countless crimson blood threads pierced out from the 2 demon avatars, entangling them. The 2 dignified spirit-severing realm demon generals were all frozen by Ning Fan's finger. With the current strength of my finger, it's enough to freeze an early spirit-severing realm demon. 3 breaths. He took a step forward and approached Bai Zai. He grabbed the Separation Slayer sword that was floating in front of him and slashed it down. This time, Bai Yuan finally saw through the reason why this sword was so unimaginably sharp, countless of them. The sharpness word spirit seals on the Starlight Longsword were also innumerable. There were at least 7,000 of them. The sharpness of this sword was even stronger than a real spiritual treasure. I can't block it. Bai Zai's roar. At the critical moment, Bai Yuan shattered his laryngeal bone. At the cost of hurting himself, he let out a blood-red sound wave. He could not move and could only make a sound. However, this sound wave demonic technique was Bai Zai's innate ability. It burned the meager amount of Bai Zai's blood in exchange for power. It could only be used to protect one's life. Once it is used, the blood in one's body would become thinner and thinner until it became ordinary demon blood. This sound wave was strong enough to injure ordinary demon generals. Even a 4th realm silver bone body refinement realm demon cultivator would be severely injured if they were not prepared. Bai Yuan only wanted to buy 3 breaths of time. After that, he would run for his life. However, when the blood-red sound wave reached Ning Fan's body, it was blocked by his jade-colored astral spirit. The sound wave that was strong enough to injure a 4th realm silver bone refinement realm demon beast was unharmed to Ning Fan. Astral spirit. You are a jade life realm cultivator. Ah. Bai Yuan let out a blood-curdling scream. His 1000 zhang * 3. 33 Emperor Zhang, avatar was cut into half and his demon soul was also shattered. However, Bai Yuan did not understand why Liu Bei, who was rumored to be an early nascent soul realm cultivator, was actually a jade life realm cultivator with 7,000 units of demon power and an incomplete profound sky treasure with 7,000 spirit seals. The sharpness of his sword was comparable to a spiritual treasure. He died with hatred. At the place where he died, the sky was also split apart. Break! Ning Fan pointed his finger and crushed the 1000 zhang * 3. 33 Emperor Zhang, Bai Zai into blood mist. He opened his mouth and swallowed all of it. Similarly, only the head was left. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the fire phoenix. Similarly, he slashed down with his sword. The fire phoenix's demonic eyes widened in shock. From the moment it was frozen to the moment Bai Yuan died, only 1 breath had passed. This Liu Bei is really too heaven-defying. Not only did he kill Feng Ziki, who had exhausted all of his demon power, but he even killed Bai Yuan, who had transformed into his avatar. Moreover, he even resisted the power of Bai Zai's roar with his own body. Jade Life Realm. 7,000 units of demon power. A flying sword that is sharper than spiritual treasures. I must break free from the frozen body. If I can't break free from the frozen body, then I will commit suicide. The fire phoenix's demonic eyes flashed with ruthlessness and uttered a word. Break! As soon as the word was uttered, the fire phoenix self-destructed and turned into a wave of demon power that swept towards Ning Fan. However, whenever the wave of fire reached Ning Fan, he would immediately open his mouth and swallow it, turning it into nourishment for the Yin-Yang locket. The wave of fire returned and slowly condensed into another 1,000 zhang * 3. 33m per zhang, tall fire phoenix. Even though its chi was slightly weakened, it managed to break free from the frozen body. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. According to the demon scripture, the immemorial fire phoenix can be reborn from the flames while the immemorial lightning dragon can survive lightning attacks. Even though this person's bloodline is thin, he can still be reborn from the flames. Besides, it seems like ordinary magic treasures can't hurt him at all. Ning Fan threw a punch, causing heaven and earth to tremble violently. However, when his punch landed on the fire phoenix, it missed. Then, Su Ri's cold laughter resounded. Humph. I'm different from Bai Yuan and Feng Ziki. Even though I have only awakened half a drop of the fire phoenix's blood, I have comprehended the rebirth technique. With this fire phoenix true body, ordinary magic treasures and magic techniques can't hurt my illusory avatar at all. Even though you have the royal bloodline and your techniques are powerful, I'm not your opponent. However, you won't be able to kill me. Burn. As soon as the fire phoenix uttered a word, the area within 10,000 li asterisk, 500m per li, turned into a sea of flames. The fire phoenix clan did not wish for the sea of flames to burn Ning Fan to death. Instead, it only wished for the sea of flames to burn the primordial chi of heaven and earth, causing the primordial chi in this place to become chaotic and rendering the heaven sealing technique ineffective. That's good enough. The body of the fire phoenix turned into a ray of fiery light and was about to escape. However, its wings suddenly felt a sharp pain. The phoenix wings that were supposed to be indestructible were actually destroyed by a sharp sword light. It couldn't even be reborn from the flames. Impossible. My fire phoenix demon avatar is an immemorial demon avatar. It's immortal and indestructible. Unless it's an immemorial divine weapon or the lost divine technique, otherwise, I won't be able to hurt you, Ning Fan sneered. He held the starlight sword and stepped through the sea of flames. Wherever he passed, the sea of flames parted as if they were afraid of him. On the Separation Slayer sword, a drop of demon blood was dripping down along the blade. The phoenix wings were cut off by this sword. Your phoenix wings are not bad. It's perfect to make a spiritual equipment for one heir. Ning Fan turned into a shadow and swung his sword horizontally. Immediately, the fire phoenix let out a cry of pain as its other demon wing was cut off. His demon eyes were filled with astonishment, and that astonishment turned into madness. Immemorial divine weapon. You actually have such a divine weapon. If that's the case, my fire phoenix body can't withstand this sword. It's hard to escape. If I don't fight back, I'll die. I'll perish together with you. Immemorial phoenix technique, blood burning. The fire phoenix let out a shrill cry. Its bloodline turned into flames. Its demon soul was also ignited, risking its life to fight against Ning Fan at the cost of committing suicide. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. This Su Ri was the strongest among the three generals. This blood-burning technique was displayed at such a close distance. It caused Ning Fan's bloodline to boil and burn. If Ning Fan was an ordinary person who had yet to reach the mid-spirit severing realm, he would definitely die under this technique. After all, this was a spirit severing realm demon general's perishing technique. Since Ning Fan couldn't get rid of the flames in his bloodline, he decided not to. Instead, his body was shrouded in black chi. In the end, it crumbled into black shadows and dissipated. The sea of flames slowly dispersed. Looking at the situation, it seemed like Su Ri and Ning Fan had perished together. Moments later, the black shadows from afar condensed and turned into Ning Fan's figure. This was the incarnation technique, the black torrent soul splitting technique. Ning Fan's Fu Li demon blood didn't have the fire phoenix's rebirth technique. However, this black shadow was comparable to the rebirth technique. It couldn't be destroyed by ordinary means. Holding Su Ri's head in his hand, he flicked his sleeve. The 3 storage pouches, the heads of the other 2 generals and the pair of phoenix wings were also kept by Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan didn't immediately return to the golden flame chariot. Instead, he looked at the void beside him and sneered. What a cunning Su Ri! The Separation Slayer sword sliced through the void. Under the void, a panicked demon soul of a fire phoenix was trying its best to resist the corrosion of the void power while hiding. On the surface, it looked like it wanted to perish together with its enemy. However, in reality, it was faking its death to enter the enemy and escape into the void. Ordinary demon generals would definitely die in the void. However, the rebirth power of the fire phoenix was enough to allow Su Ri to resist the power of the void. The void cracked open and Ning Fan stepped into it. Su Ri was so shocked that his eyes widened. He faked his death and escaped into the void. Such a technique was so covert that it didn't escape Ning Fan's eyes. He couldn't figure out how Ning Fan managed to resist the blood-burning technique. One should know that even though Su Ri didn't kill his enemy with his life, the blood-burning technique had consumed at least 3/4 of his blood. The price he paid was huge. Such a price was enough to kill Bai Yuan, but it didn't kill Ning Fan. What made him even more puzzled was that Ning Fan was able to step into the void unscathed. This is impossible. It was indeed impossible. Even a dignified divine transformation realm expert with phoenix blood like him had to use all of his strength to barely stay in the void. However, Ning Fan treated the void like a child's play. When Su Ri's demon soul was held in Ning Fan's hand like a little chick, his face was filled with despair and struggle. As long as Brother Lu let me go, Su Ri will certainly, he begged for mercy, but Ning Fan didn't listen to him at all. He swallowed the demon's soul in one gulp, then, he stepped out of the void. With a sway of his body, he appeared on the golden flame chariot. The intense baleful qi that killed 3 divine transformation realm experts made Yao Yuan and the others tremble in fear. No one thought that he could survive the ambush of 3 demon generals. No one thought that Ning Fan, who was rumored to be an early nascent soul realm cultivator, had the strength to fight 3 divine transformation realm experts alone. As for Pale Master Yu, who was fearful of battle just now, his knees went soft and he fell to the ground. He lowered his head and did not dare to meet Ning Fan's eyes. Pale Master Yu could not understand. Those were demon generals with divine transformation realm cultivation bases. The Luo Yun tribe only had Feng Yao and 7 demon generals. The Lai Tu tribe only had Feng Yao and 6 demon generals. Out of the 6 demon generals, 3 of them were dispatched, but all of them died in Ning Fan's hands. If this matter were to spread out, Ning Fan's reputation in the second world would be incomparable to that of a mid-demon general. General Bei is mighty. Yao Yuan and the other demon soldiers suppressed their fear and their expressions became solemn and respectful. Their respect was almost comparable to the respect they had for a titled demon general. They were known as cripples if they didn't speak. A soaring heaven realm expert could kill a divine transformation realm expert. As soon as Liu Bei entered the province and spread the news of him killing 3 divine transformation realm experts, the land of slumber would certainly be in an uproar. Keep this head and enter the province. If anyone dares to stop my chariot, I will show them my head. Yes, sir. After receiving the 3 bloody heads, Yao Yuan was overwhelmed with emotions. Not long ago, these 3 heads were insufferably arrogant divine transformation realm demon generals. But now, they were already dead men's heads. Holding the heads, Yao Yuan could not calm down. He looked at Ning Fan's back with excitement. This is what it means to be a strong expert. One day, I, Yao Yuan, will be like General Bei. I will kill people within 10 steps and behead them. My name will be known throughout the Luo Yun tribe. After everyone recuperated, the golden flame chariot reignited its flames and went straight to the province. After entering the golden flame palace, Ning Fan sat on the side of the bed and looked at Lu Waner, who was still in a deep sleep. All the flies are dead. The Earth General put a bounty of 30 million on me for killing the Trap Peak guards and 100 million on me for awakening the king's blood. I wonder if the Earth General would still dare to place a bounty on me if he knows that I killed 3 generals alone. Does he still have the guts to do so? In the province of the Lai Tu tribe, the Earth General Bai Wuzuan was wearing a suit of silver armor and holding 2 silver balls in his hands. He was waiting for the 3 generals to report their success. Bai Yuan, Feng Ziki, and Su Ri have set off for more than a year. It's about time for them to get their hands on the royal true spirit. Humph. You're just a nascent soul realm junior. Don't you understand that a man's wealth will arouse his greed? I wonder if I can break through to the late divine transformation realm in one go if I can refine his blood. Bai Wuzuan sneered. But at the next moment, his eyes suddenly opened. He patted his storage pouch and took out 3 pieces of broken life jades. They're broken. They're broken, the life jades of the three divine transformation realm demon generals, Bai Yuan, Feng Ziki, and Su Ri, were broken at the same time. Impossible. The three divine transformation realm experts were moving stealthily. Unless it's Lu Daochen himself, who else could kill them? According to the report, Lu Daochen is still in seclusion in the province of the Luoyun tribe. If it's not him, then who could it be? Could it be Liu Bei himself? When he thought of this possibility, Bai Wuzuan suddenly rose to his feet. His eyes were filled with astonishment. If this person really has the strength to kill the three generals alone, I'm afraid that even I would be weaker than him without using the power of bestowment. Should I continue to capture him and increase the reward to 300 million immortal jades? Or, plead for mercy with 300 million immortal jades? Bai Wuzuan's heart was filled with hatred. If he knew about Ning Fan's strength earlier, he would never send the three generals to hunt him down. The three demon generals were half of the combat strength of the Lai Tu tribe. Now, they were destroyed. After losing three of them, the overall strength of the Lai Tu tribe was even weaker than the weakest tribe. Now that he had lost three of his generals, Bai Wuzuan was unwilling to accept this. It seemed to be inappropriate to continue to capture Liu Bei. It was unwise to capture an expert of this level. Should I withdraw the bounty? Doesn't that mean that I, the dignified demon general of the Lai Tu tribe, have to admit defeat to a young brat? If that's the case, who will pay for the blood debt of the three demon generals? But if I continue to offend this person, how should I deal with Liu Bei in the future? Bai Wuzuan found it hard to make a decision. To be continued. Lu Wan'er woke up. His slumber lasted for a month. When she woke up 1 month later, she was stunned by the pair of fire phoenix wings that Ning Fan gave her. This is a top-grade material that can be used to refine flying spiritual equipment. Where did you get it? Murder. I don't believe you. These are the wings of a divine transformation realm cultivator. Are you trying to tell me that you killed the desolate beast and cut off its wings? Or did he assassinate a demon general of a tribe and obtain this wing? Liu Bei, be serious. Don't joke around. Lu Wan'er's pretty face puffed up. In her opinion, the fire phoenix's wings were most likely obtained through illegal means, just like the lightning dragon's tendon. In short, Lu Wan'er would not believe that Ning Fan had killed a certain demon general during the 1 month that she was in slumber. After all, this was truly unimaginable. Forget it. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. You gave me this pair of wings because you want me to make a flying spiritual equipment for you, right? With this pair of wings, I'm confident that I can make a high-grade fire wing spiritual equipment. It will allow nascent soul realm cultivators to have the soul formation realm teleportation ability and increase the speed of a soul formation realm cultivator by 30%. Lu Wan'er made up her mind. Why don't I use these phoenix wings to make a spiritual equipment for Ning Fan? Her thoughts were seen through by Ning Fan. He smiled and caressed her face. There's no need to create a flying spirit equipment for me. I already have the Fuli demon wings. From now on, I don't need any more flying spirit equipment. When this is done, you can keep it. I will help you refine this pair of fire wings. This way, even if your cultivation base is only at the mid-nascent soul realm, if you escape, not even a spirit-severing realm demon general would be able to do anything to you. You will be safe. Give it to me. It's such a precious item. Lu Wan'er lowered her head and allowed Ning Fan to stroke her cheeks. She did not resist at all. This is for you. Rest for a while more. Yao Yuan said that we will reach the prefecture in 3 days. Lu Wan'er rested again while Ning Fan sat alone in the cultivation room. For the past month, his mind had been reflecting on what he had learned from the battle with the 3 soul formation cultivators. Among the 3 demon generals, apart from Su Ri who was on par with Yan Zhongze, the other 2 were slightly weaker than Yan Zhongze. However, when the 3 of them risked their lives and used their demonic techniques to the extreme, it seemed like they had opened a door for Ning Fan. Yao, demonic arts, and spiritual equipment. In his mind, his understanding of the demon race deepened. After obtaining the phoenix wings and giving them to Lu Wan'er, Ning Fan did not return empty-handed. He obtained a jade slip from Su Ri's storage pouch. He saw half a damaged spirit seal on Su Ri's broken wing. It seemed that when Su Ri first awakened his blood 3 times and awakened half a drop of phoenix blood, he had done something stupid. On the wings, he would carve a spirit seal, but in the end, he failed. Demon wings are not spirit equipment. The spirit equipment of the demon race can be branded with spirit seals to increase speed, but the demon wings and the demon body can't. Su Ri's failure was inevitable. Ning Fan held Su Ri's jade slip and pressed it against his glabella. Su Ri's words immediately resounded in his mind. This passage happened to be a record of Su Ri's experience when he tried to leave a spiritual mark on his wings. Today, I went through the capital scripture tower of the Lai Tu tribe to search for the possibility of engraving a spirit seal on the wings. Lord Demon Sealer said that spirit seals can only be used to engrave magic treasures and spiritual equipment but not the body of a demon. This is the conclusion since ancient times. I don't believe it. I spent 200 years and went through 110,000 books in the capital scripture tower. Finally, I found an introduction about spirit seals. However, this introduction disappointed me. It was a damaged ancient book. It said that the demon race could carve a spirit seal on the body of a demon before the ancient times. However, something happened later on and the spirit of the demon race was taken away. Hence, they couldn't carve a spirit seal. Only a certain true spirit clan was able to see through the truth of the heavens and earth because they specialized in cultivating their demonic eyes. They were able to avoid a calamity and their spirit was not taken away. However, because they had seen through the truth of the heavens and earth, that true spirit clan was cursed for generations and eventually went extinct. Today, I invited the #1 spirit augmentation master of the Lai Tu tribe to perform spirit augmentation on my phoenix wings. I wanted to know if it was possible to carve a spirit on my fire phoenix wings. In the end, I failed. Not only because of the excruciating pain, but also because the spirit seal couldn't be left in my bloodline. Master said that it was because we demons had lost our spirit. Just like how the devil race lost their blood and the divine race lost their heart. No one knows what a spirit is. However, I had no choice but to give up on the idea of carving a spirit. These words made Ning Fan fall into silence. He kept the jade slip and pondered for a long time. This Su Ri didn't have many tricks up his sleeves. However, he was indeed a spirit-severing realm demon. He dared to try and was surprisingly patient. He clearly knew that the demon race couldn't carve a spirit seal on their body, but he still dared to do it. Moreover, he was willing to spend 200 years and go through all the demon scriptures in the capital scripture tower just for this attempt. This person's perseverance was truly great. No wonder he was the strongest among the 3 generals, carving a spirit seal on the demon wings. If Su Ri didn't bring up this idea, Ning Fan was afraid that he wouldn't have thought of it. Ever since he obtained the spirit seal, he habitually thought that the spirit seal could only be used on magical treasures. However, after accidentally killing Su Ri and obtaining his jade slip, Ning Fan found out that the spirit seal wasn't carved on the spirit equipment in the first place. It was carved on the flesh of the demon race. However, due to the loss of their spirit, the demon race had no choice but to face an awkward situation. They needed to make up for their shortcomings. That was why they created the spirit equipment. The word spirit in the spirit equipment actually had a heaven-shaking meaning. Even the ancient demon clan might not know of this meaning, because too much time had passed, far, far too long. Su Ri was a conscientious person. He thought of it and found out about it. His words made Ning Fan's eyes light up. He had a feeling that the only immemorial true spirit that retained its spirit was probably the Fu Li clan. This was his intuition. Ning Fan finally understood why a person like Su Ri, who seemed to be a man of few words, was willing to assassinate him. What he wanted was not the reward but the blood of the Fu Li clan. Su Ri guessed that the demon blood was probably the cursed demon blood that was recorded in the ancient scroll. Therefore, he came and he died. Could it be that the cursed true spirit mentioned in the jade slip is the Fu Li clan? If it is, then the future of the Fu Li clan's blood can be said to be immeasurable. Ning Fan's eyes were burning with passion. As soon as this speculation rose in his mind, it immediately went out of control. Since ancient times, there were quite a number of true spirit clans that had gone extinct. However, Ning Fan was not completely sure if the Fu Li clan was the only true spirit cursed by the heavenly Tao. However, if the true spirit clan that had penetrated the heavenly Tao was really the Fu Li clan, it meant that even though the Fu Li clan was cursed, they still retained their spirit. Moreover, the demon body and demon wings of the Fu Li clan could be carved with a spirit seal. Ning Fan wanted to give it a try. However, he still had a doubt in his heart. After awakening the Fu Li royal bloodline, Ning Fan had once tried flying with his wings. His speed was astonishing. The Fu Li clan had a unique talent in speed and illusion techniques. It was just like how the Phoenix clan controlled fire and the Dragon clan controlled lightning. With such a talent, Ning Fan's speed was comparable to a divine transformation realm cultivator even if he did not summon his wings. When he summoned his wings, his speed was comparable to a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator. What puzzled him the most was that the Fu Li wings did not consume any demon power when flying. It was as if it was drawing magic power from heaven and earth. This was especially true when he was chasing after Demon General Pure Cloud. While the latter was panting heavily due to teleportation, Ning Fan was not panting at all while chasing after him. Ning Fan did not pay much attention to this matter at that time. He just thought that it was a special ability of the royal bloodline. Now that he thought about it, it was definitely not that simple. Spirit equipment. Spirit equipment had spirit. Therefore, it could borrow the power of heaven and earth without consuming magic power. True spirit. True spirit. Because it had spirit, it could borrow the power of heaven and earth to control the laws of heaven and earth. Ning Fan did not know what spirit was, but he vaguely understood that it was a kind of ability. It was the ability to borrow magic power from heaven and earth. The Fu Li wings did not consume any demon power when flying. Perhaps it was because the Fu Li clan was one of the clans that retained spirit. Because this clan cultivated demon eyes, they could see through the truth of heaven and earth. Because this clan sought fortune and avoided calamity, they managed to escape a calamity and kept their spirit. However, they were cursed and their clan was wiped out within a short period of time. This guess was highly possible. Whether it was true or not, he would know it after trying it out. He just needed to carve a spirit seal on his demon body. If he succeeds, his Fu Li demon blood would possess a potential that no other true spirit could compare to. Ning Fan only knew 3 types of spirit seals: Toughness Spirit Seal, Fire Spirit Seal and Sharpness Spirit Seal. He suddenly stood up. 2 large purplish-black crystal wings grew out from his back. He formed a hand seal with his fingertips and carved a spirit seal on his left wing. Immediately, an excruciating pain that felt like being cut by a knife and a pen spread across his entire body along his wings. It reminded him of the pain of having his lines tattooed. However, this pain was just the first stroke and it was not as painful as having his lines tattooed. Ning Fan clenched his teeth and endured it. The Toughness Spirit Seal has 1 main demon character and 7 secondary demon characters. There are a total of 197 strokes. His tone was calm as if he was talking about something casual. The 2nd stroke was carved, the 3rd stroke, the 4th stroke. The pain of each stroke gradually increased. When it reached 100 strokes, it gradually became terrifying. 101 strokes, 102 strokes. 196 strokes. Ning Fan still clenched his teeth and endured it. This stroke was not even as painful as the 30 strokes of tattooing. It was bearable. He was filled with anticipation. Eventually, he made the last spiritual seal on his left wing. At this moment, the spiritual sense of the word toughness was attached to him. As for Ning Fan, he could clearly feel that the toughness of his wings had increased a little. Even though it was just a little, the spirit seal was successfully engraved. The Fu Li clan is one of the clans that retain spirit. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. In this case, his demon body could be imbued with unimaginable divine abilities just by carving the spirit seal. The Devil clan's tattooing could increase the strength of their physical body. The Demon clan's spirit attachment could increase divine abilities. All of a sudden, a bold speculation rose in Ning Fan's mind. The birth of the Demon clan's spirit attachment technique was due to the loss of spirit. Could it be that the Devil clan's spirit attachment technique was due to the loss of blood and they needed a method to make up for the deterioration and weakness of their physical body after losing blood? He had no idea if that was the case. However, the strength of the Fu Li clan made Ning Fan believe that he did not awaken the demon bloodline of this clan in vain. He made up his mind and erased the spirit seal of the word toughness on his left wing. What he wanted was not toughness. Toughness could be improved by the Devil Mark's body refining technique. What he wanted was speed. He needed to learn enough demon characters in the province and form the speed spirit seal. If he could carve 7,455 speed spirit seals on his wings, His speed would be comparable to a late spirit-severing realm expert even if he had yet to attain the spirit-severing realm after summoning the Fuli wings. If he were to break through to the spirit-severing realm, his speed would be comparable to the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea. The province was near. 3 days passed quickly. Outside the province, a group of demon soldiers was waiting for something. The leader of the group had an impatient look. Liu Bei. Humph. I don't care if you're a demon who has awakened the royal bloodline. How dare you snatch one heir from me? You can only die in the territory of my province. If you're a dragon, you'd better coil up. If you're a tiger, you'd better lie down. This person's name was Lu Tianming. He was the descendant that Yun Jiang valued the most. He was the reason why Lu Wan heir fled the province. To be continued. On the military road, the galloping of horses could be heard. 17 dragon steeds stood proudly amidst the smoke and dust. The silver-armored young man in the lead had the aura of a late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. He was extremely handsome, almost demonic. His name was Lu Tianming, and he was the most talented among Cloud General Lu Daochen's descendants. This person had taken a fancy to Lu Wan'er when she was a disciple of Yun Jiang. However, she had tactfully rejected him and fled. I, Lu Tianming, am the most handsome man in Luo Yun. As for Lu Wan'er, her talent is top-notch and her spiritual attachment technique is the best in Luo Yun. Other than this young master, who else is worthy of marrying Lu Wan'er? He, Liu Bei, was nothing. He was only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm 1,000 years ago, and he relied on his ancestors. He was a good-for-nothing who failed the second blood awakening realm. He was the weakest nascent soul realm cultivator in Luo Yun. He was the shame of the northern desert. According to the report, the reason why this child was able to awaken his royal bloodline was because Wan'er gave him the 5 revolutions blood awakening pill. However, the northern desert priest, Lu Zongyun, used up all of the ancestral Joss flames. As he spoke, Lu Tianming's handsome face disappeared and was replaced by an evil aura. Demon General Lu Xing was originally only qualified to take 1 blood awakening pill. It was he, Lu Tianming, who begged the patriarch to bestow him a second one, just for Lu Wan'er to awaken her blood. Such a precious medicinal pill, yet Lu Wan'er gifted it to others. How could Lu Tianming not hate him? Liu Bei. Even if this person had Wan'er's help and Lu Zongyun's full power, and was said to have awakened the royal blood, but what was that royal blood? Fuli? Is there such a true spirit in this world? You're just playing to the gallery. Today, I, Lu Tianming, will teach you a lesson. His horse stomped on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The strength of this stomp was already at the half-step jade life realm. This person could be said to be a heaven's pride, but his personality was too frivolous and violent. He needed to be tempered. In the darkness, there was an old man in beast armor. His hair was as white as silver, and his eyes were narrowed. He leaned on a dragon-headed walking stick, but he gave off an aura that could not be ignored. Behind him, 4 grand cultivators stood respectfully. One of them, surnamed Qin, had a worried look on his face as he cupped his hands towards the old man. Lord Demon Sealer, isn't it inappropriate for young Master Tianming to welcome Liu Bei? Why? Asked the old man indifferently. Young Master Tianming is in love with Demon General Lu Xing's sister. Everyone knows about this. Rumor has it that Liu Bei has brought Lu Wan'er with him on this trip. The relationship between the two of them is already very close. I'm afraid that young Master Tianming will fight against Liu Bei for Lu Wan'er. Isn't that good? The old man smiled faintly. Very good? My lord. That Liu Bei might have offended the young master, but he didn't deserve to die. Although this person was in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, he was able to awaken the royal bloodline, which meant that his aptitude was extraordinary. No one knew what the Fuli was, but it was most likely some kind of true spirit that was destroyed by the ancient race. Even so, this person could still be considered a talent. This Liu Bei is only an early nascent soul realm cultivator after all. On the other hand, young Master Tianming is a late nascent soul realm demon cultivator. Not only that, he is also a half-step jade life realm demon cultivator. If young Master Tianming were to kill him in a fit of rage, wouldn't Liu Bei be in danger? Hee. Just wait and see. Liu Bei will be fine. On the contrary, my son, Tianming, will be taught a great lesson today. He will use this opportunity to restrain his temperament. Only then will he have the hope to advance to the divine transformation realm in the future. When the old man talked about Liu Bei, his eyes became absent-minded. What? Are you saying that young Master Tianming is not as good as Liu Bei? The great cultivator with the surname Qin could not believe it. Do you know the reason why I am here today? I don't know. The great cultivator with the surname Qin cupped his fists and lowered his head. He was also puzzled. Today was just an ordinary ceremony to welcome the commander of the Northern Desert Army. Young Master Tianming and the 17 nascent soul realm cultivators were already enough to make the ceremony grand. Why would the demon sealer personally hide in the dark? I'm here to save Tianming's life. If I am not here and Liu Bei kills someone, no one will be able to stop him. That's impossible. Not to mention that Liu Bei can't kill young master. Even if he could, he wouldn't dare to kill young master in the territory of this prefecture, knowing that young master is the descendant of Lord Tianming. You're wrong. Why wouldn't he dare to? If it's for the world passage, he might even dare to kill me. No one in the Luoyun continent can stop him. Zhou Ming of the Endless Sea. The old man's cloudy eyes shone with a bright light. He had already roughly figured out Ning Fan's identity. Slowly, the old man retracted his bright light and looked at the sky. Amidst the wind and smoke, a ray of golden light broke through the sky and landed on the military road of the Northern Desert Army. The golden flames dispersed and turned into a crystal carriage. At the moment when the carriage landed, 41 elite soldiers of the Northern Desert who were filled with killing intent stepped down from the golden carriage under Yao Yuan's lead. Most of these 41 people were at the early nascent soul realm while a few of them were at the mid-nascent soul realm. However, as they approached the army, their auras were as sharp as swords. The 17 nascent soul realm demon soldiers from the Northern Desert Army could not rein their horses anymore. Under the pressure of their killing intent, all of them were secretly shocked. Is this the aura of a nascent soul realm cultivator at the border? Each of the 41 people in front of them was an expert who had survived hundreds of battles. Their auras were incomparable to the nascent soul realm cultivators from the Northern Desert Army, especially Liu Tianming. His eyes turned cold. 41 people. Demon General Liu Xing actually sent 41 elite nascent soul realm cultivators to escort Emir Liu Bei. Moreover, the carriage that Liu Bei was riding on was actually the Golden Flame carriage. Liu Tianming had begged the old ancestor of the Northern Desert Army to give him this carriage. Stop right there. Which army do you belong to? Why have you come to the Northern Desert Army? Liu Tianming said coldly. I am Yao Yuan, a demon guard of the Northern Desert. I am the vanguard of General Liu Xing. Today, I have come to the Northern Desert Army under the order of Lord Demon Sealer to escort Commander Liu of the Blood Orchid Guard to the Northern Desert Army. He has already participated in the Demon General Assessment. In private, he could call him General Liu Bei. But in public, his military position must not be ambiguous. Commander Liu. Could it be the shame of the Northern Desert, Liu Bei? Liu Tianming sneered. Yao Yuan's face darkened. He raised his head and said, Commander Liu is definitely not the shame of the Northern Desert. Young Master Tianming, please be careful with your words. Careful with my words? Are you lecturing me? Liu Tianming squinted his eyes. I don't dare. Although he said he didn't dare, a trace of disdain flashed across Yao Yuan's eyes. Of course, he knew Liu Tianming. He was the one who pursued General Liu Xing's younger sister and forced her to leave the Northern Desert. Such a person might have a good aptitude. However, he was born in the Northern Desert Army. He only knew how to quarrel with words. In Yao Yuan's eyes, he was not worth mentioning. In the past, he only respected one person, the general of the Northern Desert, Liu Xing. As such, the person he respected was Liu Bei. As for Liu Tianming, no matter how high his cultivation base was, he was not worth mentioning in Yao Yuan's eyes. It's good that you don't dare. However, Lord Demon Sealer did not summon Liu Bei without a military order. As for the Demon General Assessment, only outstanding demons above the nascent soul realm are selected to participate in the assessment. Entering the dragon pool, ascending the cloud platform and receiving the mandate of heaven. As for Liu Bei, he's just an early nascent soul realm cultivator. What qualifications does he have to participate in the demon general assessment? If there's nothing else, you may return to the northern desert. This place does not welcome the shame of the northern desert. As soon as Lu Tianming finished his words, the 16 demon soldiers behind him immediately clasped their fists to persuade him. However, Lu Tianming waved his hand and stopped them from speaking. A trace of anger flashed across Yao Yuan's eyes. The 12 golden orders from Lord Demon Sealer were fake. How could Demon General Lu Xing's earnest and serious attitude be slandered? How could a military order be taken lightly? Even if you, Lu Tianming, are the descendant of the Demon Sealer and have extraordinary talents, it's still a crime for you to look down on the Demon Sealer's military order. Moreover, you, Lu Tianming, dare to say that Commander Lu is a disgrace and that he is not qualified to take the Demon General assessment. This is ridiculous. If Commander Lu, who killed 3 deities alone, is not qualified, who else in the Luoyun continent is qualified to be a general? Yao Yuan stared at Lu Tianming angrily. How could he not know that Lu Tianming was merely using his official position to seek revenge from Commander Lu because of Lu Wan'er? However, Lu Tianming did not put Yao Yuan's anger in his eyes at all. Why aren't you guys back to the northern desert? Lu Tianming said in a disdainful tone. The military order has not been fulfilled. You cannot leave without permission. Young Master Tianming, it's better for you to step aside before things get out of hand. Military order. Who do you think you are to use the military order to threaten me? A mid-nascent soul realm cultivator is not considered weak in the northern desert. However, in my hands, you will die within 3 moves. What's there to fear about death? Seeing that the battle was about to start, the 16 demon soldiers behind Lu Tianming all came to persuade him. Lu Tianming was displeased and harumphed coldly. Forget it. For the sake of all the generals, I will not pursue the crime of Yao Yuan's offense. However, if you want to enter the province, you will need to pay a heavy price. Even if you are a border soldier, you should know about this rule. If I am satisfied with your gift, I will allow you to enter the province. If not, Lu Wan'er has to stay behind. Lu Tianming's tone changed. From the beginning to the end, his purpose was very simple. He wanted to kidnap Lu Wan'er before she met the old ancestor. He wanted to prevent her from being protected by the old ancestor and get close to him. This time, Lu Tianming would not let Lu Wan'er go so easily after she entered the capital city. This was the way of a foppish young man. How dare you? Lady Lu is the younger sister of General Lu Xing. How can you detain her? The 40 demon soldiers were enraged. All of them held their swords and were ready to fight. However, this time, Yao Yuan was not angry. He suddenly sneered. Gift, you want a gift? Hold on. Everyone, have you forgotten that our Commander Lu has already prepared a generous gift? It is specially prepared for a foppish young man like young Master Tianming. I'm afraid no one in the prefecture would dare to accept such a generous gift. Yao Yuan's words were like a gust of wind that extinguished the anger of all the demon soldiers. At this moment, all 41 of them had the same expression. They were waiting to see Lu Tianming make a fool of himself. There was a generous gift. However, Lu Tianming did not even have the qualifications to accept it. Men, prepare the gift. With Yao Yuan's order, 2 muscular demon soldiers carried a wooden box and threw it in front of Lu Tianming's mount with an extremely arrogant expression. One of them even spat in Lu Tianming's direction with disdain. Lu Tianming was furious. These demon soldiers of the northern desert were all ruffians. They were really hateful. However, this wooden box was extraordinary. It was made of profound spiritual purple wood. It was used to store spiritual medicines and pills. It would not rot even after 10,000 years and would be as good as new when opened. Just this box alone was worth hundreds of thousands of immortal jade. This gift seemed to be very expensive. Forget it. Before punishing Liu Bei, let's take a look at this gift first. If this gift is not to my liking, Lu Wan'er will be mine. Men, open the box. Under his command, 2 trusted subordinates immediately got off their horses and went to the box. Both of them were early nascent soul realm cultivators. They were born in influential families in the province and were used to living like princes. Although they had reached the second blood awakening realm, they were only slightly stronger than Liu Bei in the past. As soon as their hands touched the purple wood box, a fierce aura comparable to that of a wild beast immediately rushed towards them. Being caught off guard, the two of them were in a mess and spurted out a mouthful of blood. They could not help but take a few steps back until they reached Lu Tianming's side and fell to the ground. Each of them seemed to have seen an unbelievable scene as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Demon. Demon, not a single one of them was able to say a complete sentence. The box that contained the generous gift was clearly placed in front of them, but Lu Tianming's trusted subordinates could not even open the lid. Yao Yuan and the other demon soldiers burst into laughter with disdain. We have given the gift, but young Master Tianming's subordinates are too useless. They can't even see what the gift looks like. These words were like needles piercing Lu Tianming's ears, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. He raised his horsewhip and lashed it towards the two trusted subordinates. Useless. Zhang Wei, Lu Kuang, you two go open it. As soon as Lu Tianming's voice fell, two more people went to open the box. However, the two of them were in the same situation as the previous ones. Before the lid was opened, they were already scared out of their wits by the fierce aura inside. This time, Lu Tianming's eyes finally turned serious. He realized that there must be something extraordinary in the box. Even 4 nascent soul realm cultivators could not open the lid. He got off his horse and decided to open the box himself. However, with every step he took towards the purple box, his heart beat faster. When he reached the side of the box, Lu Tianming's heart almost jumped out of his throat. Even before he opened the box, an extremely terrifying feeling had already enveloped his body. He was secretly shocked. What exactly was inside the box that made him, a prodigy of the Luoyun sect, so afraid? Out of caution, he decided to ask what was inside the box first. Yao Yuan, let me ask you, what is inside the box? Human heads. The heads that Commander Lu killed. Yao Yuan sneered. Human heads? He's just an early nascent soul realm cultivator. Who could he possibly kill? Lu Tianming slightly calmed his mind and did not think much of it. He reached out his hand and was about to open the lid. Just as the lid was opened by half an inch, a trace of bloody murderous aura came out from it, causing Lu Tianming to be terrified. He clenched his teeth and forcefully opened the lid by an inch. Through the gap, he could faintly see that there were 3 human heads inside. He exerted all his strength to suppress his fear and smashed the lid with his half-step Jade Life Realm cultivation. However, as soon as the lid was broken, Lu Tianming did not expect what he saw. Human heads. 3 human heads. As soon as the murderous aura from the 3 human heads was released, Lu Tianming and the other 17 people fell into a state of fear. Even Lu Tianming's hands and feet were trembling uncontrollably. This is. Demon General. The heads of demon generals. Lu Tianming's mind was greatly shaken. Under the nourishment of the profound spiritual purple wood, the 3 human heads were still in perfect condition. Furthermore, the hatred, unwillingness, resentment and murderous aura of the 3 demon generals were still intact. He took 7 steps back. With every step he took, he would cough out a mouthful of blood, which carried a trace of murderous aura. After taking 7 steps back, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He half knelt on the ground and looked at the direction of the golden flame chariot with fear. 3 demon generals' heads and 3 demon generals' lives. Who killed them? If Lu Tianming was not mistaken, these 3 human heads should be the 3 generals of the Lai Tu tribe, Bai Yuan, Su Ri, and Feng Ziqi. Especially Su Ri, who was praised by the old ancestor of his tribe as the genius that had the highest chance of breaking through to the mid-divine transformation realm. They died just like that. Who did this? Liu Bei. Liu Bei. Yao Yuan said that these 3 people were killed by Liu Bei. Liu Bei alone killed 3 spirit-severing realm experts, and I, in front of Liu Bei, am fighting for a woman with such a ferocious demon. This can't be true. It can't be. His eyes were filled with madness. At this moment, Ning Fan walked out of the golden flame chariot with Lu Wan'er. From the beginning to the end, Ning Fan did not plan to be entangled with Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming was a genius, but Ning Fan was an old ancestor. In this second world, only demon sealer realm experts were qualified to stop him. If it wasn't because Lu Tianming kept saying that he wanted Lu Wan'er, Ning Fan would not even bother to look at him. You said that you want to detain my wife, Lu Wan'er. Do you dare to say that again? Ning Fan took a step forward and the momentum of heaven and earth shook. Sword light shone everywhere. With just one step, Lu Tianming was like a dead dog. He coughed out blood and collapsed like a pile of mud. He stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. Half-step divine transformation realm. This is Liu Bei's true strength. Even the 7 generals of the Luoyun sect could not injure Lu Tianming, who was a half-step Jade Life Realm expert with just one step. The only one who could do it was the old ancestor. He was Liu Bei. How was he the weakest nascent soul realm cultivator and the shame of the northern desert? His chi was even stronger than some of the demon generals that Lu Tianming had met before, who could compete with him for the position of the 8th demon general. It was laughable that he claimed that this person did not even have the qualifications to enter the assessment. If this person wants to enter the prefecture, who could stop him? Moreover, this person could travel freely between the 9 divisions in this land of slumber. No one could stop his footsteps. Whoever dares to stop him would have to learn from the mistakes of those 3 bloody demon generals. I'm asking you a question. Do you dare to repeat what you said just now? The second step. As soon as Ning Fan took that step, Lu Tianming coughed out blood again. His demon nascent soul was on the verge of shattering. His Dao heart was also crushed by Ning Fan's step. Without 100 years, it was impossible for him to reconstruct his Dao heart. Even if he managed to reconstruct it, it would be difficult for him to attain the divine transformation realm in this lifetime. Lu Wan'er stood behind Ning Fan. She was touched and shocked at the same time. She was touched because Ning Fan kept saying Wan'er is my wife. At this moment, Ning Fan gave her a feeling that he would not show mercy to anyone who comes to fight for Lu Wan'er. It's not worth it to offend the demon sealing realm for a silly girl like me. She muttered softly, but Ning Fan did not seem to hear her. What made Lu Wan'er even more incredulous were the 3 demon generals' heads. One of them even had the same chi as the phoenix wings. Previously, when she asked Ning Fan where he got the phoenix wings, Ning Fan said that he obtained them by killing people. She did not believe him. She did not believe that Ning Fan had the strength to kill a divine transformation realm expert. After all, it was already difficult to fight a divine transformation realm expert head-on. To kill a divine transformation realm expert and prevent their primordial spirit and demon soul from escaping was just wishful thinking. Only a mid-divine transformation realm expert could kill an early divine transformation realm expert. However, the truth was right before her eyes. Lu Wan'er had no choice but to believe it. It was Ning Fan who killed Su Ri, who had the phoenix bloodline and seized his wings. Not only that, Ning Fan had killed 3 divine transformation realm experts. There were only a few divine transformation realm experts in this land of slumber. Even Lu Wan'er, who was in her room, could recognize the faces of the 3 divine transformation realm experts. Bai Yuan, who had the bloodline of Bai Zhe, Feng Ziqi, who had the bloodline of Black Tortoise, and Su Ri, who had the bloodline of Fire Phoenix. Even her elder brother said that he only had a 50% chance of winning against Su Ri. However, all 3 of them were killed by Ning Fan alone. Doesn't this mean that Ning Fan's strength had already far surpassed Lu Xing, who was known as the 2nd general of the Luoyun tribe? Moreover, even the 1st general might not be a match for Ning Fan. The only person who could be a match for Ning Fan was probably Demon Sealing Realm. Liu Bei is actually this powerful. But I never knew about it. Lu Wan'er's eyes were filled with apologetic and admiration. In the dark, Cloud General Lu Daochen's eyes were filled with shock. He had deduced Ning Fan's identity. He should be a human and a devil who had infiltrated the Endless Sea. His name was Zhou Ming. He predicted that Ning Fan would show his strength to Lu Tianming. With this setback, Lu Tianming would restrain his temper and focus on cultivation, truly embarking on the path of a true expert. However, Lu Daochen would never expect that Ning Fan could kill 3 demon generals of the Lai Tu tribe alone. Bai Yuan, Feng Ziqi, Su Ri. Even if I personally take action, I'm afraid I can only kill 2 out of the 3 of them. As for that Su Ri, his rising from the ashes technique can only be killed by an immemorial divine weapon. Unless I use the power of bestowment, I won't be able to kill that demon. I can't do it, but this Liu Bei actually did it. It seems like I've still underestimated this young man. Lu Daochen remained silent while the expressions of the four peak nascent soul cultivators behind him changed drastically. Killing 3 demon generals of the Lai Tu tribe. This Liu Bei is really a monster. However, when they saw Ning Fan taking 2 consecutive steps and shattering their young lord's Dao heart, none of them dared to just stand by and watch. Liu Bei. Stop. 4 rays of light shot out, trying to block Lu Tianming's path. However, just as the 4 rays of light appeared, the purple star in Ning Fan's left eye flashed and he took the 3rd step. Get lost. With his current strength, the 3 peak nascent soul cultivators' chests trembled violently and they were sent flying while coughing out blood. The 4 of them stared at Ning Fan in disbelief. That step was the might of the royal bloodline, unless their cultivation base was far stronger than Ning Fan's. As a member of the demon race, they did not have the qualifications to fight Ning Fan at all. Liu Bei, Lu Wan'er held Ning Fan back, afraid that he would kill Lu Tianming. Don't worry. I will handle this matter. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light and his gaze fell on Lu Tianming again. I'm asking you a question. If you don't answer me, you will die. Do you dare to ask for my wife again in front of me? On the 4th step, Lu Tianming looked like he had turned into a bloody man. His expression was filled with fear, bitterness, panic and begging for mercy while looking at Ning Fan. Ning Fan's words were like thunderbolts exploding in his sea of consciousness. He did not dare to resist at all. Tianming, I don't dare. Of course, he wouldn't dare. He was a profligate young master but he was not a fool. As a profligate young master, he must first figure out who he could offend and who he could not. Ning Fan was someone that he, Lu Tianming, could never afford to offend in his entire life. Even if he was a divine transformation realm expert, he could not afford to offend him. In front of Ning Fan, all of his glory was nothing but a pathetic joke. From today onwards, I, Lu Tianming, will not pester Miss Wan'er anymore. If I violate this oath, I will be punished like this. He drew his sword and cut off 3 of his fingers. Blood flowed like a fountain and he felt excruciating pain. However, he did not dare to feel sorry for his fingers. He was afraid that this apology was not enough to appease Ning Fan's anger. Very well. From today onwards, I don't want to see you anywhere I go. Get lost. Yes, in the dark, Lu Daochen sighed. On the surface, Ning Fan was punishing Lu Tianming. But in the dark, his spirit sense had collided with Lu Daochen 3 times. Lu Daochen did not manage to gain any advantage from Ning Fan during the 3 encounters. This brat actually knew that I was hiding here and guessed that I wanted to use this matter to temper Tianming's will so that he could get rid of his personal feelings and the arrogance of a playboy and become an indomitable great demon. This brat has seen through this old man's thoughts. That's why this brat didn't kill Tianming. In this way, this old man owes him a favor. This child's ambition is not in Luoyun but the 3rd world. However, the 3rd world is not what he imagined. It doesn't have what he wants. Wan'er, you finally found a good home. Now, I can be at ease. Wan'er, you finally found a good home. Now, I can be at ease. Lu Daochen let out a sigh and left in demonic smoke. Since he didn't kill Lu Tianming, it could be considered as fulfilling the old man's wish, giving Lu Tianming the best setback to temper himself. If Lu Daochen did not give him enough benefits, Ning Fan might turn the entire Luoyun prefecture upside down for the world passage of the 3rd world. Now, he had the strength to do so. And strength was the guarantee of being domineering. I want the world path of the 3rd world. To be continued. The moonlight was very quiet and there were no other sounds. On the Demon River, a gaily painted boat sailed past. Ning Fan did not feel sleepy in the gazing river. On the first day he arrived at the province, his name had shaken the entire Luoyun country. The news of him killing 3 deities in a row was like a hurricane sweeping across all the other tribes in the 2nd world. However, on the first night he arrived at the province, Lu Wan'er went to visit her master. In the end, she stayed at a friend's house in the province. That friend seemed to be a prostitute. She was a songstress in the Misty Rain house. I hope that Wan'er won't learn bad things from others. However, that prostitute must have something special about her for her to be considered a friend. Misty Rain house. Ning Fan repeated these 3 words 3 times. Then, he stopped talking. After Yao Yuan and the others handed over their orders, they returned to the northern desert. The golden flame chariot was naturally left to Ning Fan. Lu Daochen did not summon Ning Fan. He did not mention anything about Lu Tianming. Ning Fan could not see through Lu Daochen's thoughts. However, Ning Fan guessed that Lu Daochen probably knew that he was not Liu Bei. The three demon heads served as a deterrent. Whether Lu Daochen befriended him or not, he could at least guarantee that he would not dare to go against him. Or, Lu Daochen would offer the world passage to the third world. Or, Ning Fan would steal or rob it. Ning Fan was the only one in the Gazing River restaurant that night. The blood moon was dim, making him feel a little lonely in this foreign land. There were two things he must do in the province. One was to find the world passage and the other was to learn the demon language. However, at this moment, he just wanted some peace and quiet. He patted his storage pouch and took out a few 10,000-year-old demon herbs that he bought in the province during the day. He shook his cauldron ring and summoned the Wind Lady and the Tea Lady. The two of them seemed to be resting. When they were summoned by Ning Fan, they hurriedly covered themselves with their untidy clothes. "May I know why Master called us?" "Take off your clothes and prepare to take a bath." What? "Take off my clothes." "Bath? Now?" "Are you afraid that I will look at you?" "No, I'm not. Our faces are ugly. It's our fortune that Master doesn't mind us and is willing to look at us." From their point of view, since Ning Fan had summoned him on such a good day, he was most likely going to have a dual cultivation session. The Wind Lady was a little reserved. She gently bit her lip and nervously unbuttoned her bra. The waitress, on the other hand, was straightforward. Her eyes were like silk, and she deliberately turned her back, not revealing her ugly face, only her graceful body. She took off her dress, revealing her snow-white body. If it wasn't for the fact that their faces were disfigured, the two ladies would definitely be stunning beauties. Exquisite and delicate, the room was filled with a delicate fragrance. As the night breeze blew, it was refreshing. The Yin-Yang locket was the first realm of the second level. As time passed, it was slowly advancing towards the second realm. To advance to the second level of his cultivation method, he would need to dual cultivate with a nascent soul realm female cultivator at the very least. However, he would need to dual cultivate with a void fragmentation realm female cultivator at the very least. Only then would he have the chance to advance to the third level. The void fragmentation realm was still too far away, but there were two gold core female demons by his side. The expected dual cultivation did not happen. Ning Fan pointed his finger and the rain in the room slowly condensed into a basin. Then, Ning Fan stretched out his hand and beckoned at the demon river outside the window. Immediately, streams of water from the river were summoned and poured into the rain basin. He used his finger to light a fire. The water temperature immediately rose, and eventually, hot steam emerged. "Go in. After you take these two pills, refine their medicinal power in the water. Then, I will concoct the medicinal liquid. Both of you will absorb the medicinal power of the bath water. After refining the medicinal power of the pills, you will be able to recover your looks." Two appearance restoration pills were handed to the two ladies. The Wind Lady and the Tea Lady were startled at first, then their faces were filled with surprise and gratitude. "Is this a fifth revolution pill?" The abundant medicinal power was enough to let the two ladies understand that this pill was very valuable. Ning Fan didn't lie to them. He did what he promised. "Master, no need to say more. This is what you deserve." Ning Fan smiled and flicked his sleeve. His sleeve generated a gust of wind and a strong demonic force directly rolled the two ladies into the rain basin. Only then did the two ladies realize that Ning Fan's demonic power was comparable to a spirit-severing realm cultivator. Sitting cross-legged in the bath water, the two ladies looked around and knew that they were in the second world. It had only been less than 2 years since they parted ways with Ning Fan. In just 2 years, Ning Fan's demonic power had improved from an early nascent soul realm cultivator to a spirit-severing realm cultivator. Moreover, be it the aura force of a late spirit-severing realm cultivator or his royal bloodline, Ning Fan gave the two ladies a feeling that he was superior and incomparable. The baleful qi accumulated from slaughtering spirit-severing realm cultivators made the two ladies unconsciously fearful. If it wasn't for Ning Fan suppressing his baleful qi to avoid scaring them, it wouldn't be difficult for him to injure a late nascent soul realm demon with just his baleful qi. the two ladies were shocked. If Ning Fan was compared to their former master, Li Ban, they could faintly feel that Ning Fan could kill Li Ban without much effort. Congratulations, master. Your cultivation base has improved tremendously. Thank you, master, for the precious pills, Take the pills now. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out various kinds of demonic herbs. Using his fingers like a knife, he peeled the skin, peeled the shells, extracted the veins and grinded the roots. Soon, the bath water in the rain basin turned pale green and was filled with rich medicinal power. The medicinal power was too strong. It was difficult for the two ladies who had lost their gold core realm to absorb it. The medicinal power felt like it was going to tear their immortal veins apart. The pain made their faces turn pale. However, no matter how painful it was, they were unwilling to give up. The destruction of a lady's appearance was like the destruction of a man's immortal veins. It was a painful thing. Finally, the chance to restore their appearance had come. They were not willing to miss it. In the past, as Li Ban's demon companions, they didn't know when they would die. They didn't have freedom. All they wanted was for Li Ban to look at them and say a gentle word to them. But now, as Ning Fan's cauldrons, they didn't need to worry about the blood shadow of the cultivators. They didn't need to worry about becoming cannon fodder. Moreover, they had the chance to restore their appearance. This is the fifth revolution pill that Master had painstakingly concocted. We can't waste it. We must endure it. The two ladies gritted their teeth to absorb the medicinal power. Gradually, a layer of blood scab appeared on their faces. Under the blood scab, the rotten flesh was reborn into tender flesh, slowly turning into a fair and pure face. Endure it a little more. The Wind Lady was stronger while the Tea Lady was more gentle and could no longer endure the pain. Ning Fan sighed softly. If he allows them to continue like this, they would either fail to restore their appearance or die from the pain. He took off his clothes and entered the basin. He sat cross-legged in the basin. Immediately, the medicinal bath water overflowed from the basin. He hugged their slender waists. The two ladies who were enduring the pain suddenly let out a cry. Their faces were flushed red. How can Master's noble body bathe together with us maidservants, if dual cultivation can relieve the pain? Who wants to go first? What? The Wind Lady turned her head away shyly and clenched her teeth. Even though she had been plucked before, she still found it hard to remain calm when facing Ning Fan's naked body. The Tea Lady was open-minded. After all, she was a genuine red flower old demon back in Song country. She specialized in picking female cultivators. She was always looking forward to dual cultivation with Ning Fan. As soon as she heard that dual cultivation could relieve the pain, she immediately sat on Ning Fan's body and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her eyes were seductive. Young master, please take pity on me. The embarrassing scene made the Wind Lady turn her head away. She did not dare to look at Ning Fan anymore. Under her purple hair, her eyes were gradually filled with passion because of the Tea Lady's unscrupulous moans. She spat angrily. Shameless, just as she was cursing in her mind, she suddenly felt a large hand slowly sliding up her legs. Finally, it touched her tenderness and teased, the Wind Lady let out a soft moan and lowered her head. Her expression could not be seen clearly. She tried to escape but she could not escape the teasing of that finger. Her delicate body gradually softened and began to cater to that finger. Eventually, the finger entered her body, the bath water gradually turned cold. However, Ning Fan's fingertip felt wet and soft. Dual cultivation did not feel pain. He did not know when the medicinal power of the pill had been refined. The scabs peeled off unknowingly, revealing two beautiful faces. The Wind Lady's face was quiet, fair, and sickly. The Tea Lady's face was plump, soft, and lively. The two of them had already forgotten about their love. The moon was still as tranquil as before. 3 days later, Ning Fan received an invitation card. It was signed by Lu Daochen. The invitation card invited Ning Fan to meet him in his mansion and discuss the matter of cooperation. From the invitation card, Ning Fan found out that Lu Wan'er and her friend were currently at Lu Daochen's banquet as guests. They were waiting for Ning Fan. However, there was one thing that Ning Fan did not understand. Cooperation? I don't have any common interests with Lu Daochen at all. How can we cooperate? Or could it be that this Lu Daochen, who is the demon commander's guardian, covets the demon commander's blood and wants to snatch the world passage from the other 8 generals? Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. If that's the case, this Lu Daochen is really a cunning person. However, when Ning Fan entered the county, he clearly felt that this person's spirit sense was neutral and peaceful. He did not seem like a cunning person. Whether it was for the world passage or to enter the scripture tower, Ning Fan still needed to meet Lu Daochen. Ning Fan was not afraid that this was a hangmen banquet. He did not have the confidence to kill Lu Daochen. However, Lu Daochen also did not have the confidence to kill Ning Fan. Unless Lu Daochen is a fool, he would not be able to kill him in a single strike. This person would definitely not set up a banquet to ambush Ning Fan and do such a stupid thing. Moreover, the invitation had purposely mentioned that some people from the Pure Fire tribe would come to the county. What made Ning Fan particularly concerned was that Lu Daochen mentioned that there were 2 demon generals from the upper world who would come with the Pure Fire tribe. Jing Yun is not a person to be worried about. However, I don't know which 2 of the 10 divine transformation realm demon generals from the upper world will come. If it's Wang Xiao, there will be many variables in this battle. If it's Li Ban, Ning Fan's eyes darkened. If Li Ban comes, I will definitely make sure that he won't be able to return alive. However, I'm afraid that even if Li Ban comes, he would not be able to see through my true appearance when I transform into Liu Bei. Otherwise, he would probably be greatly surprised. The worries in his heart had already disappeared after 3 days of dual cultivation. He calmly went out with 2 ladies, one purple and one red, following behind him. Both of them were gold core realm demons. However, their chi had already recovered to the mid-gold core realm. Their appearance was even more peerless. One of them was as cold as the wind and her purple hair was calm, while the other had a charming smile on her face. While walking in the county's demon square, many demons would glance at the 2 ladies from time to time. There were even some playboys who wanted to strike up a conversation with them and rape them. However, when they noticed that the person in front of the 2 ladies was Liu Bei, who was famous throughout the Luoyun continent, all the demons immediately shut up and left in a hurry. All the playboys swallowed their saliva and felt a chill in their hearts. They hurriedly retreated. The 3 heads of the demon generals had shattered young Master Tianming's Dao heart. This matter had already spread across the Luoyun continent. With Ning Fan's current appearance being known to the entire Lu tribe, it would be difficult for him to keep a low profile. Of course, the one who spread the news was Liu Bei's appearance. In this way, it would save him a lot of trouble. At least, Ning Fan found it troublesome to deal with people like Lu Tianming every day, even though he did not put them in his eyes. Master, you really killed 3 divine transformation realm experts. The tea girl's eyes were filled with excitement. Master will never lie. The Wind Girl seemed to have become Ning Fan's spokesperson. The 2 ladies regained their original appearance, and the knot in their hearts were also untied. Their temperament became much more cheerful. This time, Ning Fan brought the 2 ladies along to attend the banquet. After all, they were indeed from the ancient demon race. Bringing them along would not expose anything. Of course, Ning Fan was not afraid of exposing himself. If he met Li Ban, he did not know what he would think. Outside the prefecture, 13 rows of elite demon soldiers were inspecting the guests. All the influential people in the prefecture were invited to the banquet. Seeing a man and 2 ladies trespassing the prefecture, some of the demon soldiers immediately scolded them. Halt! However, when they saw the appearance of the newcomers, they immediately straightened their bodies and saluted. Greetings, Commander Liu. Lord Demon Sealer has ordered that if Commander Liu comes, he can directly enter the inner prefecture. There's no need to log in. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the crowd. Most of the people had to get off the carriage to be inspected regardless of whether they came by flying or by carriage. It was obvious that the security of this banquet was very strict. If it was just for him, it seemed to be a little too strict. Most likely, it was prepared for the demon generals of the upper world. He retracted his gaze and asked the demon soldier. At this banquet, who are the people like me who can directly enter the inner palace? In reply to Commander Liu's question, other than Commander Liu, the 4th General and 6th General who were summoned back urgently have also entered the prefecture. Apart from them, the demon concubine of the Misty Rain Tower and Miss Wan Air are also allowed to enter the prefecture directly. What about the Pure Flame Division? The Pure Flame Division. The demon soldier revealed a troubled expression. The specific guests of the Pure Flame Division were forbidden to be announced to anyone. It was a military order. He did not dare to disobey it. Alright, I got it. Ning Fan waved his hand and dismissed the demon soldiers. Then, he directly entered the prefecture. As he had something to do, no one stopped him. Instead, someone immediately led the way when they saw Ning Fan. Misty Rain Tower, demon concubine. Is this girl Wan Air's companion? Demon concubine, this girl's identity should not be simple. To be able to enter the prefecture directly, it means that in Lu Daochun's eyes, this girl is as important as me. As for the urgent summoning of the 4th and 6th general, it doesn't seem to be aimed at me. From the expression of the demon soldier, it seems like the Pure Cloud Division's intention isn't simple. Is the Golden Order to summon the generals to deal with the people of the Pure Flame Division? Ning Fan passed through the prefecture and stopped at the Heavenly Palace of the Inner Prefecture. There were 2 cloud beasts standing outside the palace. Although they were not true spirits, they were rare hybrid demons. The atmosphere in the palace was a little solemn. When Ning Fan swept his gaze across the hall, he was slightly surprised. There were only a few tens of people who were qualified to sit in the Heavenly Palace. Among them, Cloud General Lu Daochun was sitting on the main seat. As soon as he saw Ning Fan, he immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile. Oh, Commander Lu is here. This old man has failed to welcome you. I hope Commander Lu can forgive me. Not at all. Ning Fan cupped his fists and looked at the seats below Lu Daochun. There were 2 people sitting beside him. One of them had a red face and green armor while the other had a black face and black armor. They were the 4th and 6th general of the Luo Yun sect, Lu Qing and 6th general Lu Zhan respectively. The green-armored man with a red face was stroking his long beard while sizing up Ning Fan with his phoenix eyes. His chi was heavy and slightly weaker than Lu Xing's. However, it was similar to Bai Yuan's. After taking a closer look at Ning Fan, he praised. The younger generation will surpass us in time. I am not as good as you. On the other hand, the black-armored Lu Zhan, whose chi was weaker than Bai Yuan, became excited as soon as he saw Ning Fan. You are Liu Bei who killed the 3 generals on your own. Good. Good. Let's have a battle after the banquet. Ning Fan cupped his fists and did not say anything else. His gaze swept across the guest seats. Among the various faces, he immediately found Lu Waner, who was smiling sweetly. Beside her was a graceful and beautiful woman who was wearing a green feather robe. Judging from her appearance, she seemed to be around 24 or 25 years old. She had the charm of a mature woman. As soon as she saw Ning Fan, Lu Waner stood up to greet him. As for the beautiful woman, she looked at Ning Fan meaningfully, as if she wanted to see the person in front of him clearly. Is this woman the demon concubine? Ning Fan's gaze continued to move. When his gaze fell on the person from the Pure Flame tribe, his face darkened. Demon General Pure Cloud is indeed this person. There were 2 people sitting beside him. One of them was a golden-armored demon general while the other one was a red-haired man. When Ning Fan's eyes darkened, that person's eyes also turned gloomy. It was because he saw that the woman standing behind Ning Fan was actually his demon companion. Why is this general's companion demon here? To be continued. Just as Li Ban was about to question him, Jing Yin saw through his expression and held him back. General Li. The important matter is more important. Jing Yin advised him using telepathy. The matter of the world passage comes first. Li Ban withdrew his gaze. However, he was secretly observing Ning Fan with his spirit sense. He knew that this person was Liu Bei. Besides, he had already received the news that this person killed 3 divine transformation realm experts alone. However, when he observed this person from a close distance, he felt that this person gave him a strange sense of familiarity. He's Zhou Ming? No. Impossible. Zhou Ming is just a harmonious spirit realm ant. Moreover, I destroyed the Grand Formation during the ancient teleportation formation and he died in the void. How could he have advanced from the harmonious spirit realm to the divine transformation realm in just a few decades? I don't believe it. However, how do you explain this demon companion and this familiar qi? Li Ban felt a little annoyed. Ning Fan, on the other hand, calmed his expression. After greeting the guests, he calmly sat beside Lu Wan'er. Inwardly, he sneered. Li Ban is currently weaker than me. That's why he can't even see through my sense-concealing art. Since this person has come to Luo Yun with Jing Yun, he will most likely come to me in the future. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill this person. As for Lu Daochen, other than secretly exchanging glances with Ning Fan and nodding his head in a friendly manner, he went to greet the other guests. He did not talk to Ning Fan in detail and did not explain why he wanted to cooperate with Ning Fan. Most of the guests who could enter Luo Yun Palace were late nascent soul realm cultivators and influential forces. As maids, the Wind Lady and the Tea Lady naturally did not have a seat. They sat at the side and poured wine for Ning Fan. On his right was Lu Wan'er while on his left was the green-robed demon concubine. Seeing the two ladies serving Ning Fan, Lu Wan'er frowned. With her woman's intuition, she could tell that the relationship between the two ladies and Ning Fan was not simple. They are concubine. Ning Fan smiled without hiding anything. There were some things that he had to tell Lu Wan'er bit by bit. Oh. Lu Wan'er seemed a little disappointed. It was not the fact that Ning Fan had a concubine but the fact that he did not tell her about it and kept a mistress all by himself. That's right. Liu Bei had harmed many women in the past because he was a playboy. She quickly regained her spirit and smiled again. Then, she introduced the green-robed demon concubine to him. This is the Misty Rain Pavilion's courtesan queen, Yao Fei. She is my only friend in the prefectural city. Back then, when Lu Tianming's soldiers surrounded the Misty Rain Pavilion and forced me into a marriage, it was this sister Yao Fei who helped me escape the prefecture. Besieging the Misty Rain Tower. Ning Fan frowned. He did not know that Lu Tianming had done such a despicable thing. If he knew this, he would have killed this person even if Lu Daochen tried to stop him. However, out of Ning Fan's expectation, Lu Tianming actually did not show up at such an important banquet. Half of it was because he was severely injured by him and the other half was because he was afraid of him and did not dare to show up in front of him anymore. What a slippery fellow. He had not been a hedonistic son for hundreds of years for nothing. The moment he sensed danger, he slipped away. That's not the point. Lu Wan'er rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. The disappointment she felt just now had completely vanished. She felt both angry and touched at the same time. Liu Bei was furious because he had been wronged. Hee. So this is the Liu Bei that Sister Wan'er praised so highly. He is indeed extraordinary. Even with Sister's cultivation base, I can't see through him. Sister, you are just a late nascent soul realm cultivator. Of course, you can't see through him. Besides, when did I praise him? You're still denying it. These few days, didn't you tell Sister that if I can marry Liu Bei, I won't die in vain? I didn't say that. Lu Wan'er's face turned red. Then, she began to play with the demon concubine across Ning Fan. As for Ning Fan, his brows furrowed imperceptibly and then relaxed. In this banquet, there were not many people who could make him pay attention to them. The fourth general of the Luo Yun tribe, Lu Qing, and the sixth general, Lu Zhan, were not worth fearing. The three generals of the Pure Fire tribe, Jing Yun, Li Ban, and another demon general were all at the early divine transformation realm. As for the other nascent soul realm guests, they were even less of a threat to him. The first person he paid attention to was Lu Daochen. Although he was a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator, his combat power was probably unparalleled among the other mid-divine transformation realm cultivators. Rumor has it that he was a titled demon general who was bestowed the title of Cloud. Moreover, he had inherited the power of bestowment of a cloud attribute ability. If he uses the power of bestowment, he could fight against a late divine transformation realm cultivator within a short period of time. The other person he paid attention to was the demon concubine who was standing beside him. The chi that she revealed was at the late nascent soul realm. However, she was actually at the late divine transformation realm. This woman's identity was indeed not simple. She was only a late divine transformation realm cultivator and she was not a demon general or a titled demon general. However, she was able to stay in the Luoyun province. Would a late divine transformation realm old monster become a courtesan in a brothel? Besides, this woman obviously still had her primordial een. What kind of place is the Misty Rain Pavilion? I can see that Lady Demon Concubine is still a virgin. You seem to be quite extraordinary to be able to keep your chastity in a brothel. Ning Fan drank a mouthful of wine and asked. Of course. You don't know that the ladies of the Misty Rain Pavilion only sell their skills but not their bodies. They only play the zither and sing and dance in the Misty Rain Pavilion. Especially Sister Demon Concubine of the Misty Rain Pavilion. When she plays the zither, she has to hide half of her face behind a curtain. It's not easy for you to see her face. Lu Wan'er was afraid that Ning Fan would look down on the Demon Concubine. Is that so? The Misty Rain Pavilion is a brothel. To think that the profligate cultivators of the prefectures wouldn't dare to touch it. As the master of the Misty Rain Pavilion, Lady Demon Concubine is quite extraordinary. Young Master Lu, you flatter me. Even in a place higher, no one dares to touch the ladies of my Misty Rain Pavilion. I see. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. This demon concubine is hiding in this place. It turns out that she is someone from the higher realm. The higher realm here naturally refers to the demon spirit land of the heavenly demon world. From her tone, the Misty Rain Pavilion seems to be similar to the Godly Void Pavilion and the Lost World Palace in the demon spirit land. Then, this woman is staying here to recruit powerful immemorial demon veins just like Little Demoness and Bei Xiaoman. This woman did not hide her identity. She even purposely revealed a trace of her qi to me. Could it be that she wants to recruit me? However, there is something strange. If the Misty Rain Pavilion is a great force similar to the Godly Void Pavilion and the Lost World Palace, it is impossible for Lu Wan'er and the other ancient demons to not know about it. It seems that this Misty Rain Pavilion is different from the Godly Void Pavilion. Young Master Lu, do you have the intention to ascend? The demon concubine asked without leaving any trace. If I have the intention to ascend to the demon spirit land, could it be that Lady Demon Concubine will give me a quota? That would depend on whether young master is willing to abide by the rules and become a demon. Ning Fan remained silent. This demon concubine's words were full of hidden meanings which confirmed half of his guess. This person really has the quota to ascend to the demon spirit land. As for the last sentence of this woman, it was a vague threat. It seemed like she had already seen through his identity as a human. It was not strange. Even Lu Daochen could see through it. Liu Bei's identity could not be hidden in front of people like Lu Daochen. Ning Fan did not need to hide it either. Before entering the second world, his strength was not sufficient and he still had some concerns. Now that he had achieved the second blood awakening realm, his strength had skyrocketed. He was more than capable of protecting himself in the second world. Even if Li Ban comes knocking on his door, he would not be afraid. Moreover, once he carves the speed spiritual seal on his Fu Li demon wings, his speed would be comparable to a late divine transformation realm expert. He would not be afraid even if he goes against Wan Xiao. Lu Wan'er did not fully understand their conversation but she did not care about it. She only felt relieved when she saw Ning Fan's gaze towards the demon concubine. There was no flirtatious or covetous look in his eyes. As the time for the host and guests was almost up, the banquet finally began. Plates of delicacies were continuously served to the guests. However, before they moved their chopsticks, Demon General Jing Yun of the Pure Flame tribe stood up. He cupped his fists towards Lu Daochen with a serious expression. Those who knew the true purpose of this banquet put down their wine cups and put on a serious expression. The crucial moment is about to arrive. If the negotiation fails, the three generals of the Pure Flame tribe would probably fight against the three generals of the Luo Yun tribe. Hee. General Jing Yun, it seems like you have something to say. But please just say it. Lu Daochen chuckled. His half-closed eyes were completely opened. An honest man will not beat around the bush. I came here for one thing. The world passage of the third world. General Jing, please hand over the world passage and follow my Pure Flame tribe to welcome the demon marshal's awakening. How dare you? Jing Yun, you little brat. How dare you speak arrogantly in front of me, the Luo Yun tribe's demon marshal? You're courting death. The black-armored Lu Zhan straightened his beard. He patted his storage pouch and a large halberd appeared in his hand. He was ready to attack. In the dark, dozens of black-armored nascent soul realm cultivators were holding their nascent breaking crossbows and aiming at Jing Yun. Jing Yan's eyes darkened and he sneered. The demon general of the upper world is here. Lu Daochen, how dare you shoot? Do you want to be banished by the heavenly demon realm forever like Demon Marshal Lu Wu? In an instant, the atmosphere was tense. The nascent soul-breaking crossbow was made by Lu Daochen himself. Each arrow was powerful enough to kill an early-stage nascent soul realm beast. Dozens of arrows were fired at the same time. Even the clear cloud demon general was in danger of being injured. However, Jing Yun only sneered in the face of the ballistae. He was certain that Lu Daochen wouldn't dare to shoot because there were two higher realm demon generals here. One of them was named Jing Kun. He had awakened a drop of Golden Mastiff's blood and was already an ordinary member of the Golden Mastiff spirit clan. The other person was named Carp Companion. He had awakened 1.5 drops of Thunder Dragon blood and was already an ordinary member of the primordial Thunder Dragon race. The death of either of them would infuriate the true spirit clan of the Sky Demon realm. Once Lu Daochen made a move and injured the two generals, he would never be able to ascend to the Heaven Demon domain in this lifetime. Jing Yan glanced at Ning Fan with a cold snort in his heart. His eyes continued to shift and eventually landed on the green-robed demon concubine. Even the arrogant Jing Yun immediately showed a hint of respect in his eyes as he cupped his fists and bowed. I, Jing Yun, greet the demon concubine. Yes. The Yao concubine only nodded her head lightly. Not everyone could make her smile. Jing Yun did not know about the demon concubine, but the Cleansing Flame tribe's demon sealer told her about her identity. This woman was not the Misty Rain Pavilion's top courtesan. This woman was the concubine of the Spirit King of the Sky Demon Realm's Spirit King Palace. The Misty Drizzle Tower might be unfamiliar with the ancient monster clan, but the Spirit King Palace was a colossus. Jing Yun was told by the demon sealer that this demon concubine had two reasons for staying in the Luoyun prefecture. Firstly, he was interested in Lu Daochen's talents and the spirit augmentation technique. He wanted to represent the Spirit King Palace to grant him the right to ascend. Secondly, for the sake of the Star of the Celestial Arch, he had to complete the world map and open the world passage of the Third Realm to find this star. The demon concubine could be considered to have made a great contribution. Let's not talk about the second objective for now. With the first goal in mind, Lu Daochen only needed to rely on the Spirit King Palace and break through to the Void Fragmentation Realm with the help of the demon concubine. Then, ascending to the heavenly demon world was almost certain. With Lu Daochen's shrewdness, there was no way he would harm the demon generals of the upper realm and make enemies for himself in the upper realm. Jing Yan was certain and convinced. Lu Daochen did not dare to make a move. As expected, the black-faced Lu Zhan was filled with killing intent. He couldn't wait to have a feast at Hongmen and kill the 3 generals of the Purifying Flame tribe. However, Lu Daochen coughed and waved his hand, ordering the crossbowmen to retreat. Back off. Do not be rude to the demon generals of the upper realm. Yes. The black-armored crossbowmen retreated one by one. Lu Zhan was unwilling to accept this. He was in his own territory, but he had to be bullied by others. What the hell was this? He glared angrily at Lu Daochen, expressing his displeasure at Lu Daochen's weakness. Lu Zhan, sit down. Yes. Lu Zhan gritted his teeth and sat down unwillingly. Most of the other influential figures in the Luoyun prefecture heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this matter was not blown out of proportion, and it did not escalate to the point of using force. The demon generals of the higher domain were not harmed. That way, Luoyun would not get into huge trouble. Lu Daochen slowly rose to his feet. He reached into his pocket with his crutch and took out a dark red beast skin map. The moment it appeared, Jing Yun, Jing Kun, and Li Ban's eyes burned with desire. Even Ning Fan's eyes lit up. It was just a beast skin map which was only the size of a palm. However, there was an extremely ferocious demonic aura coming from this incomplete map, causing everyone present to shudder at the same time except for Ning Fan and Yao Fei. The realm map. Lu Daochen, quickly give it to me. Jing Yan took a step forward and tried to snatch it. However, Lu Daochen's eyes shone with a cloudy light. 2 snow-white demon stars appeared in his left eye. The moment the demon stars appeared, Jing Yan's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly retreated with cold sweat on his forehead. Bestowment Star. The second demon star was bestowed by the demon marshal. It contained a great ability that could instantly kill an early divine transformation realm expert. Who do you think you are? How dare you call my name? The realm passage is in my hands. You won't be able to take it away. Lu Daochen fiercely slammed his crutch on the ground. Jingyan took 3 steps back. He coughed out a mouthful of blood every time he took a step back. His eyes were filled with fear. So this is the Luoyun demon marshal who is known for his benevolence. This person had not shown his might for a long time, causing countless people to look down on him. However, his strength was probably enough to fight a late divine transformation realm expert without a bestowment star. Under the might of the star, even Jin Kun and Li Ban, who were demon generals of the upper world who were used to seeing the second demon star, were filled with astonishment. Jingyan swallowed his saliva. If it wasn't because he had the backing of a demon general of the upper world, Lu Daochen would have already taken his head. General Yun, please forgive me for my rudeness. Jingyan gritted his teeth and cupped his fists to apologize. Forgive? Humph. Tell Lu Jiefan to quickly give up his dream of breaking through to the demon martial realm. I will never give him the realm passage. He won't be able to get the star of the Heavenly Emperor either. Lu Daochen withdrew his aura force and put the realm map back into his robe. He gave Ning Fan a deep look. Then, he returned to his seat like a senile old man. His eyes were filled with approval. He was praising Ning Fan for being able to remain as calm as a mountain after his bestowment star was revealed. He thought to himself, this young man is indeed extraordinary. As a human, he is not afraid of the demon race. He even dares to kill the demon generals of the upper world without any worries. Such a person is really the best partner for me to work with. Ning Fan remained silent. The realm passage was not hidden anywhere in the province. Instead, it was on Lu Daochen's body. In that case, it would be impossible for me to steal it. Unless I defeat Lu Daochen, I might not be able to snatch the realm passage. Lu Daochen was very strong. Ning Fan might not be able to defeat him even if he uses all his trump cards. What made Ning Fan hesitate the most was the attitudes of different tribes towards the realm passage and the demon martial realm. According to common sense, the demon generals of the second world should work together to protect the demon martial realm. However, the 9 divisions of the Lu clan were obviously on their own. Some of them even fought and killed each other. They were also disrespectful towards demon marshal Lu Wu. Demon General Jing Yun dared to address Lu Wu as the evil marshal. The evil martial realm was exiled by the heavenly demon world forever. The star of the heavenly emperor. It seems like the realm passage of the third world is not as simple as I thought. The layout and secrecy of the land of slumber is incomparable to the other places. Why does Lu Daochen want to work with me? What is his attitude towards the demon martial realm? He knows that I want the realm passage, and he probably knows that I am not Liu Bei or even a member of the demon race. However, he is still willing to work with me. Could it be that he wants to work with me to snatch the realm passage and kill the demon martial realm? If it's such a simple matter, it's not that I can't work with him. However, I have a feeling that this matter is not that simple. I can't figure it out. While Ning Fan was pondering, Lu Wanner exclaimed softly. It was because after Lu Daochen sat down, the green-robed demon concubine stood up. The hem of her green muslin dress brushed past Ning Fan's face unintentionally, leaving behind an enchanting and delicate fragrance. Sister demon concubine, what are you doing? Lu Wanner stood up and wanted to stop the demon concubine. What does a woman like Sister demon concubine want to do when the Pure Fire tribe and the Luoyun tribe are fighting against each other? Meddle in this matter? Isn't that very dangerous? Lu Wanner wanted to stop the demon concubine, but Ning Fan held her wrist. She could not help but laugh. Silly girl. This sister demon concubine of yours is not a mortal. In the second world, no one dares to touch her. I'm afraid that her identity is not the Misty Rain Tower Master at all. She is a late divine transformation realm demon cultivator. Late divine transformation realm. Lu Wanner was stunned. Could it be that the female demon of Fengchen whom she regarded as her sister was actually a peak figure in the second world? As soon as Ning Fan's voice fell, the demon concubine turned around and smiled apologetically at Lu Wanner. Then, she unleashed her aura force that was even stronger than Lu Daochen's. I'm sorry, Because I had no choice but to hide it from you, I did not tell you my true identity. I'm the demon concubine of the Spirit King Palace in the awakening realm of the heavenly demon world. I don't have a surname. My name is Wu Yan. From today onwards, you can call me Sister Yan or Demon Concubine. Sister Demon Concubine. Lu Wan'er had too many questions she wanted to ask. However, Ning Fan gently pressed his lips against hers. If there's a chance to talk in the future, let's see what your Sister Demon Concubine wants to do first. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. The question in his mind was solved. The Misty Rain Tower is indeed a fictitious force. This woman is actually the concubine of the Spirit King of the heavenly demon world, the Spirit King. The monarch of the demon race that all the members of the True Spirit clan worship. The ruler of the awakening realm of the heavenly demon world. Of course, no one would dare to touch his woman. Moreover, with this woman protecting Lu Wan'er, she would be very safe even if she goes to the heavenly demon world. As the green-robed demon concubine revealed her identity, the expressions of many late nascent soul realm and peak nascent soul realm demons changed drastically. The master of the Misty Rain Tower is actually the demon concubine of the Spirit King. Previously, we went to the Misty Rain Tower and took advantage of this woman. Even if we didn't succeed, it's still a serious crime. It's over. I even said that I will spend 1 million immortal jade to have a night with this woman. It's a capital crime. A capital crime. The demon concubine did not say much to these people. She just let out a faint sigh as if they were all mediocre people. She reached her hand into her sleeve and took out a blue fire token. As soon as the token appeared, the expressions of the demons changed drastically. The Spirit King token. All of you are demon generals of the Lu clan. Even though Lu Wu is a traitor, all of you still have to obey my orders. Jing Yun. I order you to leave immediately and not cause any trouble in the Luo Yun clan. It was obvious that the demon concubine wanted to support Lu Daochen. Jing Yun had the support of the demon generals of the upper world. Lu Daochen, on the other hand, had the support of the Spirit King and the demon concubine. Jing Yun's expression was filled with unwillingness. He cupped his fists at the demon concubine. My lady. Didn't you come to this place of slumber for the heavenly Emperor Star? In the last days, Lord Fire General had said that if the world passage is opened, I only want Demon Marshal Lu Wu's demon blood and corpse. The heavenly Emperor Star will belong to you. If you hand it over to the Spirit King, it will certainly be a great merit and it can raise your status in the Spirit King Palace. What? Li Ban and Jin Kun were furious. This Fire General Lu Jiefan was really audacious. He knew that they and the other demon generals of the Sky Demon world were here for the heavenly Emperor's Star, but he still dared to give the Emperor's Star to the people of the Spirit King Palace. It was true that the Spirit King Palace was respected by all the races in the demon spirit land of the Sky Demon world. However, the other true spirit realm forces might have their own intentions. Li Ban and the others represented the immemorial Thunder Dragon clan and several other true spirit clans. Demon concubine Wu Yan represented the Spirit King Palace. Everyone's target was the heavenly Emperor's Star. As expected, the demon concubine became silent after hearing what Lu Daochen said. The world passage would be opened eventually. Lu Wu would not sleep forever. Demon concubine, you don't have to worry. The world passage will be opened eventually. Lu Daochen sighed deeply and stood up again. He looked at Jing Yun. I, Lu Daochen, am one of Commander Lu's 9 generals. No matter why Commander Lu betrayed the demon race in the past, I, Lu Daochen, am loyal to the demon commander. My heart will never change. The path to open up the world will eventually have to be opened. However, it should not be opened by the cleansing flame tribe. Jing Yun, according to the teachings of the demon ancestor, everything should be decided by strength. No matter what you say, if you want my world map, show me your strength. I will send 3 generals to fight against the 3 of you. If you win, the world map will belong to you. If I, Luo Yun tribe, win, I will take the world map from your pure fire tribe. Do you dare to accept this bet? Are you qualified to make the decision? This battle requires a life and death agreement. Even if you die here, you will not be held responsible. In other words, even the demon generals of the upper domain might die. Do you have the qualifications to accept this bet? If you don't, then get out of the Luo Yun tribe. Jing Yun, Jing Kun, and Li Ban all became silent after hearing Lu Daochun's words. Jing Yun did not dare to accept it rashly. He could not make the decision for the world map. Jing Kun and Li Ban did not dare to accept it rashly because this was a life-and-death agreement. Even if the demon race of the upper domain died here, no one would be held responsible. They had 3 early divine transformation realm experts on their side, while the other side had 2 early divine transformation realm experts, Lu Qing and Lu Zhan. In addition, there was Lu Daochun, who was comparable to a late divine transformation realm expert. The outcome of the battle was obvious. The expressions of the 3 generals darkened. They knew that they would not be able to get the world map no matter whether they snatch it or threaten it. Jing Yun shifted his gaze to Ning Fan and thought to himself, I can only rely on this spy of Liu Bei to steal the world map. However, I don't know if he will be loyal to the Pure Fire tribe and complete the mission. Just as the 3 generals were about to leave, red clouds covered the sky outside the All-Heaven Palace. Among the red clouds, the shadow of a blood-red dragon flashed and turned into a middle-aged man in red armor. He looked down at the All-Heaven Palace from above. Lu Daochun, Jing Yun doesn't have the qualifications to accept this bet, but I do. All right. I'll make an agreement with you. Let's bet on the world map. However, there's no need for the juniors to get involved. We'll decide the outcome of this battle. As soon as his voice resounded, a late divine transformation realm aura descended upon the entire province, shocking everyone. The people of the All-Heaven Palace walked out one after another. As soon as they saw the person who spoke, their faces were filled with shock. The person who came was actually the titled demon general of the Pure Fire tribe, Fire General Lu Jiefan. Lu Daochun did not take Lu Jiefan's provocation seriously and replied indifferently. I haven't reached the late divine transformation realm and I'm no match for you. I've already said that this bet is based on the ancient teachings of the demon ancestor. There will be 3 demon generals from your side and they must be early divine transformation realm and below. My side will also send 3 people. They are the 4th general, Lu Qing, the 6th general, Lu Zhan, and the 8th general, Liu Bei. All 3 of them have yet to reach the late divine transformation realm. Only then will it be fair. Lu Jiefan, do you dare to bet with me? In just a few words, Lu Daochun seemed to have turned the fight for the world map into a bet between the 3 generals. It was as if everything was within his expectations. Summoning the 2 divine transformation realm experts and summoning Ning Fan seemed to be because of today's bet. Lu Qing, Lu Zhan, Liu Bei. Lu Jiefan's eyes flashed and his mind raced. The first 2 were nothing to worry about. As for the 3rd person, Lu Jiefan already knew that this person had killed 3 divine transformation realm experts on his own, even though he had yet to reach the divine transformation realm. Right now, other than himself, there were only the 3 Jing Yun generals in the Luoyun province. Among the 3 of them, Jing Yun should not be a match for Liu Bei. If Jing Kun and Liu Bei fight, it would be difficult to determine the winner. As for Li Ban, Ning Fan could not defeat this person. As soon as he made up his mind, Lu Jiefan stepped into the sky and laughed. All right. I will accept this bet. If I can obtain your Luoyun realm map so easily, we can avoid a battle between our 2 troops. It couldn't be better. Li Ban, Jing Kun, and Jing Yun, step forward. The 3 of you will go to the fire platform and fight the 3 generals of the Luoyun province. Lu Jiefan made a grabbing motion with his large hand. In the vast sky, a sea of fire that was 10,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, appeared. The sea of fire condensed and turned into a gigantic fire platform with a circumference of 1,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li. Humph. Jing Kun and Li Ban's faces darkened. This Lu Jiefan is really audacious. Is he ordering the 2 demon generals of the upper world as his subordinates? However, when they thought that they would be able to obtain the world map if they win this bet, the 2 generals suppressed their anger and did not say anything else. In a flash, they went to the fire platform that was floating in the sky. Jing Yan's expression was solemn. Of course, he did not dare to disobey the orders of the demon sealer. He immediately flew to the fire platform. In the blink of an eye, the 3 generals were ready for the battle. Previously, the 3 generals did not dare to accept the challenge because they were afraid that Lu Daochun would intervene. Now that they knew that Lu Daochen would not intervene and only fight against 2 demon generals and a nascent soul realm cultivator, their chances of winning were at least 90%. There was no need for them to worry about it. Among the 3 generals of the Luoyun province, the strongest one was undoubtedly Liu Bei, who had killed 3 deities on his own. However, among the 3 generals, Jin Kun and Li Ban were eager to give it a try. They were confident that they could kill this person. This was the pride of the demon generals of the upper world. At this moment, the entire Luoyun province was in an uproar. Countless guests even put down their banquets and left their seats to watch the grand event of the bet. The demon ancestors' teachings and the battle between the 3 generals would occasionally happen among the young masters of the province. However, the strongest among the participants was only at the nascent soul realm. There had never been a battle between deity transformation realm cultivators. The life and death contract was decided by the heavens. Perhaps a deity transformation realm cultivator would be killed on the fire platform today. This was a major event. Lu Daochen's eyes were filled with battle intent. He leaned on his walking stick and said loudly, "Generals of the Luoyun province, do not show any weakness. Lu Qing and Lu Zhan, step forward. Liu Bei, step forward." Yes. Lu Qing and Lu Zhan had long since disliked the cleansing flame tribe and wanted to fight. Ning Fan was the only one who sneered and said something shocking. "I won't fight." Ridiculous. Lu Daochen did not give me any benefits and asked me to be his fighter. Why? If I win this battle, the map of the pure flame world will belong to you. Lu Daochen's words were even more shocking. Everyone thought that Lu Daochen's purpose of this bet was to defeat the pure flame tribe and take their map for himself. However, he promised in front of everyone that if he wins the battle, he would give Ning Fan the map of the world that he won from the bet. If that's the case, why did Lu Daochen do all this? Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He still could not see through Lu Daochen's intention. Ning Fan could see through Lu Jiefen's intention. Lu Jiefen was greedy for the demon marshal's blood just like him. Ning Fan could also see through the purpose of the demon concubine and Li Ban. They were all after the star of the heavenly emperor. But why did Lu Daochen do all this? Ning Fan could not see through it. However, since there was a chance to obtain the map, it was fine even if it was just 1/9. Besides, Ning Fan guessed that after he obtains the map of the pure flame tribe, Lu Daochen would propose to cooperate with him. At that time, he would probably tell Ning Fan his true intention. If I win this battle, I can get the map. Of course, I can also kill him, Li Ban. Ning Fan's killing intent had already been triggered. Without saying anything else, he flew to the fire platform with Lu Qing and Lu Zhan. His eyes swept across Jin Yun, Jin Kun and Li Ban without the slightest fear. "I will go first in the first battle. Jin Yun, you little brat, fight me." Lu Zhan, whose face was as black as charcoal, stepped forward with his halberd. He had long been displeased with Jin Yun. "Lu Zhan, you are not my match. Stand down." Jin Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His aura force was rising steadily. Bullsh *T. Lu Zhan was so angry that his face turned even darker. To be continued. Lu Zhan took a step forward, and black demonic smoke rose from his body. In the demonic smoke, with every step he took, his height doubled. After 9 steps, his body, which was originally 20 feet tall, was 512 feet tall. When he took the 10th step, his body crossed 1,000 meters. With a furious roar, he transformed into a giant black ape. The giant ape was clad in black armor, and its eyes flickered with black flames. Its roar was like thunder as it brandished its halberd and hacked down. The 1,000-mile flame platform was almost shattered by this huge force. Jin Yun's eyes narrowed, and he took 10 steps forward as well. However, he transformed into a giant white ape after those 10 steps. His hand glowed with silver light, and he slapped the giant halberd. The cleansing cloud white ape was immediately pushed back by 1,000 feet before he managed to stabilize himself. However, the black ape was sent flying 1,000 feet away by the power of the slap. Ning Fan's eyes flickered. This 1,000 zhang * giant ape was undoubtedly the demon form of the 2 demon generals. Both of them had ape blood, but in terms of strength, Lu Zhan was clearly weaker than Jin Yun. The giant white ape glared at the black ape and roared. My mountain ape blood is second to the iron-backed black ape, middle to the silver-backed white ape, and top to the golden-backed ape. A mere iron-blood ape like you isn't my match. If you don't back down now, don't blame me for killing you. Screw your grandma's legs. Demonic art, black meteorite. The black ape roared angrily and threw down the black halberd. Since he had no advantage in strength, he decided to use his Yao arts to attack. His black ape Dharma idol performed a series of hand seals. Immediately, black meteorites appeared in the clear sky. They transformed into streaks of black light that fell from the sky and attacked the white ape. This technique was extremely similar to the waitress's signature technique, the nascent level middle-grade demonic technique, Demon Star Falling. However, its power was that of a low-level transformation. Each meteorite was formed by demonic energy and was 100 zhang in size. In the process of falling, the friction created a terrifying black flame that could easily burn a nascent soul realm demon to death. However, this shocking Yao art was not worth mentioning in Jing Yan's eyes. After sneering, the white ape and the black ape formed a similar demonic art. Stubborn fool. If that's the case, then die. Yao art, white meteor. It was the same meteor technique, but when the white ape used it, it crazily devoured the first wave of black flames. The silver-white meteors collided with the black meteors. Amidst the rumbling sounds, black and white starfire intertwined. Two seas of fire, one black and one white, were formed. However, the White Empress caught up. After breaking through the first wave of black flames, she immediately began to devour them. In just 3 breaths of time, the black flames were completely swallowed up. Standing in the center of the black flames, the black ape was enveloped by the white flames. Immediately, it let out heart-wrenching cries of pain. After a burst of black blood light, the black ape Dharma idol was completely incinerated. Lu Zhan's face was covered in blood, and he was battered and exhausted. He rushed out of the sea of fire and retreated outside the fire platform. His aura was weak, and he was seriously injured. However, he aped Shan. And before Dharma, the tall and thin Jing Yan turned into a wisp of silver smoke and appeared in front of Lu Zhan in one step. He pointed a silver light at Lu Zhan's forehead, attempting to shatter his sea of consciousness. Lu Zhan dodged in a hurry and avoided the top of his head, but Jing Yan's finger poked his right eye, making him blind. Gritting his teeth, Lu Zhan pounded his chest. Then, he turned into black smoke and escaped again. Finally, he managed to escape Jing Yan's attack. He covered his blind eye and glared at Jing Yan with one eye. He wanted to curse, but he felt something sweet in his throat and coughed out black blood. Damn it. You actually cultivated the silver ape form. Damn it. You actually blinded me. Lu Zhan was defeated in the first battle. Jing Yan's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect Lu Zhan to escape so fast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just blinded one eye. He would have killed him. There was a silver demon talisman in his sleeve. Once he destroyed Lu Zhan's body, he could activate the demon talisman and seal the space. Lu Zhan's demon soul would have nowhere to run and would die in his hands. What a pity. I only blinded one eye. With my divine transformation realm cultivation base, I only need to cultivate for another 100 years to recover my lost limbs. Jing Yan sneered and returned to the fire platform. He glanced at Lu Qing, wanting to fight again. As long as one didn't lose, he could continue to fight in this competition of 3 generals. Lu Qing was enraged. He and Lu Zhan were like brothers. When he saw Lu Zhan's eye being blinded, he wished he could tear Jing Yan into pieces. He took a step forward and a faint azure dragon phantom appeared around him. His eyes were like azure lightning. Jing Yan, die. Jing Yan's eyes turned serious. He was secretly surprised. He didn't expect Lu Qing's azure dragon blood to be a little thicker than before. If so, even he might not be able to defeat this person. Jing Yan took a step back and cupped his fists at the golden-armored demon general. General Jing Kun, please make your move. All right. It's just a remnant azure dragon blood. Actually, my golden ape true blood is comparable. Mortal blood, mixed blood, remnant blood, true blood, royal blood. Lu Zhan and Jing Yan were both mixed blood giant mountain ape bloodlines. Their demon blood was similar, but the difference in strength was huge. As for Jin Kun and Lu Qing, the former had the golden ape true blood while the latter only had the remnant azure dragon blood. The difference in strength was even bigger. A trace of fear flashed across Lu Qing's eyes instinctively. However, it was immediately swept away. He knew that his demon form was not as good as his opponent's. Therefore, he didn't transform into his demon form. He formed a seal with his fingers and grabbed the void with his 5 fingers. Thousands of green demonic power sizzled and spread out, turning into thousands of green tornadoes. Every wind blade was enough to tear a nascent soul realm cultivator into pieces. Demonic art, crazy with violent wind. Change hand seals. As his hand seals changed, the tornado split into 2, then into 4. Countless cyan wind mists tore at each other on the 1,000-mile fire platform. Jin Kun's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain as he stood in the middle of the green mist that could tear apart a nascent soul realm cultivator. A faint golden light rose around his body and turned into a golden mastiff. It opened its mouth and swallowed all the wind blades into its mouth. Demonic art, broken with golden hound. One demonic art easily broke Lu Qing's demonic art. Disdain filled Jin Kun's eyes. He took a step forward and made a grabbing motion with his hand. The sunlight and the clear sky seemed to flow freely into his hand, turning into a dazzling golden spear. As the sunlight entered it, the spear grew larger and more dazzling. Jin Kun slapped with one hand. The golden spear turned into a ray of golden light and pierced Lu Qing's dantian as fast as lightning. Its target was to crush Lu Qing's demon soul in one strike. Fast, too fast, Lu Qing's eyes widened in shock. This golden spear demonic art was definitely at the mid-grade divine transformation realm. Only mid-divine transformation realm cultivators could use it. He didn't expect that Jin Kun, who was also at the early divine transformation realm, could use it. Is this the power of an expert who has awakened his true blood? If he didn't awaken his true blood, how could he use a demonic art that was beyond his realm? I can't take it. But I can't retreat. Lu Qing's eyes were resolute. Green dragon scales slowly appeared on his body and 2 damaged dragon horns grew out of his head. He slapped with his dragon claw. With the help of the demon blood, the force of this slap was no longer the same as an ordinary jade life. But with just a single touch, Lu Qing's hand started to burn. This golden spear had such a terrifying temperature. It was like a real sun. An arm was directly incinerated into flying ashes under the touch. I can't take it. His expression changed drastically. At this moment, it wasn't a matter of whether he wanted to retreat or not, but whether he could retreat or not. If he didn't retreat, he would die. If he retreated, he would still have a 30% chance of survival. Blood ignition. Lu Qing gritted his teeth and ignited the thin green dragon blood in his immortal meridians. The astral wind was like thousands of green blades. Lu Qing pointed with his finger and slashed at the golden spear. It only stopped the golden spear for half a breath before the astral wind was shattered. In this half a breath, Lu Qing turned into green smoke and retreated. But with a flash of golden light, Jin Kun was already standing behind Lu Qing. He grabbed Lu Qing's arm with one hand and pulled it hard. His other palm slapped on Lu Qing's dantian. Break! Lu Qing vomited a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. His demon soul was almost shattered. If it wasn't for the high-grade earth profound soul armor on his demon soul, he would have been killed by Jin Kun's palm. But even if he didn't die, his injuries were much more serious than Lu Zhan's. He would need to cultivate in seclusion for at least 200 years to recover his broken arm and restore his demon soul and demon blood. Damn it, a group of black-armored demon soldiers helped Lu Qing up. All of them looked terrified. The same fear rose in the hearts of hundreds of thousands of demons from the Luoyun County. Lu Wan'er's eyes were filled with worry. She pulled the sleeve of the demon concubine beside her and pleaded. The Tea Lady and the Wind Lady also looked at her with a pleading expression. Is this the strength of the Cleansing Flame tribe? They are indeed worthy of being the first tribe of the Lu clan. Be it the demon generals of the tribe or the demon generals of the upper world, their methods are far superior to the low-grade tribes. Liu Bei is in danger. Although he killed 3 Divine Transformation Realm experts, he only killed the Divine Transformation Realm experts of the 8th tribe. The Divine Transformation Realm experts of the 8th tribe are not comparable to the Divine Transformation Realm experts of the 1st tribe. Sister Demon Concubine, you are a late divine transformation realm expert. Please save Liu Bei. Don't let him get hurt. I beg you, silly girl. Don't look down on your brother Qing. He is very good at concealing his strength. Didn't I say that I couldn't see through his strength? You didn't take it seriously at that time and laughed at me for being a late nascent soul realm expert? You are a late divine transformation realm expert, but you still can't see through his strength. This battle was meticulously planned by Lu Daochen. Lu Qing and Lu Zhan were lucky enough to survive. In Lu Daochen's heart, these two generals were just supporting characters. What he really valued was Liu Bei's strength. Therefore, Lu Daochen didn't summon the first general back. In his opinion, even the first general of the Luoyun county might not be able to win against Lu Jiefan. Only Bei can win. However, the green-robed demon concubine frowned. However, there was one thing that she felt regretful about. She did not tell Lu Wan'er about it as she was afraid that it would hurt her feelings. Liu Bei was not a member of the demon race at all. He was a human in disguise. If that was not the case, the demon concubine would definitely be willing to extend an olive branch to Liu Bei given his strength and recruit him to join the Spirit King Palace. He is not a member of the demon race and he is not one of us. His heart must be different. Therefore, no matter how outstanding he is, the demon concubine will not recruit him. Sister is saying that Liu Bei can defeat 3 divine transformation realm experts? Lu Wan'er was eager to hear an affirmative answer. Since elder sister concubine was a late divine transformation realm expert, she would definitely not be wrong if she said that Ning Fan could win. Perhaps. However, this might not be a good thing. Lu Daochen, why did you spend so much effort to recruit a member of the foreign race? What is your purpose? The demon concubine's eyes were filled with confusion. In just the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the 4th and 6th generals of the Luoyun county were severely injured by the demons of the Pure Fire tribe. This matter greatly shocked the demons of the Luoyun county. On the fire platform, there were still 3 enemy generals. On their side, only Liu Bei was left. Rumor had it that Liu Bei had killed 3 divine transformation realm cultivators, but no one had seen it with their own eyes. They had only seen their heads. There were a lot of people who suspected it. Even if Liu Bei could really kill 3 divine transformation realm experts, the 3 people on the fire platform were not people that the demon generals of the Lai Tu tribe could compare with. Liu Bei, this kid might be able to defeat Jing Yun. However, if he goes against Jin Kun and Li Ban, he will most likely lose. After all, he is yet to attain divine transformation realm and is not a true demon general. I don't know what Teacher Liu is thinking. For such a big matter, it's more appropriate to summon the 1st and 2nd generals. He might not even be able to defeat Jing Yun. That white meteor technique is rather terrifying. I'm actually wondering if this Liu Bei will escape. It's not shameful to escape. He would be a fool if he insists on fighting even though he knows that he won't be able to win. A discordant voice finally rang out from the crowd. Nonsense. Would Liu Bei lose to Jing Yun? Nonsense. This young master can guarantee that this Liu Bei will definitely defeat the 3 of them. Not only that, but he will also kill. A low-key and loud voice quietly rang out in the crowd. Upon seeing the owner of the voice, countless people immediately distanced themselves as if they had seen a ghost. Lu Tianming. It was actually Lu Tianming who was severely injured on the day when Ning Fan entered the province. After being recuperated by Lu Daochen's 5th revolution pill, he could already get off the bed and walk with difficulty in just 3 days. However, he did not dare to appear in front of Ning Fan again. That was why he did not even attend the grand banquet. He also did not believe that Ning Fan would lose to Jing Yun. Are you kidding me? Other than having a bad personality, Lu Tianming's strength was definitely not weak. Moreover, his eyesight was also very sharp. Among the 7 generals of Luoyun, he was the only one who dared to provoke the other 6 generals except for the 1st general. He was even a bastard who dared to rape the only sister of the 2nd general. He was not afraid. He was not afraid. Even the 1st general could only make Lu Tianming feel apprehensive. Once he attains divine transformation realm in a few hundred years, his strength would far surpass that of the 1st general. However, the arrogant Lu Tianming was beaten into a dead dog by Ning Fan, who had just entered the province 3 days ago. Ning Fan did not even move his hand and he was already severely injured. He did not even lift his eyes and he was already a dead man. Lu Tianming was sure that this was his first time meeting such a ruthless person in his life. Not only was Ning Fan's cultivation base terrifying, but also his personality. Once he offends him, he would certainly be eliminated. What Lu Tianming felt most fortunate about was that he could still keep his life after offending Ning Fan. It was simply unimaginable. Of course, he did not know that his life was barely saved by his old ancestors' intervention. I, Lu Tianming, am the banker here. I'm betting on whether Liu Bei can defeat the 3 generals alone. Hee hee. Lu Tianming would never miss such a good opportunity to make money. The people in the province were discussing with each other. However, all the discussions turned silent after Ning Fan took a step forward. Who's going first? His eyes indifferently swept across the 3 generals as if they were nothing. His gaze was especially disdainful when it landed on Li Ban. His gaze enraged Li Ban. He almost took a step forward and wanted to fight Ning Fan. However, Jing Yun was faster than him and stood in front of Li Ban. General Li, I will be the one to fight this battle. That day, this brat was really arrogant. However, thinking that he could still be of some use to complete the mission, I decided to endure it. After today's battle, the world map will certainly be in our hands. This brat is no longer useful to us. As for the 30 tufts of jade flame grass that I prepared for him, there's no need for me to give them to him. In that case, we can just kill him directly to get rid of the hatred from that day. Alright. You go. The 3 generals seemed to be certain that Ning Fan was just a nascent soul realm cultivator. Jing Yan's eyes burned with anger when he recalled Ning Fan's rudeness and disdain on that day. Liu Bei. I've just obtained a new treasure. It's more than enough to kill you. Cloud lightning seal, suppress. Jing Yan flicked his finger and summoned a silvery white lightning seal. This seal was really powerful. It was just an incomplete profound heavenly treasure, but as soon as it rose into the sky, it immediately attracted wind and lightning. However, when the seal was still in midair and had yet to take its form, Ning Fan turned into a shadow and appeared above the lightning seal. He then took a step forward and stomped on it. Go down. That step seemed simple, but it caused the vast sky to crack. Under the tremendous force, the cloud lightning seal's movement was stopped. Jade Life Realm. Humph. However, it's just the first realm. It won't be able to shatter this cloud lightning seal. Cloud seal, turn into lightning. Jing Yan sneered and changed his hand seals. Immediately, the silvery white seal completely turned into an unpredictable silver lightning bolt and shot towards Ning Fan's glabella. It was like a bolt of lightning. If one did not cultivate the divine transformation realm, they would not dare to receive it at all. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. A blood-red lightning star slowly appeared on his glabella. He reached out his hand and grabbed the lightning bolt. Then, he squeezed it forcefully and crushed it. After the lightning image was broken, the magic treasure turned back into a seal. The immature spirit seemed to be extremely afraid of Ning Fan and it wanted to escape. As soon as the lightning star was activated, Ning Fan was like the ruler of all lightning. This treasure was afraid of Ning Fan. How could this be? Why would this cloud lightning seal be afraid of a nascent soul realm junior? Jing Yan's eyes widened in shock. What surprised him even more was that Ning Fan touched his glabella and took out a blood-red lightning whip. The whip seemed to have landed on the cloud lightning seal, but it suddenly released rays of blood-red lightning which attacked Jing Yan's dantian. Puff Demon General Jing Yan took a few steps backwards. His eyes were filled with shock. What kind of method is this? Before Jing Kun could say anything, Li Ban was extremely shocked and furious when he saw the whip. Dragon Tendon. My Dragon Tendon. It's really you. At this moment, he finally believed that the person in front of him was the ant who challenged his prestige in Great Jin, Zhou Ming. However, he could not believe that the ant who could not even withstand a single blow in Great Jin was now standing on the fire platform on equal footing with him after just a few decades. Something that made him even more incredulous happened. 1 whip. 10 lashes. 100 lashes. It was as if everything was done in one go. However, the whip split into 100 blood-red whip shadows and hit the cloud lightning seal. Inside his dantian, blood-red lightning surged violently. Xianxia was greatly weakened and he took 100 steps backwards. Eventually, he knelt on one knee on the ground. Due to his severe injuries, his cultivation realm had almost fallen to the divine transformation realm, whip. Using the treasure to kill the nascent soul. This is the secret technique of the Zhou clan that Lord Demon Sealer mentioned. Now that I'm severely injured, I will be in danger even if I face a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. I must escape. Jing Yan's eyes flashed with hatred. He turned into a ray of silver light and tried to get out of the fire platform. Moreover, he actually knew about the Zhou clan of the Endless Sea. There were some mysteries behind this matter. However, Ning Fan was not interested in interfering with these matters. Seeing Jing Yan trying to escape, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with disdain. The purple star in his left eye moved and a pair of gigantic purple crystal wings grew out from his back. With a flap of his body, he appeared behind Jing Yan and lashed his body with the spirit-shattering whip. His lightning power was protected by the armor. However, the force of the whip was like 1,000 mountains crashing towards him. Jing Yan did not expect that Ning Fan's speed was actually comparable to a mid-divine transformation realm expert. It was impossible for him to escape with his speed. The armor on his back was shattered. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell off the fire platform. However, just as he fell into mid-air, a dark purple shadow flashed and Ning Fan appeared in front of Jing Yan again. He bent his finger and poked it into his eyes. Ah! Jing Yan let out a miserable shriek. Both of his eyes were already blind. Ning Fan slammed his palm on the top of Jing Yan's head. With a huge force, Jing Yan's physical body disintegrated into a mist of blood. His demon soul was knocked unconscious. He sucked in the mist of blood and held the demon's soul with his palm. There was no time to extract the soul. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold and his killing intent was triggered. He swallowed Jing Yan's demon soul in a single gulp. At this moment, a wave of baleful qi that was comparable to that of a ferocious beast swept across the entire province. Countless people were terrified. As for General Lu Jiefan, he was standing outside the fire platform. His face was filled with rage. You're courting death for killing my demon general. Stop. How can you interfere in the competition of the fire platform? Lu Daochen turned into a wisp of green smoke and stood in front of Lu Jiefan. Inwardly, he was greatly shocked. This man has such a decisive heart to kill. To be continued. Demon General Jing Yun easily defeated Lu Zhan. Ning Fan, on the other hand, killed Jing Yun with ease. Holding Jing Yan's storage pouch, Ning Fan glanced at it. 30 tufts of jade flame grass were now in his hands. In this case, I can start to refine the demon marshal's blood to increase my demon power and advance to the divine transformation realm. The entire Luoyun province was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Rumor had it that Ning Fan had single-handedly killed 3 divine transformation realm experts. However, Yao Yuan and the others who saw it with their own eyes had already returned to Qingbei. In the province, only Lu Tianming, who had been beaten into a dead dog, had witnessed Ning Fan's icy strength. However, the moment Jing Yun died, the Luoyun province burst into an uproar after a brief moment of silence. As for Lu Tianming, he was stunned by Ning Fan's ferocious qi when he was about to place a bet. He was sure that Ning Fan could defeat Jing Yun or even kill him. However, he did not expect that Ning Fan could still achieve an overwhelming victory against Jing Yun, who was so powerful. I must have been extremely lucky to be able to survive from his hands that day. This person dares to kill Lu Jiefan in front of the fire general. He is too ruthless. He is not afraid of fighting to the death with the pure fire tribe. He does not care about the consequences of killing him. Lu Zhan, who was blinded, felt his blood boiling. The grievance he felt when he was injured by Jing Yun was swept away at this moment. It turned into astonishment and respect for Ning Fan. I will be the first to raise both of my hands in favor of this person becoming the 8th general of Luoyun. Well done. Well done. Moreover, this Liu Bei purposely blinded Jing Yan's eyes before killing him. He was taking revenge for me. I, Lu Zhan, owe you a favor. Lu Zhan laughed heartily. Blinding his eyes did not seem to hurt that much anymore. Lu Wan'er covered her mouth with her small hands. The two ladies were also amazed. They had been living with Ning Fan for a long time, but it was their first time witnessing his terrifying means with their own eyes. Liu Bei is actually so powerful, the green-robed demon concubine stroked her hair with her fingertips. Her expression changed for the first time. Liu Bei. This man was able to kill Jing Yun without any injury on his body. With such strength, there are less than 20 people in the second realm who can defeat him. Once he attains the divine transformation realm, I'm afraid he will be invincible below the demon sealers. However, he is not a true demon after all. Even if he can defeat Jing Yun, he might not necessarily be able to defeat Jing Kun. Even if he can, it will be a bitter battle. As for Li Ban. Can he defeat Li Ban? In the vast sky, Lu Jiefen's eyes were filled with rage. Demon General Jing Yun might not be the strongest, but he was one of his trusted subordinates. Now, he was killed by Ning Fan. How could he not be angry? However, Lu Daochen stood in front of him, blocking his way. Lu Jiefen's expression was gloomy, and he couldn't step onto the fire platform and interfere with the battle. Haha, Flame General, please calm down. Once the generals step onto the fire stage, their life and death will be up to the heavens. Since Jing Yun is dead, he can only blame himself for being too weak. Lu Daochen stood in front of Lu Jiefen and refused to budge. Humph. Life and death is up to the heavens. Good. Later, when this Liu Bei dies in the hands of the demon general of the upper world, you, Lu Daochen, can forget about saving him. Lu Jiefen's eyes flashed with coldness. Although he could not kill Ning Fan with his own hands, there were still two generals on the fire platform. One of them would definitely avenge Jing Yun. The jade flame grass was in his hands. Ning Fan raised his whip and pointed it at Li Ban with an indifferent expression. Are you the next one? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with arrogance, which made Li Ban burn with anger and hatred. Zhou Ming. I don't know how you managed to escape the death calamity of Great Jin. But today, I won't let you go. I must kill you. He took a step forward and was about to fight Ning Fan. However, he was stopped by Jing Kun. Let me. The golden-armored demon general slowly stepped forward. His aura force became increasingly heavy. From Ning Fan's action of killing Jing Yun, Jing Kun realized that Ning Fan was a strong opponent. However, he still had the means to kill Ning Fan. You won't be able to withstand a single spear attack from me. Is that so? Ning Fan sneered. You're courting death. Jing Kun's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and golden fur slowly grew out of his body, turning into a golden crow with sharp fangs. Then, he made a grabbing motion with his hand. Rays of sunlight from the clear sky were absorbed into his hand and turned into a dazzling golden spear. With a slap of his palm force, the giant spear turned into a ray of golden light and pierced towards Ning Fan's dantian. Demonic technique, parting sun spear. The power of this golden spear was like a scorching sun that nearly killed Lu Qing. This time, Jing Kun transformed into his demon form. The power of his spear was several times stronger than before. Facing this spear, Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn for the first time. His palm was covered with gray flames and he slammed it on the golden spear. The scorching temperature was like the sun, causing his palm to be scorched. However, the injuries on his body were instantly healed under the self-recovery of his demon blood. He grabbed the tip of the spear with lightning speed and took 3 steps back to neutralize the power of the spear. His eyes turned grim. The reason why this spear was so powerful was because it borrowed sunlight to perform demonic techniques. Among demonic techniques of the same level, a demonic technique that could evolve sunlight was definitely a rare and powerful technique. In order to break this technique, one must first extract the true yang power of this technique. There is a sun in the Northern Ocean, its name is Melt. There is a thunder in the Northern Ocean, its name is Thunder Lament. Recalling the mysterious chant that Luo Yu passed on to him in the past, Ning Fan recited it in his mind. He felt that his palms that were covered with gray flames seemed to have produced traces of power that could melt sunlight. Jing Kun was greatly shocked. The temperature of this spear of sunlight was absolutely terrifying. At least, Jing Kun knew that if he uses his physical body to withstand this spear, he would certainly be burned into nothingness. Ever since Jing Kun comprehended this demonic technique, he had used this technique to kill his enemies countless times. Even if this technique was broken by some experts, ordinary golden body realm body refinement experts would not dare to face the sunlight head-on even after achieving their golden bodies. They could only use demonic techniques to resist it. Lu Qing, for example, attempted to receive the golden spear with his jade life realm physical body. The result was his arm being burned to ashes. However, Ning Fan received the spear with his bare hands. What kind of demonic flame was the gray flames on his palms? It was actually strong enough to resist the scorching heat of sunlight. Could it be a 6th grade spiritual fire? Before he could figure it out, he saw Ning Fan slapping the golden spear and taking 3 steps back, stopping the momentum of the spear. It was as if Ning Fan had used some kind of secret technique to extract the power of sunlight from the golden spear. The power of sunlight that was extracted from Ning Fan's glabella slowly condensed into half an illusory star. This star had yet to fully condense and there was only half of it. However, it contained a type of divine ability called Yin Melt technique. The first star was the star of an elemental attribute while the second star could be attached with divine abilities. After entering the secret realm of the broken world and devouring countless amounts of demon blood, Ning Fan's physical body had already reached the border of the second level of the Jade Life realm under the nourishment of the demon blood. After condensing half of the second divine star, the barrier of the body refinement realm was broken through Yin Melt. Using the power of extreme Yin lightning to melt the sun. This is my second divine star. Even though it has yet to fully condense, this Yin Melt power is the nemesis of all sunlight magic techniques. The gray flame on his palm disappeared and was replaced by traces of blood-red lightning. In just a few breaths' time, his body underwent a tremendous change. He broke through the barrier of the body refinement realm and advanced to the second level of the Jade Life realm. There was already a half-star on his glabella. Break! He clenched his fist and the golden spear shattered into pieces, turning into dazzling golden light. Ning Fan took a step forward and flapped his wings. In a flash, he appeared in front of Jin Kun and threw a punch at him. There was nothing fancy about this punch. All it had was a faint blood-red lightning. However, it was enough to make Jin Kun's expression change drastically. What kind of lightning is this? It seems to be specialized in breaking sunlight magic techniques. The power of this punch is definitely at the second level of the Jade Life realm. This punch is comparable to the attack of a mid-divine transformation realm expert. Jin Kun performed a series of hand seals. Golden light shone around his body and turned into a golden mastiff. It opened its golden mouth and tried to bite Ning Fan who was coming towards him. Demonic technique, wood-breaking golden dog. A mastiff's head appeared. As he changed his hand seals, it split into 10 mastiffs. Each of them shone with dazzling golden light. However, all of the golden mastiffs were using the sunlight magic technique. Once they came into contact with the blood-red lightning, they shrieked and melted in a strange manner. They were assimilated into the power of the blood-red lightning. Extreme Yin Divine Lightning, Yin Fusion Sun. Not good. I can't block it anymore. Jin Kun's chest was hit. His armor and ribs were shattered. The power of this punch was covered with blood-red lightning. The power of the punch seemed to have turned into lightning, tearing apart Jin Kun's body. Asterisk puff asterisk he was not injured even when the realm gate collapsed that day. Today, he coughed out blood because of Ning Fan's punch. Jin Kun was sent flying 1000 zhang asterisk 33 m per zhang away. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. His eyes were filled with madness. He was a dignified demon general of the upper world. How could he lose to an ant from the lower world? Burning blood. He had only condensed a drop of true spirit golden mastiff's blood. However, he ignited it in order to defeat Ning Fan. In the province, each of the demons sighed. They did not expect that Jin Kun, a member of the Golden Monkey clan, would be forced to the point where he had to ignite his blood to defend against Ning Fan's attack. After igniting his demon blood, Jin Kun's body seemed to have turned into dazzling sunlight. He took a step forward and immediately disappeared from his spot, leaving only a golden afterimage. The speed of the sunlight that was exchanged for his blood was definitely comparable to the speed of Ning Fan's demon wings. The moment his body disappeared, Ning Fan's eyelids twitched. Then, he sneered. The purple star in his left eye flashed. He saw through Jin Kun's attack pattern and retreated 9 steps. Every step he took gathered the power of heaven and earth on the tip of his feet. After 9 steps, he stomped on the fire platform and crushed it. At this moment, the head of a golden mastiff drilled out from under Ning Fan's feet. It was a sneak attack from underground. However, his sneak attack did not succeed. The power of 9 steps, the power of heaven and earth formed a sword, and the power of Ning Fan's second-level Jade Life Realm stomped on Jin Kun's body. The power of this stomp was filled with sword chi. It even turned into countless blood-red lightning waves. The sky cracked and the cracks spread out in all directions with Ning Fan's feet as the epicenter. With just a single step, Jin Kun's demon body was crushed into a mist of blood. Even his demon soul was severely injured by that single step. The fire platform was reformed. Ning Fan stood on the fire platform and looked down at Jin Kun as if he was looking down at an ant. His disdainful gaze made Jin Kun's dignity suffer. He was enraged. However, his demon soul was trampled under Ning Fan's feet like a dead dog, rendering him unable to move. Jin Kun was enraged. Liu Bei! Liu Bei! How dare you hurt me? If you ascend to the heavenly demon world one day, my elders in the Golden Monkey clan will definitely kill you to vent my anger. I am a demon general of the upper world. If you dare to kill me, your 9 generations will be exterminated. I will give you a chance. Release my demon soul now and kneel down and kowtow 10,000 times. Then, you will voluntarily withdraw from the battle for the world map. Then, I will spare your life. Jin Kun was so arrogant. It was because Jin Kun was certain that Ning Fan would not dare to kill him. He was different from Jing Yun. Jing Yun was a demon general of the Pure Fire tribe. His background was only the Pure Fire tribe. However, Jin Kun's background was the True Spirit Golden Monkey clan. Killing 1 Golden Monkey clan was equivalent to killing 10,000 golden monkeys. He was certain that Ning Fan would not dare to touch him. While Jin Kun was speaking arrogantly, the killing intent in Ning Fan's eyes became stronger. However, he did not immediately stomp Jin Kun to death. Instead, he looked at Lu Jiefan with a cold smile. His voice was like thunder as he looked down at the Luoyun province. Even though this demon, Jin Kun, is an upper demon and one of the golden mastiffs, he has offended my Luoyun province and injured Lu Qing. How should he be punished? This question was like a hurricane that swept across the entire Luoyun prefecture. How should Jin Kun be punished? Before this question, no one dared to hurt a demon general of the upper world, even if he humiliated a demon in the province. However, as Ning Fan destroyed the golden spear with his palm, broke the golden light with his fist and trampled on Jin Kun, his aura was like the sun in the middle of the sky. It ignited the blood of every demon in the Luoyun province. It allowed the demons of the lower world who were used to being humble and submissive to vent their dissatisfaction. So what if he is a demon general of the upper world? What right does a demon general of the upper world have to be so high and mighty? According to the teachings of the demon ancestor, the men of the demon race should not respect the heavens and fear the earth. So what if he is a demon general of the upper world? General Bei, please kill this bastard to restore the prestige of our Luoyun province and avenge the death of Lu Qing. Lu Qing, who had lost an arm, held his wound while glaring at Jin Kun, who was trampled like a dead dog. He felt very pleased. Following his declaration, voices of agreement began to sound from the prefectures like a tide. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Daochen's eyes narrowed and revealed a look of approval. He smiled bitterly in his heart. This Liu Bei is quite cautious. He knows that killing a demon general from the upper domain is a serious crime. Even though he has signed the life and death contract on the fire platform, he is still afraid that I will plot against him. Therefore, he ignited the anger of the Luoyun demon clan to unite against a common enemy. Jing Yun blinded Lu Zhan's eyes, so this person blinded Jing Yun's eyes in return. When Jin Kun severed Lu Qing's arm, this person crushed Jin Kun's demon body. Destroying Jin Kun's demon body meant that he would become Jin Kun's mortal enemy. Based on Liu Bei's character of exterminating his enemies, he would definitely kill Jin Kun without leaving any future troubles. However, this person intentionally asked Lu Qing to spread the news so that the Luoyun demon clan would unite against a common enemy. This person wants to share the crime of killing someone with the Luoyun demon clan. This person is really cunning and cautious. the sounds of battle echoed throughout Luo Yun. At this moment, Ning Fan lowered his gaze and stared at Jin Kun coldly. The insolent Jin Kun felt a trace of killing intent from Ning Fan's eyes that was getting closer and closer. It was so cold that it made people tremble in fear. The fiendish aura was suffocating. Liu Bei wants to kill me. How can this be? How can this be? Unless he's a madman, how can he dare to kill me when he clearly knows that I'm a member of the Golden Monkey clan? Jin Kun was afraid. It was as if all of his background, reliance, and the reason for his arrogance were nothing but a joke in front of Ning Fan. Madman. Madman, this man has never hesitated in killing people. General. General Liu. Let's talk this out. Jin Kun's demon soul trembled amidst the roars of battle. I have nothing to say to you. Die. With a single step, Jin Kun's demon soul was crushed. He opened his mouth and swallowed all of the blood mist and demon soul into his stomach. It's a pity. It's a pity that I didn't search this demon's soul. Otherwise, I would be able to learn a lot of secrets about the upper world. However, under such circumstances, Ning Fan did not have the time to calm down and search his soul slowly. If I don't kill this demon soul decisively, once Lu Jiefan saves him, the chance to kill Jin Kun would be gone. The demon general of the upper world is dead. At the moment when Jin Kun died, the cheers in the province were like a tidal wave. General Bei is mighty. The demon race should not be restricted by their ranks in the first place. If they couldn't stand up to heaven and earth, they weren't fit to be a demon. The green-robed demon concubine stood amidst the cheers. Her expression became more and more strange. Spirit King. If it wasn't for the fact that His Majesty was ambushed and suffered severe injuries, perhaps he would still be this majestic in the heavenly demon world. He wouldn't have allowed the Dragon Clan to seize his power. After keeping Jin Kun's storage pouch, Ning Fan's eyes swept across the contents. Among the various items, there was a scroll that recorded a mid-grade divine transformation realm demonic technique, Parting Sun Spear. The power of the Sun Spear wasn't weak. It was a good choice for Ning Fan, who didn't know any high-level demonic techniques. After all, not every enemy demon knew the Yin Fusion chant. The second divine star on his glabella was half-formed. Divine ability, Yin Fusion. His body refining realm had broken through the bottleneck and reached the second level of Jade Life. Ning Fan walked towards Li Ban step by step with murderous intent. As for Li Ban, he couldn't help but take half a step back. His heart was filled with waves of emotions. Is he really Zhou Ming? That weak harmonious spirit ant already has such terrifying strength. Li Ban didn't notice that his palms were covered in cold sweat. His pride wouldn't allow him to be afraid of an ant from the lower world, but his body couldn't help but feel fear. I will lose, I will lose. If I'm not Zhou Ming's opponent, I will be killed by him. If that's the case, don't blame me for being despicable. Demon companions, get into formation. Li Ban's eyes were filled with ferocity. He patted the demonic storage pouch and several demonic shadows appeared on the fire platform, surrounding Ning Fan. Hundreds of demonic shadows all had nascent soul chi. However, these demonic shadows all had the bodies of beasts. They weren't human companions but beast companions. This Li Ban actually has so many demon companions. Lu Daochen's eyes were filled with shock. It was already considered extraordinary for an ordinary demon general to have dozens of demon companions. Demon companions were the servants that the clan arranged for them. The fact that Li Ban had so many demon companions was enough to show how highly regarded he was in the clan of the upper world. Lu Daochen even heard that there were 10 demon generals from the upper world who came to the second world this time. The one with the highest cultivation base was late spirit severing realm Wang Xiao. However, among the 10 demon generals, the one who was the most highly regarded by the clan was Li Ban. However, this person had already summoned hundreds of nascent soul realm demon companions before fighting Ning Fan. It was not only showing weakness but also despicable. This demon's identity is extraordinary. I wonder if Liu Bei dares to kill this person like how he killed Jin Kun. If he doesn't even have such ruthlessness, I'm afraid he won't even have the qualifications to stand on the star of the Heavenly Emperor to save General Liu. Outside the Heavenly Palace, Feng Nu and Cha Nu felt bitter in their hearts. Demon General Li Ban is still as heartless as ever. He didn't feel any heartache when he sent hundreds of nascent soul realm demon companions to their deaths. Perhaps, this person has already forgotten that he once had 2 demon companions. One was the demon of Camellia and the other was Feng Xinzi. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was different. He had more than 1,000 gold core realm and harmonious spirit realm cauldrons in his cauldron ring, but he had never sent them to their deaths. If it wasn't because of Ning Fan, perhaps the two of them would have already become Li Ban's stepping stones and died in some battlefield. Master, don't lose. The two ladies closed their eyes and prayed for Ning Fan to win and kill Li Ban. They knew Li Ban's character very well. This person would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If they don't kill him, there would be endless troubles in the future. On the fire platform, Ning Fan coldly stared at the hundreds of nascent soul realm demonic beasts. He passed through the demon tide as if there was no one there. Any demonic beasts that roared and bared their fangs were easily killed by him with a single palm strike. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps, 7 steps, 8 steps, 9 steps. The 9 steps of heaven treading 9 steps formed into a sword and slashed with great momentum. A circle of sword momentum rose around Ning Fan's body. The circle gradually expanded, and all the demonic beasts that were sucked into the circle were crushed into a mist of blood and lost their lives. The strongest sword of the 4 nascent swords was the heart-drawing sword. The 9 steps of heaven treading 9 steps was supposed to be the weakest sword technique. However, this sword technique was Ning Fan's only self-created sword technique. As he displayed it again and again, it became more and more perfect. The moment the sword momentum formed a circle, there seemed to be a mysterious sword intent that rose in Ning Fan's heart. It was indescribable and inexplicable. He was unable to comprehend it in a short period of time. However, once he comprehended it and broke through to the divine transformation realm, he would be considered a divine transformation realm sword cultivator who had comprehended the true sword intent. The heavenly Tao is round. This sword momentum that had already turned into a circle seemed to contain the great Tao within it. Destroy. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. The center of the circle expanded to 1,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li. Hundreds of demonic beasts were frozen like statues. In the next moment, they turned into minced meat and died. A vicious aura filled the air. Li Ban, what other tricks do you have? If you don't use them now, you won't have another chance, Zhou Ming. Don't be so arrogant. He was merely a nascent soul realm demon companion, so what if he was killed? You don't know that I deliberately allowed you to kill these hundreds of demon companions. With these blood sacrifices, I can pay the price of summoning the desolate beast. Li Ban patted the demon-collecting pouch on his waist, and 2 ferocious wild beast auras slowly condensed in the blood mist. The first was the blood dragon demon's soul, the second was the black dragon demon's soul. The twin dragons were desolate beasts. The 2 demon souls were madly devouring the blood mist to form their demon bodies. A moment later, they condensed into a half-real, half-illusory dragon silhouette. The blood dragon stared at Ning Fan coldly with disdain. As for the black dragon, it looked at Li Ban greedily with a charming smile. Big brother Li Ban, I'm Heya. Greetings. Tell me, I'll kill whoever you want me to kill. However, this. Hee. After returning to the heavenly demon world, can Big Brother put in a good word for me in front of Marshal Long? When will I be released after completing my sentence and return to the dragon race? Kill this person. I'll put in a good word for you. Alright. This person is just a nascent soul realm little demon. He's just a dish to go with wine. The black dragon silhouette flashed and soared into the sky, looking down at Ning Fan from above. The aura of a mid-divine transformation realm wild beast was revealed. This was a real wild beast that possessed the bloodline of the immemorial dragon race. Lu Daochen's eyes were filled with shock. This Li Ban's identity is definitely not simple. He was actually given 2 Sin Dragon souls to protect him. This person's background in the true spirit dragon race is probably quite powerful. His eyes inadvertently flashed with a hint of worry. Lu Daochen did not expect Li Ban to have such a background. He had 2 wild beasts as his subordinates and one of them was even a mid-divine transformation realm dragon. In this case, Ning Fan was definitely not Li Ban's match. He would most likely die. This young man is my last hope to fulfill General Lu's last wish. I can't let this young man die. Liu Bei. I admit defeat in this battle. Quickly leave the fire platform. Lu Daochen's words startled Ning Fan. Even though he could not see through Lu Daochun's intention from the beginning, how could he not see through it now? Lu Daochun was actually protecting him. This time, it was Lu Daochun's turn to save Ning Fan. However, how could Lu Jiefan let Lu Daochun do as he wishes? Hee. The life and death of a battle on the fire platform is up to the heavens. Lu Daochun, are you trying to destroy the fairness of the battle? Fairness? It's 3 against 1. How can it be fair? Who says that we can't use beasts to help us on the fire platform? Lu Jiefan sneered. He could not wait to see Ning Fan being torn into pieces by Li Ban and the 2 dragons. Lu Wan'er's eyes were filled with fear. In her opinion, no matter how strong Ning Fan was, he was probably not a match for 3 Divine Transformation Realm experts. Moreover, there was a mid-Divine Transformation Realm Black Dragon wild beast among them. Sister Demon Concubine, you're the only one who can save Liu Bei now. As long as you save him, I will. I will join the Spirit King Palace and become your servant. The green-robed demon concubine did not know whether to laugh or cry. Join the Spirit King Palace. Become a servant. This Sister Wan'er is really an honest and foolish girl. Many people failed to join the Spirit King Palace despite paying a huge price. She, on the other hand, joined the Spirit King Palace and became the demon concubine who was taking advantage of her. However, her determination to sacrifice everything for Ning Fan made the demon concubine feel a trace of longing. Is he worth your sacrifice? With your looks, if the Spirit King takes a liking to you and takes you into his palace, becoming the demon concubine, you will no longer have any mortal connection with Liu Bei. Won't you regret your sacrifice? What? I want to become the demon concubine. Lu Wan'er bit her lips. Of course, she did not know that her sister demon concubine was just teasing her. If I can save his life. Even. I'm willing, silly girl. I have no relatives or friends in this place of slumber. I only have you. You can be considered as my sister. How can I watch your lover throw his life away even if he is a member of a different race? The green-robed demon concubine sighed and was about to save him. However, just as she took half a step forward, she stopped abruptly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. On the fire platform, Ning Fan was looking at the black dragon, blood dragon, and Li Ban, who was grinning ferociously. His expression was filled with disdain. Interesting. I didn't know that we can ask for help in the battle between generals. You, Li Ban, aren't the only one who has spirit-severing realm help. He shook the cauldron ring and the Yuanyao jade. The female corpse and the stone warrior appeared on the fire platform. Their terrifying spirit-severing realm chi. Among them, the stone warrior was a puppet whose chi was not weaker than Li Ban's. The female corpse was a corpse devil. Under Ning Fan's instruction, she released the chi of a mid-divine transformation realm expert. All of a sudden, Li Ban's cold smile froze and his expression changed drastically. A mid-divine transformation realm refined corpse. An early divine transformation realm puppet. Impossible. You're just an ant from the mortal world. How could you have such a powerful foundation? The situation was reversed. To be continued. Stone Warrior's heart was in turmoil. Being summoned to the fire platform out of nowhere and facing 2 wild beasts and a great demon general, even Stone Warrior who was born to fight felt his heart heavy. He did not know why Ning Fan would confront such an opponent. He only knew that his opponent's eyes were filled with killing intent. If he did not fight today, he would definitely not have a good ending. Stone Warrior, I'll leave the blood dragon to you. Weiliang, you deal with the black dragon. I'll lend you this sword. As if he was worried about Weiliang's safety, he touched his glabella and took out a starlight sword shadow and passed it to the female corpse. The female corpse nodded obediently. She did not resist his order at all. Sensing that a mere black dragon dared to show killing intent to Ning Fan, the female corpse's pride as the daughter of a heavenly emperor turned into a dark green devil light in her eyes. How dare you? As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward. She held a sword in one hand and a needle in the other. She bent her finger and the needle turned into a ray of cold light, piercing towards the black dragon. The black dragon's arrogant expression changed drastically. Sword of Spirit Seal. Immortal Soul Ice Needle of the ancient heavenly court. Caught off guard, the black dragon's shadow flashed, but the cold light still pierced into his body. It pierced through his immortal meridians and pressed toward the demon core. The female corpse turned into a dark green shadow, took a step forward, and appeared next to the black dragon. After suppressing the sneak attack of the immortal needle, the black dragon's eyes flashed with ferocious light and clawed at the female corpse's chest. That claw could severely injure an early spirit-severing realm expert. However, when it arrived in front of the female corpse, she merely raised her hand. The female corpse's fingernails grew longer and turned into claws. She clashed with the black dragon's claw. Under the tremendous force, the female corpse did not take a step back while the black dragon suffered serious internal injuries. The female corpse tore the black dragon apart with her claw. However, the dragon claw that was torn off condensed into a black shadow after a while as if it was immune to physical injuries. The black dragon gritted his teeth and endured the bone-piercing pain. His demon eyes were filled with astonishment. The refined corpse in front of him had the strength of a mid-spirit-severing realm expert, while the defense of her physical body was comparable to a late spirit-severing realm expert. The sharpness of her claw was probably comparable to ordinary spiritual treasures. Without waiting for the black dragon to retreat, the female corpse raised her hand again and slashed off the black dragon's other claw. The black dragon let out a blood-curdling screech. In just one move, the black dragon wild beast, a mid-stage soul formation realm beast, was severely injured by the female corpse, especially that starlight sword shadow. The black dragon could see that the sword was a spirit seal treasure, but he didn't see that the sword was inscribed with more than 7,000 sharpness spirit seals. It was incomparably sharp. This sharpness was enough to shred his half-solidified demon body under the blood mist. Moreover, the most unexpected thing was that the other half of the illusory demon soul was actually injured by this sword as well. One must know that the black dragon was a sinful dragon, and only its demonic soul was left. However, this demonic soul was nourished by the true spirit dragon's blood, and only immemorial divine weapons could seriously injure it. This sword was undoubtedly a weapon forged by the ancient star system. At the incision, invisible flames began to burn the black dragon's demonic soul. That divine ability was the spirit augmentation divine ability. Soul burning. If light is injured, then death. The female corpse's ferocious gaze was revealed. She immediately suppressed the black dragon's attack. In just a few moments, the black dragon was in imminent danger. The blood dragon's heart trembled. He was stunned by the female corpse's ferocious aura force. It was as if the female corpse's claw was not the black dragon's but her own claw. Before the blood dragon could attack Ning Fan, the stone warrior took a step forward and turned into a mountain giant. With a single step, he stepped towards the blood dragon's demonic soul. With the strength of a single step, the blood dragon's demonic soul shattered into blood light. Then, it condensed again and its eyes were filled with anger. Puppet of the lower realm. How dare you enter the dragon's soul of the upper realm? You're courting death. Lower realm. Who told you that I'm a puppet of the lower realm? I've killed a few real wild beasts of the blood dragon clan in the realm war. You're not my match. Gui technique, 7 kills. 7 blood stars appeared in the sky and 7 rays of blood light descended. Under the blood light, the blood dragon's expression changed greatly. He could not help but dodge in the blood light. This Kui technique had a natural restraining effect on the blood race. This dragon was a sinful dragon of the blood dragon clan. He had attached himself to the lightning dragon clan. In the eyes of the stone warrior, a mere remnant of the blood dragon was not worth mentioning. Li Ban was shocked. In order to secure the victory, he summoned the black dragon and the blood dragon. Unexpectedly, the 2 wild beasts were suppressed by the refined corpse and puppet that Ning Fan summoned. They did not even have the strength to fight back. What kind of puppet is this? It's so powerful. It's definitely not something that can be found in the lower realm. What kind of refined corpse is this? It's able to fight against a mid-spirit severing wild beast unscathed. It even tore off the dragon's arm and cut off the dragon's claw with its sword. However, Li Ban did not have that much time to think about the uniqueness of refined corpses and puppets. It was because Ning Fan was already walking towards him with surging killing intent. Every step he took revealed the aura of a late spirit severing realm expert, causing Li Ban's breathing to stagnate. Every step he took activated the might of his royal blood, causing Li Ban's dragon blood to burn. Both of his knees seemed to have the urge to kneel down and submit to Ning Fan. I'm the descendant of the lightning dragon. How can I submit to you? Demonic technique, blood sea. As Li Ban formed a hand seal with his fingers, the blood mist of countless demon companions that had died in the thousand-li fire platform were absorbed into his body. His red hair fluttered in the wind. His blood scales became even darker. His body was surrounded by a blood light of hostility, demonic technique, blood sea. That day, Li Ban used this technique to massacre the entire Jiangzhou city and almost killed Ning Fan. As Li Ban pointed his finger, the blood light turned into countless light rain and fell from the sky. There was even a lot of blood rain that fell on Luoyun Prefecture. Any demon that came into contact with the blood rain, even a late nascent soul realm expert, would die. The power of this blood rain was even stronger than that day. It seemed like Li Ban's demonic power had improved a lot compared to that day. However, before the blood rain could melt the defense of Ning Fan's physical body, it was stopped by Ning Fan's glare. He suddenly raised his head. His black hair danced wildly and his eyes were like that of an emperor. Blood rain. Ridiculous. Did I allow you to reign? Get lost. As Ning Fan shouted, all the magic techniques that were in the form of blood rain seemed to be afraid and did not dare to fall anymore. Under the gaze of Ning Fan's rain intent, all of them danced in the air in defiance of the heavens and disappeared without a trace. Divine intent of rain. Your understanding of this divine intent has almost reached the level of intent manifestation technique. Li Ban's expression changed drastically. A mere nascent soul realm ant in front of him had already comprehended the void spirit intent and had even comprehended the divine intent to the level of intent manifestation technique. With just a thought, he could make the rain fall. With just a look, he could make the rain roll in the sky. This technique was broken by itself. Ning Fan did not even need to move his hand. In the past, when facing this technique, Ning Fan could only rely on trickery and persevere. Now, he was so strong that he could break this technique with just a look and a thought. Intent manifestation technique. Li Ban had comprehended the blood carp demonic intent but not the lightning dragon demonic intent. Not only was the grade of his demonic intent inferior to Ning Fan's rain intent, the depth of his comprehension was also far from Ning Fan's. Impossible. I am actually not as good as you. Li Ban could not accept this fact. If he knew that Ning Fan had the evil Luo Mountain intent which was of a higher grade than the rain intent, he would probably go crazy. As Ning Fan approached him step by step, the pressure he felt was getting stronger and stronger. Li Ban clenched his fists. His nails pierced into his palms, causing blood to flow out. I can't accept this. I can't accept losing to a mere ant. He pointed at his glabella and his finger went into the top of his head. With a forceful pull, he slowly pulled out a long silver whip which was surrounded by rumbling lightning. In the past, half of the dragon tendon was severed by Ning Fan. After tens of years of cultivation, Li Ban had already restored the original form of the dragon tendon using a secret technique. With the dragon tendon in his hand, Li Ban felt like he was holding a silver lightning whip. He whipped it at Ning Fan violently, creating loud sounds of wind and thunder. As for Ning Fan, he also raised his hand and raised the spirit-shattering whip. Blood lightning lashed at Li Ban's silver lightning whip. Break! The spirit-shattering whip was only refined from half of the dragon tendon. However, after Ning Fan's refinement, Luoner's spirit attachment and the tempering of the blood lightning heavenly tribulation, the destructive power of this whip was incomparable to Li Ban's silver whip. With a wave of the blood shadow, 100 whips trembled at the same time. The silver whip was broken and the dragon tendon was broken. Li Ban coughed out blood and was injured. His eyes were filled with madness. Impossible. Impossible. My dragon tendon has actually been refined into such a supreme treasure in your hands. I am going to take back this treasure. I am going to refine this dragon tendon into my body again. If that's the case, I will break through to the mid-divine transformation realm soon. Li Ban looked like he was possessed. He patted his storage pouch and took out an ancient and damaged blood sword. When he held the blood sword in his hand, an ancient and ferocious qi rushed towards him. Even Lu Daochen and Lu Jiefen who were outside the fire platform felt their hearts palpitating. When the blood sword appeared, Ning Fan stopped his advance for the first time. His eyes were filled with seriousness. This blood sword was extremely terrifying. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, there were 3 seals on the blood sword. The seals seemed to be used to suppress the power of the blood sword. Under the seals, the power of the blood sword had already reached the level of a spiritual treasure. Zhou Ming. I will give you one last chance to kowtow and beg for mercy. Don't force me to use this sword. This sword was given to me by the demon commander. It was refined using the dragon bone of a heavenly demon realm blood dragon. As long as the seal is not broken, it will be a spiritual treasure. Every time a seal is broken, its grade will increase by 1. As long as I break the first seal, this treasure will become a mortal void grade void treasure. An attack from a void treasure can destroy heaven and earth. 10,000 li of mountains and rivers will turn into nothingness. If you can't take it, all the people of Luoyun will die with you. Li Ban's murderous intent was like the clouds in the sky. What he got in return was Ning Fan's disdain. The blood chi of this sword is too heavy. You can't use it. Nonsense. I will show it to you. As soon as Li Ban finished speaking, he used his finger seals to tear the blood sword's seal. Just like what Ning Fan said, the heavy blood chi almost suffocated Li Ban when the first seal was torn halfway. His chest felt like it had suffered a heavy blow. The blood scales shattered his armor. Li Ban was enraged when he looked at the blood sword that was sealed as good as before. How dare a mere blood dragon demon sword disobey my order? Damn it! Lu Daochen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Li Ban failed to tear the seal. If Li Ban tore the seal and used the void treasure by force, not to mention the fact that his cultivation realm wasn't high enough, the entire Luoyun province and the surrounding 10,000 li * 500 m per li, would definitely be razed to the ground by Li Ban. It was great that the sword did not tear the seal. As for Lu Daochen, he was even more shocked. After this sword tore the first seal, it would advance from a spiritual treasure to a mortal void treasure. After tearing the second seal, it would advance from a mortal void treasure to an immortal void treasure. After tearing the third seal, this sword would become an immortal void treasure. Even a void fragmentation realm expert might not be able to withstand an attack from an immortal void treasure. Li Ban was actually able to obtain such a precious treasure. What kind of powerful background does he have in the immemorial Lightning Dragon clan? Liu Bei, do you dare to kill Li Ban? Lu Daochen hesitated, however, when he saw that Li Ban was not afraid of Ning Fan's eyes, he was completely relieved. This young man is not afraid of the immemorial Lightning Dragon clan or the Heavenly Demon. That's good. That's good. Then, General Lu will be saved. Even Ning Fan did not have an easy time bearing the ferocious light of the blood sword. However, he knew that Li Ban was suffering the consequences of his own actions. Li Ban could not control this blood sword. If he forced himself to do so, he would definitely suffer a backlash. An early spirit-severing realm expert would not be able to control an ordinary spiritual treasure. The power of this blood sword was something that Ning Fan had never seen before in his life. He even had a feeling that if he obtained this blood sword and managed to tear the third seal, he would be able to severely injure Moksha Sovereign. I want this sword. Ning Fan's eyes turned resolute. He turned into a shadow and stopped 3 zhang * 3, 33 m away from Li Ban. At this distance, Ning Fan would not be able to get close to Li Ban without using any techniques. It was imaginable how heavy the might of the sword was for Li Ban, who was holding the blood sword. I can't move. I can't move. The might of the blood sword had frozen Li Ban's body, making him unable to move. He could only barely use this sword after breaking through to the mid-spirit severing realm. If Ning Fan did not injure him severely and sever his dragon tendon in the past, Li Ban would have most likely broken through to the mid-spirit severing realm and would be qualified to use this sword after tens of years. Unfortunately, everything changed because of Ning Fan's intervention. Li Ban was unwilling to let his body be suppressed by the blood sword. However, when he saw that Ning Fan was also suppressed by the might of the blood sword and was unable to get close to him, Li Ban felt extremely satisfied. At least he could wield the blood sword with his dragon blood. As for Ning Fan, he could not even step within 3 zhang * 3, 33 m of the blood sword. You are still not as good as me. This blood dragon demon sword is forged from the bone of a heavenly demon blood dragon. It can't be controlled without the condensed power of demon blood. No matter how high your aptitude is, your understanding of demon blood is still not as good as mine. Do you think you are amazing just because you have awakened the royal bloodline? Do you understand the mission of your bloodline? Li Ban laughed loudly. When his laughter fell into Ning Fan's ears, it was as if a spring thunder had exploded. He seemed to have understood something. Mission, ever since he awakened the royal bloodline, he always felt that there was a barrier between him and this bloodline. At first, Ning Fan thought that it was because he was a human and not a demon. That was why he could not completely integrate with the demon blood. But now, he suddenly realized that his previous thought was wrong. Mission. The demon race was once the ruler of heaven and earth. Every true spirit of the race had their own mission. The immemorial Thunder Dragon was gifted with lightning talent for the heavenly Tao lightning palm. The immemorial Fire Phoenix was gifted with fire talent for the sake of controlling fire for living beings. Fu Li. What is the meaning of the existence of this race, Fu Li? What is the meaning of Fu Li? Standing 3 zhang away from the blood-red sword light, Ning Fan looked at Li Ban, who was hard to kill, and the blood sword that he could see but could not touch. He fell into silence. If I understand the mission of the Fu Li and completely integrate with the demon blood, I can easily cross this 3 zhang distance with my royal bloodline. However, what is the mission of the Fu Li clan? Seeing through illusions and evolving illusory techniques. This is the innate ability of the Fu Li clan. But what is the meaning of this ability? Ning Fan closed his eyes. As he pondered, the purplish-black ancestral blood in his demon blood began to boil. Scorching heat spread all over his body. He seemed to have heard a voice in his mind, Fu Li, the tilt of supporting the heavens, the heart of the enemy. This voice repeatedly resounded in Ning Fan's mind. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, the demon star in his left eye rotated rapidly and glowed with faint purple light. At this moment, Ning Fan understood, the innate ability of the Fu Li clan to see through illusions was to see through the flaws of the heavenly Tao, and eventually, to correct the heavenly Tao. Its innate ability to evolve illusions was to bewitch the enemy's mind and confuse the enemy's heart. This clan was the supervisor of the heaven and earth. Once the heavenly Tao has any changes, this clan must stand up for it. Is this the Fu Li clan that has been cursed for generations? Ning Fan took a step forward and went within 3 zhang * 33 m per zhang. At this moment, his left eye seemed to be filled with arrogance. That arrogance did not belong to Ning Fan. Instead, it was the pride of the Fu Li clan. The Fu Li clan was in charge of supervising the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao that was feared, admired, and comprehended by the world was just a subordinate of the Fu Li clan. This arrogance even dared to look down on the heavenly Tao, let alone the might of a mere blood dragon demon sword. Break! With a single word, Ning Fan shattered the 3 zhang * 33 m per zhang sword light. Li Ban regained his mobility. However, his heart was filled with fear while holding the blood sword. At this moment, Ning Fan's gaze gave him a feeling that he was unreachable. It was as if he, a dignified member of the dragon clan, was not even worth mentioning in his eyes. Li Ban, I'll give you a chance. Kill me with this sword. If you fail, you will die. You asked for it. Under Ning Fan's deterrence, the blood dragon demon sword no longer dared to wreak havoc. Now, Li Ban had complete control over the sword. Even though the seal had not been broken, the sword was already a spiritual treasure. The might of a single sword was enough to kill an early spirit-severing realm expert. Die. As soon as the sword was drawn, a ray of blood-red sword light pierced through the sky. The sword light was divided into 10, 100, 1,000, 1,000 and 10,000. 10,000 sword shadows pierced towards Ning Fan like meteors chasing after the moon. Under the rain of swords, even an early spirit-severing realm expert would die. However, at this moment, Ning Fan's black hair fluttered without any wind and grew longer. On the left side of his face, a demonic black mark appeared and turned into a black shadow. The rain of swords pierced through the air. Li Ban was stunned. At the next moment, he felt a sense of danger. He hurriedly held the sword in front of his chest, but he could not block the attack of the black shadow. As soon as he was swept by the black shadow, his body that was already severely injured began to break into pieces. His demon body was minced into pieces, when the black shadow condensed again, his demon soul was held in one hand by Ning Fan while his other hand was holding the blood sword. The blood dragon demon sword could only be used by those who were not from the dragon race. It was unwilling to be in Ning Fan's hands, however, when Ning Fan bent his finger and touched the body of the sword, the blood sword seemed to be afraid and did not dare to resist anymore. In this way, this sword was subdued. Looking at Li Ban's demon soul in his palm, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with coldness. "Do you want to live?" he said indifferently. "Yes, I want to." Li Ban was already begging for mercy. "Then you shouldn't have provoked me." Ning Fan sneered and swallowed Li Ban's demon soul. He raised his head and looked at Lu Jiefan. Holding the demon sword in his hand, his aura was like a rainbow. At this moment, Ning Fan gave Lu Jiefan a feeling of invincibility. It was the first time he felt a trace of fear when facing Ning Fan. "I want the world map." This indifferent voice resounded in Lu Jiefan's sea of consciousness. To be continued. "I want the world map." Ning Fan raised his blood sword and pointed it at Lu Jiefan. It was as if the other party went back on his word, this sword would dare to slash at the fire general. In the blink of an eye, the blood dragon was subdued by the stone soldier, and the black dragon was crippled by the female corpse. Lu Jiefan's expression was extremely ugly as he looked at the bloodied fire stage. He had originally come up with 3 methods to obtain the Luoyun realm map. He ordered Liu Bei to steal. Ling Jingyun threatened him taking it by force, however, all 3 of them had failed because of Ning Fan. The blood dragon demonic sword seemed to have an innate suppressive effect on Lu Jiefan, who had the blood of a blood dragon. As the sword might merged, Ning Fan's voice seemed to have turned into 2 voices. One was the person himself, and the other was the Order of the Sword-Bone Sky Demon Blood Dragon. "I want the world map." On the Luoyun tribe's side, there was the demon concubine supporting them, Lu Daochen restraining them and Ning Fan slaying the enemies with his sword. On the other hand, on the Pure Fire tribe's side, the 3 generals who entered the Luoyun tribe were all dead. Lu Jiefan knew that if he does not hand over the map today, it would be difficult for him to walk out of the Luoyun tribe alive. "Lu Jiefan, although you're a late-stage soul formation cultivator and we can't kill you, if you don't hand over the world map, I can still severely injure you with the power of bestowment. You should know what your choice is." Lu Daochen's murky eyes flashed with a threatening look. "Humph. Forget it. It's just a world map. I won't go so far as to break my promise. The general competition this time, it's you, Luoyun, who wins." Lu Jiefan's eyes were filled with anger, but he didn't let it show on his face. He slapped his bag of holding, took out a dark red ancient beast diagram, and threw it at Lu Daochen. At the same time, he turned into a mist of blood and fled tens of thousands of kilometers away. Lu Daochen didn't give chase. Now that he had the realm map, it was not worth it to fight to the death with Lu Jiefan. He slowly descended from the fire platform and approached Ning Fan step by step. Eventually, under the watchful eyes of all the members of the Luoyun demon clan, he handed the map to Ning Fan. "The map of the world of purifying fire is yours. As for my world map, if you promise me one thing, it will also belong to you." "What is it?" "Don't worry, it won't be difficult for you." Lu Daochen's eyes flashed with tiredness and relief. He looked at the prefectures below the fire platform, took a deep breath, and announced in a loud voice. "From today onwards, Liu Bei will be Luoyun's 8th demon general. Anyone who disagrees will be stripped of their military positions and banished from Luoyun." Lu Daochen's gaze was firm. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Luoyun province fell silent. No one had ever been promoted to a demon general before they entered the soul formation stage or even passed the demon general test. However, no one doubted that Ning Fan had the strength to be promoted to a demon general. "None of us demons from the capital counties are unconvinced. Greetings, General Bei." The demon race valued martial prowess. Today, Ning Fan had shown them what it meant to be strong. This person was qualified to be Luoyun's general. Without this person, Luoyun would definitely lose today's competition. However, many of the old monsters had doubts in their hearts. Why did Lord Demon Sealer hand over the world map to Liu Bei? Isn't this item necessary to awaken Lord Demon Commander? The river-gazing tower was listed as a forbidden area of Luoyun because it was Ning Fan's residence in Luoyun after he became a demon general. Moreover, the area within 10 li asterisk, 500 m per li, was turned into a palace. In just a day, countless pavilions were built and 10,000 demon soldiers were assigned to Ningfan. They became the direct subordinates of General Bei and were assigned to guard the general's residence. Within 10 days, Ningfan sat steadily in the stone chamber and circulated his demon power. In front of him, there was a world map, 3 storage pouches and a blood-red sword on his knees. The Wind Lady and the Tea Lady were sent to take care of the general's residence. In the stone chamber, the female corpse and stone warrior were guarded while each of them was holding a wild beast dragon soul. These were all Ningfan's gains from this battle. After obtaining the jade flame grass from Jing Yun, his demon power was not far from the divine transformation realm. After obtaining the parting sun spear from Jin Kun, he no longer lacked demon techniques and abilities. After obtaining the blood-red sword and the dragon soul from Li Ban, Ningfan also gained a large piece of immemorial star iron from an unknown place. All of these benefited Ningfan. His demon power was not far from the divine transformation realm. He had also obtained 1/9 of the world map. Moreover, judging from Lu Daochen's behavior, he could easily obtain the other piece of the world map as long as he promised him something. That matter might be extremely difficult for Lu Daochen, but it might be extremely easy for him. As for the details, he would know when he meets Lu Daochen in the future. He must have been waiting anxiously. Divine Transformation Realm. In Yu Country, Nascent Soul Realm was a legend. In Great Jin, Divine Transformation Realm was the supreme being. In the Endless Sea, Divine Transformation Realm was still the old ancestor. However, he had already killed 7 Divine Transformation Realm experts and he was about to step into that legendary realm. However, the closer he got to the Divine Transformation Realm, the more lonely and exhausted he felt. Tired. Very tired. When killing an enemy, there must not be any hesitation. However, after killing an enemy, Ningfan's heart became more and more exhausted when he looked at the pool of blood of his enemies. Li Ban had been killed to avenge that day. Strangely, what Ningfan felt was not satisfaction but emptiness. Is this the feeling of revenge? Perhaps one day, after killing Moksha Sovereign, he would feel even more empty and lost. In the demon race and devil race, one could become a general after reaching the divine transformation realm. In ancient times, once a cultivator reached the divine transformation realm, he could enter the heaven court and be conferred as a god. He would then ride the golden flame chariot to the battlefield. This was the origin of the 2 words divine transformation realm. The heart devil barrier of the gold core realm was to cut off emotions. The heart devil barrier of the spirit severing realm was to cut off mortals. This step was to completely cut off one's connection with the mortal world and crush the past one by one. It was said that when a cultivator reached the divine transformation realm, his spirit would sink into the heavenly Tao divine steel. In front of the divine steel, he would understand his past and present life, cut off the mortal world and carve his name on the divine steel to gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao. In other words, no matter if it was a divine transformation realm expert, a demon or a devil, they would need the recognition of the heavenly Tao if they wanted to reach the divine transformation realm without any special circumstances. That was why killing a divine transformation realm cultivator would infuriate the heavenly Tao and produce such a huge amount of baleful qi. Cut off the past. I don't even know what my past is. From the dream of the Ming Luo fruit, I know that my surname is Yun. I don't know who my father is or who my mother is or whether they are still alive in this world. If that's the case, how can I cut off my past and leave a stroke on the heavenly Tao divine steel? Moreover, old ancestor Dong Su said that I can't reach the divine transformation realm but need to turn into a devil. Can I understand this as refusing to carve my name on the divine steel and leave a stroke under the gaze of the heavenly Tao? Ningfan felt that he had fallen into a huge mystery. When he was in the second blood awakening realm, he relied on the awakening of the Fuli blood to avoid the schemes of a true immortal. However, after obtaining the Fuli blood, he gradually came into contact with the greatest secret of the world. Why the heaven court collapsed. Why the demon race lost its spirit. These were secrets that even a true immortal did not know about. Yet, he seemed to be able to pry into them step by step, light. Worm, just as Ningfan was muttering to himself, the female corpse was holding the soul of a black dragon that was riddled with scars. She swayed it in front of Ningfan like a child who was eager to be praised. She followed Ning Fan's order and subdued this mid-divine transformation realm little dragon. She wanted to be praised. Earthworm. Ning Fan laughed and stroked the black hair of the female corpse. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. This dignified wild beast of the Black Dragon clan with spirit-severing realm cultivation base was just an earthworm in the eyes of the female corpse. However, even though it was despised by the female corpse, the Black Dragon did not dare to complain. Its dragon eyes were filled with sincerity as it looked at Ning Fan. Hee hee. Little brother Heya greets big brother Liu Bei. Previously, when I was under the control of the carp companion Devil Claw, I had offended brother Bei. I really deserved to die. However, that wasn't my intention. Brother Bei's divine bravery was unparalleled and your tiger might shocked the world. You killed the true spirit with your blood sword and killed the evil general of the carp companion Devil Claw, allowing me to escape from the devil's grasp. I am extremely grateful for that. I don't have many merits but I know how to be grateful. Does Brother Bei need a general under your command? I am willing to serve Brother Bei and be a pawn for the general. I will kill all the demons who offend Brother Bei to avenge Brother Bei. This Heya seemed to be extremely proficient in flattering people. When he was summoned by the carp companion, he kept flattering Ning Fan. After being captured by Ning Fan, he turned around and fawned on Ning Fan again. He did not want to die. He did not want to. Now that he had fallen into Ning Fan's hands, he naturally had to express his sincerity in order to survive. Sigh. This Liu Bei might not have a high cultivation base but he is indeed a fiend. However, I have seen many fiends in my life. With my experience, I can definitely keep my life if I flatter this fiend and become his fighter for a few days. Then, when I have the chance, I can slip away again. It's just a piece of cake. The Black Dragon's expression was flattering but his heart was humming with satisfaction. He was proud. He was the most outstanding demon of the Black Dragon clan. If it wasn't because he had accidentally offended someone he shouldn't have, he would not have been reduced to a sinful dragon. He was sure that since he, a dignified mid-spirit-severing realm wild beast, had submitted to Ning Fan would not be willing to kill him. Unfortunately, the Black Dragon was completely wrong. Soul search. When these two words came out from Ning Fan's mouth, they were as cold as ice. The demonic power in his palm vibrated and he had already begun to search her soul and memory. The Black Dragon was horrified. He was a wild beast at the mid-divine transformation stage. If he kept him by his side, he would become a powerful fighter. How could Liu Bei bear to search his soul? Once the soul search was successful, his sea of consciousness would be damaged and he would become an idiot. Ah! The Black Dragon let out a miserable shriek. Just as his soul was about to be extracted, a lightning dragon seal rose in his sea of consciousness, easily breaking Ning Fan's soul-searching technique. Eh? I didn't expect that a little dragon like you would actually have such a high-level memory seal placed on your sea of consciousness. I'm afraid that without a void fragmentation realm expert, no one would be able to pry into your memories. Ning Fan stretched out his hand and waved. The soul of the blood dragon in Stone Warrior's hand flew into his palm. His eyes turned cold. Soul search. The Black Dragon was shocked. This Liu Bei is a ruthless master. He doesn't even put a divine transformation realm wild beast in his eyes. His first move is to extract the soul. After failing to draw blood from himself, he still didn't give up and wanted to draw blood from the blood dragon. In this fellow's eyes, desolate beasts were nothing. The blood dragon was afraid. Compared to the Black Dragon, this blood dragon was slightly more taciturn and strong-willed. Even though he also had the intention to rely on Ning Fan to save his own life when he was captured by Ning Fan, he did not act like the Black Dragon who flattered Ning Fan and lowered his own status. After all, he was an early divine transformation realm wild beast. Wild beasts should have their own pride. However, the blood dragon did not expect that Ning Fan would search the Black Dragon's soul and memories. Moreover, he did not expect that Ning Fan would search his soul without any hesitation after failing to search the Black Dragon. Ah! The blood dragon let out a miserable shriek. A lightning dragon seal rose in his sea of consciousness, barely protecting his memories. However, the grade of this seal was obviously slightly weaker than the Black Dragon's. After failing to search the blood dragon's soul, the seal seemed to know that it could not stop Ning Fan's soul search. Thus, it wreaked havoc in the blood dragon's sea of consciousness before Ningfan could. In just a moment, the seal had destroyed the blood dragon's sea of consciousness. Ningfan's eyes darkened and he withdrew his soul-searching technique. The soul search failed. The blood dragon was not as lucky as the black dragon. The result of failing the soul search was turning him into an idiot. The black dragon's heart palpitated uncontrollably. It was so close. So close. Fortunately, my seal is slightly stronger than the blood dragon's. Otherwise, I would certainly become an idiot as well. Looking at the blood dragon's empty eyes, the black dragon's scalp went numb and his heart trembled. Ever since he fell into Ningfan's hands, this was the first time he was worried about his fate, I was just a step away from success. Unfortunately, I failed in the end. It's a pity for this blood dragon. Forget it. Since this dragon is a blood dragon, it has the same type of dragon bones as the blood sword. It's not bad to use it as an offering to the sword. Ningfan let go of the blood dragon and slashed the blood sword, cutting the dragon into two. Traces of dragon blood seeped into the blood sword and nourished the sword bones. F***ck. This is a wild beast. How could he kill me just like that? The black dragon trembled even more violently. His body that was as weak as an earthworm wanted to crawl out of Ningfan's palm, but he could not break free. How should I deal with this black dragon? Ningfan muttered to himself. Take me as your disciple. I don't want to die. I'm willing to be Big Brother's fighter. I want to be your slave. The black dragon answered hurriedly. This time, he was sincerely submitting to Ningfan. How could he not be sincere? If he could not become Ningfan's fighter, death would be his only option. Take you as my slave? That's fine too. A mid-divine transformation realm cultivator is still useful for a short period of time. In that case, I'll plant a mental seal on you. Ningfan changed his hand seal and circulated his sense power, wanting to plant a mental seal on the black dragon's sea of consciousness. However, the phrase mental seal made the black dragon even more terrified. His earthworm-like dragon body trembled non-stop. Mental seal, this Liu Bei is really audacious. Doesn't he know that the realm law of the heavenly demon world states that no one is allowed to plant a mental seal on a member of the true spirit race? Anyone who disobeys will be regarded as challenging the prestige of the true spirit race. That's right. This Liu Bei is just a small demon from the lower world. How would he know about the realm law of the upper world? Even if he knows about the realm law of the upper world, will he obey it? Not to mention planting a mental seal on a member of the true spirit race, this Liu Bei has already taken 2 of their lives. I'm finished. I'm a dignified black dragon. My life is finished. If I'm planted with a mental seal, I will never be able to escape from his devil claws. Ningfan had planted a mental seal many times. However, he failed this time. The seal was clearly set up successfully, but his control over the black dragon was extremely weak. Ningfan fell into deep thought. Little did he know that the black dragon was overjoyed after being implanted with the mental seal. What kind of low-level mental seal is this? You want to control me? What a joke. Could it be that this Liu Bei doesn't know that the true spirit demon blood is almost immune to ordinary mental restrictions? Unless the true spirit demon blood is planted with a demon restriction, it is impossible to control the true spirit. Hei Long secretly rejoiced in his heart. It seemed that Liu Bei didn't know the seal of the demon restriction. Even though Ningfan had been planted with a mental seal, as long as the black dragon secretly used his demon blood to refine the mental seal, he would be able to break free from it sooner or later. Then, he would find a chance to escape from Ningfan's evil claws. The world was so vast. Where couldn't he go? Black Dragon's complacent expression was noticed by Ningfan and his eyes turned cold. Die. He had directly activated the mind restriction to see if he could kill the Black Dragon. However, the moment the restrictions in his sea of knowledge were activated, they immediately exploded into formation patterns. The Black Dragon's sea of consciousness hurt and it spat out blood. Its eyes were filled with fear, but it didn't die. Terrifying, too terrifying. In order to test if the psychic restriction was effective, Liu Bei had directly activated it. Fortunately, the psychic restriction was ineffective. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be injured but dead. As expected, this psychic restriction can't restrain you. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. If he couldn't control the black dragon with the psychic restriction, keeping this dragon by his side would only be a hidden danger. According to his observation, when the black dragon heard the word psychic restriction, its fear was not an act. After seeing that his psychic restriction was inferior and ineffective, its joy, pride and contempt were also not an act. Therefore, Ning Fan could tell that his psychic restriction was ineffective against the black dragon. However, he had no idea why. In order to control the black dragon and plant a restriction, there was indeed some kind of special psychic restriction. The black dragon knew about it, but he didn't know about it. Ning Fan shifted his gaze to Stone Warrior and asked indifferently. Stone Warrior, let me ask you. Why is the psychic restriction that I planted in this evil dragon's sea of consciousness ineffective? This dragon belongs to the Black Dragon clan. It's a member of the True Spirit Demon clan. Rumor has it that the demons of the True Spirit Demon clan in the heavenly demon world are immune to ordinary psychic restrictions just by relying on their demon blood. It seems like only the demon restriction can control a member of the True Spirit Demon clan. If this demon isn't a member of the True Spirit Demon clan, I have several types of psychic restrictions that can control it. Since this demon is a True Spirit Demon clan, other than the demon restriction, it won't be controlled by any other forbidden spells. Demon restriction? I see. Since even you don't know about this technique, there's nothing I can do about it. Ning Fan shifted his gaze to the black dragon and his eyes turned cold. Black Tooth. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to tell me everything about the demon restriction technique without leaving out a single word. If you don't tell me the truth and the demon restriction technique is useless, you will die. If you don't know about the demon restriction technique, it's useless to keep you alive. You will also die. Blood Dragon, you should learn from your mistakes. Ning Fan's aura was terrifying. The black dragon trembled nonstop. 3 breaths. He only had 3 breaths to decide his fate. Fortunately, the black dragon happened to know one type of demon restriction technique. Unfortunately, once Ning Fan obtains the demon restriction technique and plants it in his body, he would have to be Ning Fan's slave for the rest of his life. The black dragon had no other choice. If he doesn't tell Ning Fan the demon restriction technique, what awaits him is not becoming a slave but death. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Before the 3rd breath arrived, the black dragon gritted his teeth and said, I'll tell you. Please give me a jade slip. I'll engrave the demon restriction technique into it. The black dragon's expression darkened. In the end, he couldn't escape the fate of becoming Ning Fan's slave. Forget it, forget it. Even if I have become this person's dragon slave, at least I am still alive. That blood dragon is the pitiful one. A perfectly fine dragon has become a sacrificial object for the sword. Sigh, so what if he has become a slave? It doesn't matter if he becomes Li Ban's slave, Lei Long's slave or Liu Bei's slave. It's just that if this matter is known by the brothers of the Black Dragon clan, my reputation will surely plummet. Forget it. Let them laugh all they want. They won't understand my flirtatiousness. The Black Dragon was proficient in the spiritual victory method. With just a few words, he comforted himself and accepted reality. The demon restriction was engraved on the jade slip. Ning Fan read the jade slip and combined his spirit sense with the Fuli demon blood to plant a restriction on the black dragon that it would never be able to escape. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the golden flame chariot. This golden flame chariot was a troop chariot of the ancient heavenly court. Its speed was not only related to the flames that made up the chariot, but also the demonic beasts that pulled it. If it was in the past, a soul formation heavenly general would have a heavenly horse pulling the carriage. Only a perfected immortal expert's golden flame chariot could be pulled by heaven dragons. The black dragon was severely injured by the female corpse and his dragon claw was severed. His strength was greatly reduced. Moreover, he only had a demon soul and not a demon body. Thus, his combat power was negligible. However, if he becomes the coachman of the chariot, he would be able to make the golden flame chariot move at an astonishing speed. Golden flame chariot. It's my first time seeing this chariot. The black dragon was in high spirits. He really wanted to sit in this chariot and show off his might. He thought to himself, Could it be that this Liu Bei took out the golden flame chariot and placed it in front of me as a gift? Sigh. This Liu Bei has finally seen through my strength. He wants to give me the golden flame chariot to bribe me. The black dragon could not help but feel a little proud. However, Ning Fan's words were like a bucket of cold water splashing on his head. From today onwards, you will stay in this chariot and become its spirit. In the future, you will be the one pulling this chariot and you will be my dragon steed. Pooh. I am the dignified young lord of the black dragon race. You want me to pull your chariot? Liu Bei, don't be too arrogant. Humph. Ning Fan let out a cold harumph and activated the mental restriction. Immediately, the black dragon's little soul was in so much pain that it wanted to die. Its eyes were filled with fear. I'm finished. I got carried away and forgot that this Liu Bei is a ruthless master. Pull. I will pull the chariot for you. Quickly stop the demon restriction. I am going to die from the pain. Watch your tone. If you get carried away next time, don't blame me for being merciless. Speaking of which, I can't search your soul. But what if I interrogate you directly? Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He was very interested in learning the secrets of the demon spirit land of the heavenly demon world from the black dragon. He was not afraid that the black dragon would be dishonest. If the black dragon was not obedient, he would activate the demon restriction. The black dragon felt a chill down his spine. He could predict that he would not be able to avoid suffering in this interrogation. 3 days later, Ning Fan came out from his seclusion. The black dragon, the female corpse and the stone warrior were all kept by him. While walking in the general's mansion, Ning Fan was slightly surprised. The general's mansion was actually well maintained. As soon as Ning Fan walked out, the demon guards immediately greeted him while the maids greeted him respectfully. As if they knew that Ning Fan liked plum blossoms, winter plum blossoms were planted everywhere in the general's mansion. As if they knew that Ning Fan liked snow, they set up an ice formation in the general's mansion. Even though it was not cold, there would be snow falling from the sky. The tea lady and the wind lady are trying their best to please me, Ning Fan smiled faintly. This scenery reminded him of the past in 7 Apricot City. A warm current flowed through his heart, causing his exhausted heart to slightly perk up. Even if he was tired, he still had to walk the path that he should walk on. There was no if in life. There was no room for regret. Ning Fan, on the other hand, could no longer turn back. The only thing he could do was to continue walking on this path. It's time to look for Lu Daochen. I want to know what his true intentions are. If I can cooperate with him successfully, I can temporarily live a peaceful life in this Luoyun province and attain the divine transformation realm. Ning Fan's eyes became firm. He passed through the buildings and passed through the pavilions. At the end of the winding corridor, under the snow plum blossoms in the courtyard, Lu Wan'er was standing there alone. It was as if she had been waiting for Ning Fan every day. Wan'er, Ning Fan approached her step by step. When Lu Wan'er heard his call, she gently turned around. Her eyes were filled with a hint of embarrassment and anger. Humph. Who are you to call me Wan'er? Ning Fan was stunned. This little fox's temper is really bad today. Who provoked our Miss Wan'er? Ning Fan took a step forward and turned into a purple shadow. He directly appeared behind Lu Wan'er and held her slender waist with one hand. He gently squeezed her soft waist. Ah! Lu Wan'er let out a scream when her slender waist was touched. Her face became even more embarrassed and angry. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not break free from Ning Fan's arms. Thus, she could only give up. She leaned against Ning Fan's chest and only felt slightly relieved when she saw that there was no one around. However, she still looked angry. Let go. If you don't let go, I will call my men and let everyone in the world know that the 8th general of the Luoyun Empire, Liu Bei, the northern general, is a despicable and shameless villain who bullies women. It was obvious that she did not mean what she said. If Ning Fan loosened his grip, he would be a fool. Judging from this little girl's angry tone, could it be that I have provoked her? All right. Judging from your expression, I must have made you angry. However, let me know what exactly made you unhappy first, alright? You still dare to ask? Sister Demon Concubine has already told me. You. You are not Liu Bei. You are not a demon. Why you? You have been hiding it from me all this while. Lu Wan'er's cheeks flushed red. Her eyes were filled with nervousness. Liu Bei, could it be that you are really not a demon? If you are not Liu Bei, then who are you? I have asked my master before. He said that you are Zhou Ming, a human from the land of slumber. I don't believe it. If I am not Liu Bei, what would you do? Ning Fan's eyes were serious. I don't know. Lu Wan'er bit her lips. If I am an enemy of the Luoyun Empire and sneaked into the Luoyun Empire to kill the demon marshal of the Third World, will you attack me with your sword? I don't know. If I like you, will you also like me coincidentally? Ning Fan suddenly teased her. I don't know. What are you talking about? Lu Wan'er's cheeks turned red. All of her dissatisfaction turned into complicated emotions. She was stunned. Silly girl. Let's go and meet your master together. Let's see what his intentions are. However, you don't have to worry. This person seems to have ill intentions towards me. Even if I am not a demon, I will not become an enemy of the Luoyun Empire. Even if the Luoyun Empire betrays me, I will not kill innocent people for your sake. Also, my real name is not Liu Bei or Zhou Ming. My name is Ning Fan. Ning Fan loosened his embrace and patted Lu Wan'er's black hair. His eyes were so gentle that no one could imagine that this person was a ferocious demon with a murderous heart. I believe that you will not betray me. That's why I will tell you my real name. Even if you really betray me, I will not hate you. I won't tell anyone else. Lu Wan'er said without hesitation. Then, her face turned red and she whispered. I won't tell anyone else. I won't. Winter plum blossoms, wind and snow. In a trance, Ning Fan seemed to have returned to the time when he was in the Seven Apricot City. His killing intent was gradually restrained. It was a sign that his devil heart was being tempered and refined. Step by step, he was approaching the divine transformation realm. Ning Fan could lie to Lu Wan'er but he did not. He could continue to hide it but he did not. It was destined that he would never let down or hurt some people. To be continued. Men and women were different. If a woman was tired, in pain, or wronged, she would find a sister to confide in. However, a man could only hide all his weariness in his back, bury it deep in his heart, and turn it into heavier steps as he moved forward. No one knew, and there was no need for them to understand. They only wanted to have a clear conscience for every step they took. Ning Fan's heart was weary. This weariness was actually caused by the heart devil of the divine transformation realm, which induced him to let go of all his responsibilities and return to the mortal world. He could induce the collapse of their cultivation and make their state of mind weak. However, even though the heart devil was fierce, it was just a heart devil after all. It could disrupt Ning Fan's mind but it could not change his will. Although the wind and snow in front of him were the same as Seven Apricot City, but the more he carried, the harder it was to turn around, the harder it was to turn back. Although Seven Apricot City is good, it is hard to go back to those days. The bewilderment in Ning Fan's eyes slowly disappeared. Rays of light flashed across his eyes as he got rid of his inner demons. His mental state was getting closer and closer to the divine transformation realm. With a single step, he traversed the wind and snow, the winter plum blossoms, and all the past. It was as if he was severing the mortal. His footsteps were firm, and every strand of his aura was retracted into his heart, simple and unadorned. From a mortal to a nascent soul, with each step, his aura became sharper. From the nascent soul realm to the soul formation realm, with each step, his aura became more restrained. This was a state of returning to one's natural state. Following behind Ning Fan, Lu Wan'er's heart trembled as she looked at his frail but reliable back. Gradually, she had an illusion that Ning Fan's chi was gradually becoming as weak as a mortal's. Liu Bei. No, Ning Fan. He's about to attain the divine transformation realm. Elder brother once told me that when the aura force of a great cultivator is completely concealed in one's heart and becomes no different from a mortal, that would be the final step of turning a mortal into a god, mortal severing. Lu Wan'er's eyes flickered. The first time she met Ning Fan in the Mingyu Tower felt like it was just yesterday. At that time, Ning Fan's demon power was just at the early nascent soul realm. In just a little more than a year, he was already close to the divine transformation realm. Ning Fan, you are too outstanding. So outstanding that I don't dare to climb up to you, silly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Ning Fan gently flicked Wan Er's forehead. This intimate action caused the little fox's mind to flutter. Then, she revealed a smile. County Office, Heaven Palace. Without waiting for any notification, Ning Fan and Lu Wan directly entered the inner hall of the residence. Inside the hall, Lu Daochen was looking at a portrait with his back facing the two of them. This portrait had clearly just been refurbished. It depicted a middle-aged heavenly general in the prime of his life. This man was clad in a golden tiger head armor. His eyes were sharp and piercing, and he stood at the front of the chariot with his hands clasped behind his back. 9 demonic beasts with different bloodlines were pulling the golden chariot. There was a 6-headed tree bird, a blood-colored flood dragon, a cloud beast, a giant snake, and a leopard. The golden flame chariot passed by a number of herb gardens that were brimming with spiritual energy. Ning Fan's eyes lit up when he saw the portrait. If he was not mistaken, the golden flame chariot in the portrait was the one Lu Daochen had given him. Although there were many of these carriages in the ancient times, each of them had different engravings because of the different occupants. There's no mistake, the golden flame chariot indeed had a special meaning. You're here, Lu Daochen sounded a little sad. He turned around and looked at Lu Wanner with a doting gaze. When his gaze fell on Ning Fan, he was surprised. Then, he pondered for a moment and praised. Extraordinary. Extraordinary. It seems like you are not far from the spirit-severing realm. If you enter the dragon pool, you will definitely be able to break through to the spirit-severing realm within 100 years. If you have the help of this old man's pills, the success rate will increase by several times. If you have the power of the cloud platform ancestral statue, after you reach the spirit-severing realm, you will be able to awaken your blood 3 times. Perhaps, your demonic strength will increase by at least 30%. If you have this old man to guide you on the path to the Star Palace, you will be able to obtain the Star of the Heavenly Emperor and reach the mid-spirit-severing realm in 1 step. Lu Daochen's eyes were filled with kindness. He longed for Ning Fan's help. Thus, he threw out all kinds of tempting benefits at the first meeting. If one were to think about it carefully, one would realize that there were many hidden meanings in his words. The dragon pool, pills, the cloud platform ancestral statue, the path to the Star Palace, the Star of the Heavenly Emperor. Lu Daochen tried to attract Ning Fan's interest by talking about the world map. However, Ning Fan just smiled and avoided this topic. He did not immediately talk about the world map. Instead, he pointed at the portrait of the palace. If I'm not mistaken, the painter of this portrait is a true immortal realm expert. In this portrait, the heavenly general standing on the golden flame chariot is probably the demon Marshal Lu Wu, who is in deep slumber in this place. Mortals' calligraphy and painting only sought to be similar in form. Those who had a slightly higher realm would pursue the layout. Those who had a higher realm would only focus on the meaning and not the form. However, this step was still not the highest realm of calligraphy and painting. At least, Ning Fan knew that the realm that was higher than painting intent was the dragon's finishing touch, the realm of turning void into reality. The portrait of the middle-aged demon general in front of him gave people a feeling that as long as the painter willed it, the person in the portrait would turn into a real person. The 7 realms of cultivation were all about the word void after all. True immortals, on the other hand, only cultivated the word true. When one's painting technique reaches the realm of turning void into reality, the painter must be a true immortal realm painter. This portrait was too old and had lost most of its spirituality. Otherwise, it would be able to summon a void refinement realm demon marshal to fight for it with just a thought. This mere portrait could already be considered as an immortal treasure. Ning Fan's heart skipped a beat. This technique of turning a painting into a treasure was truly marvelous. This simple portrait seemed to contain the technique of turning void into reality of that true immortal realm expert. If I can obtain this portrait and comprehend it, it would definitely be greatly beneficial for me to break through to the void refinement realm and void fragmentation realm. From this vivid portrait, Ning Fan could tell at first glance that the arrogant middle-aged man on the golden flame chariot had the aura force of a void refinement realm expert. A demon marshal's cultivation base was hung here by Lu Daochen. It naturally made people think that the person in the portrait was demon marshal Lu Wu. Isn't it just a portrait? How can it be the work of a true immortal realm expert? Lu Wanner pursed her lips and smiled. She thought to herself that this Ning Fan is really interesting. Since he is so strong, could it be that his painting technique is also extraordinary? At least, Lu Wanner knew a lot about calligraphy and painting, but she could not tell how extraordinary this portrait was. But what surprised Lu Wanner was her master's reaction. If Lu Daochen was slightly surprised when he saw that Ning Fan's mental state was about to reach the mortal severance realm, then he was astonished when he heard Ning Fan's words. At least, Lu Daochen knew that if the demon marshal did not personally introduce this portrait to him in the past, he would not be able to tell how extraordinary this portrait was no matter how he thought about it. The reason why he looked at the portrait was just to reminisce the memory of the demon marshal. At this moment, Lu Daochen could not help but re-evaluate Ning Fan. This person was not only strong but also shrewd. He was also knowledgeable and had a pair of sharp eyes. Little friend, your eyesight is so strong that I am ashamed of my inferiority. To be honest, this portrait is the relic of the demon marshal. It was indeed given to the demon marshal by a certain painting immortal. If little friend is willing to cooperate with me, I can also give this to you as a reward. Since you can recognize the mysteries of this painting, it won't be a waste for you to own it. Oh. Then it would be impolite of me to refuse. Ning Fan's expression did not change, but he was secretly shocked. He did not expect the word relic from Lu Daochen's words. From Lu Daochen's tone, it was as if he was announcing that demon marshal Lu Wu was already dead. Lu Wanner did not like the style of the conversation between the old and the young. She really disliked it. Lu Bei. Master. There are no outsiders here. Why are the two of you wasting time? Can't you just say what you want to say? Haha. Good, good. If you have something to say, just say it. That's how it should be. Lu Bei, let me ask you. The reason why you want the realm map is because you want to enter the third realm to kill demon commander Lu Wu and devour his demon blood to increase your demonic strength? That's right. Ning Fan had no intention to hide it. Good lad. If the demon marshal is still alive, as the descendant of the guardian demon general, I will fight you to the death for saying such disobedient words. Unfortunately, I no longer have any reason to fight you to the death. Your wish to devour the demon marshal's blood essence will definitely fail. Just like what I hinted to you before, demon marshal Lu Wu had already died countless years before I woke up. His demon blood is also gone. Theoretically, the demon race would not die when they went into hibernation. However, it was difficult to control the time when they would wake up. Lu Daochen did not know how many years he had been in hibernation. When he woke up, he sensed that the demon marshal was already dead. The reason why he could sense it was because something that Lu Daochen had given him was reacting. Other than Lu Daochen, the other 8 generals did not know about Lu Wu's death. The demon marshal of the third world is already dead? Lu Wanner covered her mouth with her hands. She was shocked by this shocking secret. If this news were to spread, it would definitely set off a storm in the Luoyun continent. I don't know whether what you said is true or not. However, I want to know if what you said is true. If what you said is true, I won't gain anything from entering the third world. So, General Yun, what are you planning to do in the third world? Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. What he wanted to know the most was Lu Daochen's intention. From the beginning to the end, he could not see through Lu Daochen because he could not see that Lu Daochen had any intention or greed towards the third world. I don't have any other intentions towards the third world. I just want to repay the debt of gratitude and save the remnant soul of Lu Daochen. It has been 1,000 years since I woke up from the egg. During these 1,000 years, I have repeatedly divined the information about the third world. All of them are in this jade slip. You can take a look. Ning Fan took the jade slip and pressed it on his glabella. Immediately, a vast and boundless wild continent appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was a rough map of the third world, however, the map did not contain the symbolic structure of the slumbering demon commander, the slumbering egg. There were only passive stars that connected to the void. Above the void, the starlight formed a vast and boundless maze. This maze was marked by Lu Daochen as the Star Palace. The paths of the Star Palace were complicated and unpredictable. There was only a red dot marked in the general direction. That place was specially marked by Lu Daochen. Ning Fan had a vague feeling that the red dot in the Star Palace was Lu Daochun's goal. What do I know about this map? Ning Fan took a deep breath. The situation in the third world was completely different from the other places where people were sleeping. The Star Palace, in particular, gave Ning Fan a sense of extreme danger. Once he falls into it, it would be difficult for him to get out. Save the remnant soul of that red dot and send it to Samsara. Then, I will agree to all of your requests even if you want my position as the demon sealer of the Luo Yun world. Lu Daochun's eyes were solemn. The reason why Ning Fan could not see through this person was because he had been speculating about this person with a utilitarian mindset. As a matter of fact, what this person did was only for the sake of gratitude. Thus, it was difficult to determine his motive. He is the demon sealer, the evil commander who was banished by the heavenly demon realm. In the past, we, the demon sealers of the 9 divisions, were just the spirit of Lu Daochun's golden flame chariot. After the collapse of the heavenly court, our memories were erased and we were forced to sleep. Thus, we don't know what exactly Lu Daochun did to cause the heavenly demon realm to banish us. I only speculate that all of this is related to the star of the heavenly emperor. I have already completely forgotten about the details. The only thing I will never forget is Lu Daochun's kindness. If it wasn't for Lu Daochun, how could I become a demon general in this life? How could I be knowledgeable? How could I be favored by the people of the Spirit King Palace who wanted to grant me a spot to ascend to the 9 worlds? However, after I woke up, I couldn't repay Lu Daochun's kindness. Then, I sensed the news of Lu Daochun's death. This is the biggest regret in my life. If I can't get rid of this regret, I won't have the heart to cultivate or ascend to the 9 worlds. Liu Bei, this old man will entrust this matter to you. Go to the third world and rescue Lu Daochun's remnant soul. Although I don't have Lu Daochun's demon blood, the reward I offer will definitely satisfy you. Are you willing to help this old man? Although Lu Daochun is dead, his soul is trapped in a certain place in the Star Palace and can't be freed. The place marked by the red dot is the center of the Star Palace. The demon race can't enter that place or they will be subdued by the power of the star. You are a human and thus, you have the chance to enter that place. Since you have awakened the royal blood, you can cleanse Lu Daochun's sin seal and help his soul re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. If you are willing, the reward I mentioned before will be fulfilled. With this old man's help, you will at least reach the mid-divine transformation realm when you leave the place of your sleep the next day. Without this old man's help, even if you obtain the world map of the third realm, you will not have any opportunities in the third realm. The star of the heavenly emperor is a supreme treasure. However, only this old man, the demon commander Meng, has bestowed this item to me. It is the key to the Star Palace which can be used to subdue this star. Ordinary people would need at least a few hundred years to break through from the early divine transformation realm to the mid-divine transformation realm. However, if you have this star, breaking through to the mid-divine transformation realm is just a matter of time. For the first time in his life, Lu Daochun's murky eyes were filled with a pleading expression. He abided by Lu Wu's teachings. He did not seek the heavens, did not seek the earth, because Lu Wu had once said, "What is not yours cannot be begged." Today, however, he made a request to Ning Fan. Without this person, it would be difficult to save General Lu's soul. Lu Wan'er's gaze was sincere. This was the first time in her life that she saw her stubborn master begging someone. Ning Fan seemed to be tempted. Putting aside the other rewards, the star of the celestial emperor and breaking through to the mid-spirit severing realm were what truly moved him. He had come to the land of sleep for the devil commander's blood to break through. Even though he did not have the devil commander's blood, he had the emperor's star, so his fortuitous encounters were not small. With Lu Wan'er's face and the great fortuitous encounters, he was naturally willing to step into this muddy water. However, he was no longer a hot-blooded young man after all. He only believed 70% of Lu Daochun's words and 30% with reservations. Even if Lu Daochun did not lie at all, the 30% he would keep as a human being. He could not completely trust a stranger. I need 3 days to consider. Lu Daochun sighed with emotion. This young man sure is cautious. Considering for 3 days, he probably wants to find out more about me from other sources. This young man's starting point is probably the demon concubine. All right. I will wait for your reply 3 days later. Of course, even if you don't help me, as the 8th general of the Luoyun tribe, you will still enjoy the privileges of reading the scripture tower, cultivating in the dragon pond and awakening your blood on the cloud platform. However, I will only hand over the Star Palace key and the world map to you after you agree to help me and swear the great vow of Heart Devil, of course. This was a matter of great importance. He must be careful. Ning Fan naturally needed to swear the great vow of Heart Devil. As for Lu Daochen, he also needed to swear the same thing. He had 3 days to consider. There was no hurry. With the mind-reading technique, he would be able to obtain some information about the third world from the demon concubine. In the Pure Fire Prefecture, Wang Xiao looked at the 2 broken life tokens with a gloomy expression. Jin Kun and Li Ban were dead. What happened? He had been waiting for Lu Jiefen's explanation in the palace for more than 10 days. Unfortunately, the Luoyun tribe and the Pure Fire Prefecture were quite far away from each other. He would not be able to wait for Lu Jiefen's return within a short period of time. However, before Lu Jiefen returned, a ray of sword light transmitted a message to him. It was a special technique used by spirit-severing realm experts, the sound transmission flying sword. General Wang Xiao, the evil general of the Luoyun tribe, Liu Bei, was audacious enough to kill General Li Ban and Jin Kun. He also killed the pure cloud demon general of my tribe. We must take revenge for this. However, according to my information, the situation in the third world seems to have changed. The Luoyun tribe has the support of the demon concubine of the Spirit King Palace. It's hard to shake them. In order to obtain the star of the Heavenly Emperor, General Wang Xiao, please set up a demon altar to open the way to the third world. Invite the experts of the upper world or the demon world for help. In short, do whatever it takes to open the way to the third world. As soon as the message was finished, Wang Zhao's expression turned furious. He crushed the sword light of the sound transmission flying sword with his palm. Liu Bei had killed Li Ban and the other 2 generals. The Spirit King Palace wants to compete with the True Spirit Clan for the Star of the Heavenly Emperor? Humph. If that's the case, we might have to do as Lu Jiefen said and ask for help. I can't open the way to the upper world by myself. However, if we sacrifice the blood of hundreds of thousands of living beings, we might be able to open the way to the demon world for the second time. This time, let's ask the demon crown prince to help us. Even the Spirit King Palace is afraid of his bloodline. In the misty rain house of the Luoyun Prefecture. Under the curtain, the demon concubine was playing the zither with her face covered. However, after a certain demon servant whispered something in her ear, her fingers immediately trembled and the strings of the zither broke. What? The Spirit King wants to send concubine Z to the land of hibernation? Nonsense. This woman has always relied on the Spirit King's favor and is domineering and arrogant. If something happens to her in the land of hibernation, how are we going to explain it to the Spirit King? The demon concubine frowned. If concubine Z came and spoke rudely and offended someone she shouldn't have, what should she do? Chaos. The situation in this land of hibernation is going to be chaotic. I'm afraid a storm of blood is going to be stirred up for the 9 world maps. However, is it really good to open the way to the world of hibernation? The star of the Heavenly Emperor was a certain demon star of the ancient Heavenly Court. This star once contained 1/9 of the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation base. However, as time passed, the power of this star was almost depleted. Its greatest use was related to the ancient Heavenly Court. The demon concubine felt a little annoyed. At this crucial moment, another demon servant came to report with a strange expression. What's the matter? Demon concubine, outside the misty rain tower, the newly promoted 8th general of the Luoyun Empire, General Liu Bei, requests to see you. He hopes to have a private talk with you. Liu Bei? A private talk? Why is he looking for me? The demon concubine was about to receive him, but her expression changed slightly when she saw the strange gazes of the demon servants. As the Spirit King's concubine, she had never been favored by the Spirit King or even summoned by him. She was only in charge of external affairs and was considered as a high-ranked palace servant. However, with her identity, it seemed inappropriate to meet a man in private. Forget it. Reject him. I won't see him. The demon concubine sighed. On the first day, Ning Fan was rejected. On the second day, the maidservant reported that Ning Fan wanted to see her. She was curious about the reason why Ning Fan was looking for her, but due to her identity, she had no choice but to reject him. On the third day, Ning Fan came to visit her. However, he did not request to meet her. He only told her that he was going to the scripture tower to study scriptures. The Yao concubine found it a little funny. Perhaps he knew that he would definitely be rejected. Thus, he did not even bother to ask for an audience and directly went to the scripture tower. Why is he going to the pagoda? Does a boorish fellow want to study ancient demon inscriptions, learn from Lu Daochen, and become a knowledgeable demon general? No. This person is a human. It is a huge matter for a human to read the words of our demon race in secret. If it was a demon city at the border, it would be fine if the books in the scripture pagoda weren't complete. However, the scripture pagoda in the capital city has recorded the demon codex. Once this person engraved the demon codex and distributed it to the human race, it would be a great harm to our demon race. Lu Daochen knows this person's identity, how would he dare to allow it? Yao Fei's beautiful eyes turned cold. In that case, she had to meet Ning Fan no matter what. This man is very calculative. Knowing that he would not be able to meet me, he used a little trick to force me to meet him. He knows that I value the demon race and despise the human race. Thus, he used the matter of the scripture tower to force me to meet him and stop him from reading the demon scripture. Fine. There are many people in the scripture tower. I don't have to be afraid of the rumors and slanders. Let's see what this man wants from me. I should also inform this man that if concubine Z comes here in the future and offends this man because of her identity as a human, I hope that this man can forgive her. Concubine Z is not like Jin Kun or Li Ban. Once she is killed, the Spirit King will destroy the Rain World. In the scripture tower, Ning Fan sneezed as soon as he stood still. He wondered if someone was talking about him. Suddenly, an extremely good premonition rose in his heart. It was as if a large number of divine transformation realm cauldrons were going to walk right into the trap. He could freely enter the 9 floors of the scripture tower. Lu Daochen was the only one who had finished reading hundreds of thousands of ancient books. That was how he got his name. There were 1,079 demon characters on the first floor, most of which were the simplest characters. From the second level onward, the number of words recorded in each level decreased, but the difficulty increased. From the 8th level onwards, Ning Fan had already flipped through almost all of the 7,000 demon characters recorded in the Demon Codex. There were even some special demon characters on the 9th floor. There were the words of dragons, phoenixes, and sparrows. All of them were the true spirit demon characters. With Ning Fan's experience, he could tell that the true spirit demon characters not only had complicated formation lines but also required the true spirit bloodline of the clan to learn them. Thus, he could only learn about 7,000 normal demon scripts. All the way to the 9th floor, no one stopped him. Until a fragrant wind blew past his face and turned into a charming lady in green feather robe. She stepped in front of Ning Fan and stopped him from reading any scriptures related to the demon language. Have you seen enough? General Liu Bei. Demon concubine, Wu Yan. Oh? Isn't the demon concubine staying in the Misty Rain Tower to reject guests? Why did she come to the scripture tower? Ning Fan withdrew his hand and secretly activated the Yin Yang locket. Coincidentally, the monster concubine's heart was in a mess. She was thinking about the Spirit King Palace's purple concubine coming over. Just like that, Ning Fan was able to pry into the great secret of the woman's heart effortlessly. Spirit King Palace. Imperial Concubine Z. Judging from concubine Wu Yan's mind, there were at least 10 demon concubines who had come to Luo Yun for the Star of the Heavenly Arch. Only divine transformation realm female demons can be promoted to be the demon concubine of the Spirit King Palace. This means that there are at least 10 divine transformation realm female demons here. These are the best cauldrons. Unfortunately, as soon as this thought arose in his mind, it was immediately extinguished by Ning Fan. Similarly, he had seen through the demon concubine's mind how terrifying the Spirit King Palace was. If he were to snatch the demon concubine from the Spirit King Palace, the Spirit King would be enraged and he would be able to flatten the Rain Domain. However, the Spirit King seemed to be injured. In the Yao concubine's memories, the Spirit King had not left his residence for tens of thousands of years. No one knew the extent of the Spirit King's injuries. Only the concubines close to him could enter the Spirit King's seclusion palace, such as Imperial Concubine Z. However, even Imperial Concubine Z and the others had never seen the Spirit King's face. Ning Fan remained silent. Unless he had a method to secretly abduct Imperial Concubine Z and the other women without anyone noticing, he must not act rashly. There was no such thing as fear in his mind. As long as he could think of a possibility, he would dare to snatch the Spirit King's demon concubine. He would dare to do things that no true spirit demon race dared to do. Ning Fan did not notice that when he was deep in thought, his eyes were inadvertently looking down at the demon concubine in front of him. His gaze fell on her proud and delicate breasts. The Yao concubine's pretty face was slightly angered. She thought to herself that although Liu Bei appeared to be well dressed, he was actually so frivolous. He dared to stare at her breasts. How rude. Why have you summoned me here? Concubine Yao's tone turned cold. May I ask how much you know about Demon Commander Lu Daochen and Demon Commander Lu Wu, and how much do you know about the Star of the Celestial Emperor? Yao Fei was so angry that she laughed. Was Liu Bei an idiot? Why should he tell Demon Marshal Lu Wu and Lu Daochen what he knew about Lu Daochen? There was no way he would share the information he had gathered on the Emperor's Star with outsiders. Why should I tell you? Ning Fan did not answer her. Instead, he held his chin again and fell into deep thought. Using the mind-reading technique, he could immediately find out what she was thinking about. The Yao concubine did not have to say it out loud. However, when Ning Fan asked her a question, her heart would naturally give her an answer. Lu Daochen was indeed wholeheartedly trying to save Lu Wu. He even had 3 chances to void refinement realm with blood transformation, but all of them were rejected by him. The Spirit King Palace paid a huge price to replace the complete demon blood of a peak void refinement realm expert for Lu Daochen. With a secret technique, it allowed him to break through to the void refinement realm in a single step. In that case, Lu Daochen would be able to ascend to the demon spirit land with ease after being granted the Star of the Celestial Emperor. However, Lu Daochen had rejected the offer 3 times. It was clear that he was loyal to Lu Wu. After all, even if Lu Daochen obtained the Star of the Celestial Emperor and improved his cultivation base, he would only be able to break through to the late divine transformation realm at most. Through the thoughts of the Yao concubine, Ning Fan could tell that Lu Daochen was wholeheartedly trying to repay his kindness and had no intention to harm him. That was enough. As for Lu Wu, Ning Fan learned that he was once appointed by the Heavenly Emperor of the ancient Heavenly Court to guard the Heavenly Emperor's herb garden in ancient times. For some unknown reason, the Heavenly Court collapsed and all the deities were almost wiped out. The Undying Ones had their memories erased. However, it seemed like Lu Wu's memories were not completely wiped out. He even took the Heavenly Emperor's herb garden and gouged out a Heavenly Emperor's demon star from his left eye before disappearing without a trace. Time flew and the worlds were divided again. The True Spirit Clan and the Spirit King Palace of the Demon Spirit Land asked Lu Wu for the Emperor Star and Emperor Herbs but were rejected. After that, Lu Wu was completely exiled. He hid in this place of hibernation and separated the 9 worlds. Under the isolation of the Emperor Star, no one knew where Lu Wu was imprisoned. Until the old ancestor of the Giant Devil Clan unintentionally broke the secret realm of the Broken World. Then, a certain force in the internal Endless Sea somehow contacted the True Spirit Clan of the Upper World and spread the shocking news. The place where Lu Wu was hibernating was in the secret realm of the Broken World in the Endless Sea of the Rain World. That was why the Yao concubine, Wang Xiao, and the others arrived one after another. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. From the Yao concubine's mind, he learned that the force in the internal Endless Sea that contacted the Heavenly Demon World was the Demon Sealing Palace. The Demon Sealing Palace is probably not as simple as it seems. From the fact that the Pure Flame Clan bribed Liu Bei and the Demon Sealing Palace's Chu he met, Ning Fan boldly deduced that the Demon Sealing Palace was actually a force that the Pure Flame Clan had used a special method to sneak out of the secret realm and cultivate in the Endless Sea. From the Yao concubine's mind, Ning Fan learned many shocking facts. However, what concerned him the most was none other than the question about the Heavenly Emperor's Star. This Emperor's Star once contained 1/9 of the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation base. If Ning Fan devoured it at that time, he might even become an immortal in a single step. However, as time went by, the power of the Emperor's Star had already weakened. It was already very rare for Ning Fan to break through to the mid-divine transformation realm from an early divine transformation realm. The Yao concubine did not know about the Star Palace, but she knew about a certain use of the Heavenly Emperor's star. When Lu Wu was alive, he was the one who looked after the Emperor herbs for the Heavenly Emperor. That monarch herb was said to allow mortals to live forever, immortals to have an indestructible immortal body, injured people to recover from serious injuries, and dead people to come back to life. That kind of imperial medicine might still exist in the Third World. The Spirit King Palace's desire for the Star of the Celestial Arch was just a cover-up. The arch herb was the real goal. They needed the arch medicine to heal the Spirit King. The rumors of using the Star of the Celestial Emperor to heal injuries were all a cover-up. If Mu Weiliang, Ning Honghong, and the others were to consume this monarch herb, there should be a lot of hope for them to come back to life. Ning Fan took a deep breath. He didn't expect that he could pry out so much information from the demon concubine's mind. In that case, it was not a waste to invite her out. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. When the Yao concubine saw this smile, her pretty face immediately turned cold. How dare you? This Liu Bei is really bold. You're holding your chin and staring straight at this consort's breasts, and you're even laughing lewdly. Ever since she joined the Spirit King Palace, she had been promoted from a servant to a concubine. No man had ever looked at concubine Wu Yan like this. She felt that Ning Fan's gaze was like a solid object that was ruthlessly scraping her soft breasts. It was extremely rude. Liu Bei. Did you invite this consort out just to profane this consort? The demon concubine had completely misunderstood Ning Fan. However, the demon concubine's expression changed immediately. Ning Fan returned to his senses and cupped his fists at the demon concubine. I apologize for my rudeness. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Thank you, demon concubine, for condescending to meet me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan inadvertently revealed a smile as if he had gotten what he wanted. He leisurely descended to the 9th floor and left. He left just like that? This is ridiculous. The demon concubine laughed out of anger. This person invited me out just to ask a few silly questions. Of course, I won't answer them. Could it be that this person invited me out just to admire my body? Especially when he left, he showed an expression as if he had gotten what he wanted. Could it be that he's so satisfied after profaning this consort? However, since he took pleasure in profaning this consort, there was no trace of evil desire on his body. He's different from those lechers who entered the Misty Rain Tower. The demon concubine's anger gradually subsided. She stood between the dust and the bookshelves, casually flipping through the scriptures. She was not in the mood to read at all. Gradually, a trace of loneliness rose in her heart. As the demon concubine of the Spirit King Palace, she must be extremely cautious when meeting men. Speaking of which, this date with Ning Fan was the first time she met a man alone outside of a mission. I'm not free. I'm restricted by my identity and it's hard for me to have freedom in my life, she sighed softly. Unknowingly, she had been standing on the 9th floor for a long time. However, gradually, her eyes revealed an annoyed expression. She shouldn't be feeling sad here. Didn't she come to the scripture tower to stop Ning Fan from engraving the demon scriptures? Not good. I've been standing here for a long time. I don't know if he has already engraved the demon scriptures. I must stop him. The demon concubine lifted the hem of her dress and hurriedly walked down the jade stairs. Just as she reached the 2nd floor, she heard the conversation between Ning Fan and the guards of the tower. General Bei. 7,154 volumes of ancient demon scriptures, plus 700 demon scriptures, including Secrets of Demon Spirits, Awakening Dream Transcript, History of the Spirit King, Myriad Demon Tribe Diagram, Book of Mountains and Seas, and the entire Demon Codex, have all been engraved in these jade slips. Despite being a military officer, you studied the Demon Codex tirelessly. This subordinate admires you. The guards of the tower were unusually respectful. He had never seen a demon general who had engraved so many scriptures. Moreover, each of the scriptures had nothing to do with cultivation. General Bei is indeed extraordinary. You're a diligent and ambitious general. You're a role model for me, Luo Yun. Very good. Not a single scroll is missing. since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. You stay here and guard the tower well. Don't let any rascal steal the scriptures in the tower. The secrets of our demon race must not be known by other races. Yes. The guards of the tower became even more respectful and performed a standard military salute. The demon concubine laughed out of anger again. Other than Ning Fan, a human, who has infiltrated the Luoyun scripture tower, which rascal has the ability to steal the scriptures? In the entire Luoyun, you're the only rascal that I need to pay special attention to. It's too late. It's too late. I'm a step too late. This rascal has engraved the entire demon codex away. Stinky rascal, the next time I see you, I'll definitely make you return all the demon codex to me, the demon concubine cursed softly. Inadvertently, she stepped on the air and fell down the jade stairs. A purplish-black smoke figure floated over and stood in front of the Yao concubine. It gently grabbed her wrist and revealed a harmless smile. Be careful, demon concubine. With your cultivation base, even though you won't be injured from the fall, you'll still damage the reputation of the Spirit King Palace if you embarrass yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He turned into a shadow and left. Each of the demons on the first floor of the tower saw the scene of Ning Fan holding the demon concubine in his hand. Their gazes were filled with praise. As expected of General Bei of the Lu clan, a good man of the Luoyun clan. He even dared to touch the wrist of the demon concubine of the Spirit King Palace. How? How dare you? The demon concubine felt that her wrist that was touched by Ning Fan was slightly numb. He even deliberately did not use a trace of plucking finger force to make her heart flustered. Her cold face blushed for the first time. I've lost my composure. How could I lose my composure today? I've actually been taken advantage of 3 times by a mere foreign race. It's really infuriating. In the Treasure Refinement Pavilion of the Luoyun County Prefecture. In the pavilion, Lu Wan'er felt slightly relieved after knowing that Ning Fan would not have any conflict with her master. Then, she began to forge the Phoenix Wing spiritual equipment. Outside the pavilion, Lu Daochen was leaning on his dragon walking stick. His eyes were half closed and his expression was filled with satisfaction. Wan'er's spiritual attachment technique is gradually reaching perfection. In the past, her skills were outstanding, but the spirit equipment she forged lacked the intention. After getting to know Liu Bei and serving her, Wan'er had her first awakening of love. For the first time, she understood how to forge spirit equipment for the person she loves. The intention of the heart is the key to improve the spiritual attachment technique to the profound heavens realm. If Wan'er breaks through to the divine transformation realm, I'm afraid she can start trying to forge profound heaven's spiritual equipment. While Lu Daochen was talking to himself, his expression suddenly changed. Behind him, a white-robed figure was walking towards him step by step. Today is the 3rd day. I've agreed to your request. However, the opportunities in the third world are unpredictable and the dangers in the Star Palace are unknown. Unless I break through to the divine transformation realm, I will not enter the third world without permission. Ning Fan's eyes were unprecedentedly serious. In the past, the reason why he dared to enter the third world was because he thought that Lu Wu was the only one who was sleeping and the demon marshal was not awakened. Now that he knew so many secrets, the star of the Celestial Emperor and the Emperor Medicine, he was filled with yearning for the opportunities in the third world. However, he also knew that he would definitely die if he entered the third world without sufficient strength. Lu Daochen's expression relaxed. He would repay the kindness he owed Lu Wu through Ning Fan's hands. If you want to break through to the divine transformation realm, I will certainly do my best to help you. The Dragon Lake was the best place to turn one's demonic power into divinity. You will certainly be able to break through to the divine transformation realm within 100 years. 100 years is too long. I want to break through to the divine transformation realm within 10 years. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He could not let Su Qiuling wait for too long. After all, she only had less than 30 years to live, enter the dragon pool and achieve divine transformation in 10 years. Ordinary people might not be able to do it. However, with the golden blood of the demon marshal, Ning Fan might be able to do it. To be continued. The forbidden area of the prefecture, the Dragon Lake. The sky was dark, not because it was late, but because the black mist of the dragon pool had risen into the sky and blocked the sunlight. The vegetation here had withered, and the pool water reeked of blood. However, when he inhaled the bloody water vapor into his lungs, it was like meeting sweet dew after a long drought. It actually improved his demonic power a little. If he could increase his demonic power with a single breath, it would not be difficult for ordinary cultivators to reach the soul formation stage in 100 years if they were to jump into the dragon pool to cultivate. However, the prerequisite was that you had to survive in the dragon pool for more than 100 years. There were also many cultivators whose bodies were shattered by the demonic energy and who died while cultivating in the dragon lake. The smell of blood had melted into the water and had not dissipated. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. The pitch-black, bottomless black pond in front of him was the dragon pond that the demon race of the Luo Yun tribe yearned for, dragon pool. With one step, one could bathe in the dragon and transform into a god. With one wrong step, one could shatter one's body. Danger and opportunity always coexisted. This dragon lake is so deep that you can't see the bottom. However, the deeper you go, the denser the demonic energy in the water will be. The time needed to absorb the demonic energy and break through to the divine transformation stage will also be shorter. Above 90,000 feet was the black pool, and below 90,000 feet was the blood pool, filled with the corpses of the demon cultivators that had died over the countless years. Below that, it is said to be the Yellow Springs, where dragon corpses are buried. It is connected to the veins of the earth, forming a great power. That is why it is called the dragon pool. I'm not sure if that's the case or not. With my mid-deity transformation cultivation base, I can only descend 12,000 feet with the power of bestowment. As for normal cultivators, they usually only cultivated at a depth of 10,000 feet. At this depth, they could reach the soul formation stage in 100 years if there were no accidents. In the past, some of the great cultivators who died in this lake had overestimated their own strength and tried to dive deeper into the lake. As a result, their bodies were crushed by the demonic energy. Some of them were ambushed by the dark beasts in the dragon lake. Liu Bei, you must remember this. The affairs of the world are unpredictable. Act according to your capabilities. Yes. Ning Fan closed his eyes. Before coming here, he had already gathered all the information about the dragon pool. He did not enter the dragon pool immediately. Instead, he stood still with his hands behind his back for 3 whole days. 3 days later, his aura had reached its peak. He took a step forward, turned into a purple rainbow, and leaped into the pool, dragon pool divinity transformation. Ning Fan had been waiting for this step for far too long. The purple ray of light turned into Ning Fan's figure 3000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang away. The thick and pungent water made him frown, but for the sake of raising his strength, he endured the discomfort for the time being. At 3000 zhang, the cultivation speed of demonic energy was almost 3 times that of the outside world. Soul formation cultivators in the outside world would usually cultivate in seclusion for 200 or 300 years to accumulate demonic energy before they could break through the bottleneck. If it was here, a demon cultivator with decent aptitude would be able to touch the bottleneck in 80 to 90 years. If it was a lower position, the cultivation speed would be even faster. Achieving the divine transformation realm in 10 years was definitely not an empty talk. However, the prerequisite was that Ning Fan had to dive deep enough into the dragon pond. However, this place gave him a vague sense of danger. It was as if someone was watching him from the dark. It must be the dark beast that Lu Daochen mentioned. Ning Fan spread his spirit sense. Even with the strength of his sword sense, his spirit sense was actually limited to a radius of 100 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang. The viscous water seemed to be able to block one's perception. In other words, Ning Fan could sense 100 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang. Ordinary grand cultivators could only sense 3 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang. Even Lu Daochen could only sense 700 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang. After all, they didn't have sword thoughts. Ning Fan frowned. Even though the demonic energy in this place was dense, it was far from being unbearable. He took a step forward and his body turned into a purple ray of light, continuing to dive deeper. 2000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, 3000 zhang asterisk, 3, 33 m per zhang, at the 90,000 zhang asterisk, 3, 33 m per zhang, mark, the water of the pond seemed to be divided by a clear boundary. The top part was black while the bottom part was blood red. The speed of demonic energy cultivation in the 90,000 zhang asterisk, 3, 33 m per zhang, black pond was almost 6 times faster than the outside world. In this place, one could achieve the divine transformation realm in 40 to 50 years. The demonic energy that flowed into his body made him feel a little uncomfortable. When he activated his astral spirit, which was at the second level of the Jade Life realm, the discomfort immediately disappeared. I can achieve the divine transformation realm in 40 years here. However, if I go deeper, the time will be even shorter. However, the deeper he went, the more he felt that he was being stared at by the dark beast. It was as if there were thousands of obscure eyes looking at him, making his hair stand on end. When he took a step into the blood-red pond, a dark shadow that was like a blade pierced towards his dantian. It strangely went through the defense of his astral spirit. This black light came too fast and it seemed to be able to ignore all defenses other than demonic techniques. General armor, appear. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. A silver armor appeared around his body. When the black light collided with his breastplate, it immediately trembled. A huge force hit Ning Fan's lower abdomen. However, it did not break his breastplate. Instead, it made the black light feel dizzy and lost its focus for a moment. The black light paused and revealed a small black snake-like beast. Its sharp teeth were coated with poison and it had a pair of wings on its back. It was probably the dark beast that was watching him in the dark. Although it was just a small beast, it actually had a nascent soul realm cultivation base. In addition to its strange speed and defense-breaking ability, many peak nascent soul realm cultivators had died in its hands due to carelessness. Obviously, it did not expect Ning Fan to have the profound earth general armor to protect himself. The ferocious light in the dark beast's eyes diminished slightly and it tried to escape. However, before it could take half a step, Ning Fan had already slapped it with his palm. His demonic energy shook and the dark beast was almost crushed into pieces. He clenched his fist and caught the dark beast in his hand. Looking at the beast, Ning Fan's eyes darkened. This beast is a bit troublesome. Above 90,000 zhang, the dark beast is only at the early nascent soul realm. However, below it, there might be mid-nascent soul realm, late nascent soul realm, peak nascent soul realm and even divine transformation realm dark beasts. At that time I won't be able to defend against the sneak attack of this beast with my general armor. With this beast spying on him, it would be extremely dangerous for him to venture below 90,000 feet without anyone protecting him. The female corpse and the stone warrior could be sent out to protect them. However, neither of them had any demonic power or demonic arts, so they might not be able to withstand the attacks from the dark beasts. They might even be injured or killed by the dark beast's sneak attacks. From the looks of it, I can only cultivate at 90,000 feet at most. Do I still need to be cautious at all times? As soon as Ning Fan exerted his palm force, the dark beast died. The dark beast's entire body was filled with poison. Even its demon blood could not be easily refined by Ning Fan. While he was hesitating, the exquisite golden flame chariot in his interspatial pouch trembled slightly, as if it was extremely excited. Black Dragon Mound. This aura, it was definitely the Black Dragon Tomb. Fiend, I'm warning you. Let me out now. I can already feel it. This is the Black Dragon Mound. It's a good place for me to improve my cultivation. If you don't let me out, I'll kill you. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. The thing that was making noise in his interspatial pouch was naturally the Black Dragon, the spirit of the golden flame chariot. From what it said, it seemed to be very familiar with this dragon pond. It even called it the Black Dragon Tomb. Speaking of which, this black dragon was a helper with demonic power. It was a mid-spirit severing realm cultivator. If I have this evil dragon to protect me, I won't be afraid of the dark beasts. With a determined look, he patted his interspatial pouch and a small golden flame chariot appeared on his palm. Inside the chariot, the shadow of a black dragon scanned the surroundings. After confirming that this place was indeed the Black Dragon Tomb, it became extremely excited. It couldn't wait to get out of the chariot and improve its demonic power or even reconstruct its demonic body. However, the poor black dragon had already been refined into a chariot spirit by Ning Fan. If it wants to leave the golden flame chariot, it would need Ning Fan's spirit sense permission. Let me out. I know you're afraid that I'll obtain the inheritance in the black dragon tomb and accidentally break through to the void refinement realm. You're jealous of me. Fiend, I'm warning you again. If you don't let me out, I'm going to fight you for real. When I'm angry, I'm very scary. Noisy. Ning Fan activated the demon seal. Immediately, the black dragon cried and cursed in pain. His arrogant words gradually became honest. Spare my life. Master, spare my life. I was too pleased with myself. I've sinned. Humph. If you speak rudely again, don't blame me for your death. Let me ask you, what is the black dragon tomb? Asterisk thump asterisk the black dragon's heart trembled. Just now, he was too pleased with himself and blurted out the name of the black dragon tomb. This was the secret of the black dragon clan. Only he, as the young lord, knew about it. Ordinary demons would never know about it. I don't know what the black dragon tomb is. 3 breaths. If you don't tell me the truth, you'll die. Ning Fan was too lazy to talk nonsense with the black dragon. 1 breath, 2 breaths, on the 3rd breath, the black dragon gritted his teeth and said. All right. Isn't it just the black dragon tomb? I'll tell you. Besides the black dragon clan, no one else can obtain any benefits from this tomb. The black dragon said proudly. It seems like my luck is not bad. I thought I was unlucky enough to become a sinful dragon. I thought I was unlucky enough to have my dragon claw cut off and turned into a carriage spirit. But now, my luck has changed. I actually found a black dragon tomb. Get to the point. Ning Fan exerted his palm force. The black dragon's demon soul in the golden flame chariot was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the black dragon was terrified again. Don't do it. You'll hurt our relationship. I'll tell you everything. This black dragon tomb is actually the tomb of a royal ancestor of my black dragon clan. Under a special terrain, a secret technique was used to keep the corpse of the royal ancestor immortal. The blood essence was left for the descendants to devour and absorb. However, only members of my black dragon clan can obtain this inheritance. Ordinary people can't get it. Hee hee. If the deceased royal ancestor is a heavenly demon, I'll be rich. I'll have no problem breaking through to the void fragmentation realm after absorbing his demon corpse and blood. The black dragon's eyes were filled with anticipation. Black Dragon Clan, Ning Fan frowned. From the Demon Codex, he knew that the Dragon Clan originally had countless branches. However, after the great calamity of heaven and earth, other than the immemorial lightning dragon, no other dragon clan could produce a royal bloodline. Before the calamity, the Black Dragon Clan was once stronger than the Lightning Dragon Clan. Does this mean that this dragon pond has existed before the collapse of heaven and earth and Lu Wu fell into a deep slumber? So, there's a royal black dragon corpse sleeping under it. The second world is very fragile. At most, only divine transformation realm cultivators can enter it. In other words, if there's really a royal black dragon corpse, it would at most be at the half-step void refinement realm. In that case, it's impossible for there to be a heavenly demon corpse that the black dragon was looking forward to. At most, it would be a divine transformation realm demon corpse. I'm afraid the black dragon is going to be disappointed. However, since this place is the dragon tomb of the Black Dragon Clan, this black dragon should have many ways to resist the dark beasts. Do you have a way to deal with the dark beasts? Ning Fan asked in a deep voice. Dark beasts? Them? They are just my food. Once I show myself, they will run away. The black dragon said proudly. All right. In that case, I'll cultivate here and you'll be responsible for protecting me. If there's any mistake, I'll activate the demon seal and take your life. Come out. Ning Fan pointed at the golden flame chariot. The black dragon trembled and flew out of the golden flame chariot, turning into his massive dragon body. Ning Fan kept the golden flame chariot and stepped on the black dragon's back. Go deeper. No problem. Leave it to me. The black dragon agreed readily. Inwardly, he was so pleased that he wanted to laugh. This malefic star wants to cultivate in the dragon tomb. Great! This is really great. During this period of time, I'll be capturing dark beasts in the dragon tomb to obtain the inheritance of the royal seniors and strive to break through to the void refinement realm. As long as I break through to the void refinement realm, no matter how powerful the demon seal is, it won't be able to control demonic beasts that are a realm higher than them. He certainly won't be able to control me. All of a sudden, the black dragon was filled with expectations for the future. However, when he crossed the blood pond and entered the bottom of the yellow spring, all of his expectations were dashed. The bottom of the yellow spring was 300,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang. Countless skeletons were piled up in this place. At the top of the pile of skeletons was the corpse of a black dragon that had yet to decompose. From the observation of the dragon blood, this black dragon should be at the half-step void refinement realm when it was alive, which was similar to what Ning Fan had expected. The black dragon's dream of freedom was shattered to pieces. Divine Transformation Realm Dragon Corpse. It's not a heavenly demon. Damn. I'm happy. In this case, even if I really devour this dragon corpse and dragon blood, I can only break through to the peak spirit severing realm at most. The dragon blood is mine. The corpse is yours. Ning Fan smiled and jumped down from the black dragon. With a flick of his sleeve, drops of black dragon blood that were full of demonic power flew into his hand and he swallowed them. The black dragon was in a mess and broke down. Originally, I could only reach the peak spirit severing realm at most after devouring the dragon corpse and dragon blood. Now, I can only break through to the late spirit severing realm at most. I'll fight you to the death. If you make any more noise, I won't give you the dragon corpse anymore. Ning Fan's eyes darkened and he activated the demon seal. The black dragon's sea of consciousness felt a sharp pain and cried for its parents. He thought, at least I didn't help this malefic star for nothing. At least I got the dragon corpse. So what if it rots? It's better than nothing. I'll endure it. I'll eat it. After eating this dragon corpse, I'll cultivate diligently and strive to break through to the late spirit severing realm. Then, I'll eat some dark beasts to replenish my nutrients. Perhaps, I still have a chance to break through to the peak spirit severing realm or even the void refinement realm. When the black dragon thought of this, it no longer felt dejected. Its eyes scanned the surroundings. There seemed to be more than 10 early spirit severing realm dark beasts in the dark. Oh my! These are all delicious dry rations. In the dark, the thousands of dark beasts that were spying on Ning Fan felt a chill down their spines and shivered when they saw the black dragon. The black dragon specialized in eating dark beasts. The fear of the dark beasts was instinctive. In front of the black dragon, the dark beasts could not even display 10% of their strength. 300,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang of demonic power almost burst their bodies. If it wasn't for his physical body breaking through to the second level of Jade Life Realm and the protection of the royal Fuli blood, Ning Fan would never be able to adapt to the demonic power in this place. Cultivating in this place was 30 times faster than cultivating in the outside world. It was not difficult for him to attain the divine transformation realm in 10 years. Seeing that the black dragon had a heaven-defying restraint on the dark beasts, Ning Fan felt relieved. With the demon restriction, the black dragon would not dare to play any tricks unless it was a realm higher than him. With the protection of this evil dragon, safety was not a problem. The only thing he had to worry about was whether the black dragon would break through to the void refinement realm in one go after eating too many dark beasts. Don't be afraid. Only the members of the Black Dragon clan can refine the poison in the blood of the dark beasts. When this evil dragon devours the dark beasts and turns the poison into pure demonic power, I will seize its demonic power and consume it myself. Then, I can suppress this dragon's cultivation base. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He gave the black dragon a heavy order to restrict its movements. Then, he sat in a lotus position and patted his storage pouch to take out the jade flame grass and the demon marshal's golden blood. 13 complete drops of golden blood and 84 blood traces. These were probably all the demon marshals in this place that was in deep slumber. As soon as the blood appeared, the gloomy expression of the black dragon who was killing the dark beasts and its guardians suddenly lit up. Demon marshal's blood essence. There are actually so many of them. This is good stuff. The black dragon could not imagine where Ning Fan got so much golden blood from. He swallowed his saliva and dispelled the greed in his heart. No, I can't seize the golden blood of this malefic star. Although the golden blood is good, I am not a match for this malefic star with the demon seal on my body now. Fine. I will give you the golden blood. I will endure it. I will eat the dark beasts as much as I can. It had been almost 3 months since he consumed the golden blood. For 3 whole months, Ning Fan did not move or speak. It was as if he was meditating. His body was surrounded by faint golden light and green flames. He was slowly refining the golden light into his body. His demonic power broke through one armor after another and slowly approached 10,000 armor. When the last trace of golden blood was refined, the demonic power in his body had already reached 10,147 armor. His demonic power surpassed 10,000 armor and broke through the boundary of the divine transformation realm. At this moment, Ning Fan opened his eyes. With just a thought, all the golden light and green flames were absorbed into his body for the final refinement. Demonic power, 10,000 armor. It's time to start condensing my demonic power and break through the bottleneck of the divine transformation realm. He patted his storage pouch and took out the general breakthrough pill, profound blood pill and separation and reunion pill. Other than these 3 pills, there was also the cloud birth pill. The cloud birth pill could increase the success rate of breaking through to the divine transformation realm by 10%. However, it was a secret pill given to him by Lu Daochen. The 4 pills could increase the success rate of breaking through to the divine transformation realm by 35%. In addition to that, Ning Fan's demonic power reached 10,000 armor and he had comprehended 2 types of intent realms. If he still fails to break through to the divine transformation realm, it would be too embarrassing. In the past 4 months, Lu Wanner had successfully refined her phoenix wings. She was guarding the dragon pond, waiting for Ning Fan to break through to the divine transformation realm. In the past 4 months, the demon concubine would come to him occasionally. Of course, her attention was still focused on the world map and the world passage. In the past 4 months, Lu Daochen held a compass in his hand and used a secret technique to measure the depth of Ning Fan's dive. When the compass showed that Ning Fan was 30,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, deep in the yellow spring, Lu Daochen's face was filled with astonishment. He did not know what method Ning Fan had to dive to such a depth. However, he knew that he would definitely not dare to dive that deep because he was afraid of the dark beast's strength. This young man's methods are still beyond my estimation. The younger generation will surpass us in time. I'm afraid he can really achieve the divine transformation realm in 10 years. 1 year passed. 2 years passed. 3 years passed. In the 7th year, within the Pure Fire tribe, blood light shone as far as 1 million li *, 500 m per li. Hundreds of thousands of demons lost their lives. The world passage that leads to the demon world was opened for the 2nd time. In the 8th year, the sky above the Luoyun province was opened. Rays of light shone and a beautiful figure in purple robes descended upon the Luoyun province along with more than 10 divine transformation realm female demons. In the 9th year, the flames of war rose in the land of slumber. The demon crown prince conquered 3 tribes of the demon race while concubine Z conquered the 2nd tribe and seized the world map. Other than the 2nd and 3rd tribes which were not conquered and kept their maps, the maps of the other tribes were all lost. Under the protection of concubine Wu Yan, concubine Z temporarily did not seize Ning Fan and Lu Daochen's maps. However, in the 10th year, the Pure Fire tribe set their sights on the Luoyun tribe. 10 years of time seemed to vanish like smoke. After 10 years of arduous cultivation, his demonic power was condensed and he was advancing to the divine transformation realm step by step. In the past 10 years, Ning Fan did not open his eyes even once as he tried to break through the bottleneck of the divine transformation realm again and again. In the 10th year, he finally broke through the barrier and his consciousness entered the heavenly Tao. Then, he appeared in a region with a sea of clouds. At the peak of the sea of clouds, there were 3 giant steels. The names of all divine transformation realm cultivators from ancient times to the present were carved on the 3 steels. Each of them had a height that was immeasurable. Below the 3 steels stood a 7 or 8-year-old Tao child. He was holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. When he saw Ning Fan walking towards him, he said coldly. Are you a cultivator of the rain world? Cutting mortals in the sea of clouds, ascending to the heavens to attain divine transformation. This place is the sea of clouds, and these 3 steels are the 3 steels of the heavenly Tao. The purple steel is the demon, the green steel is the divine, and the black steel is the devil. When the 3 steels are combined, the heavenly Tao will merge. As a cultivator of the rain world, you only need to complete the 3 steps of mortal severance and carve your name on the divine steel to attain the divine transformation realm. As soon as the Tao child finished speaking, he remained silent with an arrogant expression. He had no intention to talk to Ning Fan anymore. As for the 3 steps of mortal severance, he did not give any explanation. Divine steel of the heavenly Tao, the 3 steps of mortal severance. Did my consciousness enter the heavenly Tao? Ning Fan walked closer and his gaze swept across the 3 steels. Inwardly, he was surprised by the number of names carved on the steels. There were actually so many divine transformation realm cultivators in this world. If he carves his name on the steel, he would be recognized by the heavenly Tao and become a divine transformation realm demon cultivator. If he doesn't carve his name on the steel, he would not be able to attain the divine transformation realm, let alone becoming a devil. What does Dong Su mean? How should I become a devil? How should I? The closer Ning Fan got to the steels, the aura of vicissitudes felt like it was going to melt him. When Ning Fan's gaze swept across the 3 steels, he suddenly realized that each of the unfamiliar divine transformation realm names actually had different colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple represented the fate at the end of the Tao path. Most of them were red, orange, yellow, green and cyan. Blue was extremely rare and purple was even rarer. However, what caught Ning Fan's attention was not the purple name but a black name among the countless names on the divine steels. At first, he did not pay much attention to it. However, when he saw the name clearly, his expression changed. Yin Yang Star, Han Yueng. Master. His name is actually on the divine steels. There's no mistake. This name rarely has the aura of Master's carving. I won't get it wrong. But why is it black? Why is the color of Master's name different from others? Could it be that this is the key to becoming a devil? Ning Fan's gaze swept across the 3 giant steels. Gradually, he noticed that there would occasionally be a black name among the tens of thousands of names. His gaze fell upon the arrogant Tao child. Although he looked young, his bone age was actually more than 1,000 years and his cultivation base was at the late divine transformation realm. Ning Fan withdrew his gaze and cupped his fists. May I ask why the names on the heavenly Tao divine steels have different colors? Oh. You can actually see the difference in the colors of different divine steels. The Tao child's expression changed. It was because the color represented fate. Ordinary cultivators could not see it at all. Normally, only true immortals could see it. In the immortal abode where the Tao child belonged, only 1 out of 10 void fragmentation realm cultivators could see fate. As for those below the divine transformation realm, only 1 out of 10,000 could see fate. All of a sudden, the arrogant look on his face vanished. He kept his horsetail whisk and cupped his fists at Ning Fan. Fellow Taoist, you have an extraordinary eye. I'm from the Black Tortoise planet of the void world of the Northern Sea Heaven. I'm the Tao guardian child of the Immortal Emperor tablet-wielding Immortal Emperor. My Tao name is I Ching. May I know your name, fellow Taoist? A late divine transformation realm cultivator with a bone age of 1,000 years. This Tao child named I Ching could be said to have an outstanding aptitude. Even on the Black Tortoise planet, he was considered quite famous. There were very few outstanding cultivators in the Black Tortoise planet who could catch I Ching's attention. Today, however, Ning Fan's eyes lit up when he saw I Ching. This young man has yet to reach the divine transformation realm, but he was able to read the color of fate. He is really extraordinary. Such a talent is worth befriending. I am Ning Fan. Ning Fan cupped his fists. It was meaningless to conceal his name in front of the Tao steels. The 3 steps of mortal severance was used to engrave one's name at the divine transformation realm. Thus, one's name could not be concealed. Throughout history, there were many divine transformation realm cultivators who could attract the attention of the Tao child. However, Ning Fan was one of them. Fellow Daoist, since you can read fate, I'm afraid that you will need Senior Sister Bei Li's help to engrave the steels and condense the fate brush." The Tao child took out a green talisman and chanted. It had been 13 years since a divine transformation realm cultivator could read fate. The Tao child could vaguely feel that the sea of clouds would be shaken by Ning Fan today. To be continued. I Ching came from the black tortoise planet of the void world. In the past, when he was at the sinister sparrow sect, Ning Fan consumed the spirit refining grass and comprehended the spirit wonder 10,000 Li divine ability. His spirit sense turned into a thread and penetrated through the world and entered the void world. If it wasn't for a powerful expert of the black tortoise planet, Ning Fan's consciousness would have been shattered and buried in the void. The senior sister who transmitted the message to him was called Bei Li. This place was the Sea of Clouds, and the 3 tablets were required to carve one's name. Before carving one's name, there were still the 3 steps of mortal severance. What Ning Fan cared about the most were the black names. The old devil was a cunning person, yet his name was carved in black. This black color must have a special meaning. May I ask fellow Daoist I Ching, how do the names on the divine tablets distinguish by color? To be honest, the color is the luck of a cultivator. Ordinary cultivators can't see their luck when they reach the spirit-severing realm. Their names are usually carved in the first 5 colors. If there is someone with amazing abilities who can see the color of luck, he will be bestowed with the technique of condensing luck into a brush. By condensing a brush of luck, one can carve a blue or even purple name on the tablet. Once the name is successfully carved, the cultivator's luck will be enhanced by the tablet. If the name is purple, then the success rate of becoming an immortal from the void fragmentation realm will be at least 10% higher than ordinary people. 10%. This probability was extremely terrifying compared to the 1 in 10,000 chance of becoming an immortal. From I Ching's point of view, if Ning Fan could condense a brush of luck, he could at least carve a blue name and raise his luck to blue. When one reaches the spirit-severing realm, his luck would be blue. If he had the opportunity, it might be possible to raise his luck to purple. This person had the potential to become an immortal and was worthy of I Ching's attention. Even though they were cultivators from the lower realm, they might still have the fate of Tao once they ascend. What does black mean? Ning Fan smiled bitterly in his heart. Purple luck was heaven-defying, but sadly, his luck was already tainted. The benefits of awakening the blood of Fu Li were not small, but the price was to taint his own luck. Rumor has it that those with black luck had no hope of becoming an immortal, but if the old devil could become an immortal, why can't I? The black luck is also known as the hopeless immortal ascension. This kind of luck requires the possessor to go against the heavens to cultivate. The path to immortality is bumpy, and the person's luck is extremely bad. The heavenly tribulation is extremely strong, and the probability of becoming an immortal is extremely low. The true devil inverse cultivator is already considered to be extremely difficult to become an immortal. As for the inverse cultivator who possesses the black luck, there is not even 1 in a million who can become an immortal. Fellow Daoist Tao is unable to obtain this luck. Even if you have the ability, I still don't recommend fellow Daoist to carve the black name. A Daoist child advised him with kind words. Unfortunately, his luck couldn't carve any other colors other than black. Many thoughts flashed across Ning Fan's mind. Judging from all the signs, the devil transformation that Dong Su mentioned was most likely referring to carving the devil luck with the brush of fate. The Fu Li awakening blood meant that one's fate had already darkened and one's fate had already changed. The evil fate was destined. Demonic luck couldn't be changed and there was no need to change it. As such, what he should consider was the 3 steps of mortal severing. 3 mortal severing steps. What are the 3 steps? Ning Fan asked. Fellow Daoist, the matter of carving your name and fate will have to be handled by Senior Sister Bei Li. I can't make the decision. However, I can bring fellow Daoist to the 3 steps of mortal severing. These 3 steps might be slightly difficult for ordinary people, but they aren't that difficult. However, to fellow Daoist, I'm sure it'll be a piece of cake. The first step is called the 10 steps bridge. Every 10 steps, an illusion will appear. The Lord must not turn his head back. Crossing the bridge after 100 steps, the path of the past will become a stranger. According to the legends, this bridge was built by an immortal sovereign to establish his Tao. Those who cross this bridge will greatly benefit the mental state of a cultivator. Ordinary cultivators can take 15 steps a day and they can complete this bridge within 7 days. On the first 7 days, the illusions of this bridge will intensify and even divine transformation realm cultivators won't be able to break free from it. On the 14th day, even void refinement realm experts will be bewitched. On the 21st day, even void fragmentation realm experts will be in danger. There was once a void fragmentation realm expert who wanted to use the 10 steps bridge to resist the illusions and temper his mental state. In the end, he stayed on the 10 steps bridge for more than 21 days. On the 22nd day, he could no longer walk out of this bridge. In the end, he was devoured by the illusions. His Tao vanished and he died. I Ching introduced while leading Ning Fan through layers of clouds and arrived at a bridge made of clouds and mist. There was a monument beside the bridge named 10 Steps. Under the bridge, there was an abyss that was immeasurably deep. The body of the bridge was shrouded by purple mist. That purple mist could transform into many illusions. So this is the 10 Steps bridge. 10 steps and an illusion. Don't look back. Is this a farewell to the past? Ning Fan stood beside the monument and his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. The handwriting of the 2 words 10 steps was very familiar. He recognized it. This handwriting was almost the same as the one that wrote, sending the monarch to death. This 10 steps bridge was actually built by the peerless true immortal who wrote the nameless ancient scroll. Ning Fan could not help but be shocked. According to I Ching, this 10 steps bridge was built by the immortal sovereign of the ancient era. Then, if the person who built the bridge was the same person who wrote the nameless ancient scroll, then the 4 words sending the monarch to death were written by the immortal sovereign? The immortal sovereign of the ancient era was the master of great emperor ancient chaos. He was the master of 1 billion worlds. The authentic handwriting of such an expert actually fell into my hands. I wonder if I can buy a rain world with the money I earn from selling those 4 words. Ning Fan slowly put away his expression. Fellow Taoist, please step onto the bridge and slay the mortal. I Ching said with a clear voice. The dense purple mist on the bridge formed a passageway for people to step on the bridge. At the moment when the purple mist dispersed, Ning Fan seized the opportunity and stepped on the bridge in 1 step. Standing on the cloud bridge, the purple mist disappeared. Ning Fan immediately felt a great immortal pressure pressing on his body. It was as if countless mountains were being carried on his shoulders, making it difficult for him to move even half a step. The pressure of an immortal sovereign. Under this pressure, be it an immortal emperor or a mortal, all of them could only feel that they could not move even an inch. Ning Fan closed his eyes and no longer moved forward after a fruitless attempt. Traces of late spirit severing realm aura with blood-red light covered his entire body. At the moment when the blood-red light appeared, Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He broke free from the immortal pressure and took the first step. I Ching's expression changed and he was secretly amazed. If he did not sense wrongly, Ning Fan's aura pressure was already at the late spirit severing realm even though he had yet to attain the spirit severing realm. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. The first step is usually the most difficult step for a cultivator to take. Those with ordinary talent can be stuck on the first step for several hours, or even days. But for this young man to take the first step in less than 10 breaths of time, there are no more than 100,000 divine transformation cultivators in the 4 heavens who can do this. However, I wonder how many steps he can take in a single breath after taking the first step. I Ching's eyes narrowed. Under his gaze, Ning Fan's toes touched the ground continuously and he took 9 steps in a flash. Each step forced the great momentum to turn into a sword, using the momentum as a sword to block the immortal pressure. I Ching knew that he could only take these 9 steps after breaking through to the late spirit severing realm. 9 steps to form a sword in a single breath. If he can complete the first 10 steps and summon the first illusion, he will be ranked above 10,000 among the hundreds of millions of spirit severing realm cultivators in the 4 heavens. 9 steps was the limit of Ning Fan's heaven-treading 9 steps. After the 9th step, the sword momentum would reach its peak. The heavy immortal pressure almost made Ning Fan breathless, let alone taking the 10th step. The words of the Tao child fell into Ning Fan's ears. It was obviously a compliment, but Ning Fan felt that it was harsh to his ears. Even if I can complete the 10th step in a single breath, It will only be the strength of 10,000 spirit-severing realm cultivators in the four heavens. There are so many descendants of fiend gods and outstanding youths in the four heavens, 10,000 is not enough. I don't know how many ranks my master obtained in the past. But it definitely won't be 10,000. The blood-red aura pressure shook violently, slightly dispersing the purple mist immortal pressure. Ning Fan made up his mind and took the 10th step. When he forcefully took the 10th step, the immortal pressure trembled. He felt a sweetness in his throat and almost coughed out blood. However, he did not want to cough or swallow this blood. Once he coughed out blood, his strength would collapse and the 10th step would be his limit. This child really can take 10 steps in one breath. 10 steps, one illusion. At this place, this child will face the first illusion of the mortal world. The first illusion usually represents this child's first death enemy, but I wonder what cultivation this first enemy will have. After 10 steps, a black-robed cultivator slowly appeared in front of Ning Fan. The 7 of them had an indifferent expression. Their faces were young, but their voices were hoarse and old. They were late harmonious spirit cultivators. Wu Dongnan, the outer sect elder of the Heaven Separation sect who captured Jihe into the all-pleasure school and wanted to use her as a cauldron, the first person Ning Fan personally killed, the Dao child's eyes were moved as he involuntarily exclaimed, "This child's first enemy is actually a late harmonious spirit cultivator." His expression changed not because of how high a late harmonious spirit cultivation was, but as the first enemy, this cultivation was indeed not low. No matter how strong a cultivator was, they still started cultivating as a mortal. The first person a cultivator killed was usually a mortal or a vein-opening junior. The first enemy was a harmonious spirit cultivator. If Ning Fan didn't break the taboo of killing after reaching the harmonious spirit realm, then he would have pointed his sword at a harmonious spirit cultivator. This illusion, it is not difficult for this child to break, but I wonder if he can continue to take the 10th step without stopping. If he can, then he can enter the top 9,000 of the four heaven spirit transformation cultivators. However, he can't do it. Just now, he barely managed to take the 10th step and almost coughed out blood. Ning Fan's gaze fell on Wu Dongnan's body with a cold glint flashing in his eyes. That Wu Dongnan was clearly an illusion, but it was very realistic. Even when facing Ning Fan, he still had a ferocious expression and spoke ruthlessly. "Ning Fan, you dare to kill me, you dare to kill me. If this matter is known by the Heaven Separation School's schoolmaster Wuxia, you will die for sure." Wu Dongnan's ruthless words were spoken as his mind gradually became sober. Only now did he notice that he had been dead for a long time. In this period of time, Ning Fan was no longer the 5th-level vein-opening junior that killed him that year. The Ning Fan in front of him had an unreachable aura, like an insurmountable mountain. However, because he was close to spirit transformation, his aura was almost concealed, so Wu Dongnan couldn't feel the fierceness of Ning Fan when he first saw him. But as the cold glint in Ning Fan's eyes rose, he no longer held back his pressure. The pressure of a late spirit transformation cultivator landed on Wu Dongnan's purple mist illusionary body, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. What kind of cultivation is this? Gold core? No, there is no gold core cultivator in you with such pressure. Could it be the legendary nascent soul realm? Yes, it must be the nascent soul realm. But, how is this possible? Ning Fan is just an ant, how could he reach nascent soul? This is impossible. To Wu Dongnan, nascent soul was a legendary realm. However, under the pressure of Ning Fan's blood-red pressure, Wu Dongnan was frightened to find out that the opponent's pressure was enough to make his purple mist illusionary body collapse. Every inch of the immortal vein shattered. His sea of consciousness turned into nothingness. It was as if his entire life's Tao intent was annihilated under Ning Fan's pressure. This is the power of a late spirit transformation cultivator. Wu Dongnan, you plotted against Jihe that year. This hatred, even if I kill you, I will not forget it for generations to come. Die. The pressure shook and Wu Dongnan's body collapsed, leaving only his head on the bridge, staring at Ning Fan in disbelief. This illusion was called an illusion, but there was also truth within the illusion. This was the technique of an immortal emperor. True and false only required a single thought. Late spirit transformation, late spirit transformation. Wu Dongnan was scared silly. The two words spirit transformation was countless times stronger than nascent soul. To him, it was a legend among legends. The 11th step was taken by Ning Fan. With this step, his black hair grew longer and fluttered without any wind. His white robe turned pure black, and lines appeared on the left side of his face. This step crushed Wu Dongnan's head, then, without stopping, he took the 12th step, 13th step. Ning Fan had created 2 techniques since he started his cultivation. One was the heaven-treading 9 steps and the other was the black current spirit dividing technique. The 11th step was not the end, it wasn't. I Ching's eyes were filled with shock. If he was not mistaken, Ning Fan's method of turning into a black shadow was the void fragmentation divine ability, the incarnation technique. With the help of the incarnation technique, Ning Fan easily reached the 19th step and then the 20th step. 20 steps in one breath. Once this person achieves spirit transformation, it will not be difficult for him to be ranked in the top 5,000 among the spirit transformation cultivators in the 4 heavens. The second illusion is usually the person that a cultivator wants to kill the most in their life but has yet to kill. I wonder what is the cultivation of this person's enemy. As soon as I Ching's words fell, his eyes were filled with shock. In front of Ning Fan, the purple mist condensed into a 10,000 zhong tall black-armored giant, revealing the astonishing aura of the 5th layer of void fragmentation. 5th layer of void fragmentation, Nirvana evil vein. The enemy that this person wants to kill is actually such an expert. Facing the 10,000 zhong tall giant, Ning Fan was as small as an ant. However, this ant's eyes were cold and fearless as he raised his head to stare at the giant. Han Yetian. How dare you? Do you think my name is something that a little ant like you can call me? Just you wait. 100 years is coming soon. Your master will die and you won't be able to escape death too. Ancient devil Dao, breaking bones to create soldiers. The black-armored giant bit off his finger. Strangely, there was not a single drop of blood. The little finger was like a small mountain. The finger bone turned into black light and transformed into 100,000 devil soldiers. Each of them was extremely ferocious and had the strength of a peak gold core realm cultivator. 100,000 devil soldiers wanted to merge together. However, Ning Fan bent his palm and grasped the sea of clouds and sunlight in his palm, turning them into a dazzling golden spear. Ancient devil Dao, breaking bones to create soldiers. 100,000 gold core realm cultivators are equivalent to 1,000 nascent soul realm cultivators and 10 spirit severing realm cultivators. When the 10 spirit severing realm cultivators merge, this technique can be broken before your bone soldiers merge. With a slap of his palm, the golden spear pierced into the 100,000 devil soldiers like an aurora. It turned into a shadow of the sun and exploded. This was the parting sun spear, a mid-grade divine transformation realm demonic technique. It was Ning Fan's first time using it and the body of the spear condensed in front of him. The power of this spear severely injured 100,000 gold core realm bone soldiers. With a sweep of his sword sense, the shadow of the black shadow attacked and 100,000 bone soldiers were killed. You fake Moksha sovereign, get lost. Ning Fan's gaze seemed to carry the heavenly might. Under his gaze, the black-armored giant collapsed. In the illusion, there were both fake and real. If Wu Dongnan leaned towards the real side, then the appearance of Moksha Sovereign was naturally fake. I Ching was dumbfounded. If an ordinary spirit-severing realm cultivator encountered a second illusion of a void fragmentation realm expert, they would definitely have to wait for a day. After a day, the illusion would disperse and the purple mist would lessen. Who would really use a technique to kill an illusion and shatter a void fragmentation realm shadow with just a gaze? It seems like I have underestimated this young man. This young man definitely has the strength to cross the 10 steps bridge in one go. In the 4 heavens immortal world, he can be ranked within the top 1,000 spirit-severing realm experts. The reason why he is only ranked within the top 1,000 is because his cultivation base is still low. Once he reaches the mid-spirit-severing realm, he will definitely be ranked within the top 500. If he reaches the late spirit-severing realm, he will definitely be ranked within the top 100. If he reaches the peak spirit-severing realm, he will definitely be ranked within the top 50. I am not wrong. This young man is a genius. 21 steps, 22 steps. 30 steps. Ning Fan discovered that as long as he didn't stop and continued, the purple mist illusion would be the best nourishment for his state of mind. Just by destroying 2 illusions, his state of mind had already reached the early spirit-severing realm. 40 steps, 50 steps. 90 steps. One after another, enemies and good friends appeared. In the end, even Ning Fan's adoptive father, Ning Daniu, appeared. He stood behind Ning Fan, shouting at the top of his lungs. However, Ning Fan didn't turn his head. Ning Daniu was his adoptive father. Even though he was indebted to Ning Fan, he also had a grudge against Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan wasn't qualified to stop him. At the 99th step, Ning Fan stopped. Ning Fan used the power of his incarnation to cross the 10 steps bridge. However, when he was about to take the 100th step, he slightly stopped. Before he took the next step, a warm and nostalgic feeling rose in his heart. What kind of illusion would appear on the last step of the 10 steps bridge? From the beginning to the end, Ning Fan didn't stop, let alone look back. However, after taking the 100th step, he suddenly stopped. He could faintly feel that after taking the last step, the purple mist behind him turned into a woman. She stretched out her pale yellow sleeves and gently hugged his neck. Her breath was weak as she called out to him. "Child, my child. Remember. Your surname is Yun. Don't hate your father. He just forgot about us. When he remembers you, he will come to this place and bring you home as promised." At the moment when this voice resounded, Ning Fan felt as if a string in his heart was broken. This voice sounds familiar. It's Mother. After taking the 100th step, he could have left the 10 steps bridge and completed the first step of mortal severance. However, Ning Fan didn't leave. Instead, he turned around and looked back. Outside of the 10 steps bridge, Dao Childiching's expression changed drastically. Whether it was a mortal or a void fragmentation cultivator, no one could turn back on the 10 steps bridge. Once they turned back, they would be invaded by the purple mist. They would be bewitched by the illusions and eventually be devoured by the purple mist. Fellow Daoist Ning, you can't turn back. You can't. I Ching's voice was too late. However, after Ning Fan turned around, his eyes didn't have the slightest trace of bewitchment or confusion. He turned back, but he didn't fall into the illusion. How is this possible? Since ancient times, no one could turn back on the 10 steps bridge without getting lost. Could this child be the first? How did he do it? On the 10 steps bridge, Ning Fan gently turned around and looked at the haggard and gentle woman in front of him. His heart felt warm. This woman was wearing a pale yellow robe. She seemed to be around 27 or 28 years old, but Ning Fan found her vaguely familiar. In Yin Ruowei's dream, he had seen a yellow-robed woman who looked similar to this woman. The only difference was that the woman in front of him was already a mother. "Child, my child." That woman lovingly stroked Ning Fan's head and her eyes were filled with gratification. Ning Fan slowly closed his eyes and smiled. So this is my mother. Having no parents, Ning Fan was strong since he was young, but there was still a flaw in his heart. That missing warmth was made up by his younger brother Ninggu, his master the old devil and his wife Shiha. But making up was just making up. If he had never experienced the kindness of his parents, he wouldn't be able to cut his mortal plane. "Mother, you are still alive. That's great. Does this mean that I can still see my father and mother one day?" Ning Fan pointed with his finger without using any magical power, but the yellow-robed woman turned into purple mist and dissipated. This illusion was similar to Moksha Emperor, it was more fake. The reason must be that his mother was still alive, living in a certain place. I used to hate cultivating Dao, but if I don't cultivate Dao, I will never be able to climb the sea of clouds, cross the 10 steps bridge and discover the truth that my mother is still alive. That's why cultivating Dao is the right thing to do. That's why I should cut my mortal plane. The word mortal plane is not to cut off my mortal heart, but to cut off the fragile heart of an ordinary person. Cultivation is not about magical power, but a strong heart. On the 10 steps bridge, if I don't turn my head back, I won't have to struggle. If I turn my head back without cutting off my insignificant self, I will sink into the illusion and be swallowed by the purple mist. The reason why I didn't get swallowed by the purple mist was because my heart was not confused. The moment I heard this voice, I made up my mind to turn my head back and see what my mother looks like. The word mortal plane is misunderstood by the world. Ning Fan turned around and stepped onto the 10 steps bridge. His words and actions were like raging waves in the eyes of the Dao child. Incisive, this theory of mortal plane was unprecedented and will never be repeated in the future. The world wanted to cut off the mortal world because of mortal plane, but they didn't know that the word mortal was referring to themselves. Congratulations Brother Ning for passing the first step of mortal plane. I dare to say that if Brother Ning was born in the four heavens, I'm afraid there would be less than 10 people who are as talented as Brother Ning. Even if you were born in the lower world, with Brother Ning's resolute Tao heart, it's only a matter of time before you ascend to the four heavens. I will wait for the day of Brother Ning's ascension in the four heavens. That day won't be far away. You're being too polite. Please bring me to the second step of mortal plane. Before the two of them moved, a ray of purple sword light flew out from the sea of clouds. It was glowing with the shadow of a colored glass. On top of the colored glass sword shadow, a beautiful purple figure wearing a small robe and soft shoes were looking at Ning Fan with radiance. What a great theory of mortal plane. Bailey has seen many outstanding people, but it's my first time seeing someone like young master who turned his head on the 10 steps bridge. A ray of purple smoke came from afar. It was a pretty and delicate female cultivator in purple robes. Her lips parted slightly as she walked gracefully with a fragrant breeze. Her eyes were cold. Needless to say, it made people feel that she was aloof from the world. There were 2 purple stars on her forehead. Her eyebrows vaguely resembled Bei Xiaoman's. Bailey of the Lost World Palace greets young master. The lady in purple robes did not bend her body to greet Ning Fan. Instead, she cupped her fists valiantly. Her half-step void refinement realm cultivation base caused traces of void power to revolve around her every step. This lady is not far from breaking through to the void refinement realm. Ning Fan cupped his fists to return the greeting. This lady is from the Lost World Palace. Her surname is Bei. Could she be Bei Xiaoman's elder sister? Bei Xiaoman is the 4th young mistress of the Lost World Palace. Which young mistress is Bei Li? Ning Fan kept the Yuanyao jade into his storage pouch discreetly. If this lady is really Bei Xiaoman's elder sister, he would most likely be in trouble if she sees the Yuanyao jade. If this lady is really Bei Xiaoman's elder sister, Ning Fan would find it strange. Although they are both sisters, why is one so unruly and the other so well-mannered? The second step of mortal severance is striking the bell to seek Tao. Striking the bell of samsara will clear your heart of mortal thoughts. Ordinary spirit-severing realm cultivators can only strike the bell of samsara 3 times at most. In the past, when Bailey was at the spirit-severing realm, she struck the bell 11 times. I wonder how many times young master can strike the bell. Bailey was in high spirits. She did not show any disdain towards Ning Fan because he was just a lowly cultivator from the lower world. In her opinion, the more insignificant a cultivator is, the more charming he is. Ning Fan secretly activated his mind-reading technique. This lady is really Bei Xiaoman's elder sister, the 3rd young mistress of the Lost World Palace, Azure Purple Sword Bailey. She is 10 times gentler than Bei Xiaoman. To be continued. End of chapter 258. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.